Imagine being the most powerful, smartest, and most successful guy in the empire, but being a eunuch. That's our MC. This story is the saga of a guy who reincarnated with the only thing he wanted more than anything else in life: having a gun so he could go to the shooting range, a bow so he could be William Tell and pierce the apple, the tools to hit the back of the net, and the body to be like Michael Phelps and win gold in the moist waters. Yeah, you get it. And let me say, an unstoppable force will meet a lot of movable objects this time. So let's get it. The story begins in the province of Beijing in Xiang, where a man is lying in the middle of an altar. The people around him ask if he really wants to continue with the ritual, and Emperor Qushu commands them to proceed immediately. This man is known as Unico Li Su, the person behind all the power of the Empress of the Ming Empire, a secretive figure who monopolizes the territory and authority of the land. He is also known as the worst villain in history for manipulating the empire's politics for his own benefit, and he is, in fact, our protagonist. Through great effort, he managed to transform the insignificant third empress into the reigning empress. However, despite all his successes, there is something he cannot achieve. Looking at a book of combat positions in his room, he remarks how unbelievable it is. Since he is a eunuch, it is obvious that he cannot partake in this kind of combat. Suddenly, someone bursts into the room, calling him an idiot and shouting for the old man. It is the third empress, Yuanhua, who demands to know why he wants to leave this world. She kneels and begs him to stop this mysterious ritual, asking if the union of yin and yang is really so important to him. She wants to know why he can't just be happy with her by his side. She says that if it's money or power he needs, she will give him everything he wants as long as he stops the ritual. But Chiolsu responds that he has already made his decision. He asks for her forgiveness for his betrayal, but says he cannot serve her until the end. Naturally, the question arises: why is our protagonist so obsessed with the union of yin and yang? Most people wouldn't understand, but for him, it is crucial. This is because he is a reincarnated soul, and in his past life, he was also a virgin. Even now, he remains a virgin, having lived more than 50 years without experiencing anything. The infamous reincarnation truck struck him while he was crossing the street, and he ended up in this martial world for 50 years. He died at 28 and reincarnated as a 12-year-old boy. The problem was that as soon as he arrived, he was kidnapped by a maniac. This was no ordinary kidnapper. The lunatic castrated all the men to sell them as eunuchs on the black market. Despite all this, Chiolsu did everything possible to restore his masculinity. He transformed the princess into an empress just to meet an extremely renowned doctor. He mastered martial arts to the point of rebirth and became the most powerful martial artist in the palace. But even when one of the men knelt before him and declared that creating something out of nothing was impossible, he understood his intentions. The man apologized, explaining that only if he were reborn once more could he recover what he had lost. This made Chiolsu question the purpose of money, power, and martial prowess if he remained a eunuch. These events led him to decide to reincarnate into a new body. He wants to experience a life full of combat and action behind closed doors. Essentially, he's a close combat prodigy, and if he can't enjoy life with the most extraordinary fighters, he won't be satisfied. He orders them to remove the empress, who leaves crying, questioning how he could do this and not wanting to see him die in such an insignificant way. She calls him father because he raised her from childhood. Naturally, having known her since she was so young, he only sees her as a child or a younger sister. The moment she starts crying, he almost changes his mind. However, the decision has already been made, and to him she is family who will have to cope with his loss. A man wearing a turban approaches and warns that the reincarnation technique is an extremely forbidden ritual. Out of every 100 people who attempt it, 99 die, and he asks if Chiolsu really wants to risk it. Chiolsu looks down and thinks that if he must live this way, it's better to die. He then orders the ritual to proceed. In life, he has conquered and enjoyed all that strength can bring. He has also spent all the wealth he could. All he wants now is to be reborn, and for that, he is willing to risk everything. As his entire body glows with a pink light, he sees a blurry old man calling to him. Slowly, he opens his eyes and rises, wondering where he is. The old man simply says he's glad the boy seems fine. However, Chiolsu immediately recognizes who this bastard is. This is the same cursed old man who castrated him 50 years ago in the imperial palace. Chiolsu remembers that in the past he had tried to hunt this man down only to discover he had been killed by some bandits. However, it seems that instead of reincarnation, what happened was a regression in time. He thought he would gain a new body by reincarnating, but as soon as he looks down his pants to check, the old man, confused, asks if he's hurt. Chiolsu grins psychotically at him and thanks the old man for saving him before apologizing. The old man helps him up and mentions he has some herbs at home that would help the boy recover. But Chiolsu laughs, breaks the man's finger, and asks if he plans to kidnap him again to sell him as a eunuch. When the old man asks how he knows about this, Chiolsu twists the man's arm. Despite just regressing in time, he still remembers the martial arts of his previous life, and for someone who stood at the top of the imperial palace, defeating an old man is effortless. He puts the old man in a chokehold, saying that in his previous life he was saddened to learn the old man had already been killed. But this time, it would be Chul-Su who would end him. After squeezing the life out of him, the man's body drops to the ground. Chul-Su spits on the corpse and reflects that it has been a long journey, but he finally reached this point. In his past life, even with all the power and wealth he amassed, he couldn't enjoy any of it. Now, however, he is a completely different person. Whether reincarnation or regression, from now on, he will live for the pleasures of life, if you catch my drift. And so begins the story of the second eunuch who reclaimed his masculinity. 2 months pass after his revenge against the cursed old man. Chul-Su walks across a bridge, freezing in the cold. At this moment, he is trying to reach the province of Gamsuk, suffering along the way. But he tells himself that this pain is nothing compared to the life of pleasure he dreams of living. Although he has never experienced it, he knows it's more than just physical contact. If it were only that, he could simply earn money and buy some private combat sessions. However, he refuses to settle for such low-quality experiences. What he wants is to share true love with wonderful women, a connection of emotions and mental intentions. He dreams of the kind of love that leaves both people completely satisfied. Drooling at the thought, he declares this is the perfect thing to pursue. Still, he knows that to achieve this level of intimacy, he will need food and money. This is why he has decided to start his path toward becoming a hero in the martial world. Thinking he would reincarnate into the future, he had buried many treasures in his grave. Unfortunately, this isn't the case, but he still has the advantage of knowing what will happen 50 years into the future. With his martial prowess, he is confident that becoming a respected hero won't be too difficult. First, however, he needs to correct his habit of laughing like an idiot from his eunuch days. And so he swears this is where the legendary story of the harem king Lee Chul-Su begins. He signals toward a building and asks if anyone is inside. From within, someone hears the voice of a child and steps out, wondering how anyone could climb the mountain in such a blizzard. Chul-Su takes a deep breath and shouts for all to hear that he has lost his family to bandits and needs help to grow stronger. He declares that he wants to become a disciple of the joint clan. This martial faction combines 3 philosophies, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, to combat the dark forces of Django. However, to outsiders, they are often seen as either a demonic sect or a group of bandits. The old man rushes toward Chul-Su and scolds him for risking his life by climbing the mountain in winter. Chul-Su simply replies that nothing else matters if he can join the joint clan. The old man stops and tells him to show his arms and hands. He touches the boy's wrists and notices that the natural energy in Chul-Su's body is already expelling impurities. Somehow, the boy knows the technique required to ascend the mountain. The old man praises him, saying that if he managed to get there, it proves he has some talent. He asks if Chul-Su knows the basics of martial arts or if his family taught him anything. Chul-Su claims that yes, that's exactly the case. Of course, he's not about to reveal his 50 years of experience. The old man introduces himself as Zhang Yang, leader of the Gangdong sect, and explains that there are several processes to join. However, based on Chul-Su's basic talent, he will approve him. Chul-Su celebrates as everything's going according to plan. He came to this place precisely because he knows Gangdong is on the brink of collapse, so they won't refuse a new disciple. Chul-Su starts walking around doing pelvic exercises to prepare for future action. As he explores, however, he notices that the place is in far worse condition than he remembers. There isn't a single intact building, which is shocking given that he knows this sect will rise to become one of the top 5 in the world within 50 years. Seeing the scale of destruction now makes him doubt that a little. Zhang Yang tells him he must meet someone, the master of the sect's disciples. Chul-Su thinks that the more chaotic Gangdong is now, the better for him. This way, he can become the prominent swordsman who saves a fallen sect, creating a legendary tale. They stop in front of a temple and Zhang Yang calls for someone named Ruya, announcing the arrival of a new disciple, Lee Chul-Su. Chul-Su shields himself from the harsh blizzard. Suddenly, someone rushes out of the building. Chul-Su is startled as the person welcomes him as the new disciple. Chul-Su wonders why this person is so ridiculously handsome. It's not a master as he assumed, it's a boy around his age. He recalls from the manuscripts that this person was supposed to be incredibly ugly, but in person, he's shockingly good-looking. If this continued, his future was at risk. Huya asks if he's okay, and Chul-Su responds that there's nothing wrong with him. He then extends his hand and tells Huya to stop being so formal, since they are brothers from now on. Chul-Su is annoyed that this bastard is still so nice, secretly wishing the guy only had 3 centimeters at most. Huya tells him to hurry up because there are many places he wants to show him. Before Chul-Su can say anything, Huya pulls him away, but strangely, Chul-Su doesn't want to be touched by him. He pulls his hand back and tells Huya not to touch him like that. Huya, or is it Huya? Chul-Su still isn't sure if this is a man or a woman, and he's a bit confused. Apologizes, saying it's their first time having a disciple and they got a bit too excited. Chul-Su also apologizes, admitting he overreacted while thinking that he can't afford to lose the opportunity to stay in this sect for now. Meanwhile, Huya is just observing him. The snowstorm continues to fall, and the old man reflects that winter in this place is finally ending. He hopes Chul-Su gets along with Huya. 10 years ago, he accepted this child, who was an orphan at the time. After discovering how talented Huya was, he nurtured them up to this day. Now it's clear if Huya is actually a boy, or perhaps not. It turns out Huya is a woman disguised as a man in the martial world. All the old man hopes is that her disguise isn't revealed to Cheol-su. Later that night, lying in bed, Cheol-su reflects that tomorrow marks the start of his phenomenal journey in this sect. However, up until now, he has been mistreated the entire time, all thanks to that bastard Jin Hui. Earlier in the day, Jin Hui introduced herself, apologizing for the sect's dilapidated state, but expressing a desire to show him the significance of the place. Even after the massacre 50 years ago, the palace of Ryangshan, where the master still resided, proved that the joint sect wasn't dead. She wanted to share its history with him. Cheol-su told her he understood but asked her not to get too close because he's a bit shy. She agreed while he wondered why his new friend seemed so downcast. He approached her and said mistakes happen, so there's no need to feel disheartened. He even encouraged her to tell him the story of the sect if she wanted to. Jin Hui smiled brightly and Cheol-su felt he had done the right thing. It was easy for him to calm down a kid like this by simply saying what they wanted to hear. What he couldn't understand was why this boy kept clinging to him. Back in his room, Cheol-su writes on the wall, venting that he doesn't want to keep getting hugged by that boy. He's endured 50 years of celibacy and can't bear to see men anymore, especially one who's considered a genius among geniuses, the type who could rebuild an entire sect without breaking a sweat. In his past life, rumors said this person rejected every woman who approached him because he preferred to focus on martial power. Now, however, Cheol-su is certain Jin Hui is gay. What he doesn't realize is that Jin Hui is actually a woman. He recalls seeing Jin Hui in the castle in his past life, thinking he was enjoying himself in some peculiar way. Little did he know, Jin Hui was struggling with her disguise. Determined, Cheol-su swears that in this life he will ensure he gets to use what he's always wanted. Strangely, however, the weapon he always dreamed of wielding feels a little down today. He decides it's time to do some exercises to stay in shape. Meanwhile, Jin Hui, in her own room, is deep in thought. She wonders why she behaved so rudely toward the new disciple today. She couldn't control her excitement about welcoming someone new to her family. She recalls the moment Cheol-su told her he would gladly listen to the sect's story. The memory heals her as she realizes he cared about her feelings even if he seemed indifferent. She's eager to get closer to him and wonders if this is what it feels like to have a younger brother. At the very least, she hopes to get close enough to share a hug without it being awkward. The next morning, Cheol-su finishes washing a pot. He places it down and notices how decrepit the kitchen is. It looks like it could collapse at any moment. Even though it feels strange to spend his time doing this, he knows he needs to build his reputation here. Making a good impression on the master and the senior disciple is the best way to do that. Of course, while cleaning and gathering vegetables, he doesn't miss the chance to practice his unique exercises. Suddenly, Jin Hui appears and asks what he's doing in the kitchen. Caught off guard, he nervously explains that he prepared breakfast on his own. She praises him, impressed by his efficiency, and smiles, while Cheol-su wonders why this bastard is so annoyingly beautiful. He responds that losing his family forced him to mature quickly. Jin Hui, visibly moved, reveals that she's also an orphan and admires his maturity. Cheol-su finds it strange that this person keeps apologizing and saying they understand him. Jin Hui offers to help him prepare the vegetables. Cheol-su remembers that in the future, this person will have someone by their side who will be renowned as the most beautiful and powerful in the world. Although that's far off, he decides it's best to maintain a good relationship with Jin Hui. He thanks her for her help and heads off to wash some vegetables, all the while thinking that he must keep his distance. He is determined to become an extremely powerful martial artist and conquer all the women who will be dazzled by his achievements. Suddenly, the shelf holding the pot collapses. Jin Hui turns to Cheol-su and warns him to be careful as the debris is falling toward his head. He instinctively shields his face, but when he looks up, Jin Hui is standing too close, asking if he's okay. Cheol-su, flustered, replies that he's fine while wondering what kind of situation he has gotten himself into. Jin Hui casually remarks that he's lighter than he looks, leaving Cheol-su blushing as he catches a faint scent of wildflowers. Trying to shake off the moment, he snaps back to reality and feeling a hand on his back and wrist, yells out, asking where his senior brother thinks he's touching. Jin Hui hastily explains that it wasn't intentional and pleads with him not to misunderstand. Cheol-su, embarrassed, tells Jin Hui to stop blushing because it's making the situation even weirder. Jin Hui apologizes again, says she'll leave, and tells him to rest, assuming he must be shaken. As she walks away, Cheol-su sees thinking this cursed senior might just be trying to kill him indirectly. After all, if Master Zhang Yang saw this scene, he'd likely grab him by the neck and toss him out. He firmly tells Jin Hui not to help with chores anymore, declaring that as the junior, he will handle it himself. Jin Hui, visibly uncomfortable, reluctantly agrees but seems a bit disheartened. A moment later, she picks up a small pot and asks if it's okay for her to give just a little help. Cheol-su sighs and gives in for now, saying it's fine. 2 months pass, and Master Zhang Yang gathers the disciples to ask what they think true martial strength is. Some believe strength comes from external sources, requiring the consumption of various elixirs. Others argue that it's internal, achieved through constant body training. Zhang Yang states that true strength lies in the balance of both external and internal energies. Only a martial artist who connects with both the world and their body can reach their full potential. Jinhui, focused on training, acknowledges the lesson and walks off, telling Chiul-Su to train hard as well. Chiul-Su smiles mischievously, thinking that even if no one ordered him to, he'd still give it his all. After all, a superior body equals superior vitality for the ultimate combat. As someone who plans to enjoy countless battles, achieving maximum potential is a must. To him, this suffering is nothing but sweet preparation. Sweat drips to the ground, but he feels at peace, knowing his efforts over the past 2 months are finally paying off. It feels like the euphoria gym enthusiasts experience when lifting heavier weights. In his past life, Chiul-Su hated his body. No matter how much he trained, he always maintained a somewhat cute appearance. This was because he had mastered a technique specifically designed for eunuchs. Before discovering that this technique would permanently halt his body's development, he had even destroyed nations searching for elixirs. The more he reflects on this past, the angrier he becomes. In this life, he vows to ensure everything will be different. He will have a masculine body. Suddenly, Jinhui approaches. Chiul-Su asks why she's there, and she replies that she's finished for training and came to fetch him. Apparently, time flew by, and Chiul-Su didn't even realize training was over. Frustrated that the days seemed too short, he reluctantly follows her while she observes him silently. That night, high on the mountain, Chiul-Su realizes he's missing something essential for achieving his perfect body. This leads him to train cardiovascular endurance, which he deems crucial for navigating the Garden of Pleasures. However, the sect leader doesn't allow excessive training, fearing it could harm his young body. But Chiul-Su refuses to give up his nightly runs, believing they are key to becoming the king of vitality. Unbeknownst to him, Jinhui is watching from afar. When he notices her, he stumbles on a rock and goes tumbling down. Angry and embarrassed, he demands to know why she's there. Jinhui asks why he snuck away from the pavilion to train alone, reminding him that overexertion is dangerous. Chiul-Su fumes, annoyed that he failed to sense her energy due to his current weakness. He worries she might report this to the master, jeopardizing his secret training. At the same time, he can't abandon his runs, they're essential to his goal. In an emotional performance, he apologizes to Jinhui, saying he needs the training because he's weak, untalented, and forgets everything he learns. Tearing up, he claims he hates falling behind and that if he doesn't push himself, he'll never be able to stand alongside his friend. Jinhui, visibly shaken, listens as Chiul-Su continues his act, crying and pleading not to be expelled. Moved, Jinhui hugs him tightly, apologizing for not realizing how much he was suffering. But this was the last thing Chiul-Su wanted. As he tries to wriggle free, Jinhui holds him firmly, telling him not to cry. Chiul-Su is mortified, thinking about how his first hug ended up being with a man. He had hoped to save this milestone for a breathtaking beauty, yet here he is, trapped in Jinhui's iron grip. While Jinhui glows in bliss, Chiul-Su notices something oddly soft pressing against his head. The scene shifts to a memory of a young girl standing among a pile of dead animals as people call her a monster. Angrily, she glares back at them. Zhang Yang appears, offering her 2 rice cakes, and tells her that, like him, she's a human under the same sky. He kneels and asks if she would follow him. Back in the present, Jinhui tells Chiul-Su that the master wouldn't expel him just for lacking martial arts talent. Now that he's part of the sect, he's family and will always be their junior. Chiul-Su pulls away from the hug, surprised to feel for the first time a hint of sympathy for Jinhui. Despite his immense talent and mastery of martial arts, Jinhui has the condition of gynecomastia, that faintly noticeable chest some men have. And so Chiul-Su believes that what he felt against his head earlier must have been Jinhui's chest, specifically the result of his gynecomastia. Feeling pity for the poor guy, Chiul-Su convinces himself there's no doubt Jinhui is a man, as this was already confirmed back at the palace. Time passes, how much he's not sure, but the sect leader announces that they've completed their external body training. Chiul-Su's muscles are well developed, and it's now time to begin internal arts training. Jinhui congratulates him enthusiastically, which embarrasses Chiul-Su. He's fed up with how much Jinhui keeps involving herself in everything he does. The leader notices Chiul-Su's discomfort and asks if something is wrong. Chiul-Su brushes it off, saying it's nothing, while thinking that he has bigger problems than this person right now. Thanking the leader, he requests not to reduce his external training regimen. The master seems displeased by this, and Chiul-Su knows he's right. Typically, beginners only need to train their external bodies to maintain basic physical condition, with the rest of their time dedicated to learning internal techniques or weapons training. But Chiul-Su has a different goal, to build the perfect body that will captivate women. After all, he has to compete with Jinhui, who's much more attractive than him. The leader asks why he's so adamant about continuing external training. Chiul-Su explains that despite appearing talented, he actually develops slowly. He wants to contribute more than anyone else to rebuilding the sect and believes that additional effort will help achieve that. He acknowledges that continuing such training isn't the most efficient path, but it's not impossible. Moreover, if 2 fighters use the same sword strike, the one with greater strength will win. This slight advantage, he believes, will not only secure his victories, but also help him eventually attract an extraordinary woman who will fall for his strength. Smiling, he pleads with the master to allow it, confident that he can push himself to the limit. The leader is impressed by the determination in Kyul-Su's eyes. Here is someone who recognizes his ordinary talent yet strives to exceed it through sheer effort. Reflecting on the essence of the sect, to help individuals reach their maximum potential, the leader considers that certain traditions were abandoned as the sect deteriorated. Perhaps Kyul-Su's resolve is precisely what's needed to restore what was lost. Handing him a scroll, the leader says it contains the foundational formula for the Yang symbiote martial art. Kyul-Su, confused, asks if this means he has permission to continue external training. The leader explains that the martial world is cruel to those without talent, but for those willing to face challenges, all paths open. Thus, Kyul-Su is permitted to continue his external training but must also master the internal technique detailed in the scroll. Grinning, Kyul-Su thanks him. The leader then begins infusing energy into Kyul-Su's body, instructing him to guide it along the paths described in the scroll. As the warm, gentle energy flows through him, Kyul-Su realizes it's completely different from the cold, sharp energy of the eunuch techniques he mastered in his past life. This is Yang Kai, vital and rejuvenating. The leader, Zhang Yang, praises him for reaching the realm of internal energy. Kyul-Su pats his chest proudly, knowing he's no longer a eunuch. From this moment on, he truly feels reborn as a master. Jin Hui smiles joyfully, witnessing his progress. Later that night, Jin Hui tells the leader she wants to train externally alongside Kyul-Su. She explains that, as a senior, she wants to lead by example, just as their leader does. The master, impressed by her sense of camaraderie, permits it, saying that even in the worst-case scenario, it will be a valuable learning experience. Looking out the window, the master feels hopeful, seeing these two young disciples earnestly working to rebuild the sect. Perhaps he thinks the long-held dreams of the previous master might finally come true. The next day, Kyul-Su practices his punches, his face flushed as he begins to sense the new Yang energy. Still, something about it feels strange and unfamiliar, likely because he had grown accustomed to the eunuch techniques in his past life. Reflecting on this, he recalls the sect emblem the leader showed him, the reversed Teiji symbol. This emblem represents the ancestral techniques of mastering the inverse yin-yang. Kyul-Su resolves to adapt fully to this new energy, believing it is key to achieving both his physical and martial ideals. Mastering the technique of inverse yin-yang allows one to harbor two opposing energies within their body, achieving the peak of life force. This is why other sects often labeled them as practitioners of demonic arts. Using two such forces was unnatural. However, unlike demonic sects, they use their martial arts to eliminate demonic threats. Kyul-Su reminds himself to stay mindful of this distinction and not be deceived by rumors. He is overjoyed to have joined this sect. Eliminating demonic martial sects would surely earn him respect worldwide. Suddenly, a knock comes at the door. A small boy stands there, pleading for help for his grandfather. Tears stream down his face as he implores them, saying if this truly were the most righteous sect in Gansu, they'd surely have someone who could help the man who supported them his whole life. Jin Hui asks what's going on, and Kyul-Su explains that someone's asking for help. The problem is their master isn't around today, leaving them uncertain about what to do. Shortly after, they step outside, and the boy explains he needs help finding whoever stole all of his grandfather's goats. Kyul-Su remarks that such a theft should be reported to the local authorities. The boy insists it wasn't a person who did it. Judging by the tracks and destruction, it must have been something else. He explains that his grandfather always loved this sect and was raising the goats to sell and donate the proceeds. But when he went to fetch them from market, they were gone. Apologizing for being unable to pay, the boy begs them to help his grandfather, who supported the sect his whole life. Kyul-Su, after some thought, agrees to check it out, reasoning that the boy's effort to come all the way up the mountain deserves at least a look. Later, the boy leads them to the scene, and Kyul-Su, noting the location at the base of Gangdong Mountain, suspects it might have been a wild animal. His attention is drawn to some marks on the ground that look like snake tracks. However, the size suggests it's a demonic creature. He asks Jin Hui if there's any legend about a giant snake on Gangdong Mountain. She says she's never heard of such a thing. If it existed, the master would have dealt with it. Kyul-Su knows that the energy accumulating in the Gangdong Mountains could trigger mutations in animals, but something this large would have been noticed before, meaning it appeared recently. He also sees this as the perfect chance to absorb a lot of vital energy. Kyul-Su tells Jin Hui he'll handle it. Jin Hui hesitates, saying it's dangerous to act without informing the master. Kyul-Su brushes this off, claiming that causing unnecessary alarm would be unwise and helping the mountain's residents is a virtuous act. Ignoring the boy's plea could fuel the rumors that their sect is demonic. Jin Hui admits this makes sense, and the boy smiles, hopeful they'll eliminate the creature. Kyul-Su instructs Jin Hui to escort the child back home while they follow the snake's trail. Later, as they run through the mountains, Kyul-Su finds the continuation of the trail. Jumping from branch to branch, Jin Hui again questions whether acting without the master's knowledge is wise. Kyul-Su assures her that helping villagers is harmless, though his real motive is to accumulate vital energy. They pause on a branch as he advises caution, but suddenly, the trail vanishes. Jin Hui warns him to be careful, and when he looks up, the massive snake lunges at him. It strikes him square in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Jin Hui screams as Chul-Su struggles to rise, bloodied and bruised. The narration interjects with a prophecy about a saint from another sect who got lost in Gongdong Mountain and discovered a legendary item, secret techniques abandoned by Gongdong's ancestors, and an elixir. For an ordinary beast to become a demonic creature, it must absorb immense spiritual energy. The mutation likely occurred because residual energy in a cultivation spot affected the snake. Gripping his wounds, Chul-Su realizes that if he survives, he'll not only restore his vitality, but also grow stronger and recover Gongdong's lost techniques. Jin Hui rushes to his side, screaming for her junior as the snake prepares to strike again. She attacks, but her sword is ineffective against its tough scales. As she notices something on the side, the snake's tail slams her, sending her flying. Chul-Su mentally berates her inexperience, thinking she panicked in a critical moment. Grabbing a branch, she lunges at the snake, stabbing it in the eye and forcing it to retreat momentarily. However, the venom begins to take its toll and Chul-Su feels weaker. Jin Hui asks if he's okay, but he insists they must focus. They've fallen into the creature's trap. He asks if she noticed the hardness of its scales, and Jin Hui admits they're impenetrable. They must decapitate the snake in a single attack, but it's too fast to allow that. Chul-Su notes that Jin Hui still has far to go before reaching her full strength. The real problem is that, though he retains his past life skills, he's already been poisoned and can only buy them a little time. If Jin Hui, with her inexperience, also gets poisoned, they're doomed. He resolves to create an opening. Removing his belt, he tells her to prepare for his signal. When it comes, she must use all her destructive yang energy in one decisive attack. Jin Hui hesitantly asks how he plans to do anything in his condition. Chul-Su charges toward the snake, yelling that there's no time for hesitation. No matter how formidable a demon may be, they all have a weakness. He shouts as he dodges the snake's strike. Using his belt, he loops it around the snake's neck and slides underneath it. He signals Jin Hui, who leaps with her sword, delivering a precise slash that cleaves the creature in two. The snake's body crashes to the ground, and Jin Hui remarks that, as expected, the neck was its weak point. Still, she's shocked that Chul-Su seemed to know this and guided her to decapitate the snake. Her attention shifts to the side, where Chul-Su collapses to the ground. His body is burning from within, the venom's effects as described in legends. Jin Hui grabs him as he struggles, thinking it's not so bad. He plans to use his superior energy control to absorb and expel part of the venom. Looking at Jin Hui, he feels confident he'll be fine soon. But Jin Hui, panicking, shakes him and pleads for him to wake up. Blaming her own weakness for relying on him to create an opening, she hugs him, vowing to save him somehow. Placing him on the ground, she declares that she's not ready to lose him like this. Without hesitation, she leans down and uses her mouth to suck the venom from his neck. Chul-Su jolts awake, confused and disoriented, feeling something soft against his neck. Realizing what's happening, he flails and yells, asking what Jin Hui is doing. Jin Hui sits up, spitting out the venom, equally flustered. Chul-Su fumes, calling her reckless while she blushes, insisting it's fine. She'll make sure he's safe. Later by the fire, Chul-Su sits despondently. Jin Hui, cheerful, comments that his pulse has stabilized, though she finds it odd that he suggested eating the demonic snake's meat. Chul-Su explains that some snake species have incredibly nutritious meat, to which Jin Hui muses that the master might enjoy it too. Annoyed, Chul-Su can't believe she's thinking about their master in a moment like this. He says that once they've eaten, they should search the snake's cave. After wandering through the forest, they finally find the entrance at the mountain's summit. Jin Hui remarks on the strong spiritual energy emanating from the cave. Chul-Su is impressed by her sharp intuition, wondering if she used the same skill in her past life to find this place. Inside, Jin Hui marvels, saying she never imagined Gongdong had a place like this. She speculates that the energy might be tied to some lost manuscript. Chul-Su agrees it's possible. It could be a hidden cultivation spot of the ancestors or where a master achieved immortality. If so, the place should be brimming with elixirs. Jin Hui notices something in the corner, several pills. However, they seem devoid of energy, likely consumed by the snake. Deeper inside, they discover a temple. In front of it sits a table with several books. Jin Hui approaches and identifies them as sword techniques. Realizing the significance, they conclude these are the lost martial arts of Gongdong. Jin Hui is in awe, convinced this must have been where the ancient masters trained. Chul-Su, having anticipated this, remains calm. She exclaims they stumbled upon an incredible opportunity. Chul-Su notes there might be more hidden treasures and suggests they split up to search. As soon as he's out of sight, Chul-Su sprints deeper into the cave, determined to find the elixirs before Jin Hui. If he can secure them, he'll accelerate his progress and avoid living in her shadow. Eventually, he spots a floating pill. Drooling at the sight, he declares this will help him leave behind all past humiliations, bringing him one step closer to become the harem king. But before he can grab it, Jin Hui shouts from another direction, having found a bathing spring. She notices something peculiar, but is interrupted by Chul-Su's screams. She rushes to him and finds him collapsed in front of a frozen area. Jinhui recognizes immediately it's Medicine Su, the legendary elixir of life. Formed over millennia, it contains immense yin energy, the feminine counterpart to yang vitality. However, this is disastrous for Chiul Su, whose goal revolves around building yang energy. Consuming it would completely disrupt his balance, leading to the same feminine characteristics he despised in his past life as a eunuch. Chiul Su, devastated, realizes this could undo all his efforts. Jinhui asks why he's crying so much, and he claims they're tears of happiness. Feigning enthusiasm, he insists she should consume it, explaining it can awaken boundless vital energy. Jinhui refuses, saying he found it, so he should use it. Chiul Su, inwardly fuming, thinks the elixir is useless to him but might be perfect for her. He argues that it would be a waste on him since he's slow to develop, whereas she could make full use of it. Dividing it would dilute its effects, benefiting no one. He insists she should consume it, become stronger, and help restore the sect. Jinhui, thoughtful, counters that precisely because he lacks natural talent, he needs the elixir to reach his potential. She believes he should consume it to stay by her side. Chiul Su grows frustrated, wondering why she's so stubbornly virtuous and unwilling to accept a gift when he's offering it freely. Chiul Su realizes that he needs to create a situation where Jinhui has no choice but to consume the elixir. He gently takes her hand and asks if she could grant this humble request of her junior disciple. Jinhui, caught off guard, blushes and stammers, unsure how to respond. Chiul Su presses on, saying he offers the elixir out of deep respect for his senior brother. Flustered and overwhelmed, Jinhui finally relents, saying that if he insists so strongly, she'll consume it. Chiul Su smirks inwardly, thinking that a little display of earnest friendship was enough to sway her. Jinhui advises him to be cautious, reminding him to focus on properly absorbing energy when the time comes. She thanks him and begins studying the manuscripts to prepare herself. Chiul Su watches in awe at how quickly she flips through the pages, impressed by her capacity to absorb so much knowledge. Only someone with an extraordinary body and talent could do that, he muses. Shortly after, Jinhui declares she's memorized everything and approaches the elixir. Holding it in her hand, she reflects on the incredible gift Chiul Su has given her. Out of respect for his decision, she vows to absorb the elixir fully. But the moment she consumes it, a freezing sensation overtakes her body. It feels as though her heart is encased in ice. Chiul Su asks what's wrong, but Jinhui collapses, overwhelmed by the immense power coursing through her. A fierce wind surges through the cave as Chiul Su realizes the energy is too violent for her to handle. Seeing her body freeze is a clear sign that something is going wrong. Inside her mind, Jinhui finds herself in a surreal mental realm. She recognizes this as the result of consuming the elixir. As a menacing energy approaches, she tries to absorb it, only to be thrown into a sea of chaotic memories. She recalls a painful incident from her past, a crow attacking and killing other birds. In a fit of rage, she killed the crow but was judged harshly, accused of being a monster despite her innocence. Suddenly, she is confronted by a demonic version of herself, which attacks her relentlessly. Outside, Chiul Su observes the storm of energy emanating from Jinhui and realizes that the demon within the elixir is assaulting her mind. Believing her extraordinary talent would allow her to overcome it, he underestimated the toll it would take. Reluctantly, Chiul Su steps forward, muttering about his dislike of unnecessary contact but knowing he must intervene. He embraces Jinhui, placing his hand on the back of her neck and channeling his yang energy to stabilize her. In her dream, Jinhui hears Chiul Su's voice, urging her to guide the elixir's energy through her body. If she fails, she will succumb to a demonic state. The cave grows colder and Chiul Su marvels that her body hasn't frozen entirely yet, but he refuses to let her succumb, knowing she is vital to rebuilding the sect. Inside her mind, the demon tightens its grip, demanding answers to her inner fears and doubts. Grabbing a rock, Jinhui strikes the demon and runs, determined not to be consumed by it. Yet deep down, she knows this demon feeds on her weaknesses, always lurking in moments of vulnerability. Chiul Su's voice cuts through again, urging her not to give up. Golden energy surrounds her, and she realizes it's Chiul Su's power stabilizing her from the outside. He reassures her that the pain she's feeling is necessary to create an opening for her to succeed. Despite the immense risk, Chiul Su channels his energy to guide hers, refusing to let her fail. The demon lunges at her again, but Jinhui counters with a decisive punch, sending it sprawling. Though victorious, she collapses, coughing up blood from the strain. She realizes Chiul Su isn't just helping her absorb the elixir, but also purging the demon from her mind. Determined to follow his guidance, she sits cross-legged, focusing on matching his energy flow. However, the demon rises again, emerging from the surrounding debris. Outside, Chiul Su feels his presence and raises barriers of yang energy to shield her. He shouts for her to seize the moment the energy is nearly fully integrated. As the demon makes one final charge, Jinhui opens her eyes and counters with overwhelming force. The demon crumbles, sinking into the earth as the chaotic energy dissipates. Outside, the cave falls silent. Chiul Su, exhausted but relieved, congratulates Jinhui on her breakthrough. In her mind, Jinhui reflects on how Chiul Su has supported her since the day they met. From caring about her feelings to sacrificing what was most valuable to him for her growth, his actions leave her deeply moved. She resolves to repay his kindness no matter the cost, vowing to stand by his side even if the entire world turns against him. As Chil-Soo watches her absorb energy and advance spiritually, he feels satisfied, knowing her growth is a critical step in rebuilding the sect. Chil-Soo stands thinking that the ordeal was difficult but ultimately worth it. Still, he wonders if this cursed cave really doesn't have a Moto elixir, something that could help him regain the power of his past life. Instead, he stumbled upon the worst possible option, yin energy, which he has no desire to absorb after his experiences in the past. While scanning the cave, his eyes catch a small red plant tucked behind a rock. Finally, he's found something enveloped in yang energy. Though it's not as rare as the pearl-like elixir they found earlier, it's still a valuable discovery. Approaching the plant, Chil-Soo is struck by its quality. He eagerly picks it, shoves it into his mouth, and begins cultivating. Rather than using the plant's energy solely to strengthen his internal power, he channels it throughout his body, enhancing his vitality and overall health. This is the perfect moment for him to develop the power of a true man. For the first time in ages, he feels the genuine yang energy coursing through him. Though he hasn't advanced as much as Jin Hui, he's gained a body immune to illness. A short while later, he stands imagining that Jin Hui might have gone to bathe after their training. Given that this is a sacred place where ancestors practice, there's bound to be at least one bathing area. Nearby, Jin Hui is indeed taking a bath, exclaiming how amazing it feels. Chil-Soo calls out from a distance, asking where she is. Jin Hui panics, telling him not to come any closer. Chil-Soo sits outside, saying he'll wait there. Jin Hui thanks him, thinking to herself that she can't let him see her like this. As she soaks, she reflects on how close Chil-Soo came to discovering her true identity as a woman. Disguising herself as a man her whole life has left her uncertain in situations like this. When she first joined the sect, her master advised her to conceal her gender to avoid complications. Despite the risks, she feels grateful for having successfully absorbed the elixir, knowing she couldn't have done it without Chil-Soo's help. It's incredible to her that someone so young could support her so selflessly, not only offering such a precious item without hesitation, but also enduring the difficulties alongside her without complaint. Now she wants to find a way to help Chil-Soo in return. She blushes, confused by the strange feelings she's experiencing. Her heart races as she imagines being closer to him, supporting him through his struggles. Caught up in her thoughts, she envisions walking through a garden with him, never wanting to leave his side. Startled, she snaps out of it and chastises herself for such silly imaginings. She convinces herself that Chil-Soo is like a younger brother, nothing more. She resolves to focus on rebuilding the sect and becoming one of the strongest martial artists, continuing her disguise for as long as necessary in this patriarchal martial world. Outside, Chil-Soo wonders aloud why his friend is taking so long. A man's bath shouldn't take more than 5 minutes, he mutters. He marvels at the cave's spaciousness, with pearls and glowing minerals embedded in the walls representing the wealth of Gangdong. It's astonishing to him that a sect capable of producing the greatest swordsman in history fell so far. He recalls that in his past life, after the sect was attacked, only the Thunder Sword survived. That swordsman, Zhang Yun, the current leader of Gangdong, became infamous not for his skill, but for being the sole survivor of the massacre. The title Demon Slayer was given mockingly as others considered him a coward who lived while everyone else perished. Recovering the lost martial texts is essential for the sect's revival. Chil-Soo knows that while this cave holds remnants of their history, it also hides mysteries. In his past life, when he visited the cave, it had already collapsed. Now it stands perfectly preserved, suggesting its destruction wasn't natural. Jin Hui suddenly emerges, glowing and refreshed, and tells Chil-Soo to go take a bath. Chil-Soo, flustered by her radiance, punches himself in the face to clear his thoughts. In the bath, he wrestles with his irritation, wondering why his friend keeps getting more attractive. Slamming his fist into the water, he grumbles about the demon driving him crazy. When he returns, he finds Jin Hui organizing several recovered books. She explains that she's sorting the martial texts they retrieved. Chil-Soo gets excited, realizing these will be foundational for Gangdong's revival. However, he notices that none of the sect's famous primordial techniques are among the texts. He asks Jin Hui if these 7 books are all she found. She confirms, adding that she didn't see anything resembling the Demon Slayer's technique. Chil-Soo grows confused. In his past life, that technique was found in this very cave. This suggests that the legendary swordsman Mu Jucha left the technique in a non-written form, complicating its recovery. Now Chil-Soo must figure out how the master who transcended life and reached immortality chose to preserve his legacy. Jin Hui suddenly exclaims that she's found something, a series of sword marks on the cave wall. She rushes ahead, urging Chil-Soo to follow, saying he'll understand when they get there. In another part of the cave, they discover a wall covered in deep cuts. Chil-Soo approaches and, upon touching it, senses something unusual. He deduces it's a mechanical structure from 300 years ago, designed to open only when the right amount of force is applied. However, using the wrong energy could cause the entire place to collapse. Jin Hui theorizes that without the correct Demon Slayer technique, the door won't open. Chil-Soo agrees but suggests there may still be a way. He explains that although he doesn't fully understand the technique, the Imperial Palace has long studied martial arts from various sects to maintain control over martial artists. The Demon Slayer technique, being as famous as it is, was certainly among those studied. Kiyosu is confident that the secret behind the mastery of the sword lies beyond this wall. Walking alongside the sword marks, he studies their patterns. Jinhui, puzzled, asks what he's doing but soon notices subtle paths on the floor that seem to guide their movements. Following the paths, Kiyosu stops before a wall overgrown with plants. Drawing his sword, he slashes at it, revealing markings beneath. He calls Jinhui over, asking if she can decipher them. The complexity of the markings requires 2 full days to interpret. Slowly, they piece together the technique, realizing it starts at one end of the cave and ends at the other. By retracing the sword's movements and using reverse engineering with the tools they recover from Gongdam, they begin to correct each motion. Jinhui frequently asks if her stance is correct, and Kiyosu, often frustrated, makes adjustments. What annoys him most is the thought that his first lessons in this world should have been for a beautiful, adoring woman, not this infuriating Jinhui, who seems to overshadow all the experiences he hoped to reserve for his ideal partner. When hunger strikes, they sustain themselves on energy pills, pressing on until they've completed their calculations. At last, the day comes to test their efforts. Kiyosu nearly hugs Jinhui in celebration but stops himself, remembering Jinhui is a man. Jinhui prepares herself and asks if all that remains is to use the technique. Kiyosu confirms, noting that only she can perform it. Jinhui admits she's not confident, reminding him that the master always said the Demon Slayer technique requires a celestial foundation. Kiyosu reassures her, explaining that 300 years have made the structure more vulnerable. He uses his proficiency in energy manipulation to loosen some of the seals, creating an easier path for her to succeed. He tells her the time has come. Jinhui takes a deep breath, gripping her sword tightly. Kiyosu reflects that where he lacks yin energy, she excels, and where she lacks yang energy, he compensates. Together, they're uniquely suited to this task. Jinhui leaps into the air, her strike sending a shockwave through the cave. The wall begins to open. Overjoyed, Jinhui runs to Kiyosu, asking how he knew it would work. Before he can answer, she continues, excitedly saying this means the lost techniques must be inside. Beaming with gratitude, she calls him a genius, but Kiyosu tempers her enthusiasm, reminding her it's too early to celebrate. They still need to discover what the Celestial Sword Lord left behind. Advancing into the darkness, Kiyosu suddenly collapses. When he wakes, he finds himself bound in chains. The ceiling above feels eerily familiar. A man in glasses approaches, asking if this is the child. An older man confirms it, saying the boy is a stray from Haedong City and will fetch a high price at the palace. Turning to Kiyosu, the man says, "Ah, so you're finally awake." Kiyosu's heart sinks as memories flood back. This was the day he lost his masculinity and was sold to the palace. Realizing the truth, he understands that when they opened the door, he fell into an illusion. Despite the surreal surroundings, he knows this is no dream. It's a trap left by the Celestial Sword Lord. Seething with rage, Kiyosu vows to make that old master pay for this torment. The boy in the illusion comments that life in the palace wouldn't be so bad, suggesting Kiyosu could even become a eunuch with enough power to change the world. These words infuriate Kiyosu further because in his past life, he achieved exactly that, becoming the second most powerful figure in the empire, second only to the Empress. He clenches his fists, his resolve hardening. Though the illusion is meant to break him, Kiyosu decides to turn it into an opportunity to uncover the true legacy of the Celestial Sword Lord. Kiyosu begins to question the purpose of all this power. In his past life as a eunuch, even with immense strength and influence, he couldn't enjoy life's pleasures. This realization reignites his frustration, labeling his past self a damned bastard. Energy begins to surge from his body. Though his internal energy diminished after traveling back in time, his physical form has been restored, and his mind remains sharp and intact. The illusionary figures around him, representations of the men who once captured and sold him, demand to know how he's doing this, but their words freeze mid-sentence. Kiyosu knows this is happening in his mental realm, a place where all his knowledge of cultivation remains intact. The figures suddenly shatter into nothingness before his eyes. Looking down at the symbolic remnants of his past, the broken cacti on the ground, Kiyosu's anger intensifies. He's already killed these men in his past life. Being haunted by them again is infuriating. Suddenly, a soft voice whispers from behind him, praising him for his incredible strength. A group of alluring women surrounds him, one leaning in to kiss him. But Kiyosu isn't fooled. Drawing on his ki, he obliterates the illusion, scattering the women into nothingness. Despite having desires like any man, he's not one to lose control. After all, he spent a lifetime dreaming of women. This tactic doesn't work on him. It's clear that Kiyosu survived not for shallow indulgences, but because of his unwavering willpower. At that moment, a commanding figure emerges from the shadows, the Celestial Sword Lord Mujucha. "You've exceeded my expectations," the figure remarks, his voice resonating with authority. Kiyosu moves to respond, but before he can speak, Mujucha launches an attack. A crackling blade of lightning slashes toward him. "Let's see if you can handle this," Mujucha challenges. Su, startled by the immense aura radiating from the master, channels his energy into forming barriers while dodging the onslaught. Despite his best efforts, one strike lands squarely on his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Gasping for breath, Su realizes the truth. Standing before him is the very person who halted the demonic invasion 300 years ago, the legendary celestial sword lord Mujucha. He continues to dodge while telling the man to listen, insisting that he's not an enemy, and asks if he doesn't recognize him. Mujucha immediately responds, saying that it seems like he thinks he's an idiot. Even though he could see that the boy had the mindset of an absolute master, he didn't possess the martial power of someone in the first class. Furthermore, the aura of rebellion surrounded his body, making it impossible for him to claim innocence. That's why he's certain the boy is a spy from the blood demon cult. Su collapses to the ground without responding, and the man launches an attack demanding an explanation. Suddenly, Su seems to have an idea, bows deeply, and introduces himself as Su, a disciple of the Gundong sect. He then welcomes the man as his ancestor. At the last second, the attack changes direction and misses him. Out of nowhere, Mujucha starts laughing and says that he truly is a very clever successor. It seems that Su used a technique recognized only by members of the Gundong sect. The man congratulates him for thinking of it in such a critical moment. He then introduces himself as the celestial sword master from 300 years ago, and adds that this is the first time he's seen someone walking the path of reversal and immortality. Su says that reversing time isn't a problem, as he is still a disciple of the Gundong sect. Mujucha agrees to some extent, saying it really isn't that important. He mentions fighting fire with fire and asks if this is the will of the heavens. Looking at Su, he declares that facing anomalies with an anomaly is the natural law. Our boy, though, is utterly confused by all this talk of fire against fire and anomalies. The real reason Su did all this was simply to regain his masculinity, not for any secret technique or anything of the sort. He explains that he ended up in this place while searching for the legacy of the sword, and he's certain that there's nothing else in this place, so it must be here. The man asks what he plans to do if that's the case. Su replies that he has a request. He wants the man to teach this martial art not to him, but to the boy who came with him. Su's plan is pretty sly. He already has all the trust he needs from Jin Hui, so it's perfect for this man to rebuild the sect. That's because he knows that whoever becomes the celestial sword lord will gain absolute power but also countless obligations. All he wants is to be second in command, extremely influential, but without too many responsibilities, just enjoying life and the company of friends. Mujucha acknowledges his cleverness and wonders if perhaps destiny brought him here. However, he remarks that Su's way of thinking is foolish because he hasn't realized something yet. An inevitable disaster is about to strike this place once again. Su is utterly confused, not understanding what the man is referring to. As far as he knows, the demon blood cult was completely eradicated by this man 300 years ago. However, he's also certain the man wouldn't say such a thing without reason. So he asks if the demon blood cult is really going to return. The man replies that he can't say much because of a heavenly prohibition. Wow, that's news to me. And Su is standing there, unsure of what to ask next. He knows this blood cult is an extremist faction that was of course created by the demon sect. They are bloodthirsty for war and destroy everything in their path whenever they appear. The same cult created a river of blood when they attacked the Gangdong Mountains, and the Wang dynasty, which lived on the plains at the time, fled because of them. Shortly before the demon cult could conquer the entire region, the celestial lord appeared and defeated them. This victory unified the entire Merem alliance, and with it, the Ming dynasty was established. The martial groups were granted royal privileges for their contributions. It was the pact of non-interference. He knows that in the past, the demon cult didn't do anything, so why would it be any different in this era? One thing, however, is obvious. Is a different person from the one who existed before. In the worst-case scenario, both the demon sect and the blood cult could invade this place simultaneously. Even with someone powerful, it wouldn't be easy to handle such a situation. Now he doesn't just have one problem, but two. Wars sow feelings of anxiety, worry, and an uncertain future. This affects everyone regardless of how much wealth they have. If the entire country is suffering because of war, how is he supposed to go around charming women who'll all be crying in their beds? A desperate woman says she can't believe her lord might die in battle, and Su imagines himself crying over all the lost opportunities. A future like that was completely unacceptable. Worries like this would prevent him from creating the perfect paradise. However, from what he understood, he was chosen by Mujucha since the lord is not there. And since he has no choice but to become stronger, this was an opportunity he had to seize. Of course, that doesn't mean he wants to play the hero and take on the world's responsibilities. After all, that would be too much work. But remembering the empress he helped create, he swears he won't allow these demons to wreak havoc in these lands. Mujucha then says he seems ready and asks if he wants to learn the teachings of the unified sword. Su wants to know what he'd need to learn it since he thought having a boy from the Gundong sect was enough. Mujucha then says he knows the boy's thoughts are impure, and asks if he doesn't want to use these techniques to become powerful and indulge in carnal pleasures. Su pauses for a second and says his intentions are not impure. The union of yin and yang is a natural principle of life. He's not a demon driven by desires, and the celestial master himself saw him break that illusion formation. All he wants is to pursue his desires in the right way. He wants to achieve enlightenment through the harmony between man and woman. To him, women represent pure devotion, love, and desire, and he wants to make all of them as happy as possible. This is completely different from seeing them as mere playthings, which is what a true villain would do. Mujucha is baffled by the boy's philosophy and wonders what crime a woman would have to commit in her life to get involved with someone like him. But Su assures him not to worry because he'd always take responsibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started this in the first place. Mujucha is impressed that the boy is truly motivated by this. He then laughs and says he'll at least give him some credit for being so ambitious. He warns, however, that if Su wants to learn this martial art, they'll have to discard any mental foundations he's created. Su says that's not a problem. He hates the martial foundation of yin he currently has. Mujucha declares that since he's so resolute, they'll begin. He will learn the supreme martial art that belongs to this sect, the celestial unification of the art of harmony. Wow, such grandiose names. The two appear in a kind of floating sea, and Su is completely confused, looking around. Mujucha says this is the unification of harmony. It's the depth of yin and yang that he'll only comprehend if he masters the celestial art. Back in the cave, he hears the master's voice telling him he must dedicate himself to learning the dual harmony technique. Suddenly, he wakes up and sees Jin Hui beside him. He tells his sister to wake up and touches her shoulder. She asks what happened, saying she saw the master disappear and the pavilion burning. He then explains that both of them were caught in the celestial master's illusion. He managed to survive and now knows what's there. That box contained the dual harmony technique, part of the legacy left behind. Suddenly, the cave begins to collapse. He runs toward the box and says they must grab it quickly and get out of there. It was the swordsman's power that kept this place intact, and now that he's gone, everything will fall apart. Jin Hui points to a glowing stone on the side, and the two run out. As they leave the cave, Su looks to the side and sees Mujucha's vision. It vanishes just as he reaches the entrance. However, the boy says nothing and just keeps moving forward. Shortly after, they manage to get outside. Jin Hui comments that it's been so long since he's even seen sunlight, and now the cave has completely collapsed, so obviously there's no going back. However, he feels relieved that at least some martial arts techniques were recovered. Su says it's time to return to the base because they have a lot to organize. But before that, there's a place he needs to visit. In the city, someone asks a little boy why he's standing there lost in thought. It's his mother, telling him to wake up because his grandfather is already in bad shape. He apologizes and says he's already packed everything. At that moment, the old man comes out of the house and asks if they really have to leave this place. She says yes, considering how poor they are and that all their money was taken. They have nothing left to do here. At the very least, they need to go somewhere they can make a living. It's been a week since the boy visited the Gongdong sect, and he wonders if the two are doing well. He's worried that perhaps what he said might have put them in danger, until someone knocks on the wood and asks if anyone's there. Obviously, it's the pair of mischievous boys who've arrived. The mother asks who they are, and our boy introduces himself. Jin Hui explains that her son asked them to find the culprit who destroyed their home and stole from them, and they've returned now that they've resolved the case. The grandfather and the woman are a bit skeptical that they actually did this. The boy drops the bag on the ground and runs to hug the two of them. Meanwhile, Su is complaining that the kid didn't leave an address, so it was hard to find him. However, he explains that they've now avenged the snake that destroyed the place, and he thanks the boy for letting them know because it was thanks to him that they prevented more people from getting hurt. He then reaches into his pocket and says he has something for them. It's a core from inside the snake's body. It should be properly prepared and given to his grandfather. If he consumes it fully, his health will improve. The boy thanks them, crying, and the grandfather steps closer. Suddenly, he begins crying as well. A little while later, it seems they're leaving, and with that, they've left the city. The two stood there in silence. Su says that sometimes he wishes he were stronger so he could show more gratitude to those who care about Gongdong. Su takes a look and then starts walking, saying it's time to return. They don't have time to get distracted and need to rebuild that place. His friend agrees, and with that, they head off together. Su is excited. With the boy and the snake's help, they've gained a great opportunity. However, it's also placed a huge responsibility on him. He imagines that the Su from the past life didn't manage to awaken the divine fusion technique. But when he went there, the cave was already collapsed. This means someone else went to that place and recovered the techniques. And what if that person was a descendant of the Blood Demon sect? Maybe they destroyed the cave to get rid of the technique once and for all and erase Gongdong's history. One thing is certain, there's a hostile entity moving right now. Now, after all this, he begins to wonder, how are the two of them going to explain all this to their master? As he climbs the stairs, the master appears behind them and asks if it's them. They turn around looking a bit embarrassed, asking how he's doing. Immediately, the leader comes at them and smacks them both upside the head. He demands to know why they disappeared and what they were doing while he was away. Sometime later, it seems everything has been explained, and he asks if it's really true. Jinhui confirms, and our boy says that Luminous Pearl was taken from the cave. Looking through the books, the leader says there's no doubt, it's all genuine. Out of nowhere, the man starts crying emotionally, saying they've recovered techniques that had been lost. It was truly a stroke of luck, maybe even the blessing of the ancestors falling upon them. Obviously, as much as they deserved credit, it was still an unauthorized adventure. For what they managed to accomplish, they wouldn't be punished. However, they'd better ensure something like this doesn't happen again. The leader then hugs them and says they're welcome back. Later on, they're seen writing some things in the manuals. Jinhui was helping the leader organize everything. The leader commented that the Luminous Pearl would also be of great help. At least for now, they wouldn't go hungry and would have enough to sustain themselves. At that, Kyo-soo mentions that it might not be a good idea to reveal to the public that they recovered all this. The leader asks if he means they shouldn't sell the pearl, as everyone would know what happened. Kyo-soo says yes. His peace is what matters. Whatever the nature of all this, it symbolizes the demon cult. Additionally, the reincarnation technique he used in his past life was a forbidden magic, something that also belonged to the demon sect. It's probably related to the mark Mu Jutsu saw on him, and he recalls that alongside the Empress, they eradicated the entire demon cult. But he never imagined there were other hidden forces. If even in his past life they didn't know of this existence, it's still dangerous for him now. At this moment, before attracting any attention, they need to become as strong as possible. He then tells the master that rebuilding the sect is only just beginning, and showing the world a treasure without having the power to protect it will only bring disaster. The Luminous Pearl is an extremely rare material that many people desire. The leader says he understands and agrees that Chil-Su isn't wrong. He also knows that the Shadow Society has been gaining significant power in the Gansu province. Jinhui seems unfamiliar with it. The leader explains that in the past, it was just a group of bandits, but recently, they've been gaining a lot of influence. He then says that for now, they won't reveal to anyone the existence of all this. He opens the door to the room and tells the two to follow him. He couldn't ignore all they had done, so it was time to go out to eat. They would head to the Gongdong Inn. This makes Chil-Su very excited. He knows the white lonely flower is in this place, and finally, he'll be able to meet Su Heron. However, as he walks through the city, all he sees are beggars starving. Chil-Su wonders if there really will be an inn in a place like this. The leader says he must be surprised at how rundown the area is. He explains that it's all because of the weakness of the Gongdong sect. As they lost relevance, the local businesses also weakened. In the past, this was an extremely bustling place full of wealth and life, but now it's barely surviving. The atmosphere in the streets isn't peaceful at all, especially with the emergence of the Shadow Society. Chil-Su remembers that even in his past life, many people wanted to conquer the Gansu province. The leader says, however, that there's one good thing amidst all this. The Gongdong Inn, the most important thing in this place, is still operating. Chil-Su, now drooling, is ecstatic. He says the entire world could collapse as long as this place remains intact. He then tells the master that this place is truly perfect. Nothing carries the name of Gongdong as well as it does. The leader thanks him, relieved to hear that, and tells them to go inside. Inside, the atmosphere is quite calm. Chil-Su is impressed that despite the empty streets, the inn is quite lively. Suddenly, a man introduces himself to the leader, saying it's been a long time since they've seen each other. His name is Siu Wang, and he's the owner of the inn. He tells the leader to follow him and seats the three of them at a table. Zhang Yun comments that the place is as good as ever. The man says he's too kind and then asks who the young man is. Chil-Su introduces himself as the new disciple of the sect. The man congratulates him for all the energy he exudes, saying he'll surely help restore the Gongdong sect. Chil-Su thanks him as well, but is confused because this man seems overly kind. That's when he starts to notice. Everyone in the bar is staring at him, talking about how Gongdong's martial artists have arrived. It really seemed like he was an inspiring young man, and it was undoubtedly a good day for them to be there. Chil-Su is completely puzzled. He's not a famous martial artist, so why are they giving him so much attention? Wang tells him not to be so surprised. These are just people and friends who are eagerly awaiting the restoration of the Gongdong sect. This inn currently serves as a meeting point for those opposed to the Shadow Society. That's why everyone here is genuinely rooting for Gongdong's recovery. Suddenly, people seem to be counting some coins. A man runs over and offers them to the leader, asking him to accept the money and use it to restore Gongdong. The leader tells him to be a bit more patient, but soon the two disciples will revive the sect. Chil-Su is still there, unable to process all this love. At that moment, the leader asks where the man's daughter is. Wang says he sent Heron on a mission, but she'll be back soon. Naturally, this is a name Chil-Su has been eagerly waiting to hear. The real reason he's so happy to be here. The only daughter of the inn's owner and the most beautiful flower. In his past life, she was also one of the people who led Gongdong's restoration. The Sword Saints were her and Jinghui. At the front lines, Jinghui provided strength, while Harim was like a CEO managing the sect's administration. She was said to be a mix of mysterious beauty, known as the Lonely Flower. Because of her sword skills, she was also nicknamed the Ice Blade Princess. Her charm resembled that of a white rose with thorns. Of course, because of this, she even had fan clubs across the faction. Men would send her letters asking to be struck by her blade. And naturally, Chil-Su, now with his masculinity restored, can't miss such an opportunity. He's extremely eager to see her wonderful appearance. The door opens, white hair passes by, and he's filled with anticipation. Then a child walks in. He forgot that he had gone back in time and is utterly shocked. He's dismayed that she's still so young in this timeline. She tells her father she's back. Meanwhile, he's blaming himself for forgetting that he really went many years into the past. He still thinks she's a pretty girl, but since she's so young, of course, he feels nothing. In fact, looking at her, he feels the same way he did when looking at the Empress. He wants to protect her from the world and help her grow. The father picks up a basket and tells her to greet the disciples of the Gangdong sect. She says hello, and Chul-Soo finds her adorable, thinking she's so cute. Even if it's just as an older brother, he can't miss the chance to get closer to her. After all, having a sister nearby would be nice. He introduces himself as Chul-Soo, a disciple of the Gangdong sect, but she stares at him. Before he finishes speaking, she walks away. The girl runs to the door and slams it shut. Inside, she wonders how he can smile when he can't protect anyone. The Gangdong sect was useless, and she hated them. She hated them in the entire martial world. As soon as she leaves, of course, her father apologizes. He said his daughter was a bit shy when it came to strangers. Jang Young reassured him, saying it was fine. After all, she was just a child. Chul-Soo, knowing her past, wasn't surprised by her behavior. A fight had broken out between some sects in the area, and her mother ended up dying in the chaos. Even the Gangdong sect couldn't help that day, which led her to resent everyone. However, he felt sad seeing someone so young shutting herself off like that. Sometime later, he thanked them for the meal. At least the food there was excellent, and he finally got a bit of protein after so long. He glanced to the side and saw Heron passing by, who immediately ran off when she noticed him. Out of nowhere, Jin Hui appeared right in front of him, asking if he enjoyed the outing today. He said yes, while wondering why this guy always got so close when speaking. Meanwhile, Jin Hui was glowing, saying he was thrilled that Chul-Soo liked it. Our boy continued to be stunned by how handsome this guy was. It's no wonder that, in the past life, Heron was always around him. At this rate, Chul-Soo wouldn't even manage to become her big brother, so he had to figure out a way to beat him. He then slammed the table and told the master that they should go out like this more often. This outing made him realize the people's expectations and how everyone supported Gangdong. It inspired him to work harder every day. He wanted to become a true martial artist to be worthy of all this support. When the master said they'd visit once a month, Chul-Soo thanked him. Excited, he was determined to make Heron his little sister. He couldn't lose to Jin Hui again. Night fell, and they were back at the sect. Chul-Soo said he'd been neglecting what made him an impressive man. He pulled out a small stone tied to a rope and declared it was time to begin hanging exercises. Man, his pants dropped, and I can already imagine what he was planning. This exercise strengthened the male organ and was essential for increasing virility. Now that he was starting to master martial techniques, his training had to be at peak level in every area. He opened his eyes and the stone began to swing. Man, it seems night turned to day, and he was still there, the stone swaying back and forth. A whole year must have passed, no doubt about it. And the guy was laughing to himself, saying he'd finally become a real man. The fact that he'd reached this level after a year of training made him a legendary master of virility. He then sat down and said it was time to enjoy this sensation. He began focusing his energy, but suddenly a golden glow started emanating, leaving him confused. Ever since he merged with that technique from the cave and combined it with these peculiar practices, something strange was happening. Every time he activated his key powers, something down below rose. He had no idea how he was going to manage this. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he was seen as a pervert everywhere he went. Suddenly, Jin Hui appeared, calling for him. Poor Chul-Soo was on the floor, crying and wondering why this guy always showed up at the worst times. He opened the door, covering himself, and asked why the senior was there. Jin Hui informed him that today was the day they were heading out, and he was waiting for him. The master had told them to go to Huajiang County first, so he should get ready quickly. Chul-Soo was relieved that his friend hadn't noticed the situation. However, he'd recently noticed Jin Hui acting a bit strange. Maybe puberty was hitting the guy. At the inn, Heron poured tea for the two of them. As soon as Chul-Soo thanked her, she ran off again. Though she still avoided him, it was much better than the first few times he visited. However, something seemed off. The inn was unusually deserted. Jin Hui noticed it too and mentioned it. Suddenly, Wan Guang greeted them warmly. He introduced himself again, and our boy asked how he was doing. But he quickly realized that something was clearly wrong. Wan Guang simply asked if they wanted their usual order, and Chul-Soo confirmed. As he went to fetch it, he suddenly seemed to stumble. Heron screamed for him, and Chul-Soo rushed over, asking what had happened. Wan Guang assured them he was fine and told them not to worry. It was just his health, not being in the best shape. Chul-Soo then asked what was happening at the inn and why there was no one around. Wan Guang revealed that soon he would have to close the place. It was all because of the Shadow Society villains. They were gaining more and more power and using their influence to extort everyone in the city. A few months ago, they began threatening the inn. They started preventing any merchants from trading with them. Because of the fights outside, no one wanted to come in. They'd been trying to hold on for a while, but with no customers, the bills were piling up. He was starting to worry about Heron's safety, so he decided it was time to close. Now Chul-Soo understood why Heron joined the Gangdong sect, even though she hated martial artists. It was probably her father's decision, hoping she'd find a place where she'd be protected. Even though the Shadow Society was just a group of bandits, they still had the support of the Black Dragon of Sichuan. Looking at Won Guang, Hyul-soo knew it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to solve problems with martial artists. But just then, someone knocks sharply on the door. Someone yells his name and 3 bandits burst in, shouting that today's the day he pays his debts. They demand either the money or the entire inn as collateral. One of them grabs Heron and says that if they won't sell the inn, they'll take her instead. Jin Hui rises to his feet as Heron's father tries to rush to save her. The man holding Heron declares that from now on, she'll work for the Shadow Society to pay off her father's debts. She begins crying, saying no, and tries to wriggle free before running off. Suddenly, Hyul-soo calls out to them. The man pulling Heron stops when chopsticks fly through the air and pierce his hand. He screams, and the other 2 draw their swords, demanding to know who dares interfere. Hyul-soo simply says, "The girl said no." From his robe, the men recognize him as a member of the Gangdong sect and question how such a dead place could dare challenge them. But one of them warns his brothers to be cautious. They're dealing with the madmen. They point out that Hyul-soo seems unusually armed. Hyul-soo, realizing the embarrassing situation, covers himself, furious that his energy leaked out and caused this. Meanwhile, Heron runs to her father, hugging him tightly. From behind, Jin Hui calls out to Hyul-soo, asking if this martial technique of his is meant to confuse his opponents. Hyul-soo responds sarcastically, amazed at how well Jin Hui understands his intentions. Meanwhile, the bandits burst into laughter. They say they've never seen anything like this and that it's pure comedy. They thought Jin Hui and Hyul-soo were pretty unhinged, but now they see the boy is packing a solid mountain. What kind of talk is this, seriously? One of them points his sword, saying that now that they've messed with their group, they'll have to pay the price in blood. Hyul-soo crouches down and says, "Fine, take whatever you want. But if you fail, you'll lose your most precious jewels." The bandit warns him to be careful with his words. Hyul-soo tells Jin Hui he'll handle this and asks his senior to protect Heron in the meantime. Jin Hui agrees and moves toward Heron and her father. The father, worried, asks if it's really okay to leave the boy alone. Jin Hui reassures him, saying not to worry. Hyul-soo is much stronger than he seems. At that moment, one of the bandits charges at Hyul-soo, swinging his sword. Hyul-soo ducks, picks up a twig, and delivers a precise blow to each bandit's jewels. The third bandit, watching this unfold, starts to panic. Hyul-soo advances and declares that he'll crack 6 eggs with a single spoon. Blood sprays everywhere. Moments later, a Gum's leader arrives and asks if everyone is okay. Looking down at the broken bandits, he asks what exactly happened here. Hyul-soo apologizes, saying he caused unnecessary damage while trying to restore order. Won Guang speaks up, thanking them. If it weren't for the boys, they would have lost everything today. The leader admits the bandits are getting bolder, trying to rob the inn outright. He declares that they'll finish them off today. But Won Guang begs them not to. Everyone knows the Shadow Society has the Black Dragon's support, and he doesn't want Heron to continue suffering from such tragedies. The leader agrees, saying that if it's up to the Gangdong sect, Heron will be well cared for. Hyul-soo steps forward and tells the leader to wait. At this rate, Heron would join the sect as a disciple, just like in his past life. But he didn't think it was the best choice to force a child so young to go against her own heart. The better path would be to give her the freedom to choose her own destiny without enduring so much pain. He tells the leader that what is seen cannot be ignored. If they turn a blind eye to the problems of someone so close, the Gangdong sect would never recover. The leader considers his words and agrees. It would be wrong to ignore the altruistic actions of a disciple. However, he asks what Hyul-soo's plan is for dealing with the Black Dragon. Hyul-soo says he'll send a letter challenging the Black Dragon in the name of the Gangdong sect. The leader, confused, asks if they'll really accept such a challenge. Hyul-soo says they'll make an offer so tempting that they won't be able to refuse. The scene shifts to the Black Dragon sect. The challenge bypassed the Shadow Society entirely and went straight to them. One of the members scoffs, saying these Gangdong fools don't know their place. The challenge is for a consecutive 2 versus 3 fight. If Gangdong loses, they'll close their gates for 50 years. If the Black Dragon loses, they'll abandon the region. The Black Dragon sect leader remarks that the terms are too advantageous. It's clearly a trap. But he's confident because they have Wei Soryang, the Deaf Black Dragon. As he contemplates, someone interrupts, saying there's no need to worry. A stunning woman strides in, declaring that she'll handle this personally. Her name is Yu Yeryong. What a name. Help us out, girl. Yu Yeryong, known as the Tiger of the Blade, declares that she will handle the matter personally due to the rumors spreading about the Shadow Society. She had heard that one of the Gangdong disciples was boasting about turning 3 Shadow Society members into units without even drawing a blade. All he needed was a spoon. Naturally, the one spreading this rumor was none other than Hyul-soo himself, who had told the story to anyone willing to listen. People were impressed, never imagining a young master could humiliate their members so thoroughly. Hyul-soo kept saying it was clear the Shadow Society was weak, so the Black Dragon must be even worse. During a meeting, someone apologized to Miss Yeo, admitting their mistake. She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, telling him not to worry. she would handle it personally. She then asked if the boy spreading the rumor was named Lee Chil-soo. Meanwhile, Chil-soo had earned quite a bit of money from his storytelling. Many now recognize him as the righteous hero who dealt with the shadow of society. He was already imagining the incomparable beauties who would fall for his tale. However, it was Miss Yu who was coming for him, muttering that the boy was underestimating their sect. Blissfully unaware, Chil-soo was shadowboxing, declaring that nothing captured a woman's heart more than a man fighting for justice. He was already picturing women in his mind swooning over him and calling him a wonderful hero. As his energy surged, he had to cover himself again. This problem just wouldn't go away. But this time, he knew he had to be more cautious. Dealing with these people wouldn't be so easy. Even though he invited these bastards to a fair duel, he had to stay sharp because they were villains. While the fight was supposed to be just, it was obvious something shady would happen. As a seasoned martial artist, he understood they had likely hired a masked assassin. Looking up, Chil-soo sighed, remarking that bad people seemed to have a sickness that made them die if they didn't cause trouble. That's when he noticed something. The assassin had arrived and she was incredibly dangerous. The first thing he noticed was, of course, that it was a woman. In his past life, he had fought the Shadow Society 4 years into the future, but he didn't recall ever seeing a woman among them. Now his jaw dropped. She wasn't just a woman, she had a flawless figure. Chil-soo's attention focused on what mattered. She stopped in front of him and asked if he was the one known as Lee Chil-soo. Blushing, he confirmed, "Yes, I am the hero himself." She seemed confused by his reaction. In an instant, she launched an attack, declaring that he would pay the price for challenging the Black Dragon sect. Blows were exchanged, and it was clear Chil-soo could hold his own. She acknowledged that his skills were decent for his age, but it wasn't surprising. She figured the boy believed they would win because of the genius Jin Hui on his side. Chil-soo was struggling to defend himself, but quickly noticed she was far stronger physically than he was. He tried to counter, but she leaped into the air with unmatched grace. In a second, she was back on the ground, moving as lightly as a feather. Her movements were far too refined for someone from an ordinary sect, so who was she? Aryong smirked and teased that he liked to scurry like a little mouse. When she shifted her stance, he recognized the technique immediately. He asked if she wasn't Senior Yeoyeon, the Blade of the Tiger. She smiled, confirming his guess. This left Chil-soo worried. What was such a woman doing here? Yeoyeon was infamous not only for the burn on her face, but also for her cruel wagers with men. Out of nowhere, she would remove her veil and ask a man if she was beautiful. Lying on the ground, battered, he answered truthfully, saying she was extraordinarily beautiful. She would then smile and call him a liar. If the man couldn't sincerely convince her that he found her beautiful, she would turn him into a eunuch. No man ever passed this test. Of all the problems Chil-soo could face, this was by far the worst. She approached him and said that since he recognized her, he must know about the test. Bravely, he admitted he was aware of it while internally panicking, trying to figure out how to survive this crisis. She removed her veil and commanded him to tell her how beautiful she was in his eyes. Chil-soo thought carefully. He knew he couldn't say something ordinary. He needed to speak words that would move her heart. He was convinced that with a woman like her, only sincerity would work. And if there was one thing that proved a man's sincerity, it was this. The fool activated his energy, letting it flare, and declared that she was truly magnificent. Naturally, the woman was startled and demanded to know what kind of madness he was pulling. Chil-soo explained that he was being sincere after all she had asked. He praised her eyes as being remarkably clear, her hair soft and silky, and her figure so exquisite it challenged the moon and the flowers. That's why he, Lee Chil-soo, was declaring in the name of the Gangdong sect that she was stunning. Yeoyeon was utterly stunned. She was 60 years old, something Chil-soo didn't know, and had challenged countless men. But never before had she encountered such genuine sincerity. Seeing him glowing, she was now unsure how to dismiss this as a lie. Chil-soo was thrilled that his gamble had worked. He was convinced there had to be a deeper reason behind Yu Yeoyeon's infamous bet. Although everyone recognized her as an eccentric martial artist, this persona was merely a disguise. In truth, she was Jiuk-seol, the demon of 1,000 faces and the #1 figure in the Shadow Sect. She possessed the ability to transform her body, age, or even gender at will. This power fueled her peculiar hobby of creating multiple identities to wander the martial world. One of these identities was Yu Yeoyeon. This alter ego was born because from a young age she had been pursued by countless men with ill intentions. This led to her developing a trauma, believing that all men only cared about appearances. Thus, she created the infamous bet as a test. Chil-soo was certain that if he showed true sincerity, she wouldn't be able to deny him. What she truly sought was someone who could genuinely see beyond appearances. Yu Yeoyeon had a special technique in her eyes that allowed her to detect lies. Even though she knew Chil-soo's words were true, she struggled to believe them. Until now, every man she had encountered desired her solely for her beauty. She never imagined her heart would waver for the strange boy standing before her. Chil-soo then stepped forward, confident he had passed the test. He reminded her that passing the test meant she had to grant him a wish. She blushed furiously, nervous about this bold boy getting closer with that problem of his still unresolved. He was brave, and she couldn't believe he genuinely found her scarred face beautiful. Chil-soo, undeterred, repeated that since he passed the test, she must fulfill his wish. Her face turned even redder, imagining the kind of request he might make. He leaned in and whispered something in her ear that we, unfortunately, don't get to hear yet. She paused, seemingly pondering his words before snapping in anger, calling him a bastard. In the next chapter, it's revealed what he wished for. He had whispered that his wish was, indeed, what everyone might have imagined. On a night where the moon shone brightly, he wanted to share a bed with her and explore the mysteries of yin and yang. Or at least that's what he truly wanted, but he couldn't. Confused, she asked what he meant by couldn't. Kyulsu explained that as a disciple of the Orthodox sect, he couldn't prioritize carnal desires. Therefore, his true wish was for her to return the challenge letter to the Black Dragon and ensure the duel proceeded fairly. She, who had imagined all sorts of requests, was infuriated by this anticlimactic wish. She screamed, calling him a bastard, and in her rage accidentally unleashed her internal energy. The force broke his sword, sent him flying and slammed him into a tree. The roar of the tiger's blade echoed, a sound he never expected to face. Kyulsu, battered and confused, wondered what he had done to deserve this. Seeing him crumpled on the ground, she approached, apologizing for unintentionally using her martial power. Kyulsu, now vomiting blood, realized she had momentarily dropped her disguise and used the abilities of a true martial artist. From her reaction, he was certain she hadn't meant to harm him. Not missing the chance, he played innocent and asked how she could treat a junior this way. He lamented that she seemed so merciless to those who recognized her beauty. When she admitted it was a mistake, he asked if she would still grant his wish. Flustered, she agreed. Kyulsu beamed, triumphant that his strategy had worked. She placed some pills on the ground for his recovery and started to leave. Watching her go, Kyulsu couldn't help but feel he'd come out of this with a profit. As she climbed a tree, he heard someone shouting his name. He quickly picked up the items, deciding to keep the encounter a secret from Jinhui and the master. Meanwhile, Jinhui was racing through the forest, worried about the energy disturbance that shook the entire mountain. She feared something terrible might have happened to her junior. Finding him on the ground, she cradled him in her arms, asking if he was okay. He groggily replied that he had been attacked by a group of masked individuals. Although the battle was brief, he managed to defend the sect. Jinhui cursed the Shadow Society, vowing never to forgive them for what they had done to him. Kyulsu thought to himself that all the pieces were now in place. With Jinhui's rage now fueled, he was certain his senior would give everything in the upcoming duel. Jinhui continued to hold him, assuring him that he would give his best to protect him. Night fell and a new day began. After a night of rest and some of the pills, Kyulsu had recovered significantly. Yunjong and Jinhui asked how he was feeling. Feigning weakness, he claimed that after circulating his energy, he was starting to feel much better. The master, noticing his enthusiasm, asked what he'd like to eat as he still needed more nutrients. This piqued Kyulsu's interest as they seemed to only eat plants in the sect. Jinhui leaned closer, saying she'd fetch whatever he wanted. Kyulsu mentioned he'd love some braised pork belly. Though he also craved oysters, he knew they were far too expensive. Standing up, he told Jinhui not to worry. She'd manage to get it. Now dashing through the forest, Jinhui blamed herself for everything. She resolved to be more helpful and to ensure she could protect her junior in the future. The problem is that every time Jinhui gets too close, her heart races. She feels as if she's being drawn to embrace her role as a woman, which leaves her flustered. That's why, every time she sees him, she tries to run away. However, it was this very weakness that led to him getting hurt. She knew she needed to be more resolute and live solely as a martial artist, nothing more. She had to strengthen her heart to help the people of the sect. Sitting at the table, Wang Wang had already heard everything that happened. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jinhui shyly asked if she could request some pork. He smiled and reassured her, saying not to worry. After all, Kyulsu got hurt because of them. Of course, they wouldn't be ungrateful, and with that, she expressed her gratitude. Then sadly, he said that if they lost the duel against the Black Dragon gang, it would be bad news for everyone, which made her upset too. A moment later, the owner asked what she thought of our guy if she found him a little handsome. That made her nervous, and she shyly admitted he was kind of cute. She added that the way he stood up to those thugs was really brave. Hearing that, the owner said a dependable man like him would make the perfect husband for his daughter, and thought maybe choosing that future for her wouldn't be so bad. That made the girl blush. Looking down, she said that if that was what her father wanted, she had no reason to refuse. So back in the present, when she told Julia that she was Chelsea's future wife, she meant it. Julia thought the girl wasn't exactly wrong, but for some reason it still made her uncomfortable. Then the owner asked Julia to at least take her along, saying his daughter would be safer at the sect, since the streets had gotten much more dangerous after that day. And once they reached the sect, our guy stayed by the master's side, sharing a quiet moment with the old assassin. But in his head, he was daydreaming about a beautiful dark-haired girl coming to check on him. In that fantasy, they joked around all day long. Then the master said someone had arrived and went out to greet them. Once he left, our guy started talking to his little friend. He got up, happy that a full year of training had finally paid off. He remembered how, in his past life, he had desires but couldn't even comfort himself. Now that he was alone, or so he thought. Because right then, our little sis walked in. She greeted him and said it had been a while since they last met. As for our guy, he asked why she was there, and she explained she'd be staying at the sect to take care of him. even if the timing wasn't great. Holding a cloth, she asked if she could wash his body, and like I said, this was the worst possible timing. The second she reached for his blanket, he screamed as loud as he could for her to stop. While that was happening, Julia was lost in thought, wondering why he seemed so uncomfortable. She remembered how boldly the younger girl had claimed she'd become his wife. In Julia's mind, that girl would surely grow into a beautiful woman, while she herself might have to stay a man forever. That left her sulking a little, and if you think that's wrong, then you're the one who's wrong. Suddenly, she heard our guy shouting from inside the room. A moment later, the younger girl came out looking shaken. She said he told her men and women shouldn't be mixed together. That secretly made Julia happy if she couldn't be with him as a woman. Nothing stopped her from staying by his side as a man. Meanwhile, our guy, who had nearly traumatized the poor girl, realized that almost went terribly wrong. Then Julia showed up, looking way too happy, which caught him off guard. She walked over with a huge smile and asked if he sent the girl away because she was a woman. Then she said that since he was a man, she'd be the one taking care of him from now on. That left him completely confused, wondering how things had gotten this bad. She then reached for his blanket to wash him, and he quickly begged her to wait, but she wasn't backing down. Her determination was so strong it almost moved him. Just look at his face, shaken, nervous, insisting he was fine and telling her to go too. No chance though. Now it was time for a massage. And there she went. Just look at his face. After several rounds of massage, let's move somewhere else. Yarin was deep in thought about our honored protagonist, wondering if he was okay before realizing she was actually worried about him. She, the great supreme martial arts master, #1 of the evil sect, the most beautiful and envied woman around, was blushing, confused about how a simple boy from the Gongdong sect could affect her like this. At last, someone approached her. Without wasting words, she said she'd be leaving the martial world for a bit and wanted no trouble while she was gone. Elsewhere, she kept telling herself she had no feelings for him and was only going because she made him a promise. She kept repeating that to herself, insisting there was no way she liked him. Meanwhile, our guy was enjoying a very solid massage from Yulia, who asked if he felt more relaxed now. He did, though he was also melting inside after having a man touch his whole body. At the same time, Yulia was thrilled, saying she'd now do pressure point therapy on him every single day. That instantly put him on guard, but she said if it would help him heal faster, she'd do anything. Then she hurried out, saying she'd go get some water, while he started wondering why she was so excited about all this. Even so, the massage really had helped, and his body felt much better. Still, there was no way he could let this happen every day, so he needed to arrange that duel soon. He had trusted her to persuade the Black Dragon Gang, but that alone wasn't enough. A duel also needed an official witness. That witness had to certify the match and make the result official, stopping any arguments later and declaring the final winner. The problem was that the ruined Gongdong sect had no witness from the capital, and the nearest one was in Gansu province. That was the place the Gyeong clan had taken over after the Gongdong sect fell. That man himself was sly like a snake, and our guy doubted he'd come here out of goodwill, so he decided that once he recovered, he'd check that man's movements himself. Just then, Yulia returned with a cup of water. As he drank, he wondered if she really had nothing better to do. Then he asked who was cooking. Yulia happily answered that the younger girl was in the kitchen, which made him panic. Now let's head back to the Dragon sect. There, Yulia was reviewing the duel request from the Gongdong sect, a traditional duel. Then the sect leader Shang Ming asked why he was being bothered with something so trivial. Grinding his teeth like a beast, he demanded to know why she had come for this. His anger flared, and he mocked those fallen people, asking who they thought they were while she stayed silent. At last, he said she didn't need to report something like this to him. He threw the scroll toward Yulia and told her to handle it herself. But she caught that scroll, shocking him, since he had thrown it with internal energy. That man was instantly terrified. Then she removed her mask and revealed who she really was. Coldly, she asked when exactly he had been given the right to act like that in front of her. He stood there stunned. Then he quickly apologized and asked why she was here. Still annoyed that she had to reveal herself, she once again thought of our guy. In her head, she called them all idiots, but a promise was a promise, so she ordered him to accept the duel, and he asked what the point was. She asked if he had forgotten about the Xiaomu clan. That shocked him, and she confirmed that was exactly the issue. The Xiaomu clan had only been waiting for a chance to move. For centuries, Gansu province belonged to the Gongdong sect. If the sect rose again, it would only be a matter of time before the Xiaomu clan fell, and that was why they never lifted a finger against the Shadow Society. They had benefited from Gongdong's collapse and secured their place as the strongest sect in Gansu. But if the Dragon Gang won, the Xiaomu clan wouldn't be able to do anything, she explained. That excited him. Impressed by her insight, he eagerly said they'd destroy the Gongdong sect's base. But no, she turned away and told him not to destroy the place, leaving him confused. In her thoughts, our guy needed somewhere to live, grow old, and stay safe. Back with our guy, he rushed as fast as he could toward the kitchen because if the younger girl cooked his pork, it would be a disaster. From what he'd heard, people had nearly died from her cooking. The girl might be perfect in many ways, but in the kitchen, she'd earned the title of cursed cook. Even as the innkeeper's daughter, she had no talent for cooking at all. As he got near the kitchen, he saw smoke pouring out, which only made him more worried. so he told Julia to run and get water as fast as possible while he waited here. But then he wondered where the younger girl even was. If the kitchen looked like this, seeing all that smoke, he thought there was no way she was still inside with the fire raging that hard. But yes, she was still in there. She had thought the food would cook faster if she added more wood. But when she went to check the pot, she realized she might burn the whole kitchen down. Then she spotted a water container and thought that should put out the fire. She picked it up and moved to throw it on the flames, but suddenly wondered what was going on, why her body wouldn't move. At that exact moment, our guy burst in, shouting her name. He grabbed her by the arms and covered her face so she wouldn't breathe in the smoke. She called out his name too, staring at his face, moved that he had come like a prince, saving his princess. And Julia, will she ever tell our guy that she's actually a woman? That's something I really want to see. As for the younger girl, yeah, she's really pretty, but she's 60 years old, so is it even right to ship those two? That pairing, yeah, that one is definitely not okay. Still, our guy made it in time and saved her before the whole kitchen caught fire, then asked why she was trying to cook when she couldn't cook at all. But this wasn't the time for that talk, because with all that smoke she was starting to feel sick. Seeing how bad she looked, our guy hurried to get her out of there. Once outside, Julia said the kitchen was on fire. Through tears, she blamed herself and said they had to put it out. He shut that down right away. Right now the kitchen didn't matter. Julia's safety did. Hearing him tell her to value her own life first left her deeply moved. Then he set her down and told her to rest for now. But then Hana arrived. She caught him off guard and asked why Julia was in his arms. Breaking into a cold sweat, he quickly explained that he pulled her out of the fire and had no other choice. Nothing weird was going on. Hana went quiet, not because she was upset with him, but because of a feeling she didn't want to admit. He had no clue though, and nervously wondered why she was acting like that after all his explaining. Then an idea hit him. He remembered the rumors from his past life, the Sword Saint, the greatest swordsman alive, known for his sharp eyes and amazing skill. Maybe that man really had been involved with Hana. He instantly pictured the two of them sharing a huge romantic kiss. He was completely wrong. Still, that thought sent him spiraling. Looking at Hana, he told himself he almost let his guard down and needed to get over it. Then he called out to Hana. He grabbed a basin of water and told her they needed to clean up this mess first. After that, they could train together. That caught her by surprise. Desperate to change the subject, he brought up how her acupuncture had made his body feel much better. Hana was startled when he said he wanted to train with her as soon as possible. And it worked. He got her mind off things. He thought she was jealous of Yulia, but the truth was she was jealous over him. Her smile was so bright it almost blinded him. As they went to put out the kitchen fire, he thought about how he had to move past his incredibly attractive master Hana. In this case, he had no choice but to become an outstanding warrior. He also kept thinking about the coming duel. The world would see the new Gongdong sect in action for the first time, so he had to be ready. Weeks later, we cut to a meeting. A mustached man asked why a tiny sect like Gongdong dared challenge them, saying the Black Dragon sect had no reason to accept. Then another man, whose name was forgotten, told everyone to be quiet. The room fell silent. He then said they would accept Gongdong's challenge. He admitted the duel was absurd, but their offer would help them a lot. He said it with a faint smile. Then he slapped the table and told everyone to listen. If they won this duel, the Cedric clan wouldn't be able to mess with them so easily. Everyone at the meeting called him a genius and praised the plan. Enjoying the compliments, he added that this fight was between the younger generation, so the young leader would handle it. In another place, a mysterious dark-haired woman stood before three men with swords. All at once, the three rushed her, but with quick moves, she struck them down with ease. After beating them, she lowered her mask and called them pathetic. She shouted, asking if that was really the best they could do with real swords. This woman was Weasel Heon, the young leader of the Black Dragon gang. Her men said she was incredibly strong, but she shut them up and ordered them to keep training until dawn. Then someone else caught her eye. A young man greeted her politely and said the leader had sent a direct order. That made her curious about what the leader wanted from her. Soon, night fell. Back at the Gongdong sect, there was movement among the trees. Nearby, our guy was meditating when the dark-haired girl arrived, looked at him and called him pitiful. Standing before him, she said being sent to a poor sect like this was miserable and ordered him to bring out the leader. He thought to himself that she had finally arrived, the most promising talent of the Orthodox sects, and he had been waiting for her. As he stood up, she asked what he was doing and told him to hurry. Being raised as the best in her sect had made her arrogant, he thought, saying he had only heard rumors about her fame. To her surprise, he crossed his arms and asked what she would do if he refused. That clearly made her angry, and she asked if he dared challenge her. He gave a slight grin, thinking arrogant people like her were easy to provoke. With total attitude, he said it was outrageous for a young sect leader to order around the leader of a righteous sect like Gongdong. That was exactly why unorthodox sects had no manners. His attitude made her puff up too, and she replied that respect only exists for those with power. He got annoyed as she went on, even insulting Gongdong as worse than a beggar sect. He shot back that if she wanted to learn respect, Gongdong would teach it by winning the duel. That made her burst out laughing. She asked how they could possibly beat the Black Dragon sect and called the idea ridiculous. He had held back long enough and decided this arrogant girl needed to pay a little price, so he asked if she was really that sure, and what would happen if Gong Dong won. If she was so confident, why not make a bet? She asked why she would do that. He pointed at her, and with a mocking face, asked if she was getting scared. That line hit her hard. Seeing her get more irritated, he kept adding fuel to the fire. Confidently, he pointed to himself and said again that if she was really so sure, then they should bet on it. Gong Dong would not lose. He himself, Li Ji-sung, would win this duel and make her his servant. Taking the bait, she angrily agreed and said the same should apply to him. Even though that would never happen, if he won, she would call him brother for the rest of her life. The moment she said that, he smiled like he had already won. And just to be clear, brother here doesn't mean they're related by blood. In the Murim world, people often call each other brother or sister as a sign of respect. So no weird meaning there. Also, it's worth saying that this dark-haired girl really is stunning. No one can deny that. Then his bearded master arrived and asked what all the commotion was about. After seeing the girl, he asked if she was a messenger from the Black Dragon sect. She said yes, gave her name, and explained that she was the vice leader carrying her sect's reply. Seeing how polite she was now made him wonder if her earlier provocation had been on purpose. Reading the message, the bearded master saw that the date had been set for 15 days later at noon, under a judge's supervision. He said that meant the Black Dragon sect had accepted the duel without adding any conditions. "You're correct," she replied, adding that they now needed to arrange a judge. Seeing all this, the bearded master went quiet. At last, he said they would request a judge from the Siamore clan. The vice leader simply answered with a calm, "All right." In the end, the bearded master rather bluntly told her to be careful on her way back. Before leaving, she glanced at our guy and wondered what that strange man was doing, while he just stared back with that look of his. One thing was certain, he definitely got her attention. Whether that was good or bad, who knows? But for the next 15 days before the duel, she wouldn't get him out of her head. Just remember that. After she left, the bearded master said they needed to send a letter to the Seomuro clan. Then Hana arrived. She was surprised to hear that a messenger from the Black Dragon sect had just left, and that a letter now had to be delivered to the Seomuro clan. Looking at Hana, he thought this duel wasn't favorable from the Seomuro clan's point of view, and if she went alone, they might take advantage of Gong Dong. Because of that, he went to our bearded hero and asked him to come to the Seomuro clan with Hana. Seeing that, she rushed over and hugged him tight, thanking him. She said she never knew he cared so much or worried this much about her safety. Then the next day arrived. Early that morning, he felt like he was taking his first real steps in this world. The younger girl walked up and called out to him. Curious, he asked why she was there so early, and she said he was about to leave. Then she thanked him, saying she still hadn't properly repaid him for saving her in the kitchen. Looking a little sad, she apologized, saying her weakness had only caused trouble. He stopped her right there. He said he wouldn't accept that apology, because when he was hurt, her kindness helped him recover, and she always does her best. Those words moved her, and he kept going. She wasn't weak, and she needed to stop blaming herself so much. Then he patted her head and said that if she really wanted to thank him, she should officially join his sect. If she learned martial arts, she could become the strongest girl in the land. Looking straight into her eyes, he told her the first step to becoming stronger is learning to love yourself. And honestly, that goes for you watching too. Love yourselves. Jokes aside, the little girl still didn't fully understand it. Even so, she smiled warmly and said his advice was wonderful, so she would keep it deep in her heart. Suddenly, someone called out to him. It was Hana, puffing her cheeks a little and telling him to hurry up. He had been enjoying the moment, so he couldn't help thinking she had terrible timing. In the end, he said this was the first journey for both of them, but they had trained hard, so things would be fine. With a small smile, she asked them to stay safe on the trip. Then he set out for the journey to the Seomuro clan. Elsewhere, in the main market, Hana got excited over the candy stalls. He let out a small sigh and wondered if she was a kid to be this happy. At the candy stand, Hana was practically glowing with joy. That scene was just too good. Seriously, she was way too cute. Everyone nearby was getting charmed by Hana, while he stood there feeling jealous. Still, his attention shifted to something else. In the crowd, he noticed someone tailing them. The person didn't seem like a martial artist, but moved fast, so he wondered if it was some kind of thief. Then that person suddenly disappeared. He went after them, wondering if the Seomuro clan leader had sent someone. Given that man's obsessive nature, it wasn't a good sign, but maybe he could use it. A moment later, he grabbed the boy's wrist and asked if he had been trying to steal his pouch. Walking up closer, he said he was willing to be merciful, but then he drew his sword and ordered the boy to take him straight to whoever sent him. Elsewhere, Hana praised him for noticing they were being followed, and he brushed it off as pure luck. In the end, the boy led them to a place that turned out to be a brothel. Once inside, he thought the place was strangely quiet. Then someone spoke up saying they weren't open yet, so yes, it really was that kind of house. He asked if the Seomuro clan members were here. The man answered that he had no idea what he was talking about. Without warning, he tossed a gold coin, and the man quickly dodged it. That made him curious, since it clearly proved the guy was a martial artist. The man immediately pulled out something and complained that bringing trouble here was unacceptable. It was a blowgun, and he instantly realized how dangerous that was. Hana moved at once, but he told her to wait. In a matter of seconds, she slammed that guy down hard. After that first hit, more people rushed in, and Hana went right through them, throwing strike after strike. One punch sent a man flying, and the beating kept going. He could only stare with his mouth open. After dropping everyone, the younger girl asked if he was okay. Acting all cool, she told him not to worry because she would protect him no matter what. But more people kept showing up, and our Hana was still ready to fight. They tried to calm her down, saying this would only get worse, but she refused to back off. Desperate, he grabbed one man by the ear and demanded answers. They had sent someone to follow them and nearly fired a blowgun at them. Of course, Hana, a disciple of the Gungdong sect, got startled and attacked everyone. That finally calmed Hana down, and he ordered the men to take them to their superiors or pay for what they had done. Then a voice transmission spread through the whole place, calling him a young hero. Above them, a beautiful woman appeared and told him to stop bullying that poor guy. She asked if he'd rather join her for a private talk in a room on the second floor. And yes, this was still a brothel. He looked up and wondered why someone skilled enough to use sound transmission was here. Since she called for him instead of Hana, he figured she might be tied to the clan. Curious, Hana came over and asked what happened, and he said someone had sent him a sound message asking for a private meeting. The words private meeting instantly worried Hana, and she warned that it was dangerous. She asked if it might be a trap, but he told her not to worry. He planned to use this chance to find out what they were doing. He gave her a confident smile and asked her to trust him. That clearly caught her off guard. Clenching her fists, Hana finally answered, "All right." She smiled back and said she would trust him. After all, he was still her junior. He quickly headed off, wondering why she had to say something so cheesy. Soon he stood in front of a door on the second floor, thinking it could be a trap, but he still had to try. Then the door opened, and the person inside caught his eye. A beautiful woman greeted him with a dangerous smile. This was Nangung, the most beautiful woman in the province. He was instantly stunned by Naina's beauty. So yeah, let's go with Naina. Looking at her, he thought he never expected to meet her like this. As said before, Naina was the most famous courtesan in the province, usually known for elegant performances and calligraphy at elite events. And on top of that, if you know stories like the apothecary one, you'll get it. Courtesans weren't always just about that kind of service. Many high-ranking ones were true artists, trained in music, poetry, and even philosophy. Of course, that only applied to the top class. They entertained nobles with skill and smart conversation. Anyway, standing before Naina, he was sure she wasn't an ordinary courtesan. Her real identity, he believed, was Jo, and Naina was only her second persona. She flirted with him playfully, while he assumed she had called him here because of her obsession with him. And he was right. She was already plotting, thinking she had finally caught him. She remembered their last meeting, when he had shown off his bold side. Even though she blushed, she still told herself he was just a lunatic who chased any woman, and there was no way she had feelings for him. So she decided to test that by using all her charm. If he fell for Naina's seduction, she would hold him responsible for toying with her heart. Then he asked why she had removed her veil, and she replied that it wasn't proper for a private talk. With that, she offered him tea with her hand, while thinking her beauty alone was only the beginning. Next, she used her martial art, the art of charm, on him. She was confident since the art of charm could seduce others, and her level was far above ordinary third-rate techniques. The skill hit him, because it worked by interfering with the target's mind and breaking their judgment. Honestly, it kind of felt like she just wanted an excuse to throw herself at him. But anyway, he suddenly blushed and said it was getting really hot in here. Seeing his face, she thought it was time to finish him off. She gently took his hand and in a sweet voice asked what brought him here. By then, our guy was already blushing hard. That made her think he had fallen for her, so she told him to show his true self. But all of a sudden, he pushed her hand away and flatly said he came because of a concern he needed to check. That made it clear her seductive art had failed. He then said it was rude to trail a disciple of the Gongdong sect, asking if they were gathering info to sell to the Black Dragons. But she barely heard him, still stunned and wondering why her technique hadn't worked. Cutting through her thoughts, he warned that if that information leaked, her duel could be affected. She could only stare, mouth still open. He realized she had exposed a weak point and decided to press it, turning the question back on Naya. In his mind, it didn't matter how strong the charm art was, it would never work on him. His body might be younger now, but his mind was still at the heavenly realm level he reached in his past life. If she had come disguised another way, she might have had a chance, but as a mere courtesan, she lacked that power, so she relied on the charm art. Then he asked how she planned to apologize for such rudeness. Uneasy. She answered that the sect duel was a huge matter in the martial world, and as part of an information network, she had to act. Placing a hand on her chest, she admitted it was her mistake, swore it had nothing to do with the Black Dragon sect, and begged him to clear up the misunderstanding. That hit her hard inside. What kind of man was he? She had always believed smart men were easier to trap with charm. Closing her eyes, she anxiously wondered again why her technique had failed. Then she caught his attention and asked if he didn't see her as a charming woman. He answered that her beauty could ruin a nation, and saying she wasn't charming or beautiful would be a crime. But what truly caught her attention was his next point. He resisted her charm because he had no romantic feelings for her. Embarrassed, she hid her face and apologized once again. Deep down, she seriously questioned what kind of man he was, if even her temptation couldn't shake him. Wasn't he supposed to be ruled by basic desires? In the end, he accepted her apology, feeling she had passed his test. Now, it was time to talk about rewards. He told her to deliver a proposal to the great elder of the Hall sect. That took her by surprise. Restless, she asked what kind of proposal it was. "It's about the sect duel," our guy answered shortly. With his hands together, he added that it involved not only the sects but the Seomur family too. While that talk was happening, back at the Seomur clan, someone brought up the duel between the Gangdong sect and the Black Dragon sect to a sect master. The master calmly tended his plants and only gave a quiet hum in response. The visitor said that if the Black Dragon sect won, they'd have no reason to attack them, then asked if that was really fine. "Don't worry, the duel won't even happen," the man replied, saying a fair sect would surely lose. To the other man's shock, he added that the Gangdong sect would never secure a certified witness, leading him to ask if he planned to invalidate the duel. "Exactly," the elder answered calmly. He said no martial artist in Gansu would dare go against his will, so the Gangdong sect would find no certified witness. Looking at the young man, he added that nothing would happen without his permission. The next day, back at the market, our girl was still curious about their earlier talk. Then her focus shifted to the market, and she thought this place looked shabby compared to Beijing's. The men there talked about the two of them, saying the rumors were true. Others said they were really standing up to the Black Dragons. All that attention left her a little embarrassed. She replied that her sect wasn't doing well right now, but it was still one of Gansu's old traditional sects. At last, they reached the gates of the Seonur clan. Curious, she asked if this place was some kind of castle, then thought to herself that these people were filthy rich snobs. A man suddenly approached and asked if they had come to visit the main residence, and she said yes. The man then asked them if they had an appointment. She pulled out a letter from the leader of the Gangdong sect about the duel and said they needed to speak directly with the head of the family. The guard scratched his chin and replied that they didn't have a reservation. He pointed to a group nearby and said they would have to wait in that line. She was already trying to hurry over to the line when our guy stopped her, saying he had a plan and telling her to relax. Seriously, he told her to leave it in his hands. Then he went back to the guard with the letter. Angrily, he asked if a mere gatekeeper was looking down on a letter from the Gangdong sect. Coldly, the guard repeated the rule about appointments, but our guy wasn't having it and started making a scene that drew everyone's attention. Pointing at the guard, he said this behavior was improper and that the man would be held responsible not just for Gangshu's future, but for all of Xinshuin. Those words caught the guard off guard. Falling for the pressure, he ran off as fast as he could, saying he would inform a superior. That already had our guy grinning to himself. Soon the gates were opened. Then someone appeared and came to meet them. Mupang, the second in command of the Seonur clan. They greeted him politely, gave their names and said they were from the Gangdong sect. After that, he invited them inside. Once they were seated in the clan, he said the leader would arrive soon, and our guy asked when they would meet the great Sumak Dolil the Hilp. Mupang explained that the family head was busy with official matters and personal training, so it was hard to say when he would be free. This time, our guy thought that even if Mispang was polite, he wasn't much different from the gatekeeper. He was just making them wait to protect the clan's pride. Still, he wasn't used to negotiating on enemy ground, so he simply said he understood. Then he crossed his legs and told Mispang to deliver a message to the great Sword King of Truth. With a small smile, he said that if the man refused to meet him, he'd lose a once-in-a-lifetime chance. That made Mispang curious, but he only smiled and said he would pass the message on. He quickly left, leaving the two behind. She asked what opportunity he had been talking about, and he gave her a little wink, saying time was on his side. That only left her more confused. Eventually, the banquet arrived. As soon as the food was there, our guy got started right away. She fussed over him warmly, telling him to eat a lot. Suddenly, that man came rushing in, calling out to them. Sweating nervously, he said the family leader wanted to see them at once. Our guy immediately put on that smug smile of his. Sometime later, our guy stood before the leader of the Yexeomu sect and introduced himself. Shaking with anger, the man shouted, "Enough!" He told them to skip the flattery and demanded to know why they were so determined to fight the Black Dragons. Our guy answered that they were simply trying to protect the honor of the martial arts, but the leader shot back, asking why they were spreading rumors along with those wretches from the He sect. That was the sect tied to our girl. Of course, our guy played dumb and asked what exactly he meant. The rumor was that this duel represented a clash between righteous and unrighteous sects and that the winner might rule the martial world. As absurd as it sounded, that was what people were saying. At the same time, letters had been sent to the 9 great districts asking them to witness the duel. Those words came from the leader of the Sunu sect himself, glaring at our guy and asking if all that was really just a coincidence. Just as expected, the great Lord Dalua had carried out the plan perfectly. Thinking back to the night before, our guy had explained that the duel involved the Black Dragons, the Gangdong sect, the Gangdong sect, and the Sunu sect. He asked them to spread news of the duel and send letters to the great sects and the 6 great families. The idea was to create a situation where the Sunu sect clan would have no choice but to witness the duel, and that was exactly it. Still, the Hall sect usually didn't make deals that guaranteed them a loss, so the great elder was unlikely to agree. That made our guy think this was expected. Nina, or rather IA, was being blunt as usual. Then he reached into his bag and said he wouldn't ask a favor for nothing. Even though he hadn't wanted to reveal this yet, he placed a sphere on the table and asked her to deliver it to the great elder Lord Delua as payment. That caught her attention at once. This was a pure moonstone. And with that, the deal was set. Taking the stone, she said this was already a big step forward, and the Tang, Kenshin, and Emi sects had agreed to witness the duel. If the Sunus clan refused now, they'd only make themselves look foolish. She realized this was about winning before the fight even started, and it was a smart move. Sunus clenched his fists and said Gong Dong stood to gain the most from this mess, then asked if they would deny working with the house sect. Our proof? She shot back. Then she called him unfair for making claims like that, but since the Moon Elder handled everything himself, of course there wouldn't be any evidence. Still, Sunus shouted that if they lost this duel, disaster would spread through the Sunus clan and all the righteous sects. She was caught off guard. She knew he had a short temper, but not this bad. Slamming his fist on the table, he declared he would show them true power. The force was so overwhelming that she thought if she didn't move, she could end up crippled. Sunus Solbyun roared that if they insisted on this duel, they had to prove their strength to him. The Sword King, whose technique was brutal, heavy as a mountain and so fierce it could make the heavens weep. This was Sunus Solbyun's martial skill as a master. Right in front of him, his ki poured out without holding back. Our guy could barely breathe from the pressure and wondered if Sunus Solbyun was trying to kill them. He dropped to the floor, his body turning heavy, and thought the only way out was to use reverse blood. Then our girl called out, pulling his attention back to her. She refused to fall and stayed on her feet, shouting at Sunus Sect's Mun. She told him to stop looking down on the Gong Dong sect. That immediately caught his attention. As her own energy rose, she declared that no matter how far they had fallen, they would never lose the will to fight the heretical sects. Seeing that, our guy was stunned. She had blocked Sunus sect Kaim. She really was a genius. Sunumet admitted she was impressive, but raising his hand, he said that still wasn't enough to earn his approval. Then he tightened his fist and asked if she could handle this too. His inner energy bore down on her, and the pressure cracked the ground under her feet. Blood spilled from Hannah's mouth under that crushing force. Our guy, shocked, called Sumun insane. Looking at Hannah, he thought there was no way she could endure power like that, but she stayed focused, trying to drive away the Kiryu while thinking of how to stop it. What did she need? The Sohyang mental technique, the Trezin formation, the Hakusha reverse blood arts, the double convergence art. None of the martial arts she had now were enough, she realized. Sumun shouted, asking where her fighting spirit had gone. Was she really going to stand there until they both died? No, the answer was in the path she had walked to get here. The core of Gongdong martial arts lay in the destructive force born when yin and yang clash. Those thoughts ran through her mind as she fought to keep her focus. Did Gongdong martial arts really depend only on raw power? No. The Swordmaster's techniques were not built on brute force alone. That was her conclusion. She remembered talking with our guy when she had said Gongdong martial arts shared some similarities with the demonic sect. Back then, he answered that they only looked alike on the surface. The inside was completely different. She agreed, saying that the more she practiced double convergence, the more flexible it felt. All of that came back to her now. She knew she had to be strong, but opening her eyes, she understood she also had to be flexible. Bringing her hands together, she channeled her ki, realizing Gongdong martial arts were not based on strength alone. She raised her hand and combined the heart of double convergence with the reverse blood technique. Suddenly a teacup fell, and even the spilled liquid bent away. Seeing that, Sumun wondered if this was the flow of air itself, and stared at her in surprise. Then she pointed forward and focused her kai, firing it at Sumun. Their energies collided, and a huge blast burst out. When all that force finally cleared, her face was calm and firm. If she couldn't block Sumun's energy, then she would create an energy that could, the heavenly martial body. She then said she had created a new martial technique. Sumun was stunned. Not only had she endured his ki, she had redirected it and scattered it. Seeing Hannah's power, he wondered if this was the true meaning of a genius sent by the heavens. She asked if he still thought her sect acted out of line. Sumun fell silent for a moment. Then to their surprise, he started to stammer. Heavenly martial body. So that's what you call it, Sumun said. Looking up, he muttered that some foolish old man had raised a fierce tiger cub without anyone noticing. With a small smile, he said the test was over. At her level, rejecting them would be stupid. He would witness the duel. That made both of them smile, and they quickly thanked Master Sumun even after he had almost crushed them a few minutes earlier. Sometime later, Sumun thought about Hannah and felt it was only a matter of time before she became the strongest under heaven. He wondered if this was just the beginning of Gongdong sect's return. Still, as the greatest sect in Gansu, he couldn't just watch, he would keep a close eye on them. Then a sudden voice called "Father," drawing his attention. That instantly melted the great master, and he gently asked his daughter why she was here. The honorable daughter asked about the Gongdong disciples and wanted his opinion. She was the youngest daughter, Shonga, of the Seomor sect. To her surprise, her father said they weren't bad at all, and that he had approved their duel against the Black Dragons. That made her extremely happy, since she greatly admired the Gongdong sect. She quickly asked if they had already left, and whether they would stay at the Rubin Inn that night. Her father answered with curiosity. Then she took off running at once, thinking that Gongdong had led the fight against the demonic sect and had now appeared again in battle. She smiled brightly. If even her father acknowledged them, then they had to be amazing. Somewhere else, our guy held a sword in his hands, thinking everything had worked out today thanks to our girl. Meanwhile, Hana trained her keel, determined not to fall behind. As usual, our boy stepped out for a look around. Then a presence caught his attention. He asked who was there, thinking it might be Hana, but then he heard someone shout, calling him a pervert. In front of him stood our girl, red as a tomato after seeing his whole body lying there, in a way she could hardly believe. Shocked, she wondered if a pervert like this was really a disciple of the Gongdong sect. Our guy asked if she was the youngest daughter of the Seomor clan. He was stunned to run into her in a place like this so late at night. She just kept calling him shameless. At the same time, she thought she had never expected someone to spy on her training. This was Shong, the young lady of Seomor's Sword Peak, once known as the most beautiful woman in Gansu before Hana appeared. She secretly admired the Gongdong sect and was completely obsessed with Hana, chasing after her like crazy. But after her brother rejected those feelings, she turned cold and strict. Now this tall stalker stood there scolding our guy and calling him a creep. Because of that, our guy told her to leave, saying there was a deeper reason behind what he was doing. Instead, she told him to cover himself already, which only made him even more embarrassed. At last, he asked why she had been spying on his training, since that was a major taboo in the martial world. She fired back that something this vulgar should never be called training. A true master trains both inner and outer cultivation. So what was wrong with his method? Our guy shouted, catching her off guard. Flustered, she said he had shown something shameful to a young lady, and now he had to take responsibility. That only made him angrier, until she suddenly offered what she thought was the perfect solution. Shaking with rage, she declared they had to settle this with a duel. Confidently puffing herself up, she asked if he was really challenging Seomor's Sword Peak. Fine, she'd show the whole world how rude he was. The two traded sharp words, and the tension between them was already obvious. Honestly, the pair of them were pretty cute together. Hard not to like this. Our guy drifted into his own little fantasy, thinking he would win the duel and make Miss Tion, elegant and beautiful, serve as his maid. With that, the next day arrived, and our guy walked around humming, thinking the Seomor clan was actually pretty beautiful. Seeing him so cheerful, our girl grew curious and went over to ask what he was thinking. Sounding as sweet as possible, our guy said he was thinking about the Sinnomu clan, and that made her ask why he was smiling like that. That made her feel a little down, wondering if he had been watching her the whole time. He told her that thanks to her efforts, they made it through safely. He couldn't help smiling. She was way too cute. Hearing that, she thanked him. Then she brought up what happened earlier, saying it only worked because she has a martial body. Our guy told her she had basically made a new technique. She said it still wasn't finished and would need more work later. Then asked if he wanted to learn it. Surprised, he asked if she would really teach him. She nodded and said she had already made an easier version for him to learn. Feeling honored, our guy said so, though her talent was honestly a little overwhelming. In the end, she began to channel her energy. Standing beside him, she asked what he thought. Wasn't it pretty simple? He agreed and thanked her. He could tell it was a solid martial art. It wasn't super powerful, but it matched the Gongdong sword style well. Then he looked toward his little buddy. You know? And so, a few days passed, and they were back at the Gongdong sect. There, our guy met Cavan Hass, who said they had worked hard and that he was proud to see them return safely. Respectfully, our guy answered that it was only possible because of the techniques Master Cavan Hass had taught him. Then Cavan Hass said rumors of the duel had spread so far that the Tank clan, the Kinsheng sect, the Emie sect, and others had all sent letters saying they would come witness it. Our guy thought that made sense, since those groups naturally stood against the Black Dragon sect. Still, something about it kept bothering him, so he asked if the Rang sect would also come to watch. Cavan has said yes and admitted that part was unexpected. Then our guy asked if the Sword Queen herself would come. Cavan has said yes, she would personally attend his duel. At that, he practically started drooling, already thinking this was a huge chance. After all, she was his top candidate for an official wife, and now he'd finally get to see the great and beautiful Sword Queen, Eon Seolin. With that, we move to another place in Xantim province. There, we find a beautiful dark-haired woman telling a group of children that this all happened when Cedrix was 16. Smiling, she explained that at the Dragon Phoenix Gathering, a tournament where young martial artists compete, she declared to everyone that after winning her match, whoever could defeat her would become her husband. She raised her sword and said anyone from a righteous sect could challenge her, and if they won, she would marry them. Of course, that was only if they could actually beat her, she added with a bright smile. The children were left wide-eyed, shocked that instead of men choosing, it was a woman declaring she would choose her husband that way. The storyteller happily repeated how boldly she had said it. Meanwhile, all the kids shouted that Sennomu was truly amazing. She then said that even after all these years, no one had ever beaten the Sword Queen, and Mount Rengi had risen to the top among the great sects. So she told them all that was exactly why they should be grateful to the Sword Queen. Suddenly, someone arrived and told them to stop all that chatter. It was the Sword Queen herself, Yisan Su Lian, leader of the Renge sect. Su Lian told them to get ready to leave. One of the girls asked if her master really needed to go, since Gongdong and the Black Dragon sect were small compared to them. Sulai answered that this was a true battle for justice. As the strongest among the great sects, they had to attend for the sake of the righteous faction. All the children looked at her in silence. This time she clenched her fists, thinking this would also benefit Mount Renge. Days later, after some time passed, we saw our girl speaking with Master Carvanhas, saying she would deliver the confirmation letter that they had secured a witness. She rushed up to him and asked if he was really going alone. He said yes. Panicked, she grabbed him nearly in tears, saying there was no telling when some Black Dragon Hall bastard might try something. Even with her concern, he was thinking about how much she hated physical contact with men, so he gently told her it would be fine. The martial arts tournament was about to begin, and no matter how reckless they were, they wouldn't cause trouble now, he said while trying to calm her down. Still uneasy, she only gave a quiet "all right" and asked him to come back as soon as he could. He answered with a simple "got it," telling her not to worry. Later in another place, our guy thought to himself that she had almost come with him, and he was glad he stopped her. With a small smile, he admitted that delivering the letter was just an excuse. He had another reason for making this trip. At the Sayong Guild mansion, that tomboy girl from before asked if he had brought a letter from the leader in the joint sect. He said yes and explained that the letter confirmed all the needed witnesses had been secured. After opening it and checking the contents, she briefly said Gongdong had gathered plenty of witnesses, and that was good. Then, to our guy's annoyance, she told him he'd better get used to calling her older brother. She added that he should start practicing now, because they were the ones who would win this tournament. Our guy shot right back at her. "Keep dreaming, you're the ones who'll lose," he fired back. Done with the back and forth, he simply turned to leave. Then he glanced at her, making her curious. He called out, "My dear little sister," leaving her flustered. Yeah, this pair really has something. At this point, I might have to root for the harem. Outside, our guy thought that annoying girl was clearly provoking him. But it didn't matter, she was going to lose anyway. Now it was time to do what he had really come here for. Then he got a man's attention and asked to see the master of the guild. The man asked if he had business with them. Our guy said, "What else? You lend money, right? I'm here for a loan." Soon after, in another room, the man asked about the loan and said he didn't really understand. Our guy quickly asked if he was backing out on a customer. The man said of course not, that wasn't the issue, and placed 750 grams of silver on the table. Then with a smug little laugh, he warned that the interest rate was very high and asked if he was sure. Sadly for our guy, it was 30% per month. He was stunned, thinking these guys were complete scammers, pretty much no different from modern banks. Even so, he took the money and stood up. With a confident smile, he thought that even with such crazy interest, he still had a plan. Next, we head to a gambling house run by the Raoul clan. Our guy thought a legendary duel without betting would be a waste. If he bet on Gongdong as the underdog and won, the loan interest would be nothing. Suddenly, someone called out to him, the same guy our hero had beaten up before. Not even remembering him, our guy asked if he knew who he was and told him to let them in. Instead, the man said they had been ordered to escort him to the VIP room. He was pretty thrilled by the VIP treatment, and once inside, something there caught his eye. He noticed someone important, who said it was an honor to meet him. That made our guy wonder why this person was here. It was a young man wearing a mask called Baek Myung. Even our guy seemed lost trying to process who this was. He started sweating, realizing this was the only disciple of Jug So and the master of the Ha clan. But that wasn't even the part that shocked him most. What really threw him off was that this man was famous throughout the valley as the strongest gay man in the world, and he politely said it was a pleasure to meet such a young hero. Our guy barely knew how to react, awkwardly saying the honor was his. Then the master asked what had brought him there. Avoiding his gaze, our guy said he had come to place a bet on the martial arts tournament. He put down all the money and said it was all going on Gongdong. He also asked about the odds and was told Gongdong's victory paid 20 to 1. After a quick calculation, he realized he'd win 15 kilos of silver if he won the duel. Startled, he stepped back but said it was fine and to confirm the bet. The other man accepted. Then he handed him a token and said to bring it back after the match to claim the reward. No way was he lingering there. Our guy grabbed it, thanked him, and headed out fast. He left the place as quickly as possible, leaving that guy behind. Then someone looked in a certain direction and called out, "Master." That person was Ye, asking what he had seen. Using his strange eye technique, the so-called strongest gay man in the world commented that our guy didn't like men. And of course, hearing that made our guy incredibly relieved. Honestly, I might have to accept it. There's no way not to. It's women everywhere. This is crazy. The next day, the martial arts tournament arena in Huanzhuang was packed, and people were already saying Gongdong better win. Looking at the huge crowd, Piton could hardly believe the tournament was really happening. After everything he went through, he got emotional. Then a dark-haired woman walked up and greeted them. She was Shushu, the leader of the Henka sect. That immediately caught the protagonist off guard. Everyone exchanged greetings, and Piton listened quietly. Kevin introduced himself as the leader of the Gongdong sect, and said it was an honor to meet the Sword Empress. MC thought she was just as beautiful as people said, so stunning it was hard to look away. In his past life, she stayed single because of a vow she made when she was young. She would only be with someone stronger than her, or someone who could beat her in a duel. Then she turned to the group and asked if these were the rising talents who would represent Gongdong. She said she was looking forward to seeing what they could do. Blushing hard, he shouted for her to begin the tournament, saying they would show the world the rebirth of their sect. More than that, he hoped the Sword Empress would pay special attention to this new disciple of Gongdong. That left her wondering what exactly was going on. Meanwhile, Piton thought that ever since he came back from the past, she had stayed in his mind. She was his first choice to become his wife. Anyway, it was time to head into the tournament. As he climbed the stairs, Piton told himself this was his moment, the first step toward becoming a great warrior in the martial world. With all the women around, he imagined this was the stage where he'd carve his name into their hearts across the whole land. He grinned and thought, I can't do this in some normal, boring way. Then he asked everyone to wait a second. He had something to say. Suddenly, he looked straight at her, and she grew curious. He tightened his fists, put a hand on his chest, and shouted, Sword Empress, you Lusu La, I Lydia Sunga will challenge you when I come of age. That caught everyone off guard, because this clearly sounded like a marriage proposal. Pitchun was stunned, and so was Kavalas. The people from the Black Dragon sect were left staring with their mouths open. Even the new woman who had just arrived, Su Lusu La, was shocked. Meanwhile, he kept shouting it for everyone to hear. With a huge smile, he thought to himself that Operation Public Confession was complete. And it really did get Su La's attention. She didn't know what to think, but it definitely worked. That was when the woman from earlier stood up and shouted, asking how he dared challenge the Sword Empress. She was furious, saying the Sword Empress was a great symbol of the martial world, almost like a master to her, and now this guy was trying to force a relationship with her. But that wasn't it at all. Pigeon answered that he truly was making a challenge. He yelled that if she accepted and anyone tried to stop it, he was ready to face them too. That only made the woman even angrier. She drew her sword and said she'd show him her strength right here. Pigeon was surprised and thought she was already taking this way too far. Then Sula stepped in, told her to calm down, and finally revealed the name of this beautiful newcomer, Sobam. While staring at her seriously and ordering her to settle down, Sobam froze in shock. A little red in the face, she looked toward the protagonist and thought with a faint smile that this was fine. He was at that age when his blood ran hot. She actually had a pretty good impression of Piton, but he still wondered if she was angry at him. Even so, she still thought what he did was reckless. Then she seriously considered the current state of the sect. Maybe this kind of bold challenge was exactly what they needed. She raised her hand and called out to MC. Then, with calm grace, Sangha told him she accepted his challenge. That made Piton incredibly happy, and he thanked her right away. The crowd was shocked that the Sword Empress had accepted a duel from some kid. Sombum looked completely desperate, but the Empress said she had made this clear before any righteous warrior could challenge her, so she had no reason to refuse him. Still, if he spoke those words carelessly, she would punish him herself. That threat barely even reached the protagonist. He just happily said he'd do his best, thrilled that she had finally accepted. Then he pointed his sword at the guy in the back and said it was time to prove his sincerity. He wore a huge smile, dreaming of becoming the Sword Empress's husband. Then some guy MC didn't care about said he would personally put MC's arrogant spirit back in its place. He told him to shut up and come fight already. He wasn't wasting words on an idiot like that. Without thinking twice, the extra charged at the protagonist, annoyed by how rude he was. He leaped in close and his attack landed with a loud blast. You really are an idiot, Piton said, holding his sword at the man's neck sharp enough to cut him. MC explained that he had put too much power into his first move and left himself wide open. He had beaten this nobody easily, just like he said he would. The winner of the match was Lydia Sunga. He celebrated, ridiculously happy. Piton couldn't even hold back while the defeated extra raged on. Then a brute stepped in, saying he'd never lowered his guard for anyone. The protagonist wondered if those two were brothers. The new guy was way bigger than the younger one. The man introduced himself as the beast Anshin of the Black Dragon side. Piton answered with his own name, saying he was Lydia Sunga of the Gongdong sect. Then the guy drew his sword and gave a slight smile, saying MC was about to learn not to mess with his own blood. He swung hard, but he quickly dodged. The protagonist realized the older brother had more strength than the younger one, so a straight clash wouldn't work. Smiling a little, he thought in that case, and shifted into stance, releasing his ki. The man rushed him again. Laughing wildly, he told Piton to die. Then he struck with everything he had, but something suddenly caught his eye. A mirage, he wondered. Piton had moved so fast that after images were left behind, he combined Gongdong's water technique with Deng Sheng's shadow step, appearing above the man and thinking that even if he understood it, he still couldn't block. MC hit him hard, knowing fighters who depend too much on raw power panic once their space gets broken. From the blow, the man's hand started to shake. He attacked again right away, thinking this always created an opening. The man's sword was knocked away. Staring at Piton's blade, he broke into a cold sweat. Then the judge shouted that the protagonist was the winner. The whole crowd went wild, yelling that he was amazing. Confident now, MC thought that made 2 wins. Next came the main event. He looked toward the woman ahead with a serious face. Now it was time to fight the Black Dragon of Death. At last, she told him they had already met before, so they could skip introductions. With a quiet little laugh, Peyton thought he'd start with some teasing. So he said that was true. After all, she'd be his future big sister. That instantly made her burst with killing intent. Furious, she called him a bastard, but she quickly held back her anger and said she wouldn't fall for his tricks. That surprised Piton too. She had real self-control. He drew his sword, and before they fought, she admitted she had to respect his sex swordsmanship. She even apologized for underestimating him. That made the protagonist happy for a second, but she followed it by saying he was still beneath her. Looking at him seriously, she said that as the stronger fighter, she'd let him make the first move. MC thought she really took martial arts seriously. It fit her battle-crazy nature perfectly. Then she spread her stance and shouted for him to come. Piton charged at once, saying he wouldn't hold back. The real fight starts here, he thought. In martial matches, the first move matters most. The opening attack has to set the tone of the whole fight. Power rose from his core and ran through his meridians. Yin and yang surged together into an exploding wave. This is Hong Kong, he thought as he swung his sword. He rushed straight at her, thinking it all came down to this moment. A huge blast shook the arena as their power collided. Everyone around them stared in shock, but then something caught Piton's attention. She had blocked his attack with ease. Too shallow, she said, swinging her fist. The hit landed hard and sent Piton flying. She charged after him right away. Shouting that his technique was half-baked, she said it couldn't compare to the martial art of the Black Dragon sect. With some effort, the protagonist defended himself. Alice was surprised he could still block her sword. She asked if he really thought he could endure this, then said she'd see how long he lasts. Their natural strength was worlds apart, but he knew he couldn't fail here. That was the thought running through his mind. He swung with everything he had and knocked her sword away. Alice smiled, thinking he wasn't totally untalented after all. Then she landed smoothly right in front of him. The two stared each other down, while he was clearly running out of energy. Suddenly, Alice released all her ki and declared the warm-up over. Her next move would finish it. He lowered his head a little and felt it right away. The next attack couldn't be blocked. Even so, it fit perfectly with his plan, and that made him secretly happy. After all, his dream is simple: enjoy life with no real burdens. If he beats Alice, his fame will explode, and he might even outshine Hana. But he joined the Gongdong sect to become a martial artist with only moderate fame. As Alice rushed him, he realized even that moderate fame was really just because of Hana's reputation. Winning here was never his goal. What he wanted now was a glorious defeat. At that moment, he pulled his inner energy inward, but not the way he intended. The energy gathered into one very specific spot and created something that left both Kafana's and his future wife stunned. Shocked, he looked down and wondered why this had to happen now. Then a huge burst exploded in the arena. Still, it wasn't an attack on him. Alice had already deflected it. Standing in front of her, he broke out in a cold sweat. Alice suddenly grabbed him, called him a bastard, and demanded to know what kind of nonsense he was pulling in the middle of a fight. Totally embarrassed, she snapped that she wouldn't lose to such ridiculous tricks and asked if he really thought she'd fall for that. Even though everyone else clearly thought she might, Kevin has bit back his anger, telling himself this was normal. Our guy was in puberty after all. Alice, though, seemed weirdly understanding. She remembered old texts saying that losing control of your ki could make your shukido rise, and Hana was way too flustered to deal with it. Blushing, Hana shouted for him to control his ki, saying that might help him get past Yuhon's blood art in Shunan. Then out of nowhere, look, my phone's ringing. My God. Seeing her reaction, he realized this still wasn't over. He thought in disbelief that this had actually shaken Alice. The leader of the Black Dragon sect really had a pure heart, so he apologized for going too far and begged for one final deciding clash. Trembling with shame after exposing his shukido to everyone, he said they should settle this in one move. Dragging it out would only make things worse for her. A little red in the face, Alice stepped back and agreed, but warned him never to use such a cheap trick again. He quietly sighed in relief, thanking God for her simple mindset, and thanks to Hana, he'd managed to suppress the problem for now. Still, who knew when it would happen again? Pointing his sword at Alice, he decided he needed to lose fast. Seconds later, they charged and their swords collided. A massive wave of ki burst out across the arena. That surge caught the attention of the masters. Kevin has realized our guy's internal power had risen a lot. He thought that if the flow hadn't been interrupted by that embarrassing incident, he might actually have had a chance against the Black Dragon leader while watching the sword fly through the air. Our guy quietly admitted she was very strong. Then he fell before Alice, and the crowd went wild. Alice let out a short breath and said he'd provoked her so much, only to end up like this. But then something caught her eye. Her clothes had been cut by his last strike. The whole crowd froze in shock. Then everyone started yelling that the leader's clothes had been sliced. That was the power of his final cut. People couldn't believe a young master from Gongdong could do that. Some said it should have taken at least 5 more years. Alice felt deeply embarrassed. Some people in the crowd said that even in defeat, it was still a very solid showing. But one guy in the audience asked if they seriously didn't get it. Our guy had planned this from the start. Looking at him, he said Gongdong still had a true fighter. It made no sense to distract from a sure victory unless this was intentional. Everyone watched as people called it a battle. Only he could fight. A true demonic martial artist. The birth of Gongdong's demon. Hana quickly grabbed him and said this should have calmed things down a lot. Still furious, she said she'd end all of this herself. Meanwhile, while changing clothes, Alice said Hana's eyes had turned sharp. She called her out, saying this match was getting boring and dragging on too long, so draw your sword. Maybe Hana was still uneasy, after seeing him carried away on a stretcher. Master, what should I do? She wondered. Her expression hardened as she told herself she had never been this angry before. Then suddenly she moved. In seconds she was already close to Alice, saying that if Alice wouldn't come, she would go to her. Alice could only stare, stunned. Then a huge blast of kiak swallowed the arena. Cavanagh stayed silent until Sulan spoke up, saying his disciple's abilities were impressive. Alice said this was a critical match. It would decide the balance between good and evil, and asked whether Cavanagh was confident. That's a good question. Cavanagh replied vaguely. In a serious tone, he said he was more worried about Hana's opponent than Hana herself. Alice glanced around, asking where Hana had gone. Her speed and strength were unbelievable, and with all the smoke, Alice couldn't find her. So she shut her eyes for a moment, trying to sense Hana's energy and defend herself. Then she felt movement behind her. She instantly swung her sword, saying the attack was coming so fast she couldn't even see the blade, much less the technique behind it. When she looked ahead, Hana had vanished again. In desperation, Alice slashed around her and swore she would make it impossible for Hana to get close. Near the arena, we could see Hana thinking that this fight had gone on too long. Facing the one who hurt her fellow disciple only made her angrier. Suddenly, Alice shouted for her to stop running. Hana looked at her coldly and said it was time to end this. At once, Alice charged at Hana, pouring out all her energy and yelling for her to stop playing around. Hana then said the demonic blade had returned to the Gongdong sect and the whole world should know it. Those words shook Alice. Hana quickly took her stance and released all her power. She remembered this was a technique she and our guy had found together. They had trained it together. Their shared memories, the peak of strength, the loaded blade, those were with her now, and she swore she would have her revenge. Raising her sword, Hana declared she would show power beyond demonic swordsmanship. Then the blades clashed and both energies slammed into each other. Alice wondered if this was really demonic swordsmanship. When had Gongdong recovered it? How had they managed that? Her blade cracked. To her shock, it shattered completely. She was thrown back and wondered if the person before her was truly a genius. No genius or prodigy didn't fit. Looking at Hana, she realized this was a monster. Then our mana pointed her sword and said this still wasn't enough for the one who made her junior cry. Alice needed to cry blood. I'll make you cry blood. Those words terrified Alice. Then a scream rang through the arena, a cry from the Black Dragon leader before Gongdong's disciple. But no, Hana stopped her blade at Alice's neck, making her lose her breath and struggle to breathe. After sheathed her sword, Hana finally told her that next time she wouldn't forgive her. At last, the winner was announced. Everyone there erupted in excitement. Somol said the confidence of his master and Cavanagh had not been misplaced. The return of the demonic sword and blade was truly a blessing to the martial world. A little red-faced, Cavanagh replied that his sect's top disciple had shown herself brilliantly, and he was proud of Hana. Somol added that Hana also had a heavenly martial body. With a faint smile, he said that would shake the martial world for a long time. Then 3 days passed. In another place, we could see a certain person. That person greeted the ruler of the blood demon, the supreme blood demon. In front of him was a huge bubbling pool of blood. Suddenly, a long-haired young man appeared and asked what was going on. He was the leader of the blood cult. His subordinate answered that the Gongdong sect had defeated the Black Dragon sect. He added that the demonic swordsmanship was revealed during that fight. Hearing that made the cult leader's eyes light up. With the blood behind him boiling wildly, he said that was very interesting. The subordinate then asked what they should do next. The leader raised his hand and started talking about those who were late. A blade of blood suddenly shot out toward the young man, startling him. With a cruel smile, the leader declared that everyone would soon meet their death. The shaken subordinate could only answer with a simple, understood. Meanwhile, the leader burst into laughter. Then a huge surge of energy rose from the lake of blood, while the half-naked man shouted that soon everyone would belong to the blood cult leader. Days later, we head to the Gungdang sect. There, our little sis asks if he has finally woken up. Our guy is surprised to see him. As he gets up, he asks how long he was out, and to his shock, he's told he slept for the last 3 days. He jumps out of bed and asks what happened during the duel. Our girl gives a small smile and tells him they won their match against the Black Dragons. Once he hears their side won, he learns that people are now calling him and our girl the twin heroes. A huge grin spreads across his face. Everything went just as planned, and he thinks the title sounds amazing. Perfect for winning over every pretty girl who hears it. Then our little sis adds that Yulia is being called the divine hero of Gungdang, while our guy is apparently being called the strange hero of Gungdang. That instantly leaves him hung up on the word strange, trying to figure out why he got stuck with that name. He starts panicking, remembering he let his little guy pop out to say hello in public, while he beats himself up over it. Our little sis just keeps a blank face. Still, he decides a win is a win. So whatever happens, happens. Sometime later, they meet with their master, Cavanagh, who congratulates them on the victory. He also says our little sis has joined the Gungdang sect and asks everyone to treat her as their new little sister. She politely answers that she'll study hard from now on. Then our guy gets his master's attention and says he has something important to tell him. Scratching his head, he admits he has a duel arranged with the youngest daughter of the Sumu family. A little nervous, he says a lot happened, and it's hard to explain everything. After hearing the short version, Kavana says there's no way to avoid this duel. Of course, our guy leaves out a few details, like showing his little shocker to the young lady from the Sumu family. Kavana also warns him that his opponent stands at the peak of the sword. Even so, our guy stays confident and says he accepted the duel because he knows he won't lose. Kavana replies that since he made a promise, there's nothing else to do. Then he warns him not to overdo it since he still hasn't fully recovered. With a light smile, our guy says it's fine, and through this duel, he'll prove he's not a burden to the Gongdong sect. Even so, our girl still looked worried, and that concern was clear on his face. That only made our guy wonder why this dude was so worried about him. Joking to himself, he decides to show off no matter what. He has to fix that weird title somehow. So he asks where the Black Dragon leader is, and Hannah says she should be at the Shadow Society mansion, then asks why. Smiling, he says he has a debt to collect. And then, at that place, our guy asks the guards at the gate if they know who he is. They shout, "The twin swordsman, the two-colored sword, how dare you show up here?" That makes him furious, and he asks if that's really what the whole city is calling him now. Still, he manages to get through the gates of the Shadow Society, thinking he really needs a new title fast. Then our girl asks why he came all the way here. To his misery, she also calls him the two-colored twin sword. Looking away, she says that just as promised, all the Shadow Society members were handed over to the authorities. But that's not why he came. He says that duel got him a new little sister. Moving closer to Liz, he reminds her of their promise. The loser would call the winner Big Brother. So now she has to keep her word. Liz quickly turns her eyes away, completely embarrassed. This time, our guy keeps teasing her. With great difficulty, she tries to say the words. Then comes that sweet moment. Face red, lips puffed a little. Liz finally calls him her big brother, but he acts like he didn't hear and asks her to say it again. That sends her into full panic, and she yells as loud as she can, calling him her big brother. Yep, my little sister. We'll be seeing each other a lot from now on, he says, making Liz regret everything. Right after that, he gets chased out with sticks and stones from the place. Out in the streets, he thinks Liz acts like she hates him, but he's sure she likes this kind of guy, a bad boy. Soon enough, she'll totally fall for him. After that, he heads back to those old betting houses. He remembers that guy with the impossible name from the valley and hopes he isn't here. He opens the door, a little uneasy. Then a strange smell from inside catches his attention. Right in front of him is a feast. Next to it stands a pretty dark-haired woman in revealing clothes, and in the corner there's aphrodisiac incense. Our lovely Nina happily walks over and asks why our guy came here. She quickly grabs his arm and tells him to sit down. Pulling him to the table, she says she prepared all of this just for him. Embarrassed, he asks why she's doing all this, and admits he feels a little uneasy. She simply asks if he's hungry. Then she offers the roll in her hand and says she'll feed him so he can grow stronger. Thinking she can't let this chance slip away, Nina decides she's winning him over right here and now. What happens next? Is our guy finally going to bring out the little shocker on Nina? Will our cute tomboy fall for our guy? Will the Siamu daughter end up becoming another Nina? Seriously, she was using every trick she had, even trying to feed him by hand. And of course, he seemed to be falling right into her trap. Except no, not at all. He tosses the roll away and gets annoyed, thinking he still has a long way to go. There's no way someone that important in the Orthodox faction would show this much kindness for no reason. Blushing a bit, he tells himself he won't fall for tricks this obvious. He has no idea what she really wants, but she's clearly testing him. Meanwhile, all Ningwai really wants is to make him hers. Acting totally innocent, she asks what was wrong, but he refuses to play along and tells her to stop. He only came to collect his winnings, not mess around with her. She straightens up, still looking adorable, then drops his 200 bills onto the table. After paying him, she calls for his attention and says now they can get to the real point. Suddenly, she takes off her kimono. Startled, our guy yells, "What? What is this?" Shyly, she says she's already made up her mind, and in all the land, the only man she sees is him. She moves closer and says she'll do anything he wants. Nervous, he wonders what is happening. Why is she taking off her clothes? In his past life, everyone said she never showed her skin to any man, and now that same untouchable woman is standing here like an innocent girl, completely in love with him. He starts wondering if her feelings are real. Red-faced, he asks himself if she's really about to go that far. Without hesitation, she answers yes, and this idiot immediately says, "In that case, I want you to spread rumors all across Murim." Seriously, rather than being happy that a gorgeous woman is throwing herself at him, he decides to use her as much as he can. This guy really is an idiot. She asks if he only meant to play with her feelings, making a request like that out of nowhere. He says yes, and tells her to spread word through all of Murim that he's going to duel the youngest daughter of the Seomur clan and the loser will become the winner's servant. As he moves closer, lightly touches her hair and looks into her eyes, he asks if she'll do that for him, calling her my love. The moment she hears my love from him, she completely melts, and he keeps pushing, saying there's no one else he can trust but her, begging her to do this for him. So of course she falls right for it, getting all excited and saying that if it's his request she'll do it. And look at this shameless bastard's face. He thanks her while thinking she tried to charm him, but in the end the spell turned back on the caster. In the end he told her he was counting on her, then hurried out and left her alone. Meanwhile, our girl watched him go and let out a small sigh. Then she got all excited, thinking about him calling her my love. Her heart was racing, and she didn't hate it at all. If anything, she felt like she could get addicted to that feeling. With a quiet little laugh, she brushed off his duel with the Sword Empress. That didn't matter now. She'd do anything to make him her lover, and for his sake she'd spread whatever rumors he wanted. Still, she also thought about using her bold side to play a little trick on him. Sometime later in the forest, our guy checked on the love-struck beauty and collected his reward. Thanks to her, the messy duel with the Seomon family was settled too. Ever since his win, the Gongdong sect's name had been rising fast, so it was only natural that a match would be set between Gongdong's challenger and the Seomon family's current star. When he finally got home, he thought about the last problem left, finding someone to oversee the duel. Unlike the fight against the Black Dragon Gang, this one had no real excuse since Seomon was a righteous clan. Even if it started as a bet, only one person came to mind. Sometime later, that brown-haired disciple of the Sword Empress asked why he was there, calling him the Two-Colored Sword. Shocked, he asked why she was using such an embarrassing nickname. She shot back that a strange man visiting a woman's room this late deserved it. A little annoyed, he cut her off and said he had something important to discuss with the Sword Empress. With a sly wink, she told him no chance. The Empress had just gone out for a walk, so he should grab his diapers and leave. When he asked if she wasn't leaving for her sect tomorrow, she said that was exactly why he couldn't meet the Empress now. But then someone else caught their attention. It was the Sword Empress herself, asking what brought him there so late. Her disciple got nervous while he shyly said there was something he wanted to talk about. Without making a fuss, she invited them inside first. That left the disciple pouting, saying he had way too much nerve. Soon he handed her a cup of tea and apologized for not having much to offer. She gently told him not to worry. Thanks to them, she'd seen a fine duel and rested well here at the Gongdong sect. Hearing that put him at ease, and he said the favor he wanted to ask was also about a duel. His uneasy reaction caught the Sword Empress's eye as he explained that he would duel a rising talent from the Seomun family with his sect's honor on the line, so he wanted her to serve as the official judge. Calmly, the beauty sipped her tea and then asked if there was any reason she herself should do this. In a serious tone, he said he understood her hesitation, but he had challenged the Sword Empress in front of thousands of people. She cut in at once and asked what that had to do with this duel. Embarrassed, he admitted that when he said he would one day become a man worthy of challenging her, this was exactly what he meant here and now. That caught her off guard when she saw how serious he was. This duel is my first step toward becoming a challenger worthy of you. He raised his voice and said he'd be grateful if she would at least see his sincerity. That honest resolve was what drew her in. So despite everything, she said she would watch over the growth of this challenger. To his relief, she agreed to serve as the official for the duel. Still, she added, that she had a favor to ask of him too. That naturally made him curious and he wondered what it could be. Avoiding the answer while sipping her tea, she said she'd tell him when the time was right. In his past life, the Hengsen sect had been so secretive that almost nothing was known about them, so he had no way to guess what kind of favor she wanted. Still, with a smug little grin, he thought everything had gone just as planned. Somewhere else, the young lady of the Seomor sect shrank back as her father asked if she had really agreed to a duel with that reckless brat from the Gongdong sect. She nervously told him it wasn't on purpose, but somehow it just happened. Her father replied that the whole world was already stirred up by the rumors. People were saying the loser would become the winner's servant. That was what made him even angrier. On top of that, the winner would gain supremacy over all of Gansu. Annoyed, he demanded to know why, of all things, she had to promise this duel now. Almost in tears, she quickly apologized to her father. Well, her honesty was clear to the old man, so he calmed down a little and said that if she defeated that punk from Gongdong, it would bring them great profit. Those words made her happy too, and lifted her spirits as he asked if she was ready. This was her chance to put those bastards beneath the Seomu sect. She answered at once, telling her father to send the challenge letter immediately, and swore she'd do everything she could to take that brat down. The next day, he stretched early in the morning, thinking about the rumors spreading through Gansu. It was time for him to write his challenge letter too. Right then, Yulia came over and called out to him. Holding a letter with a big smile, she asked if he had slept well, and said she had something to show him. That bright smile alone was enough to leave him thinking she was way too cute. Then she explained it was a challenge letter sent to him by the Seomu family themselves. As he opened it, he thought it really was surprising that they had sent theirs first. Yulia said she was surprised too. It seemed the Seomu family cared about this duel even more than they expected. And since Seomu Chenche was a first-rate master, he started wondering if the Sword King was that confident his daughter would win. Yulia then asked if he was really okay with this duel. He answered that it wouldn't be easy, but if he trained, he could do it. In that case, adorable Julia had something for him. All excited, she asked if he thought it was time to put those arrogant Seomu brats in their place. Sometime later, the two of them were circulating their energy together. He said it had become much easier to control now. Smiling, she said she wanted to help her newbie as much as she could before the duel. She was being so thoughtful it nearly knocked him out. Still, he figured it made sense. Someone with a martial body like hers could refine an incomplete technique this fast. Then she broke his train of thought with a question about his fight with the Black Dragon Gang. She asked if he had really meant it when he confessed to the Sword Empress. That question caught him completely off guard, and just remembering it was enough to shake him. Looking straight into his eyes, she said his confession to the Sword Empress wasn't sincere. With shining eyes, he explained that the duel with the Black Dragon Gang was a stage to announce his sex rebirth, so they needed a hook. Falling for his smooth talk, she lit up with joy and said that was exactly what she expected from him. They kept talking for a bit, when she suddenly grabbed his cheeks. Totally happy, she praised him as the best while he just wondered why she was this excited. And with that, a week passed. He kept training, and through constant practice, he got used to using the technique. But there was still one problem. His little guy kept standing up to say hello. Desperate, he wondered what he was supposed to do and why this kept happening. Falling to the ground, he thought that since the Siomu family took this duel so seriously, he could lose if he didn't prepare right. Yet no matter what he tried, he still couldn't master the reverse blood flow technique. Then a sound from the bushes caught his attention. It was the Sword Empress. She said she was out for a walk and didn't expect to find him here. She asked why he was training in such an isolated place, and he answered that it was easier to focus somewhere quiet, while thinking it was also better since nobody could see his problem. She commented that he looked tired and asked if training wasn't going the way he wanted. Embarrassed, he said maybe it was because the duel was close and he was getting impatient. She listened closely to what he said. Then she suddenly drew her sword and said that since fate had brought them together like this, she could help with his training if he wanted. She was so stunning it took his breath away. Politely, he thanked her for the chance to learn from a great swordmaster like her. He quickly drew his own sword too, thinking she was the perfect sparring partner, someone he could face with all his strength. Determined to go all out, he made his first move. But before he could even settle his thoughts, she buried him with a single strike of her sword. As expected, he realized facing her sword would be anything but easy. She told him his sword still had too many weak points. Smiling, she told him to try blocking her next strike. Then the two clashed hard. She shouted that a sword meant to defeat demons was too weak on defense. He shot back that martial arts only improved through practice, so that was normal. Seriously? Chiosho asked, her face turning sharp as she swung again. Her blade flashed in a quick cut, not to kill him, just enough to tear his clothes. Calmly, she reminded him that the Gongdong sect was built on balancing yin and yang, and said that wasn't wrong. If they only followed reversal techniques, they'd be no different from the demonic cult. Then she pointed out that his sword leaned too far to one side, a biased side. He thought back on his life and realized all his effort had gone into raising endurance. Now he understood her point. He had focused almost only on yang energy training, and started wondering if that imbalance was holding him back. Cutting through his thoughts, she told him to focus on the harmony of yin and yang, and try again. He concentrated and realized that because of the memories of his crazed former self, he had kept rejecting yin energy without knowing it. That was what broke the balance. Only by focusing on harmony could Julia's technique and the reverse blood flow art exist together. Thinking about what he had to do, he pushed it further once more. Suddenly, his sword moved cleanly. She blocked it, then told him that strike was beautiful. With a pleased smile, she said he learned fast. Chudu stepped back a little. Thrilled, he realized he had used sword energy this time, and his little problem didn't pop out. Just as he was about to say he was close to becoming a first-rate master, his body gave out. The Sword Empress moved at once, catching him in her arms, saving him by pure luck. A little dizzy, he asked her what the Gongdong sect's sword was really like. She blushed faintly, smiled a little, and said his sword had been excellent. The two rested together under the moonlight. The next morning, he woke up completely cheerful about the night before. Training with the Sword Empress beneath the moon felt almost like a love poem to him. There had even been some accidental physical contact, and judging by his face, he had enjoyed every second of it. He kept thinking about how she had brought him back to his room and how perfectly everything had gone. Then Chushu suddenly rushed in, calling for him. Curious, he asked why she was in such a hurry. Out of breath from running, she said another strange rumor was spreading through the market. Sweating, she explained, it was a rumor that he had been secretly training with someone. Shocked, he asked what she meant. That only made her more anxious, and he told her to explain everything right away. While shopping at the market, she had heard people talking about that weird hero from the Gongdong sect doing something scandalous. They were saying he and the youngest miss of the Seomu clan had been having a secret affair behind everyone's backs. Then, without any explanation, he dumped her. Right after that, the rumor said he started seeing Ninja. And when the Sword King's youngest daughter heard it, she burned with jealousy and swore she wouldn't forgive him. That was the rumor going around and supposedly why she challenged him to a duel. Kyuchu said she couldn't believe it, so she ran straight here to ask him herself. He immediately flared up in anger, wondering where the hell that rumor came from. Later, in a meeting with the gentleman, he was asked what had happened. Rubbing his head, he said the duel was tomorrow, and if this rumor kept spreading, even a win would do him no good. Then he thought of Sara, the only one who might spread something this twisted. Furious, he wondered how that fox dared make up such nonsense. He concluded she wanted the world to believe he and Netta were lovers. With her in mind, he told the gentleman he had an idea. He said he had visited the Black Dragons to send a letter and ask for an official response, while avoiding the Siomu family's eyes. Confused, the gentleman said he already knew that. That was when he claimed those grudge-holding bastards were using the incident as an excuse to slander him, which made the gentleman furious. The man said that even for an evil faction, he never expected something this low. Then, with fake tears and full acting skills, he said not to worry. Somehow, he would put an end to these weird rumors. Sometime later, back in the market, people were now talking about the size of his package. According to them, he had an unbelievable weapon down there. He stood nearby listening, thinking the rumors were getting more warped by the minute. While eating, he figured he needed to understand how the rumors were moving before changing them, so for now he would just watch quietly. Suddenly a voice caught his attention. Someone asked if he knew who had exposed the scandal with Netmen. People were saying she started the whole thing out of jealousy, afraid his relationship with the other woman would go further. That made him stop. Were the rumors changing? After half a day walking the streets, it became clear someone had been deliberately rewriting the love triangle story. Now the women were saying Netna was obsessed with him, and that the strange hero of Gongdong was especially gifted, which left him speechless. In the end, the rumors had been corrected into nothing more than baseless gossip spread by the girl because of one-sided love for him, and for him that was the best outcome. Still, he couldn't stop thinking this lucky turn felt suspicious. As he walked, he wondered if someone he knew was behind it. Looking around, he decided he had to go check. There he found 3 beggars. One of them called him the playboy who stole the hearts of 2 famous women, and asked if he was the strange hero of the Gongdong sect. He admitted it was him, but said that trash nickname definitely wasn't his. He knew the beggar sect was part of the righteous faction, a huge group famous for justice and gathering information. With things like this happening, they were his best option right now. They said they had a personal request for him, which made them curious. The beggar invited him inside so they could talk first. Once inside the beggar's sect base, the man asked what the problem was. He asked them to investigate Zhang Liwine of Beijing, calling him a filthy villain who kidnaps boys, turns them into eunuchs, and sells them to the imperial palace. The beggar said a monster like that couldn't be forgiven, not even in 3 lifetimes. Already furious because he knew exactly what kind of man he was. He said that bastard deserved to be cut into 1,000 pieces. That same madman was the one who had made him a eunuch. He had already taken revenge on the bald old man on the first day, but the Four Eyes broker also needed to have his life destroyed. The beggar agreed to do it for a small information fee, and said they would probably have results in a few weeks. After that, he left the place. Outside, he thought that only one person had enough influence to alter rumors on this scale, and bother such a powerful information network, the Sword Empress. That was why he was investigating the glasses-wearing cutter. It was the only way to learn if the Empress was involved, even though he didn't want that to be true. Now that part was settled, only one thing remained. If he wanted to change public opinion, win the duel in spectacular fashion. The next day, with the crowd roaring, the great duel began. The youngest daughter of the Siomu clan versus the steel-crotch hero, Lia de Sungas. The young lady was clearly furious. She told him he would pay today, calling him the weird 2-colored sword freak. That nickname obviously got under his skin. Drawing his sword, he swore that today he'd get rid of that garbage title. Before they even started, people nearby were already whispering, asking if the rumors about the two were true. Were they really in a relationship? Others said the way they argued was proof enough. That was exactly the kind of reaction her father had when he heard people talking trash about his daughter. Calm but dangerous. He said he'd tear apart anyone who dared slander her in front of him. That threat alone shut people up. Beside him, the Sword Empress remarked that making the loser become the winner's servant was a pretty common duel condition. That made him answer that this was all because that guy had seduced and pushed his daughter into the duel. She asked if that was really what he believed, and he said it was obvious. Then, changing the subject as he stared at her beauty, he said it had been a long time since they last met, and she was still just as beautiful as before. Curious, she asked if he meant back then. She looked away and changed the subject, saying it was time for the duel to begin. Still, it really felt like those two had some history. Honestly, who knows? Anyway, that's a story for another time. Now the real fight starts. Our girl called Piton shameless for raising his sword in a duel and refusing to admit his mistake. Today, she said, she'd expose his disgrace in front of everyone. Then she released all her energy and told him to get ready. The pressure was huge and filled the whole arena. This time, she believed she completely controlled the match. Her family's sword art used heavy strikes loaded with internal energy, a style strong enough to leave him no room to escape. Then she charged straight at him. He calmly raised his sword. With sharp eyes, he prepared for her attack. She brought down a heavy, powerful slash at him. As he blocked, he realized the strike was slow but packed with incredible power. Pulling back, he reminded himself that he had plenty of strong martial arts too. After creating some space, she asked if he had used the demon-subduing sword essence to soften the impact, admitting he really was talented. Then she rushed him again and told him to try blocking the next move too. Once again, he defended. But then he suddenly wondered if this was a feint. He was right. She grabbed him and drove a hard knee right into him. Even so, he barely managed to protect himself. He quickly analyzed it. The Siomu sword style pressures the enemy before a decisive strike, while the Gongdong style blends offense and defense around powerful attacks. The two styles clash badly, so he decided to finish this fast before wasting energy. The duel grew even fiercer, and now our guy started pressuring her back. He had his eyes locked on her, reading every move. That alone surprised her. His aura had changed. Suddenly, he fired off a wave of energy. The attack exploded across the arena. Yulia was thrilled, cheering him on like he was the coolest person there. But over on Siomu's side, she came out unharmed. She had successfully defended against all of it. He asked how she blocked that. With a smug little laugh, she admitted it wasn't easy, but it still wasn't enough to beat her. She raised her sword and asked what he planned to do now. Then she rushed in again and landed another heavy blow. Laughing, she asked if he was just going to keep defending. He already knew this wouldn't be easy, but she was even stronger than he expected. Now he had to figure out how to turn things around. Then an idea hit him. He remembered the Empress and her words about the balance of yin and yang. Taking a breath to steady himself, he wondered if the answer was to become completely unpredictable. That was when she shouted that she wouldn't allow it. She lunged at him and smashed the ground with full force. Startled, she looked around, wondering where he had gone. He had used the martial art he mastered during his time as a madman. Shadow steps, a technique made for exploiting openings and launching surprise attacks. Even in his current state, he could use it well enough to briefly fool Zhang's senses. Despite her being at the peak of the first-line realm, by drawing on one of the secret techniques from his past life, he admitted to himself that Zhang was a truly strong opponent. As he repositioned, he decided to combine the demon-subduing sword essence with shadow steps. He moved in, knowing his power might drop, but one unpredictable strike could end everything. His movements caught her attention at once. Facing him head-on, she thought his plan was obvious. She only had to block, and this would be easy. But suddenly he shifted again and changed the path of his sword. That move caught her completely off guard. Before she could react, he struck her hard. From the crowd, her father shouted at the top of his lungs. Meanwhile, our guy completed the attack. Her sword fell to the ground, and then she dropped in front of him too. With that, victory for the Gongdong sect was announced. The crowd went quiet, confused. That strange mood confused him too, and he wondered what was going on. Then people looked behind him and started asking if Xiong had been badly hurt. Xiong herself was bright red, staring down at her clothes in shock. Little by little, they were tearing apart. Panicking, she had no idea what was happening or why her clothes were ripping like that. She could only stare in disbelief, wondering if it was because of that last strike she failed to block. Poor thing. Humiliated, she screamed and called him a shameless pervert for using such a disgusting technique. People in the crowd said that explained why he was known as the weird hero of the Gongdong sect. Clearly, they joked, he only thought with the wrong head. Flustered, he tried to explain that it wasn't on purpose, but she was already in tears and refused to listen, just calling him a pervert again. He quickly took off his shirt and handed it to her, telling her to cover herself. Still embarrassed, he apologized and guessed the shadow steps had spread the force of his strike through her clothes, tearing them apart since he had held back from using a killing blow. He was upset too. This was absolutely not the outcome he wanted. Then we cut to her furious father, shouting that he could not accept this duel's result. He roared that Peyton had insulted his daughter and his family's honor, so he would personally punish this crime. Yeah, things got bad fast. Shocked, our guy thought he was done for, but then the Empress stepped in and ordered both of them to stop. She walked forward and declared the match had already been decided. With a firm voice, she told him to accept the result of this fair duel. Angry, he demanded to know why she was protecting that brat. She released her own internal energy and answered that, as an officer of the Gongdong sect, she had to stop anyone who refused the result. Still furious, he asked if she could really say that after what that brat had just done. She admitted it was shameful for skin to be exposed in a duel, but Pitton had already apologized. Then she told him to drop it. Before being a woman, his daughter was a martial artist. Hearing that, our girl was overjoyed, thanking heaven for bringing the Empress here as an officer. That was exactly what she expected from her future wife. Her father then brought up her confession to the Empress during the last duel, and asked if she had now fallen for him too. He shouted in disbelief, saying, the strange hero of the Gongdong sect was young enough to be his son. The jealousy was obvious. Our lovely lady, well, immediately told him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Then she brought up confessions and asked if he himself hadn't confessed to her years ago. That caught him completely off guard. It also grabbed our guy's full attention. 30 years earlier, at the Dragon Phoenix assembly, he had confessed his love to her. He challenged her to a fair duel so he could make her his wife, but with just a few quick moves, she beat him in a single strike and called him an insignificant man. Now with sharp eyes, she asked if he still had feelings for her. Burning with embarrassment, he had to listen to the crowd react. Our guy, meanwhile, found the whole thing pretty funny, since he had never heard this story before. At last, the beautiful elder asked if she should share more of his past, and he instantly yelled for her to stop. Then she turned to our guy and said his actions had been an unfortunate accident, so she would let it pass this once. He quickly thanked her for forgiving him. Sometime after that duel, there was a meeting between the Empress and the Gongdong sect, where the goaded elder thanked her for calming things down earlier. She said she had only done her duty as an officer, though he still thanked her again. Then she asked about the chance of holding an exchange competition between their sects. The elder happily said that sounded excellent. That completely caught our guy off guard, and now he was curious about what was coming next. In his past life, the Sword Empress's sect had been isolated and closed off, so they never held an event like this. At last, she said her goodbyes. Looking at our guy, she told him they would meet again during the exchange, and then they could talk more. He answered that he understood while wondering if this had something to do with the favor she mentioned before, when she agreed to act as an officer for the duel. As he watched her leave, he put those doubts aside, sure he'd learn the truth during the exchange. For now, he happily thought it was time to collect the rewards from his victory. Then we cut to the Siamur sect, where our girl was now becoming his servant. Her brother told her not to worry and said that if anything happened, she should contact the main family right away. Then he turned to our guy and cursed him out, warning that if he ever made her cry, he'd make him cry tears of blood. And our guy's response to that was, first, he shouted, then our guy shouted right back. She called him a pervert, and somehow he still won the argument. At that point, there was nothing left to say. Meanwhile, our girl could only wonder how things had ended up like this. Finally, he called for her attention and told her to hurry up since they were heading back to the Gongdong sect soon. In another spot, she kept a little distance from him, still reluctant about all of this. She was also deeply embarrassed. After all, she had ended up serving the biggest pervert of all time. And with that, they arrived at his sect. He said they needed to talk, catching her off guard and making her wonder what was coming. Her thoughts went wild. Alone with him at this hour, surely that could only mean one thing. In her head, he was about to pull her into his arms, tease her, and steal a kiss. And after that, she figured he would completely embarrass her too. She had even picked the perfect place for all of that in her imagination. Then he looked around and said this spot would work. That only made her more sure her dirty guesses were about to come true. But then he pulled out a talisman and said this was a good place to give her instructions. To his disappointment, all he did was send her to the tiger house to collect the betting winnings from the duel. Still nervous, she asked if that was really all. Wasn't he planning to do anything with her in a dark, quiet place like this? Completely baffled, he asked what kind of nonsense was going on in her head. Burning with shame, she ran off, leaving him stunned by how wild her imagination was. Then something clicked in his mind. He remembered their beloved little troublemaker and wondered if she had been spreading rumors again, especially after happily cheering his win. After all, she had called him her husband. Fired up, he swore he wouldn't get dragged around by her tricks anymore. Now, he could only wonder what mess would come next, and what favor did the beautiful Sword Empress want from him? Could Enro win him over? If you ask me, she's the best one. Our girl, one by one, was already falling for his charm. Or maybe would she end up turning into another shameless girl with a dirty mind? The next day, our girl muttered that she never thought she'd end up as a delivery girl for a scumbag. On the way, she kept cursing him, calling him the worst kind of creep. Then someone stopped her and asked what brought her there. A little red in the face, she said she came on the leader's order to collect the money from his bet on the duel. The man asked why he hadn't come himself, which made her curious too. At last, he pointed to the second floor and said there was a special room where she could get the money. That phrase, special room, instantly caught her attention. She remembered him warning her that when she arrived, they'd show her a special room and she shouldn't be surprised, just take the money. That left her surprised, so he really had told the truth. Up on the second floor, Nivea introduced herself as the owner of the whole place, keeping it polite and professional. She asked our girl to sit down. She blushed at Nivea's beauty, and it was easy to see why people called her the most beautiful courtesan around. Meanwhile, Nivea was having her own little jealous moment, thinking this was the girl who fought her man and tried to make him her servant. Our girl could feel that strange tension, even if she had no idea why. After a short pause, Nivea said she heard she came for the betting money, but asked if there was anything else she wanted to say. Leaning forward, she asked if the leader had sent any message for her, or even a letter. That stunned Chelsea, who couldn't believe Nivea was acting like that over him. It made the rumors about the two of them sound a lot more real. Hesitating, she admitted there actually was something he wanted her to say, and Nivea perked up right away. In a cold voice, Chelsea said he was very disappointed that Nivea had spread false rumors. Poor Nivea immediately grew anxious and asked what she meant. Chelsea then repeated his message. He hated Nivea more than anything in the world, because he only liked honest people. Even as she said it, Chelsea thought Nivea would be crushed by those words, and she was. Eyes filling with tears, Nivea asked if he had really said that. Uneasy, Chelsea said yes. That was everything he wanted to tell her. In the end, Nivea set the betting money on the table and told her to take it. As Chelsea left, she tried to cheer her up, seeing how down Nivea looked, and said she'd speak well of her when she went back. Then she left. Nivea sat there in shock, unable to believe it. Not long ago, he had called her my love, and she had completely believed it. Now she feared she might never see him again, because of lies she made up just to spice things up. Panicking, she cried out that this couldn't happen. If she lost him, her heart would stop. Until now, she thought it had all been a joke. But judging by Chelsea's reaction, he really was angry, so she had to fix this somehow. Meanwhile, our girl thought it was strange that someone as stunning as Nivea liked a scoundrel like him so much. Then another thought hit her. Yulia, our girl, the master with the mustache, even that gorgeous beauty too. All of them seemed friendly with him and even liked him. That left her confused. Why did so many people care about such a shameless pervert? Then for some reason, she paused. With her face turning red, she wondered if all the bad things she had heard about him were just one big misunderstanding. After all, he was the one who won the duel against the Black Dragon Gang to protect his sect. He challenged the Sword Empress to restore Gongdang's honor. He even dueled the great Seomon family. Lost in thought, she realized those were the deeds of a true Morim hero, and maybe the hero of Gongdang she had always dreamed of was none other than him. Then someone suddenly called out to her. That voice snapped her back. It was the owner of the steel briefs himself, saying his servant had returned. And just like that, all his heroic magic disappeared. She handed over the money, and he thanked her. But even then, she couldn't stop wondering if there was still a small chance he really was the person she had always dreamed of. Then Xiaomu stepped forward, catching him by surprise. Bright red, she apologized and said she was truly sorry for what happened. He just stared at her, confused, wondering what she was even talking about. Then she suddenly stormed off, embarrassed while calling him every insult she could think of, idiot, fool, scumbag, bastard, leaving him wondering what kind of weird fantasy she had gotten stuck in now. Still, none of that mattered. What mattered was the pile of cash in his hands, but before he could enjoy it, someone arrived at the sect shouting to ask if anyone was there. It was Nihaina, and she had brought a huge donation. She went to the mustache master and asked him to accept it, though he felt awkward since the sect didn't need that much money. He walked over and asked what this was all about. Danger explained that she heard the sect was suffering because of the rumor scandal she caused, so this was both a donation and an apology. Then she asked to speak with him alone. That caught him completely off guard. The mustached master thanked her and said that since she insisted so much, he would accept it. That was the face of a man who realized he had messed up. He only wanted to tease Danger a little, but she had taken everything seriously. A little later, Chelsea and Julia asked what was going on. She said she had no idea why someone like Neja wanted to see him, and that it was making her nervous. Chelsea then asked why they were just standing there talking, and said she had a great idea. Elsewhere, Neja stood with him, crying her eyes out. Between sobs, she apologized and said she didn't even know how to put her feelings into words. It left him totally confused, wondering how things had gotten this far. Then Neja spoke from the heart, admitting she did all of this because she truly liked him. That shocked him. Her words sounded completely sincere. He couldn't believe it. Seeing her act like this would have been unthinkable in his past life, and if he kept pushing her away, something serious might happen. So, to Nekina's joy, he apologized too. From a hidden corner, 3 nosy watchers peeked in. Suddenly, all 3 went wide-eyed, wondering what on earth was happening. They saw Nekina leap into his arms after he thanked her from the bottom of his heart for apologizing. Chelsea's reaction was basically, how shameless. The next reaction was, what indecency. And Julia looked ready to throw every insult she knew at Neja. They watched Neja cling to him, overjoyed, promising she'd never do it again because her love for him was real. By the end of the afternoon, Neja finally said goodbye. Sugata's Nervosa told her to head back safely. Then Neja suddenly grabbed his hand. With a sweet smile, she said he could visit anytime. The back doors would always be open for him. He said he'd come by often, even though he really meant only if business brought him there. Neja let out a few playful little laughs and thanked him. After she left, he thought the whole thing was annoying. He still had no idea if her feelings were real. Touching his chin, he worried that if Niuhai's obsession got worse, it would become a huge headache. Then someone called out, saying he looked pretty happy. It was the trio of jealous girls, and Julia was clearly the one leading them. He said he wasn't in a good mood at all, then wondered why they looked so angry. A little annoyed, Julia told him to come with them. They had something to do. Not long after, he was back in training. Exhausted, he said it would be better to continue tomorrow, but Julia shut that down and told him to train even more. So he went back to practicing, realizing there was no point arguing. That was when Julia made her move and told him to watch closely. Even if she acted tough, it hurt her to see him like that. Still, she couldn't stop. This was all part of the plan to protect him. A few hours earlier, Chelsea brought up Neikai, hugging Sugata's Nervosa, while the other girls said they couldn't let someone like her steal their guy from the sect. So now was the time to join forces. Chelsea asked if things were really that serious, and Julia pushed back, asking why she wouldn't think so. Then the girl boldly said she knew very well, catching Julia off guard and making her wonder if her secret had been exposed. But that wasn't it. She seriously asked if Julia was really going to stand there and watch their guy become a foxwoman's lover. Julia didn't know how to answer. Deep down, she wanted to say the same thing, but her situation wouldn't let her. Chelsea asked what kind of plan could possibly split apart a couple that seemed so into each other. The girl answered without hesitation. First, whenever Sugata's had free time, someone had to train with him so he wouldn't have time to think about anything else. Julia agreed and said she would handle his training here for now and keep him in the main training grounds. And that explains our guy's reaction. As he ran through the courtyard, someone suddenly called out to him. It was Chelsea, asking if she could stay by his side. Then the other girl stepped in too, saying she would stay with him as well. They were putting the plan into action. During breaks, she and Chelsea would take turns watching him and keeping him from going to Nanhui. Out of sight, out of mind. That was the idea. They wanted to stop Sugata's from seeing Ninyoi, and this would last until next year, when the exchange competition at the Hang San sect was held. For that whole year, they stuck to the plan. They basically kept their guy trapped inside the Gongdong sect. A year later, we cut to Sugata's again, more ripped than ever. Looking around, he wondered when his sect's buildings had gotten so big. Then he said it straight, money really was a great thing. He was especially happy that they could now eat pork at least once a day, which he proudly called a great aphrodisiac. After the fight against the Black Dragons, Gongdong became well known, so visitors started donating a lot. The place looked nothing like it did when he first arrived. Still, he knew raising money meant showing progress, and the best way to attract investors was with results. That was when someone caught his attention. It was Yulia, smiling as she said a whole year had passed way too fast. He gave a dry answer and agreed, though to him that last year had felt more like prison. Later, his group gathered in front of Kavanha's. He said they had all worked hard for the exchange competition, and seeing how much they had grown gave him confidence. At last, they set out for the sect of the Sword Empress. Our guy thought the time had finally come. He was so relieved he could almost cry. At last, he could get away from the strict watch on him and finally see the Sword Empress, the woman he believed would become his first wife. Back at the Empress's sect, Sobin said the bastards from Gongdong were coming, which already put her in a bad mood, even though she had still been told to prepare a proper welcome. Restless, she admitted she still wasn't sure about it. Looking at her, someone said their sect was already strong enough without this exchange event, and asked if it was really needed. The Empress asked if she had forgotten the spirit Gongdong showed in the war of justice against evil, saying that kind of spirit would surely help their sect too. Blushing a little, she added with a soft laugh that Sugata's Nervosa had also performed very well. Sobin said she understood and asked to carry out those orders. Outside, she was clearly annoyed, thinking about the slight smile on the Empress's face when she mentioned that scoundrel Sugata's, and hoping it didn't mean what she feared. She went to the disciples and asked if everyone had gathered. With full force in her voice, she said she had instructions to give. All the disciples perked up at the words from the Great Sword Empress. Then Sobin explained that the Empress had prepared for the competition with Gongdong, and asked if they understood what that meant. Everyone listened closely to Sobin. Eyes burning, she shouted that the thug called Sugata's and his so-called sect had dared act arrogant toward the Empress, so it was their duty to teach every one of them a lesson. The disciples shouted back in agreement, saying that arrogant brat would be crushed. Raising their fists, they yelled that as disciples of the sect and sisters of the Great Sword Empress, they would do it. Sobin, full of fierce energy, swore she would expose the true nature of that shameless scoundrel Sugata's. In the mountains, we followed our group. Julia pointed out how many mountains and cliffs there were, and our guy said this really was a famous peak worthy of the name Northern Peak of the Central Plains. Then someone arrived. It was a messenger from the Empress's sect, asking them to follow her, since she would be their guide. Cavan has thanked her for the courtesy. Sugata's Nervosa was already grinning to himself, acting like his weak friend had no chance because he was the one heading into a land full of women. This sect was made up of strong female martial artists gathered to protect a convent temple. Even though marriage wasn't banned there and they weren't forbidden from dealing with men, everything changed after the Empress made her shocking declaration that she would choose her partner through a duel. Because of that, celibacy became an unspoken rule among the disciples who admired her. So Hang San turned into a man-free zone, almost sacred to its unmarried masters. Just thinking about stepping into a place packed with strong women had him grinning like crazy. Then someone called out saying his creepy look hadn't changed at all. It was Sobin, standing there with all her usual pressure. Offended, he asked if she was really going to greet him so rudely after all this time. She ignored that and simply told him to stay alert and follow her. That annoyed him, and he thought that just because she had a pretty face didn't mean she could act however she wanted. Later, as they climbed the mountain path, he said that despite her attitude, the walk itself wasn't hard. She answered that she couldn't guide guests through a rough path. Changing the subject, she asked if he was still planning to challenge the Sword Empress. He replied that as a real man, he couldn't take back his own words. She shot back that no one expects much from a demon who only thinks with his lower half, and he answered right away. She gave a small laugh and said no one would be surprised if he gave up the challenge anyway. That made him snap. He shouted that he planned to win her heart, so Sobin should drop those thoughts. At last they reached the sect gates. Sobin was still chuckling, while he thought things were going to be hard with goals like his. Then Sobin opened the sect gates, and they could finally see an incredible welcome waiting inside. The girls were stunned by what they saw. This time, our guy thought that compared to the Forbidden City, it was still smaller, but the endless buildings rising above the sea of clouds were still amazing. Then the Sword Empress herself came forward to welcome them. Cavan has thanked her and said his sect would never forget such hospitality. She politely said this was the least she could do for the guests who accepted her invitation. Then she held out her hand and told them to rest in the guest hall after such a tiring trip. Everyone thanked her. Laughing to himself, our guy thought she somehow looked more amazing every time he saw her. That thought was cut short when she told him she would see him at tomorrow's exchange match. He answered calmly, already thinking things were getting interesting. Sometime later, after finally eating, he took a walk around the sect. Looking up at the full moon, he wondered if it was time. He stayed sure of one thing. The Sword Empress's telepathic message earlier had caught him off guard. She had asked him to come to the pavilion when the next moon rose. Just that thought had him excited, almost like he was heading to a date. Once he reached the pavilion, something instantly caught his eye. Silver hair moved softly under the moonlight. It was her, the one carrying that great title. Our guy could only think how unreal she looked under the moon. Facing him, she said she had something delicate to discuss, which was why she called him there. As she stepped closer, he realized she really did need a favor. But first, she had something important to say. With a serious look, she revealed that her sect was in great danger. He already knew her disciples admired her deeply, but in recent years that admiration had turned into obsession. They swore celibacy because of that devotion, cut off outside relationships, and even held secret gatherings to worship her. Shocked, he asked if they were treating her like a religion. Even if she seemed goddess-like, if this got out, the whole sect could be branded a dangerous cult. She believed the problem came from how isolated the sect had become, so she asked him to use the exchange competition to show her disciples that the outside world was still wide and full of different people. Confidently, he agreed. She smiled and thanked him. Later on, as he walked, he thought about how strange this sect had seemed in his past life, closed off from the outside for no clear reason. Then Sobian's words from earlier came back to him. He quietly realized that now her careful attitude toward him made more sense. Still, this wasn't a simple issue. A sect with anti-demonic arts wouldn't develop something like this for no reason, so he started wondering if it was a warning sign. Just then, someone called out, asking if he wasn't the demon from the Kungdong sect who only thought with the wrong head. It was one of the sect's younger disciples. Surprised, he noticed her. Curious, he asked what she was doing out so late, and she said she had followed a kitten and got lost. He kindly offered to lead her back, but she refused to touch the kitten, saying she heard it would bring 10 years of bad luck. He was stunned, wondering who could make up something that ridiculous. Putting that aside, he said he couldn't leave her there alone and told her to just follow him. Instead, she suddenly ran off, catching him by surprise. As he looked around, he muttered that a lost child shouldn't just bolt like that, especially when he could feel a strange spiritual presence nearby. Then a sound drew his attention. Near his feet, he spotted a small hair accessory. He pushed through the brush, calling out that she had dropped it, and then something stopped him cold. Right in front of him was Sobin, water still running down her body under the moonlight. The two locked eyes and both instantly screamed. She exploded at him, calling him every name she could think of and saying this was unforgivable. Panicking, he covered his eyes and shouted that it was all a misunderstanding. He had wandered in by accident. At that moment, other disciples rushed over. They headed straight toward him. Angry, they called him a pervert for spying. Then someone stepped up and told him to stop acting ridiculous. It was Sobin, demanding to know if he would have kept staring if she hadn't found him. He apologized again and tried to explain, but she didn't want excuses. Pointing at him, she ordered him to take responsibility, leave the sect, and drop out of the exchange match. He tried to say it was a mistake and that he came because of a child. The disciples shut that down at once, saying there was no child there, and his excuse was pathetic. That was when something clicked in his mind. He looked at the disciples coming toward him and realized they appeared almost the moment Sobin screamed, like they had been waiting. Then he looked at Sobin, who was insisting he leave the sect, and it started to feel planned from the start. Putting it all together, he began to wonder if they had all already decided he was guilty. Sobin kept shouting for him to take responsibility and leave, but he had no intention of doing that. Caught off guard, Sobin asked what he meant. With a small sigh, he said it didn't matter. She clearly had no intention of believing him anyway. Crossing his arms, he said that if it had come to this, there was only one way left to settle it, the Morim way. The next day, Cavan has angrily asked what he had done and whether he had really spied on Sobin while she was bathing. Rubbing his sore head, he insisted that wasn't it at all. He saw her by accident, nothing more. Cavan has believed him, but this exchange was meant to build friendship between their sects, and an incident like this was a disaster. Our guy felt the whole thing was unfair, but he had nothing he could say to fix it. Then she arrived, drawing everyone's attention. She walked up to Cavanhaz and said she had heard about last night's unpleasant incident, making him apologize at once. That took him by surprise. She said there was no need for that. With a sad expression, she admitted the truth of the incident was still unclear. Deep down, she wanted to trust Sobin, but she also knew the state of her disciples and their obsessive feelings. It hurt her to doubt them, yet she had to admit there might be another reason this happened. After thinking it through, she suggested to the leader of Sungos that they settle the matter the Morim way, with a duel before the exchange match. Cavanhaz agreed. Our guy silently thanked her for giving him that chance. Hours later, in the arena, one elder said it was strange for the Hangsa sect to hold an event like this, while another replied that it wasn't a big deal. Friendly matches between sects were normal. Still, they pointed out that our guy caused trouble wherever he went, and now he was opening the exchange with a duel. The Shaolin master joked that he was just at that troublesome age. Then Sobin stepped up in front of him. He raised his sword and declared the terms. If he lost, he would leave the sect. If he won, she would help prove his innocence. She lifted her sword too and agreed. Then she charged, shouting that if this was what it took to throw him out, so be it. Their swords clashed in a quick exchange. He had expected her strength, but he had trained non-stop as well. He struck back and forced her away, then rushed in again, and they traded another serious round of blows. The Shaolin master noted his skill, while Samwon said he clearly trained hard over the past year. Our guy released more of his energy, thinking this still wasn't his limit. He pressed Sobin harder and harder. It worked. She found his movements hard to read. Even Yulia and Chelsea were surprised, saying he had improved a lot. Meanwhile, Sungdatas nervously pushed Sobin, asking where all her confidence had gone. He laughed and said if she gave up now, he might accept her apology. That only made Sobin even angrier, and she snapped at him to stop talking nonsense. She drove him back with her sword. He was surprised her last strike was stronger, making him wonder if she had been hiding her true power this whole time. Sobin shouted that the Sword Empress was a flower far beyond someone like him. While he realized he had to win this duel, she rushed at him as fast as she could, locking his sword down with all her strength. Watching her movements, he was shocked. Was this the supreme art of the Hang San sect, the female sword technique? But her moves were emotional, and too spread out. He dodged every strike and realized that was exactly why avoiding them was so easy. Breathing hard, Sobin cursed at him, and he called her attention back to the fight. He told her that in battle, you lose the moment you lose focus. Then he raised his sword, expanded his inner energy, and said it would end here and now. He rushed at her as fast as he could. Their clash set off a huge burst of energy. As she struggled back up, a strange look crossed her face. In the end, our guy was declared the winner of the duel. Chelsea shouted with joy, calling it a win worthy of a hero, and Julia was just as happy. Still catching his breath, he told Sobin it was a good fight. She could only stare in disbelief, telling herself this couldn't be real. He turned away and told himself to focus on the event ahead. This time, it was a truly clean and amazing win. Then a sharp headache suddenly hit her. Her eyes rolled back and a voice in her head whispered that she was jealous. The voice kept feeding her anger, saying that bastard was going to steal her master, and it asked if she was really going to let him leave like that. She suddenly stood up and shouted, "No." Clenching her fists, she said she couldn't let that happen. A moment later, she called out and caught his attention. He was caught off guard when she charged at him with her sword raised. He told her to wait. The duel was already over, and wondered if she'd lost her mind. But before he could finish that thought, her sword struck him. A strange energy spread through his whole body. With a wicked smile, Sobin told him to die. He collapsed, and Julia ran to him. She held him in her arms and cried out, asking if he was okay. The crowd couldn't believe Sobin had used a killing move after the match was already decided. Julia glared at her and demanded to know why. Meanwhile, Sobin put on a cold look and said anyone who insulted the Sword Empress deserved to die, no matter who it was. The sect's disciples shouted in support, saying the little Sword Empress did the right thing. Sobin's rage only grew stranger, and she said she'd finish him right there. Julia released her energy and warned that if Sobin attacked again, she'd have no choice but to kill her. Then something caught her attention. Sobin was suddenly struck from behind. It was the Sword Empress, who quickly knocked Sobin unconscious. With a grave expression, she looked her way. Her disciples demanded to know why she'd done that, when this was the best chance to get rid of that bastard. Furious, she yelled for all of them to shut up. Then she walked over to Julia and asked if he was all right. Julia blocked her path and told her not to come any closer. The Sword Empress looked surprised and said she was only worried, but Julia refused to let anyone from the Hang San sect near him. Then someone stepped in, saying this had become a complete mess. It was the temple master everyone jokingly called Kuririn. As he approached, he said using a killing move in a duel was a serious matter, and the Sword Empress apologized, saying it was her failure to guide them. But he coldly said an apology wasn't enough. She needed to explain exactly why this happened. Sometime later, in another place, they held a small meeting after she explained the trouble with her disciples. After hearing it all, Kuririn let out a quiet murmur. Then he said the obsession that caused this incident felt unnatural, which made the Empress curious. With a serious look, he pointed out that someone nearly died in a simple duel between righteous sects. That made her ask if there could be another reason behind it. Remembering how Sobin acted, she admitted her behavior was strange. Not just Sobin, even the disciples who defended her made him suspicious. He said he felt a faint aura from them, and it was nothing like the aura of a righteous faction. He said it plainly. It was demonic energy. That answer shocked her. He warned this might be worse than they thought, and if it was tied to the demonic cult, the Mori Alliance would get involved. If that happened, did she understand the punishment her sect could face? Sadly, the Empress said her sect might even be forced to shut its doors. But they realized it would be even worse than that. An order like that would leave her sect stained with shame forever. At last, Kuririn stood and said he'd give them 3 days to solve this. Looking at her, he ordered her to find out exactly what was happening and ignore nothing. She simply answered that she understood. Later that night, Yulia shook with anger, fists clenched, saying she couldn't accept this. She said she would challenge the little Empress herself right now, but Kami told her to stop. He asked if she thought this was easy for him as their master, and said that if the Sword Empress hadn't stepped in, he might have acted too. After the attack, the Empress apologized to all of them, and since she had done that, they couldn't make the situation worse. He reminded them that fights between righteous factions never end well. Then he said our guy's injuries weren't fatal, so once he recovered, they'd return to Mount Gongdong. There was no point continuing the exchange event anymore. Then Harin said the whole thing felt really strange. That caught them off guard, and they asked what she meant. She said both the little Empress and her disciples had been acting oddly. With a serious look, she asked if the Great Sword Empress would really teach her disciples to behave like that. Thinking it over, Kami agreed it made no sense, and Heron added that maybe some unknown problem had appeared among the disciples. Kami said that would explain a lot. While from a distance, someone watched them. It was that same girl from earlier. Surrounded by a dark aura, a wicked smile spread across her face. Elsewhere by that river of blood, the elder of the demonic sect watched everything our group had done. He grinned and said it was nice to see those bastards from the righteous sects fighting each other. Then someone got his attention. One of his disciples approached him. Curious, the disciple asked about the preparations. The elder replied that years of effort had paid off, and they were nearing the final stage. By mixing a small amount of blood energy into the rivers of the Rangasan sect, they weakened the disciples' will and cut them off from the outside world for years. The Rangasan disciples, including the little Empress Sobin, had become hooked on blood energy and now moved according to the bloody cult leader's will, so their operation should go smoothly. Still, the elder warned him not to lower his guard. The Sword Empress still didn't know what she'd have to face. The disciple said Gongdong's visit had been unexpected, but thanks to the plan, things had actually turned out better. They manipulated the disciples and increased their resentment toward the Gongdong sect. Then they pushed Sobin at the perfect moment so she'd use a killing move in the duel. Because of that, they proved Rangdasan had fallen away from the righteous faction, and now it wouldn't be easy for them to avoid having their sect shut down if everything kept going to plan. Clenching his fists, the bloody cult leader shouted that this was only the beginning. The blood-red river bubbled around him. With a cruel look, he declared that the righteous sects would destroy themselves from within. The next day, the Empress said the best choice was to cancel the competition, but even knowing how serious this was, she asked him to reconsider. Kami replied that the fact they weren't causing a huge scene already was something she should be thankful for. She said she knew that, but the truth behind the incident still hadn't fully come out, which made him pause. Seriously, she said she didn't want to believe it, but another group's power might be at work inside her sect. That shocked Kami, and he asked if it could really be. She answered yes, there was a chance the evil faction or even the demonic cult was involved. Elsewhere, inside a cave, the disciples talked among themselves, saying Sobin had done great and nearly killed that bastard. They also said the Empress had been too soft, though it was a relief the Gongdong sect would be leaving soon. Then someone walked in, saying she was thirsty. It was Sobin herself, the little sword Empress. The others rushed over and asked if she was all right. She said yes, then asked if there was any water in the cave. They handed her a small flask. She took it and drank the water, tainted by the demonic cult. After drinking, the demonic energy around her grew stronger. She said she felt much better now and asked what was going on. They told her, sadly, that his injuries didn't seem serious. With a grin, they added that the Gongdong sect had decided to use the incident as a reason to cancel the exchange and go home. That caught her off guard, and she asked if they were really leaving. They happily said yes, but that only made her mutter that it wouldn't do. A dark smile appeared as she asked where all the Gongdong members were. Meanwhile, Haran stayed by our guy's side, caring for him. She grew worried seeing how much he was sweating. It hurt to see someone so bright looking that pale. He'd always been the one helping her. Compared to everything he'd done for her, she felt ashamed of how helpless she was. Thinking back on all the good moments they shared, she told herself she couldn't just sit still. This time it was her turn to repay him. Determined, she swore to find the real reason he was attacked. With that decision made, she headed for a river. She came here to wash her clothes. Then something caught her eye, and she wondered if someone was about to show up. There was definitely something suspicious about this riverside. The disciples from the Hangsan sect kept disappearing along this river path. No matter the hour, sometimes alone and sometimes in groups, they kept coming and going through here. Watching the area, she figured that if this was a secret route used by the Hangsan sect, it was worth checking out. Then something else grabbed her attention. One of the sect's disciples was walking through the area, hidden in the brush. She told herself this was her chance. The trail was long and rough, and after following for quite a while, she started wondering where that girl was headed. She kept tailing her carefully when a shadow suddenly flashed past. Right beside her, it turned out to be a fox, making her wonder where it came from. Still, she quickly focused back on the disciple only to realize she had lost sight of her. Then someone spoke up and asked what she had lost. She froze and swallowed hard, wondering when anyone had gotten behind her without leaving even a trace. A moment later, that person attacked. She dropped to the ground, unconscious. The attacker was the little sword Empress herself, wearing a faint, twisted smile. Soon, the sound of a body being dragged through the forest echoed out. A light rain began to fall. Back with our guy, he slowly woke up and wondered if this was the Hangsan sect. As soon as he stood, a sharp stomach pain hit him. He remembered his duel with Sobin and wondered if she had really landed some kind of deadly strike. Either way, he looked around and asked where everyone had gone. Then a noise outside caught his attention. Outside, the disciples were running around in panic, shouting that they had to find the little sword Empress. While Chelsea and the others were trying to understand the chaos, our guy asked what was going on, and she told him their little junior sister had vanished. That shocked him. Chelsea added that the little sword Empress was missing too, so the Hangsan sect was searching for both of them. He couldn't help feeling uneasy after hearing they had both disappeared. Thinking back to his duel, especially that crushing blow, he knew Sobin clearly hadn't been acting normal. Looking around, he feared their little junior sister might be hurt, so he needed to find her fast. That was when the small table girl from earlier caught his eye. One look at her face, and he realized she was the child who had lured him to the riverside where Sobin was bathing. When he saw her slipping into the forest, he thought following her might lead him to their missing junior sister, so he took off after her at full speed. Deep in the forest, he wondered where she had gone. He searched around, thinking he had lost her, but from another angle, it was hard to believe a child her age could move that fast and hide her spiritual presence so well. He told himself not to rely on his spiritual sense alone, and to look for even the smallest clue. Then movement from a bush caught his attention. It was that same girl. A small smile appeared on his face. He had found her. He rushed over and ordered her to stop, but she bolted away again. He chased after her, thinking he had finally caught up, when she suddenly looked at him and said he couldn't catch her. Alarmed, he ran closer and asked what the heck she meant. Then the little girl jumped off a cliff. He reacted at once, leaping after her and grabbing her arms. The landing hurt when they slammed into a tree. He quickly grabbed onto a branch. Hanging there, he let out a long breath and told himself he was still alive. Somewhere else, after making a small fire to stay warm from the rain, our guy was stunned when the girl said she remembered nothing about what had just happened. Nervous, she insisted she was telling the truth. In a panic, she said she was sure she had only been taking a nap, and then suddenly she was here. He then asked about what happened by the river that day. Confused, she said this was the first time she had ever seen that pervert from the Gongdong sect. She didn't seem to be lying, and he realized she truly remembered nothing. Catching her off guard, he went through his things and clothes. Then he pulled out a hairpin. Her eyes widened, and she said it was one of hers. He told her that proved they had met before, then asked if anything had struck her or if she remembered anything at all. Any detail could help, but she still looked uneasy. She had been told not to speak to him. He explained that one of his sect's disciples had disappeared tonight, his precious little junior sister, and her words could really help. Still uneasy, the girl admitted there was actually a secret event among the Hang San disciples. They gathered in a cave on the mountain, praised the Sword Empress, and drank a strange red water. At first, drinking it only filled them with pride as disciples and respect for the Empress, which seemed like a good thing. But after a while, if they stopped drinking it, they felt an unbearable thirst. To satisfy that thirst, she started drinking more and more of it, and in recent days, her mind would just go blank, just like it did today. She added that there were things she couldn't remember inside that cave. Our guy asked if that was where they gathered, and the girl said yes. Pointing at the river, she said that was where the red water flowed. With that, he walked over to the river. He lightly touched it. Right away, he was stunned. He had felt this kind of energy in his past life. When he went to seek the great dharma of reincarnation from the descendants of the bloody cult, they used this same red water and told him to drink it to strengthen the spell's bond. This was the exact energy coming from that water. Then it hit him. He remembered that even a small amount over a long time could make someone addicted, just like this girl. In severe cases, people could even lose control of their bodies to the bloody cult's bastards. That was very bad. It meant the bloody cult's claws had reached the Great Sword Empress's sect. In his previous life, this same sect was wiped out in a massacre called the Annihilation of the Righteous Faction. The fight began over the Sword Empress's secret cave, where the Hang San sect's supreme technique was hidden. Inside that cave was also a supreme anti-demon art. Once rumors spread that the cave held such a treasure, the clash between martial artists grew even worse. During that chaos, the anti-demon art was lost, so the ones who gained the most were the bloody cult's bastards. He was now sure that in his past life, all of that had been part of the bloody cult's plan. If their goal was the same this time, they would definitely stir up conflict among the Hang San disciples. Looking into the forest, he worried that the next targets would be the disciples of the Gongdong sect. Somewhere else, our girl Julia thought bitterly that she had done nothing this whole time. All she wanted now was to find Heron, no matter what happened. Suddenly someone called out to her. A mysterious person asked what a member of the Gongdong sect was doing there. A chill ran through her. She had never felt an energy like this before, and it made her shiver from head to toe. The young man coldly told her she didn't need to know anything. Raising his hand, he said she would die anyway, and her name would vanish from history. Then a group surrounded her. Demonic beasts. She was stunned. The man shouted that he would finish her right there. Then he sent all those zombie-like creatures at her. So what happens next? Will Julia be badly hurt? And has Heron been taken over by the bloody cult's will after drinking that red blood water? Who knows? After leaving the cave, our guy told the little girl not to drink that water again and to go rest. With a big smile, she said she now understood he was actually a good person, unlike the rumors, and she would tell her sisters that. He quickly said, "That sounded great," and asked them to stop spreading rumors about him too. Then they said goodbye, and he promised he'd find a way to deal with the red water. A few minutes later, near a stream, he told himself he finally understood Sobin's extreme behavior. He was still shocked that the Hang San sect was being controlled by the bloody cult's bastards. Thinking it through, he realized that to find their junior sister, he needed to know the enemy's plan. And right now, his only lead was Sobin's disappearance. If the bloody cult had taken over the Little Sword Empress's body, then figuring out why they wanted control of her was crucial. That was when an idea crossed his mind. To open the barrier at the entrance to the Sword Empress's secret cave, the Wuli Niang sword technique was required. That technique was passed down only to the sect leader and the top disciples of Hang San. So if the bloody cult had taken Saban's body, using her to enter the secret cave made perfect sense. He thought to himself that these bastards were planning a huge clash between the righteous factions, just like in his past life. With that in mind, he headed for the cave entrance. Then he stared in shock. The cave was already open. In his past life, it wasn't found and opened until 8 years later. When he touched the cut carved into the stone, he realized the intruder hadn't gone in long ago. Then someone arrived and called out to ask if it was really him. It was Saya staring at him in surprise and asking what he was doing here. She stepped closer and checked if he was okay. He said he was. Then he asked what brought her here. That question clearly made her uneasy. Things in her sect felt tense, so she went to the reception hall worried about his safety. But when she got to his room, he was already gone. A little embarrassed, she admitted she tracked his aura to this place. Hearing that, he was secretly happy she had been worried about him. Changing the subject, she asked what this cave was. He scratched his head, struggling to explain the Sword Empress's secret cave. Still, meeting her here might actually help him. Inside this cave, not only the little Sword Empress but also the blood cult bastards were likely gathering. He knew handling that alone would be tough, even for him. On top of that, Seo was a born master of the mystical realm, so her help would matter. The problem was finding a believable reason for how he knew all this without revealing he had reincarnated. Getting his attention, Seo asked if this was the secret cave of the Hang San sect. To her surprise, he said yes, and she immediately asked how someone from outside knew where it was. She explained that the cave's location had been unknown until now, and her sect had been searching for it. He suddenly stepped closer, raised a finger, and said what he was about to tell her had to stay between them. Caught off guard by how close he got, she grew flustered but promised in her sect's name to take this secret to the grave. Then, dead serious, he told her he was the successor of the Sword Emperor Hong Niweed Master Mugyoki. That left her stunned, and she blurted out that he meant the first master of the Murin Alliance. He confirmed it, thinking that he really had inherited martial arts from Mugyoki's lingering thoughts in the secret cave where Julia found the Gongdong sect manuscripts. So this part wasn't exactly a lie. He went on, saying she already knew the Sword Emperor and the first leader of the Hang San sect, Abaki Chosu, had once been close allies. More than 300 years ago, at the Great Battle of Lake Panyang, the Sword Emperor and Abaki Chosu joined forces and killed the Blood Emperor of the Blood Cult. After that, Abaki Chosu searched the world for the Hang San sect's lost martial art. It was the supreme anti-demon art and the divine sword goal Simnyang. But after recovering that treasure, she was ambushed by blood cult survivors who had secretly followed her. Badly wounded and close to death, she realized her life was ending. So after creating the Sword Empress's secret cave, she revealed its location only to her closest friend, the Sword Emperor Hong Yuan. So as that man's successor, he could find the cave and make his way here too. Everything he said left Seiji stunned. While she was still in shock, he kept a calm face and thought it was better to tell a story packed with truth. There had even been an old rumor that the Sword Emperor and Abaeki Chosu were lovers. That was why he used this version of the story. Mostly true, with a few details hidden and that romance part added in, since that was only rumor anyway. After that, Se called out to him. She thanked him and said that because of him, she now knew where the Sword Empress's secret cave was, though she had no idea how to repay him. Then he pointed to the sword marks and said it looked like the missing little Sword Empress had opened the cave's mechanism with the Hunyan sword technique. Confused, she asked how Sobin even knew this place. He said it had to be the blood cult's doing, and urged her to hurry before things got worse. They entered the cave together and moved deeper inside. Soon they reached a huge gap, and he told Seiju the path was blocked. She said it was a cliff. Looking into the drop, he realized the secret cave stretched underground. She agreed it looked dangerous, but there was no other way. They had to jump, so the two of them leaped off the cliff. As they fell, he thought it was much deeper than he expected and still couldn't see the bottom. Then the ground below suddenly came into view, catching him off guard. They were closer than he thought. At that moment, Seo gathered her energy and shouted that it was dangerous. Her energy rushed toward him at once, just before he could slam straight into the ground. Seo caught him in her arms and stopped the worst from happening. Worried, she asked if he was okay, while he froze up like a helpless princess in her arms. He quickly said he was fine, but she kept telling him to stay calm or he'd fall again. With that, she looked at his condition and said she'd carry him somewhere safe, so he just needed to lean on her until then. That was when he discovered one big perk of being carried by a strong beauty, and part of him wished this moment would never end. But his giant warrior woke up at the worst time, as if proudly announcing that everything was alive and well. The sudden reaction made him let out a panicked yell. Hearing that, Seo's Koln turned bright red, and in total embarrassment she hurled him away with a shout. Landing in the water below, he thought that even if his energy and yang force had grown stronger, this was still a problem. Embarrassed, he apologized to Seth. Neither of them could even look the other in the eye. Trying to escape the awkwardness, she started walking and told him to hurry up. Left behind, he panicked, thinking he was losing it. It was impossible to stand up normally in this situation. He looked towards Seth and worried that the strange rumors about him were bad enough, and now she would definitely think worse of him. Meanwhile, she was shocked, thinking this was the first time she had seen his energy and yang force in such a direct, obvious way. Covering her mouth, she thought that even if he was young, he was still a very healthy young man. After some awkward twitching from his side, he called out for her to keep going, and she said it was fine. A little later, the mood between them was still weird. The path grew narrow, so they had no choice but to walk pressed close together. Red-faced, he thought she was always beautiful, but the image of the soaked sword empress would not leave his mind, and it was driving him crazy. Then Sei's got his attention and said there was a problem. She pointed out the bridge leading to the other side and explained that it had been cut so they couldn't continue from here. Looking at him, she said she could reach the other side with her movement technique. Raising her hand, she awkwardly asked if he could hold onto her. He said her hand felt rough, but since there was no other option, they'd have to do it. Though secretly he thought this was actually amazing. Once again, this lucky guy lived the dream as Sei's Kong gathered her energy and told him to hold tight. Then she jumped across. While she moved through the air with smooth, powerful steps, he thought this trip inside the secret cave was turning out way more pleasant than expected. But when he glanced at his giant warrior, he told himself he couldn't let that happen again. So he shut his eyes and tried to calm himself down with anything he could think of. At last, they reached the other side. He called out to Sei's Kong and said there was a strange smell in the air. Surprised, he wondered if it was blood, and she replied that this didn't seem simple. Then they spotted blood traces around them, and he said that if there was this much blood here, some kind of ritual must have happened. Sei's Kong got his attention and told him to look over there. She pointed at the bridge cables and said the cross-section had been torn apart. He said those were marks from blood cult zombie techniques, the same kind she had seen in her sect, confirming that the blood cult really had been here. Sweating coldly, Sei's said they had all disappeared, and he answered that if they used zombie techniques, then they had prepared for this for a long time. They both realized the situation was far worse than expected, so they needed to stay extremely alert from now on. While that was happening, somewhere else in the blink of an eye, a zombie charged straight at Yulia. She realized its skin was too tough, and her sword couldn't pierce it. So she poured in her energy and shouted, asking if it could handle this. Then she drove in a heavy thrust at the zombie. It was blasted away and crashed hard into the wall. The blood cult member crashed to the ground, laughing and mocking Yulia for fighting like a brute. He raised his hand, gathered energy, and wondered how much longer she could keep going. Then he sent all his zombies at Yulia. She dodged and jumped back to avoid them. But then something grabbed her foot, and she lost her balance. She fell and slammed her head on the ground. The cultist sneered. He had heard she was a martial body, but if this was all she had, it was disappointing. Then he ordered the zombies to finish her. At once, the whole pack leaped at Yulia. Staring at them, she realized nothing she tried was working. Shaking, she wondered if this was how it would end. Then Pidon came to her mind, along with Q and Chelsea. She remembered that last battle and swore she couldn't lose to another member of that sect again, and Q was still missing. That was why she couldn't stop here. Her strength came back as she remembered her disciples were in danger. She refused to stay useless forever. She wanted to protect the people around her with her own hands. With that thought, she drew on her inner energy. That power burst toward the zombie in front of her, sending it flying into the air. The blood cult members stared in shock, wondering where that sudden power came from. Yulia shouted that she would cut them all down and charged straight at the zombies. She rushed through them, swinging her blade, and this time she sliced them apart. The cultist was stunned. Was that sword key? Her aura had become much clearer and much stronger. Furious, he couldn't believe her martial realm had grown so fast. Still thinking that, he watched Yulia calmly finish off the rest of the zombies. With her sword key blazing, she raised her arm and with total resolve in her eyes declared that she would end this now. She demanded he tell her everything, if he wanted to avoid a painful death. What were they doing here? The blood cult member formed a blade in his hand and answered that she was awfully rude for someone so close to death. Then, in a crazed shout, he praised the second coming of the blood demon and the rule of the blood cult, begging the venerable blood demon to lend power to someone as lowly as him. Yulia was shocked. What was this evil energy that suddenly got so much stronger? The presence of the blood cult leader appeared, saying he would grant him the honor of helping with his second life. Those words were meant for the blood cult member. Right after that, the man's body began twisting, and Yulia could only watch in alarm. He looked at her and said it was unfortunate that she had the bad luck to meet him. Yulia could instinctively tell someone else had taken over that body, and she demanded to know who he was. Using that body, the blood cult leader said her talent was both a blessing and a curse, but she should still see this as an honor. Then, before Yulia could react, he vanished from sight. A voice came from above her head, calling out and asking where she was looking. He slammed down from above, but she barely dodged in time. A fierce clash of blades followed. Every strike was heavy and brutal, and Julia realized this was on a completely different level from before. He said he would love to enjoy this longer, but sadly he didn't have much time. Then with a strike wrapped in energy, he hit Julia head-on. The blow hurled her away and smashed her into the wall. As she dropped to the ground shaking in pain, the blood cult member walked toward her. He looked down at her and said she was a promising martial talent, which was exactly why she had to be crushed here. Back inside the secret cave, Sayer was cutting down zombies. Pidon called out to her, saying this was just what he expected. She really was amazing, but there was no time for that. because another dozen zombies were rushing in. With one fast slash from Seo, those monsters were cut down at once. She snapped that trying to hurt young healthy MC like this was unforgivable. Even so, another monster got back up in front of C. She told him to wait, she would handle all of them herself. Elsewhere, the blood cult leader was watching Seo's actions. He was surprised she had come in person, and wondered how she found the Sword Empress's secret cave. One of his subordinates reported that every blood zombie they had brought into the cave had been destroyed, and at this rate the plan would be stopped. He listened and said the heavenly order was in chaos, thinking that some outsider was changing everything. Some variable had appeared without him noticing. The subordinate said that even if it cost his life, he would gladly sacrifice himself to serve the venerable blood demon's second coming. The leader replied that there would be plenty of chances to deal with the heavenly martial body later. For now, he would send his power to him. The cave plan came first. Laughing, he said that if the man offered up all his life and vitality, then even with his pathetic skills he could fight the Sword Empress. The subordinate screamed that the blood demon would return, and the blood cult would rule the world. His voice echoed through the hidden cave in the forest. Seo then said she couldn't see any more zombies, and it looked like the blood cult lackey would appear soon, so they couldn't let their guard down. Then something caught her attention. Taking Pitsin by surprise, she lowered her stance and warned him through thought transmission that an enemy was right ahead, and a surprise attack would be the fastest way to end this. In front of them, they could sense a strange energy in the distance. They exchanged a quick glance and moved at once, but something was wrong. Out of nowhere, Sela suddenly collapsed. Pitsin felt that same energy too, and he also slammed into the ground. Confused, he wondered what this was. Some strange force had pulled both him and Sela in. A barrier drawn in blood appeared around them, and little by little their consciousness started to fade. Suddenly he woke up, half dazed, as someone asked if he was okay. It was Seo, saying she had been waiting for him. Then Nian chimed in, acting sweet and saying Pitom belonged only to her. Jutia was there too, though she looked a little different from usual. And of course Julia was there as well, also waiting for him. In the middle of all that, he wondered what was going on. He could understand Chu and Chelsea being there since they came with him to set a Hangsan. But why were Nians and the others here too? Was this some kind of illusion? Then Sedao walked up, called him her husband, and said it was time for them to share a bed. Nanya cut in at once, asking what nonsense she was saying, because Piching would be sleeping with her tonight. Then all the girls started fighting over him, each one pulling at him. That was when he started getting annoyed. After knocking each of them on the head, he demanded to know what they thought they were doing. The girls grew embarrassed, then attacked his greatest weakness. And honestly, who could resist spoiled sweet voices like that? Even so, he couldn't help thinking he was living the dream. 3 wives and 4 concubines, but he still couldn't ignore the ugly malice behind whatever had created this illusion. Gathering his inner energy, he told himself a trick like this wouldn't fool him. He had faced this kind of illusion before. Then he unleashed his power and shouted that he would not be deceived. The girls around him froze, and the illusion shattered. He was actually right beside Julia. The subordinate muttered that the Sword Empress's attack had been too fast, so they had to use the illusion formation. Because of that, he was leaving early. He told Julia she got lucky, but next time he would definitely kill her. Julia stayed on the ground as the blood cult member left. Worn out, she thought the warrior who controlled demonic beasts had gone without taking her life, and she couldn't understand why. Forcing herself up, she said that no matter the reason, she had to move as fast as possible. But in her condition, that was easier said than done. She hadn't expected a single palm strike to cause such a serious internal injury, but she still needed to hurry and find Kaoshu. Before she could finish that thought, she collapsed again. Just before losing consciousness, she saw people running toward her and calling her name. It was Mulan, along with the disciples of the Hengasar sect. Meanwhile, beside Pitin and Senu inside that illusion barrier, he suddenly woke up. Struggling to stand, he cursed the blood cult for using such a vile technique. Then he noticed Q lying on the ground. He rushed over and asked if she was okay. She wouldn't wake up, and he realized the illusion was so strong that even she, a master of the mystic realm, had fallen for it. As he reached into his clothes, he thought that to wake her, he would need his spiritual elixir. Taking out the pill, he said he never thought it would be useful. Now the spiritual elixir left behind for him meant to strengthen Q's ki. Then he gave her the elixir. To his surprise, even while unconscious, she mumbled under her breath, calling him her husband, and asking him to wait a minute, leaving him blushing. He wondered what kind of illusion she had fallen into, but there was no time to dwell on that, so he told himself to stay calm. He also needed to calm her down. As soon as she took the elixir, our girl woke up. Still dazed, she asked where she was. Linsing has told her they had been trapped in a bloody cult illusion, and that he used an elixir to wake her. A little embarrassed, she got up, asked if he was alright, and said she had caused him trouble too. There was no time to waste. As they moved, the smell of blood grew stronger, and our husband said the one behind all this would show up soon. Then something caught his eye, and he called out to her. The small Sword Empress and Heron were lying on the ground. They rushed over at once. She checked Sorbin's condition and told Linsungas that, thankfully, the internal damage was not serious. Sorbin woke up. Worried, she asked if Sorbin was alright, leaving her confused about why she was there. She also asked how Sorbin knew the location of the Sword Empress's secret cave and why she brought Heron here. Shocked, Sorbin wondered if she had really done all that. While they talked, Linsingus realized she had lost her memory. It was the same symptom as the girls whose bodies were taken by the bloody cult. So they called Dasush. He said that while investigating the strange behavior of the Ragzanda disciples, he found something, making her ask what he meant. He explained that the bloody cult had cast a spell on the water source of the Ragsanda sect, causing the disciples to lose their minds. That let them gain their loyalty and take control of their bodies. Furious, Sue demanded how they dared do that and cursed them out. He said they needed to get the two girls somewhere safe first. But right then, someone else appeared and asked who gave them permission. It was a bloody cult member. He said he didn't expect her to break the illusion and make it this far. Sue shouted, asking if he was from the bloody cult. Using her skills, she spoke telepathically with Linsingus. Instead of fighting here, they should fall back and protect the two girls. At that moment, the man snapped his fingers and asked if they really thought they could escape. Then a second member arrived. It was the same one who had fought our girl Julia. He said he gave up killing the heavenly martial body to come here. The mention of the heavenly martial body made Linsingus wonder who he meant, then realized maybe our girl Julia had already fought him. The man put his hands together and shouted that he would kill them all right here, and a wave of undead rose around him. Cold sweat ran down our girl Julia's face, as she said there were too many. Cedric said she would handle the zombies and asked if he could break through and make an escape route. Then he asked Sorbin if she was all right, and she said she felt better now. Handing Heron to her, he said he would draw the zombies' attention, and she had to use that chance to escape. Looking at the horde, he admitted his martial arts were no match for all of them, so instead he cut his hand. Then he took off. Using his light foot technique, he ran through the zombies, planning to lure them with the smell of his blood and open a path for the others. He trusted his movement skill completely. Watching this, Sorbin thought he had opened a path in no time, and now they had to run while they still could. But then that bloody cult member appeared in front of her, asking where she thought she was going, and saying that trick would not work. Breaking into a cold sweat, she thought this was the end, until a slash hit that man. Our dear Sorbin told him not to touch her disciple with those filthy hands. She gathered her energy and with a fierce stare, vowed to make them regret picking a fight with the Hangsan sect. Facing the great Sorbin's sword, the man laughed and said that as expected of the Sword Empress, she was no ordinary person. Then, with a twisted grin, he said it no longer mattered, that none of this changed anything. She mocked him for acting arrogant after losing an arm and called it pathetic. The bloody cult member raised his hand and gathered his inner energy, saying it was perfect that there was blood everywhere for his technique. Then he revived his zombies once again. Pointing at Sul, he shouted that the real battle was starting now. Seeing all that, she muttered that these demonic beasts were annoyingly tough. Then she leaped at them and swung her blade. She yelled that she would wipe out every last one. This time, our guy thought she was incredibly strong and her sword skill was razor sharp. He was glad her level was more than enough to handle these bloody cult members. Then he called out and told her to save her strength until she could gather all the zombies and finish them in one strike. So he used his blood to draw them all in. Calling for Sul, he gave her the opening, and she swept right through the whole group. Delighted, he called her amazing, but she brushed it off. As they went deeper into the cave, she felt her body growing lighter. Our guy guessed it might be the influence of Baek Chul Su, and she answered that this was an important place for the Hangsan sect. Looking ahead, she said that was exactly why everyone who tainted this place had to die. The bloody cult member admitted Sul's skill was greater than he expected. Raising his hand, he said that was why he would grant her a glorious chance. She asked if he was joking and said she wanted to kill him right here. He made his move, shouting that soon she would learn how weak she was, but before he could finish, a hand shot toward him. It was the other bloody cult member grabbing him. He said this was their chance to witness true power. Both of them were stunned by what they saw. Our girl shouted, asking what the hell was going on. That cult member yelled that for the venerable blood demon and his second life he was willing to sacrifice himself. Then with his own blade he stabbed himself. Cold with shock, she asked if he had just killed himself. The bald man started shouting that it was an honor, and with bloody energy pouring from his eyes, declared he would offer his life too. That was when the signs of his transformation began. His legs swelled up, horns burst out, and his nails grew long. Then he turned into a monster. As Ishu said his body felt wrong, and Linsung has answered that it was a heaven-defying spell. The monster started laughing wildly. Our guy warned Azishu to be careful, because this one was different and she said she knew. Lifting her sword, she said she was ready. Then she jumped forward and rushed the monster with inner energy wrapped around her blade. But before she could land the strike, she was slammed hard into the ground. The monster drew their attention by saying it was not a bad move. He appeared behind her at top speed and told her that if she wanted to challenge him, she should show what she could really do. He smashed the ground while our girl dodged the attack. Using the force of her jump, she pulled back. Then, to her surprise, her clothes began to rot, and she wondered if it happened from touching him. Another series of palm strikes flew at her, and she barely dodged them. As this went on, the monster mocked her for only dodging. He struck the ground again and threw off her balance, making her fall. Before she could recover, he was already in front of her, declaring that the Rangazan sect would be destroyed today. But then, to both their surprise, someone shouted to the Sword Empress, The monster looked up and saw a stalactite falling. It smashed straight into his head. Our guy had done it, saying his martial arts could not beat the monster, so he had no choice but to use the terrain around him. The monster roared at the top of his lungs. Taking that chance, Suyu swung her sword and struck the monster cleanly. Seeing that made our guy happy. But then something else caught his attention. The monster had blocked Suyu's attack with ease, and even told her it was a decent move. Linsicus broke into a cold sweat, thinking that even a sneak attack from Suplo's, a Mystic Realm master, had failed. The monster then hit Suplo's hard. As she lay on the ground, he walked toward her and asked how she knew the secret cave's location, saying he was very curious about that. Then he looked at our guy and wondered if he was the unexpected variable. Linsicus wondered what that meant. Could the monster really see through everything? Raising his hand, the monster shouted that he would kill him first if he could dodge the attack, but he was smashed to the ground. He got up with difficulty. Before he could think of anything else, the monster charged him again. Suri moved as fast as she could, shouting our guy's name. She threw herself in front of the attack and took the hit, head on. She collapsed into his arms and he called out to her in panic. Little by little, she began to lose consciousness. Cold with fear, Lin realized her wound was getting worse. The monster's martial art made the victim's blood rot. Standing over them, the monster called her pathetic for protecting a mere subordinate. Our guy tells her not to move, but Seju says not to worry. She's using her ki around the wound and her blood to keep it from getting worse. She also tells him to leave and bring backup while she buys time. The monster bursts out laughing and mocks the two lovebirds. He watches her force herself back to her feet. Our guy realizes this can't keep going. Panicked, he tells himself he has to find another way. The monster tells them not to bother either way. Everyone here is going to die. Then something catches his attention. He looks at the hand of the blood cult member. Before turning into that thing, the man had seemed to offer himself up for something. Remembering that exact moment, he suddenly understands someone is feeding power to that monster, and it must be tied to what that man did, acting like a mediator. That's why he starts running. Worried, Samil asks what he's doing. He says he has an idea and tells her to hold the monster back so it can't reach him. The monster gets furious. It charges at him, yelling that it won't let him do whatever he wants. But Cedric jumps in front of it and says his opponent is her. He thinks that if he can cut the link to the mediator spell, Cedric should be able to handle this guy. Grabbing that hand, he feels like there's no other choice. Still, stopping the spell is incredibly hard. Then, for no clear reason, he collapses to the ground. Cedric calls out to him in alarm. But there's no time to stop. The fight with the monster only gets fiercer. She manages to make some space. Glancing back, she wonders if he's alright after blacking out again and again. The monster rushes her, and she dodges once more. She notices that after he passed out, the creature's attacks got simpler, so she slashes back at it. Now she wonders if his method actually worked. She remembers him saying he was the Sword Emperor's successor, and if he really is who he claims to be, then he must have some kind of plan behind this. With that thought, she throws herself back into the fight, telling herself she has to do her best. In his fading mind, we see our guy. He gets up and wonders where he is. Looking around, he asks himself if this is an illusion. If he entered the spell itself, then a voice calls to him. The leader of the blood cult appears before him. Our guy asks who he is. That man explodes with energy and shouts that he's the only one allowed to ask questions here. Our guy can't help wondering how a master with this much demonic power could exist in this world. The man grins wide and calls him a brat for walking into his illusion spell on purpose. Our guy thinks this is on a totally different level from the illusion he and Siku faced before. Not even a mystical realm master could easily make something like this. The blood cult leader says he can feel a power from him that defies the heavens. Then he says that Lida Sungas has challenged his fate. The great reincarnation technique Lida Sungas used in his past life is a heaven-defying secret art, one of the blood cult's martial arts. The only one who ever saw through that heaven-defying nature was the Sword Emperor himself. That means the man in front of him is at least on that level. In the blood cult, only one person rivaled the Sword Emperor, the blood-devouring demon god himself. Our guy realizes that, like him, this man also used a reincarnation art to return. But why would a master like the blood-devouring demon god be hiding in secret? The man roars, demanding to know who he really is. But our guy answers that he won't tell someone who can only make cheap illusions. Instead of getting angry, the man seems pleased, like he's truly being challenged. Almost thrilled, he asks if our guy is really confident he'll survive. Right away, our guy figures out that this man has a physical body, and if he had to guess, unlike him, the blood-devouring demon god was killed by the Sword Emperor himself. So even if he used the great reincarnation technique, it was probably incomplete. His real body must be recovering somewhere, which is why he can't move freely. Facing the cult master, he tells himself that if that's true, everything makes sense, so he calls the man a coward with nothing but a sharp tongue. The man smiles and asks if he wants a duel. Our guy feels how terrifying his aura is. This is a master from the realm of life and death, but in a battle of the mind, it's not impossible for him to use the strength of his past life too. That catches the man off guard. Our guy's hair starts to grow, and his giant warrior form slowly fades. In its place appears the greatest master of the Imperial Palace. the eunuch Lichelsu. With that graceful feminine air, he taunts the man to fight him if he has the courage, if he even calls himself a man. The man gets furious, shouting that Lichelsu is neither man nor woman anymore and asking what the hell he is. Then he fires his energy straight at him, but our guy channels his inner power and blocks the demon god's attack. Then one detail catches his attention. Our guy says the man claimed he wasn't a man or a woman, and asks if his eyes went bad after reincarnating. That sets him off completely. Enraged, he yells that of course he's a man, and the wretch before him is dead. So what happens now? Does our guy really have enough strength to take this monster down? Is he really about to throw hands with this so-called god? And can we finally say our guy has truly awakened? After seeing the size of that giant warrior, the old monster gets even more interested in him. Inside the mental world raised by the demonic elder, there was one thing Lee Dusungus couldn't feel. His little buddy, or rather, the fact that it was missing. Lee Dusungus is shaken. This can't be happening. The elder, surprised, asks if this energy belongs to Gyeonbongyeon, and whether he had some link to Princess Tapyeong, the empress from his past life. Furious over what he's missing, Lee Dusungus tells him to shut up. Even if this is only a mental state, he still can't stand the feeling of not having his friend by his side. Raising his hand, he curses under his breath and says he still can't believe he had to return to this form again. Then an ice tree suddenly rises around him, and he screams through his fury that this old man will pay. That burst of energy from Lee Dusungus catches the blood cult elder off guard. Stunned, he says only a master of the heavenly realm should be able to use a technique like this. Our guy's had enough. He decides to kill this filthy blood cult bastard right here and now. The elder gives a dark smile and says Lee Dusungus is no ordinary person. After that, he charges in, shouting that they'll have a real fight. His strike lands clean. The elder is thrilled, saying he never knew the palace had a master like this. But after hitting him, he adds that our guy's level still isn't enough. Our guy gets thrown back and slams hard into empty space. The hit is so heavy, he coughs up blood. From one blow alone, he feels like his organs are rotting, and starts thinking this elder really may be the blood-devouring demon. The elder closes in and asks if that's all the power he has. Our guy thinks that in this mental world he can fully release the cultivation of his past life, while the elder is only a partial form created through a spell. Even so, there's only one answer for why he's still this strong. Cutting off his thoughts, the elder calls him a cursed eunuch, and says he won't allow anyone to interfere with his grand ambition. When he sees our guy get upset at being called a eunuch, the elder mocks him and asks if he said anything wrong. He only spoke the truth. Fueled by pure rage, our guy shouts that he got his little buddy back, and from now on he'll live as a real man. But before he can finish bragging, the elder smashes him again. Another brutal hit makes him spit blood once more. Laughing, the elder says that when he gets too worked up, his stance fills with openings. But to the elder's surprise, our guy grabs his hand and says that lowering your guard can create a fatal weakness. He quickly realizes that if this drags on, he'll be at a huge disadvantage, so he decides to sacrifice a little to end it fast. Annoyed, the elder curses him and demands to know if he was pretending to leave an opening the whole time. Burning with anger, our guy says he's beyond mad, and swears that one day he'll find this miserable elder and tear him in half. Then he drives his palm right into the middle of the elder's forehead. Using his cold energy, he freezes the elder from head to toe. Even in that state, the elder admits to himself that he never imagined our guy would be this strong. But this time, the time and this place was on his side. Then a huge blast went off and ice burst out in every direction. Back in the real world, inside that cave, the Empress was still facing that terrifying monster. As she backed away and checked its condition, something caught her eye. She was shocked, not sure what had happened, when she noticed the monster had stopped attacking. Looking at it, she saw it was acting like something was choking its mouth shut. Taking that chance, she rushed in and shouted that she would end the fight right here with one strike. The monster crashed down in front of her like a giant sack of potatoes. Right after that, she ran to our human as fast as she could and asked if he was okay. Grabbing his arm, she begged him to wake up. Seeing how bad he looked, the Empress realized Pidon was badly hurt inside, and there wasn't enough time to bring him back to her clan. She had to think fast. She looked around and muttered that there was no medicine here, but she had to do something for him. Then as she looked deeper into the cave, an idea came to her. Breaking into a cold sweat, she thought there might still be a tonic left from the legacy of Baekhyul-Su, her ancestor, and it could save him. A while later, carrying him in her arms, she arrived in front of a huge gate. She knew the bloody cult had placed a spell on it, and once she reclaimed her legacy, this whole cave would need to be purified. So she attacked the gate with her energy. The strike worked like a sesame key, and opened it. Carrying our human, she stepped inside. There, she even found a floating sword. One look was enough for her to recognize it as the Simiyank sword, the one-line mind sword, the radiant Dharma sword, even the Ragmar sword wisdom. These were all secret techniques of the long-lost anti-demon school. That was when she spotted a flask. Picking it up, she wondered if this was the Clean Stone Flow Elixir, a legendary tonic said to be made from spiritual energy condensed into water over 100 years. She looked at our human and thought that with the Clean Stone Flow Elixir, even deep wounds could be healed. but he kept vomiting blood so he wouldn't be able to absorb the tonic properly. Suddenly her face grew warm, her cheeks turning red as she realized there was only one way to make him fully absorb it, so she drank the elixir herself. Then holding our human gently by the face, she apologized in her thoughts for what she was about to do, and yeah, she kissed him, for real. Finally, it only took 51 chapters for this stone-faced zombie to get one. A few moments passed. Minutes later, the poor guy finally woke up. She got his attention and asked if he was alright. He quickly sat up and asked about the monster. She explained that after he collapsed, its strength started dropping, and that let her defeat it. He let out a small sigh of relief and said his plan had worked, then changed the subject and asked where they were. She told him this was the chamber of the ancient empress Aniklimax, which made him congratulate her for recovering her sex legacy. With a bright smile, she said it was all thanks to him. Holding the letter her ancestor had left behind, she said she now understood that everything he had told her before was true. In a way, she said, the fact that she challenged him and that they came to this cave together might have already been written by fate. Fate, that word really got our guy thinking. And in that letter was her ancestor's final wish. It was basically a regret-filled love letter, saying she had always wished to stay by the Sword Emperor's side and fully embrace that love. That caught our human completely off guard. Watching him act all confident made the Empress think about her ancestor and the old Sword Emperor. With a small smile, she wondered if the reason she hadn't been able to accept things until now was also tied to that tangled fate. After that, she called out to him. In the sweetest way possible, she placed a hand on her chest and asked if from now on she should call him her great and gracious benefactor. Surprised, our human asked if that was really okay. She answered that he had helped fulfill her sex's long-held wish, so it was only right, and she didn't regret giving him the clean water flow elixir to heal him. He was stunned to hear that and asked how he could have taken something her ancestor left for her, but she said that without him, she would have lost everything to the bloody cult. With the cutest smile in the whole manhwa, she told him to accept it for her peace of mind. At last, she walked to the sword and said it was time to erase the traces left behind by the filthy bloody cult, making our human excitedly ask if she had mastered the anti-demon arts. As she took the sword in hand, she said that while waiting for him to wake up, she studied the secret scrolls and had a sudden breakthrough. Glancing again at the gate, she said the Hang San sect had been used like puppets by the bloody cult, and she nearly lost all the wisdom her ancestor left behind without even realizing it. Holding the sword and channeling her energy, she said she would never forget our humans' help in this crisis. It must never be forgotten. After saying that, she unleashed a beautiful slash. It was so amazing that the only thing our human could say was, wow. He stared at the beauty of her stance and the flow of her energy. Using the Baidong sword, the Empress purified the entire cave, leaving no room for even a trace of demonic energy. Seeing all this with his own eyes, our human finally understood why the bloody cult had been tormenting the Hang San sect. That blood demon was afraid of the pure and spotless martial art of the unmatched Hang San sect. Some time later, as the warm sun lit their skin, a new day arrived for the Hang San sect. Its disciples came rushing over anxiously, and she told them everything was fine. One of them said the young Empress and our little sis who had escaped the cave were found by them and were now being treated. Our human went to see our little sis and asked if she was okay, and she simply said yes. Then the Empress walked up to her and called for her attention. Through tears, she asked the Sword Empress what she had been doing all this time. In front of everyone full of shame, she said that even if the bloody cult had used her, she was still too embarrassed to lift her head. She apologized to our human and begged from the bottom of her heart for forgiveness. Before she could keep going, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. It was our human thanking her for apologizing and saying that both he and our little sis knew she hadn't done any of it on purpose, and in the end, everyone was safe. Then, in the most dramatic way possible, he basically said what a certain blonde guy with curly eyebrows once said, "A real man always knows how to forgive a brunette." That speech completely caught the young Empress off guard. Truly the words of a great man once known across the world as Mr. Prince. Yeah, something like that. At last, the Empress called to her and asked her and our little sis to go recover from their injuries first. Then someone else called out to our human. It was our lovely sis Julia, running over as fast as she could and jumping on him while asking if he was okay. Trying to ignore how awkward he felt from being hugged like that, he said he was probably used to these kinds of hugs by now. Still worried, Julia kept asking if he was really okay and whether he was hurt anywhere. Then he asked how she got injured, and she said she had fought a member of the bloody cult while searching the mountains for our little sis. He was shocked to learn there were more bloody cult members wandering around the mountains. Then, to everyone's surprise, someone else showed up and called for their attention. It was that bald monk, saying they needed to have a long talk about everything that had happened. The Empress politely agreed and asked for permission to explain it all herself. Sometime later, the three of them were in a meeting, and the bearded man said that was how the disciples ended up fighting the bloody cult. The Empress apologized again, saying that because she failed to notice the dark forces moving against her sect, her disciples had been badly hurt. The bearded man said he understood and was just relieved. None of this had been planned by the Sword Empress or the disciples of the Hang San sect. The bald monk added that this bloody cult attack was no small matter, and judging by how much effort they spent to sneak into the Hang San sect, something bigger was clearly wrong. The Empress replied that this was probably only the end of that blood-sucking bat's plan here, which led the monk to say they would likely move their hands toward other parts of the new provinces of the 8 emperors. With a serious look, he said the alliance needed to prepare for what was coming. 2 weeks passed after that meeting, and while training, our guy thought to himself that he could feel his body overflowing with spiritual energy. He was thrilled. Thanks to the elixir from the Sword Empress, he reached the peak realm, and at this pace, he'd soon stand at the top and finally earn the title of Dragon Sword. His mind started racing, already picturing his return, with beautiful girls crowding around him, all happy just to see him. He grinned, imagining them surrounding him and fainting from a single look. That daydream ended when someone called out to him. It was Julia, making him wonder why she always showed up right when he started imagining a future full of girls. She bounced over, asked if he was training, and congratulated him on reaching the peak realm too. He brushed it off, saying it was nothing compared to her, and admitted he still felt something was missing. Julia answered modestly that she still had a long way to go as well. But deep down, she kept thinking about how he had been in danger all that time, and she wasn't strong enough to help him. Seeing her expression change again, he wondered what was wrong. Then she admitted she came because she wanted to tell him something. Curious, he asked what it was. With a small smile, Julia said she planned to travel the martial world alone and begin real-life training. That caught him completely off guard. He raised a hand and asked if she was serious. She said yes. Confucio had already given permission, and she came to tell him herself. Even with tears in her eyes, she kept smiling and said this journey would make her stronger. She'd bring honor to her sect and become a senior he could be proud of. He asked if she was really sure about this, shaking his head in disbelief. Then he quickly clarified that wasn't the issue. Julia was a gifted fighter, and that was exactly why he was worried. Not because she was a man or not. Taking her hands, he warned that traveling the martial world alone was dangerous, and begged her to at least let him come with her. But she told him not to worry. This was the time for her to learn how to protect herself. He understood, but still asked her to contact him right away if she ever ended up in danger. With a bright smile, she promised she would. At last they hurried out, since the cremation ceremony for the former Sword Empress was about to begin. By dusk, night started to fall as the flames rose. For both sects, that fire carried their respect and the rebuilding of what had been lost. The Empress prayed for her ancestor to rest in peace. Watching this, he remembered that in his past life, the cremation had not gone this way. Back then, many people had died in the sect war over the martial arts, hidden in that cave, so the ceremony had been nothing but grief. But now, as he looked at the disciples of the Hangsan sect, it felt like a proper and solemn tribute. Then he looked down at his own hand and wondered if fate had changed, if he had changed the course of events with his own hands. Now that he had confirmed the bloody demon god's presence, he knew it was his duty to change the other futures too. He clenched his fists, thinking that to do that, he had to become stronger for the one he loved, for those who respected him, and for the goal he still carried from his past life. Like the fire burning before him, the flame in his heart burned just as fiercely. He was sure of what he had to do, become stronger. Later that night, someone was giving a report to the princess. He said that during the exchange ceremony between the Hangsan sect and the Gongdong sect, the Empress's cave had been found, and the lost anti-demon techniques and sacred relics had been recovered by the Hangsan sect as well. Something about that caught the man's attention. The girl gave a faint smile and said that was interesting, so they had uncovered a legacy of the Hangsan sect. The man added that traces of the bloody cult had also been found. She simply said she understood, praised his work, and dismissed him. Sometime later in Shanxi province, our guy met that beggar again, who called him a beggar too. Ignoring the nonsense, he told him to stop messing around and explain why he had called him there so urgently. The man said it was about the investigation he had asked for earlier. It had been difficult, so it took some time. Then came the shocking part. One of the men responsible for turning him into a eunuch had killed himself and confessed everything in his final note, kidnapping people, castrating them, and selling them to the royal palace as eunuchs. After hearing that, he gave a small nod and said he understood. But with a serious look, he thought that in both his lives, only one other person besides him knew about that man, and that person was none other than the Empress herself, the Princess Taepyeong Ajugayu. In other words, what was about to happen next? Would there be a time skip with Julia leaving on her journey and coming back even more beautiful? And would our guy finally make a move? Seriously, he keeps missing every chance he gets. Anyway, her skin shimmered and every drop touching it pulled his attention in. The bandits demanded to know who she was. Of course it was Julia, and she looked incredible as she told them that robbing and killing innocent people was unforgivable. In seconds, her blade flashed like lightning and cut the bandits in two. They dropped dead on the spot. It was clear Julia had grown a lot stronger. After she dealt with them, the villagers thanked her, and she told them to leave quickly before more bandits showed up. They all left, saying goodbye as they went. Then she reached for her straw hat and finally revealed her new look, while thinking to herself that she wanted to know how he was doing. After the Gongdong sect left the Sword Empress's sect, a full year had passed. And yes, Julia had changed this much in just 1 year. People around the county still talked about how Julia appeared in Miram like a comet, They especially remembered what happened in the cave, where she recovered the demonic sword technique of the Gongdong sect. By now, everyone knew about it. Rumors also spread that the Gongdong sect defeated the Black Dragon Gang and crushed the greed of the Sommer family in the county. After all that, they even saved the Sword Empress's sect from a crisis no one had understood at the time. One drunk man asked about our guy too. Wasn't he the one called one of the Thunder Twin Swords? Even with all those rumors, people still spoke well of him, saying the county had been saved thanks to him. Then we cut to Yulia, now a year older, visiting her father's restaurant to check on him. He was fine and asked what brought her there. She said she had some business nearby and wanted to see how he was doing. Her father then asked about our guy and she replied that he was doing well and had grown a lot over the last year. Somewhere else we see him, the owner of the Steel Pigeon, coming by to ask if Mihanga was there, and there she was, all happy to see him. Since a year had passed since Yulia left on her solo journey through Morim, he had stayed worried about her kind nature. That's why he kept visiting Nianha's place. He'd been getting regular updates about Yulia from her. As he looked through the reports, he thought there was a limit to how much he could learn about Her Majesty the Empress because of his ties to her. Still, he believed they would meet again soon. Setting the Empress aside for now, he felt a little down from not having his dear little companion nearby, still believing Yulia was a man. Then one detail in the report caught his eye. It mentioned a mysterious woman traveling with Yulia, said to be a skilled swordswoman. A beautiful and kind heroine who always appeared wherever Yulia went and shared her wealth with the poor. Acting playful, Nianha asked if that mysterious beauty might be Yulia's lover. Touching his chin, he had to admit the whole thing did seem suspicious. Then he remembered Yulia's face and thought about the saint's sword she would become in the future. Now on this timeline, following the same path as before, it almost felt like Yulia had split into two people. He frowned and wondered if Yulia was traveling around disguised as a woman, since he still believed Yulia was just a pretty young guy. Still, that wasn't the only thing shocking him. What really caught him off guard was that my girl had met that devil from the Tang clan. Nianha noticed his face right away and asked what was wrong. In a cold voice, he said yes, this could be a serious problem. He remembered his past life and that same Tang clan member, Young. She was the one who failed to recover his giant warrior and tricked him with some dumb recipe for reaching a higher realm. In short, that Tang woman was a fraud. Elsewhere, deep in a cave at night, Yulia was guiding her energy, thinking her body might finally recover. With a small happy smile, she thought that at this level, she wouldn't need to rely on anyone anymore and could protect our guy on her own. Then someone called out, asking if she was finished. The girl praised Yulia for reaching the flower realm from just a single hint. That was Tang Young, around 50 years old, a flower realm master and a very odd doctor. Yulia said she was done and asked her to check her pulse. And so, after feeling her pulse and handing her some clothes, Young said the infertility was still there. For now, Yulia still couldn't have a child. A little down, Yulia said that was expected. Beating this heavenly curse seemed impossible. Young told her not to worry. After all, she had defeated the infamous demon Zheng from Honan province. Even after being hurt and tossed across the lake, Yulia had recovered much faster than Young expected. With a wink, she said there had to be a way. And luckily, Yulia had a very skilled doctor helping her. Yulia gave a faint smile and thanked her anyway. But Young quickly cut that off, saying there was no reason to thank her. She was only here to study Yulia's heavenly martial body. That was why they were traveling together. As Yulia got dressed, Young changed the subject and said they'd soon head to Shaolin, where the assembly would be held, the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. That caught Yulia off guard because she'd soon meet a man she admired a lot. Yulia instantly got flustered and insisted it wasn't like that at all. He was only a disciple from her sect. Soon after, she hurried toward Shaolin. Meanwhile, our guy still couldn't believe that fraud, who was somehow also a Tang clan master, was beside Julia. He also couldn't ignore the fact that the Gongdong sect was heading there too, probably because of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. At last, he sweet-talked Neige a little, lightly touching her cheeks and thanking her for all the information. Using all his charm, he reminded her the assembly was close. Once they left, they wouldn't see each other for a long time, so he was counting on her to watch over the prefecture. That hit our emotional girl hard. She answered, "Yes, my love." A few minutes later, she stood by the window thinking about him. At moments like this, it felt to her like they shared the same feelings. He had been visiting more and more lately, and that made her incredibly happy. Blushing, she thought about how much she loved spending time with him and how she could wait a little longer. But then she pushed those thoughts away and grumbled that the greatest beauty under heaven had her pride crushed like this. She was upset because she really wanted to go to the assembly and stay by his side. But he had trusted her with the prefecture, and if she did everything he asked, her mind instantly wandered into a bunch of shameless fantasies with him. Yeah, like that? Putting those wild thoughts aside, another woman's image flashed through her mind. Annoyed, she muttered that the Sword Empress would also be at that assembly. Now trembling with jealousy, she complained about how many beautiful women kept gathering around our guy. Suddenly, a bird flew in and caught her attention. It was a carrier pigeon, and she wondered if it was some kind of report. After reading it, something in the message took her by surprise. A sly smile spread across her face. This news was perfect, and could help her a lot. The next day, Kevin had said goodbye to the members of his sect. He told them this was the right time to prepare for the day they'd stand alone in the martial world, so they should treat this like practice and stay careful on the road. After that short speech, the three of them set out for the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Their destination was Shaolin Temple, the greatest of the orthodox sects, the Mount Tai of the martial world. It was also home to the most important monk of the age, and one of the great orthodox powers, the ancient Shaolin. Now Mount Song was welcoming visitors from everywhere. Chelsea was stunned by how many people had gathered for the assembly. With a faint smile, Lee thought that made sense. This was a festival where top young warriors came to test themselves, so of course the crowd would be huge. Then his thoughts were cut off when people nearby recognized him as the strange hero of the Gongdong sect. Others argued he wasn't strange at all, just a pervert who liked tearing women's clothes during duels. Even with all that talk, our guy just laughed to himself. He didn't care much about the rumors, and soon enough, all of this would end. Chelsea walked over and smacked him on the back, telling him to stop smiling like a weirdo because people were laughing at him. He asked what was so wrong with his smile, then teased her by asking if she hated him that much, even though Chelsea admitted she actually liked his smile. A loud commotion suddenly pulled all three of their attention away. In the distance, they spotted our girl arguing with someone. The young man had grabbed her arm and begged her to calm down and go eat with him. Nangong Xiang said he'd been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Our guy immediately wondered if that was Xiang Nangong, the elegant. He remembered his past life, when this same idiot chased after her everywhere, trying to force her into marriage. While pulling free from his grip, she noticed our group nearby. A bright smile spread across her face. Then she ran straight away from that guy, shouting that someone was waiting for her. She suddenly hugged our guy and yelled as loudly as she could that her beloved benefactor had arrived. That completely stunned the creep. Chelsea and our girl both made those wide-eyed faces. Standing beside Lee, he quietly asked what the hell was going on, and she told him to just play along. That was the only way to get that weirdo off her back. The stunned fool could only stare as she declared that she and our guy had liked each other since their last competition, so she had no time to waste on him. In more modern words, what she was really telling this strange man was, "There's nothing here for Beto." Still completely delusional, he asked how she could ignore his feelings. He complained that he had never let another man stay by her side, so this was a betrayal. Annoyed, she called him a creep and asked who he thought he was to make choices for her. Even then, he walked up to Li Shan and said this wasn't really their first meeting. Then he introduced himself as the young master of the Nangong clan. While she kept trying hard to avoid him, he asked our guy if they were truly in a relationship. This time, he looked at her face and thought that, from her point of view, rejecting someone famous like this nutcase probably wasn't easy. So he raised his hands and said she had misunderstood his actions. There was nothing serious going on between them. That made the lunatic happy at once. Treating her like property, he told Lee to hand her over because he had something to discuss with her. But our guy flat out refused. No chance. He told the fool that unless he dropped that arrogant attitude, there was no way the little empress would ever like him. He should stop this here. That left the creep looking completely lost. Then she stuck out her tongue and said she'd choose our guy 10,000 times over the benefactor who saved her sect instead of staying with someone this weird. He answered that Lee had no interest in her anyway, and he still couldn't understand why Lee was even involved in this. Our guy answered that Subi was clearly uncomfortable, and he couldn't just let that keep going. The other man quickly got what he meant. Still treating the little empress like she was some prize, he challenged him to a duel with Sobin as the reward in his head. Putting that nonsense aside, our guy realized this duel could help people forget his bad reputation as the clothes-ripping fox. He looked at the stylish young master of the Nangong clan and figured beating the spoiled brat would do a lot for his image. So with that in mind, he accepted the duel. That shocked Sobin, especially when he added that if he won, the guy had to stop bothering her forever. Without a second thought, the weirdo agreed. After settling the duel, he left the place. A shy Sobin thanked our guy, while the other two just watched from behind. Then someone suddenly called him Big Brother, catching both of them off guard, and whoever it was knew exactly what they were doing. It was Yu Zhang from the Nangong clan, standing beside our girl Julia. Julia immediately asked what this duel was about and what he meant by involving Sobin, sounding worried the whole time. Throwing him under the bus, Yang teased that Julia had come all the way from far away just to hear her dear brother confess to somebody else. Our guy shot back, calling that old woman shameless for being over 50 and still calling him Big Brother. Julia then introduced the granny, gave her name, and explained that she was an amazing doctor who had helped her a lot since they met by chance while traveling through the martial world. Li De Sungas greeted the old woman politely and said it was an honor to meet her, but inwardly he stayed cold. She was Yu Zhangtang's older sister, the mind behind the Tang clan of Shushu Aran, so he couldn't help wondering why someone like her was following Julia around like a shadow. Laughing, she asked if he shouldn't start by explaining why that duel even happened. He told Julia it was all a misunderstanding, and that he was only helping Sobin deal with that weirdo, so he'd leave her alone. Once that misunderstanding was cleared up, Julia gave him a bright smile. Then she suddenly jumped onto him and said she had really missed him. Catching him off guard, she whispered in his ear that she had finally reached the state of mastery, but wanted to keep it secret between them for now. He was honestly surprised she had reached that level so fast. That kind of growth really did suit the person who'd one day be called the Saint of Hispania. With a light tap on his shoulder, she added that her gongdong techniques had improved a lot too, and she wanted to show him later. Before they could keep talking, someone interrupted by saying Sobin was here. Of course it was Shandong. She looked at our guy, called him her benefactor, and said it had been a while since they last met. Then she noticed the little granny from the Tang clan. That caught the Empress off guard when the old woman called her older sister and asked what had brought her here. The Tang granny hid her age and acted offended, asking what she meant by older sister. How could someone as young as her possibly be the older sister of the great Empress? Clinging to Julia, she asked if that wasn't true, and poor Julia, not understanding any of this, just said yes. The Empress stepped up and told the granny not to drag Julia into this or cause her trouble. After a small sigh, the old woman agreed. Then she asked our guy if he had come for the assembly. He said yes and asked if she was staying to watch the event too. She said she planned to stay because she had come to meet the master of Shaolin Temple. Our guy realized she hadn't come for the event itself, but for something else, and that was unexpected. The Empress's sect had been busy dealing with internal problems, so he guessed she came to discuss those issues with the monks. Even so, he said they would be staying too, and it would be an honor if they could share knowledge with her. Shandong smiled a little, blushed, and answered that the honor was actually hers, calling him her dear benefactor. In the end, she and Soban left, saying they'd see him again later. A few hours later, in another part of the place, they were all waiting in line there. A monk asked if they were martial world travelers who had come for the event. Our guy said yes, gave his name, and explained that they were from the Gongdong sect. The monk was surprised to hear the name Lide Songas and asked him to wait a moment because there was a message for him. That caught our guy off guard, and one certain person immediately came to mind as the sender. Then the monk said the Grand Master wished to meet him and our girl Julia from the Gongdong sect. So he told her that the Grand Master of Shaolin wanted to see the two of them, even though neither knew why. The divine monk, the Grand Master named Wang Yoke, was someone our guy had never met, not even in his past life. That was because after giving Julia the title of Sword Saint, he retired from the Murim world and vanished. Later, at a cave, the monk said the Grand Master was waiting inside for the two of them. An imposing voice from within told them to come in. Julia got Lady Sungas's attention and asked him to hold her hand. He smiled a little, thinking she was treating him like a kid. Still, he appreciated how she felt and took her hand. Together, they walked into the cave, hand in hand. No matter what, these two really do make the best pair. Soon they reached a spot where a huge statue stood before them. Ahead of them, the great Shaolin master welcomed them both and called them heroes of the Gongdong sect. The two introduced themselves politely, said their names, and told him it was an honor to meet a divine monk. The little old monk asked them not to call him that. It was only a title people from the martial world gave him, and he said it meant nothing to an old monk like him. Then he served tea, saying he had grown it himself some time ago and hoped they would like it. Getting right to the point, Julia asked why he had called them here. He said that 50 years ago he had owed the Gongdong sect a debt, and now he wanted to repay it. Then he placed a worn-out manuscript on the table. Julia picked it up, and before she could ask, he explained that it was half of a secret manual that fused the heavens. Calmly, he said that when he reached the Gongdong sect 50 years ago, the massacre by the bloody cult had already ended. After everyone in the Gongdong sect had been wiped out, fate somehow led him to find this half of the manuscript. Julia only stared at the manuscript. At that moment, he thought about how the former master of the Gongdong sect had made a sacred promise with the monk before dying. That promise was simple. The divine monk would guard this manuscript until the Gongdong sect was ready to return to the martial world. Calling himself just an old man, the monk said he believed the Gongdong sect was finally back on its feet and ready to reclaim what was theirs. That brought him relief. Julia carefully put the manuscript away and thanked him. Lujis almost felt happy for her because even though the manual was incomplete, he knew Julia could finish it. Still, as he looked at the monk, he wondered why he had been called here too, since his presence made no sense if this was only about handing over the manuscript. Then, to Julia's surprise, the monk asked her to step outside because he had something personal to discuss with our guy. Curious, she asked if it was private. With a small smile, he said it concerned the secret cave of the former Sword Empress, and since it involved another sect, he couldn't share it with her. She understood, stood up, and politely excused herself. Before leaving, she quietly told our guy that if anything happened, he should send a sound transmission, and she would come at once. He smiled a little, thinking that maybe because they hadn't seen each other in so long, she was being extra protective. Then the divine monk said he had heard that without him, the Sword Empress wouldn't have been able to solve her problems with the cult. A little embarrassed, he answered that it really wasn't like that. He honestly hadn't done much. Before he could finish downplaying it, the monk suddenly cut him off and asked who he really was. He said his heavenly eyes could see a twisted fate aura clinging to his body. A mandala appeared behind him, and the monk demanded a proper explanation. With a hard stare and crushing energy, he asked again who this man was. The Society of Heaven and Earth was a hidden force, gathering masters from both orthodox and unorthodox sects. They stayed in the shadows of the martial world to fight the bloody cult. Standing before the divine monk, the man who had defied fate understood the monk's caution. This was the supreme monk of Morum's greatest orthodox sect and the leader of that society. By coincidence, J.R. stirred that he was the direct heir to the primordial key sword. But the monk shouted for him to be quiet and demanded to know how he carried a fate-defying power that challenged the heavens. To him, it felt like an insult. The little monk moved, his hand wrapped in energy. Before Pitum could react, he was dragged into a mental world. Coldly, he realized his past life had been exposed by the supreme monk's heavenly sight. Looking at him, he thought that besides his evil-breaking martial art, the monk could also see the flow of endings. The monk said that after seeing his true form, it was obvious he had absorbed a power that defied fate. Piton burst into laughter and said that since he had been exposed, he couldn't let him live. He released his inner energy and used the Stillwater formation. With a faint smile, he launched his attack at the monk. The monk simply raised his hand and erased his technique like it was nothing. At that moment, the protagonist understood the monk's supreme philosophy. The man really was as unbeatable as the rumors said. Then the monk floated above a lotus flower over his head. Piton gathered his energy, knowing the monk had already reached a higher level in his past life. Beating him here would be incredibly hard, but he still refused to give up. So he attacked again. This time the monk shouted, "Enough!" A huge blast exploded around them. The shockwave was so strong it threw Peyton far back. Laughing as he wiped blood from his mouth, he cursed the monk and thought he couldn't die here before using his giant warrior. The monk yelled for him to reveal his true identity right now. Golden spheres of energy shot toward him. MC coldly realized that if his soul was destroyed here, he'd die as a spirit and never return to the real world. He had to find a way out. Then the Sword Emperor appeared, saying he would show him the ultimate martial lesson and supreme art. Only then did Piton remember the supreme technique of chaos and infinity. As if everything around him suddenly made sense, he felt the full reach of that energy and wondered if this was the next step of that technique. He recalled the moment the primordial keysword master planted this technique in his body for a danger like this. Suddenly, in the monk's mental world, the Sword Emperor appeared and asked how someone like this had become his heir. The sight of the Sword Emperor left the monk stunned. Then another huge blast erupted, catching Piton off guard. The Emperor stepped in front of him, called him a useless heir, and told him to watch carefully and remember everything from here on. Gathering heat and cold yin and yang into his palms, he said this was the true path he had to follow in this new life. The monk's energy was completely scattered. Before either of them could react, both the monk and Piton were thrown out of that mental world. After seeing all that, the monk admitted it was true. The protagonist really was the Sword Emperor's direct heir. At a loss for words, he apologized for his grave mistake. MC asked if that meant he would let the whole matter go. The monk coldly asked if compensation would settle it, then offered a great elixir and 3 summoning pills. He knew the great elixir could give him overwhelming power for a full year, and the summoning pills could support him for at least 10 more. It was a very good offer. Even so, he was furious, thinking this little monk had gone way too far, so he instantly used his top skill, first form, Art of Acting in Tears, and claimed that he, Piton, had suffered deeply because of the so-called Supreme Monk of Heaven and Earth. He kept pouring it on, speaking so fast and piling on so much guilt that the monk barely had time to think. Every word hit like another wave. In the end, the monk apologized again and asked what else he wanted. Catching him off guard, Piton asked for another elixir and an alliance between his sect and the main Shaolin temple. That request for an alliance made the monk pause. This time, the protagonist thought that if he joined hands with the supreme monk, the Gongdong sect's standing would rise too. With that backing, no one would dare look down on his sect again. The monk agreed to the alliance and said he had no problem with it. Still, MC's fate-defying energy and soul continued to worry him. He sat down and said the Sword Emperor had spoken to him about that before. He explained that if someone wants to challenge the evil fate that defies the heavens, they also need a reason. Those words caught the monk by surprise. After that, he pressed his hands together and thanked Buddha. Lifting his teacup, the monk said he had seen with his own eyes that Piton truly was the heir of the Sword Emperor of Primordial Key, so he would ask no more about his past. The protagonist thanked him, and the monk then asked what he knew about the bloody cult. He answered that they were assassins, who slaughtered innocent people to ascend to the heavens and rule the world, while their followers were just tools. The monk said he was right. The blood demon had lived for over 1,000 years, and the bloody cult was only his tool. The fate set by the heavens had been avoided through reincarnation and the law of reversal. But the blood demon couldn't escape heavenly punishment forever. Each reincarnation slowly consumed his soul. Closing his eyes, the monk said the blood demon believed that if he conquered the world and reached the heavens, his curse would disappear. That was why, over many generations, those who protected the world from him created the Society of Heaven and Earth to stop that cycle of reincarnation. Then he said that to truly end the blood demon's reversal, they now needed that same reversal for themselves, a contradiction. He told Piton that the soul of reversal and the path of virtue could only be carried together by one person, him. Suddenly, something caught MC's attention. A barrier appeared in front of him again. It was an overwhelming wall, a kind of awakening he had only understood in his mind, never with his senses. But barrier or not, he broke through it and declared that he would carry both paths in his body, the path of reversal and the path of virtue. Using one enemy to control another. That was the contradiction he lived with, and for someone who once stood at the highest peak as a eunuch, being reincarnated just to enjoy the scent of a beautiful woman was hardly a problem. After that, the monk and Piton finally understood each other. Then someone else suddenly spoke up, frustrated, asking how long they planned to keep ignoring her. When they saw who it was, both of them were stunned. It was Nina herself, now in her true stunning form. Before all this, Pokapamba had rushed over to deliver a message to Nizia in her cousin disguise. She took the note and read it with interest. It said that just before the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, she had been ordered to watch them, and for the first time in a long while, the Society of Heaven and Earth had called a meeting. Grinning mischievously, she thought the timing was perfect, like the heavens were helping her stay close to the man she loved. Back in the present, the monk asked what brought her here, and she told him not to be so impatient, since that didn't fit a monk's teachings. She casually sat beside Piton, while he wondered if the Society of Heaven and Earth really accepted members from any path. Now he was curious if she belonged to it too. Either way, with her here, he had to change his plans. Ancient monster or not, anyone who threatened this world, the one the Sword Empress had sacrificed so much to protect, would be killed by his own hands. His goal hadn't changed at all. Warm hugs and kisses from a beautiful brunette, and he was ready to do whatever it took to make that happen. The blood demon clenched his fists in rage and swore he would kill him with his own hands. Nienka, as I'll keep calling her, asked the monk why our guy had been brought here. Meanwhile, he wondered if she would keep up this fake identity, like she didn't know that he knew exactly who she was. The monk called him a young hero who had passed the test of a master of the void with flying colors, which caught her interest. Still, he only said he had made a promise to our guy and wanted to take this secret with him to the grave, so he wouldn't tell her anything about him. Nina let out a light sigh and asked if that was really all he had to say. Then she looked at our guy and said that if the monk trusted him that much, he would still need to prove himself before earning her trust. He raised a finger and said that when she mentioned a test, he thought of someone they both knew, a certain scarred brunette, one of Nina's other faces, the woman he first met. Since that woman already trusted him, he asked if she knew her. Playing dumb, Nina answered that she didn't want to see that woman at all. That made him sigh, thinking this was exactly why he still couldn't fully trust her. So he asked what kind of test she wanted. Of course, Nina stayed bold as ever and asked if he wasn't curious about who she really was. He played dumb too and said he had no idea who she was, then asked if he was supposed to know. With all her confidence, she told him to remember her face well. She was the number one of the Rao sect, the supreme master of the Fire Kingdom, the grand and dazzling Joke Sol, also known as Nina. After hearing her full self-praise speech, he introduced himself too, giving his name and saying he was from the Gungdong sect. Cutting him off, she lightly touched his face and said the test would be very simple. With a pretty smile, she told him to look at her carefully and resist her beauty for just a moment. That was our guy's reaction as he admitted to himself that she was seriously stunning. The kind of beauty that could easily throw the whole world into chaos. Full of confidence, she asked what he thought of her looks and told him to be honest. He pulled his hand back and said that honestly she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. That sent her ego soaring, and she asked what he felt was his heart racing. Did he want to marry her right here and now? Our guy, though, set his teacup down and said he was only thinking about how to put it into words. Then, with a totally blank face, he said all that beauty only made him feel bored. She was shaken and demanded to know what he meant. After seeing the number one of the Raoul sect, the woman who ruled fire, how could he not be impressed? He looked at her coldly and asked if he was required to feel something. She came at him with everything she had, but he shut it down even harder. While she stood there frozen, the monk asked what she thought. Had he passed her test? Sadly for Nina, she admitted he had. He truly didn't care about how beautiful she was. At last, the monk declared that from now on, our guy would be part of the Society of Heaven and Earth. He thanked him, thinking he had now been accepted as a man standing between heaven and earth. The monk placed an insignia on the table and explained that it proved he was a member of the society. Picking it up, he asked if it was a whistle. The monk said many people belonged to the society, and if he was ever trapped or in danger, all he had to do was blow it and help would come. He tucked the whistle into his clothes and thanked the monk. Then he stood and said he would take his leave and left the two of them alone. As he walked away, Nenya looked completely shaken after trying to overwhelm him with her beauty and getting crushed instead. The monk told her to calm down, saying he had never seen her this emotional before. She just sipped her tea and said she was only curious about the newcomer. The monk thought that anyone who could disturb the calm of the number one of the Hua sect, the ruler of fire, was no ordinary person. He started wondering what kind of history the two of them shared. Nenya had ruled fire for the last 40 years, and was known across the Murim as the most beautiful and powerful woman of all. So seeing someone like her tremble because of a simple young man was hard for the monk to ignore. He knowingly asked if she was interested in our guy because he was the only one who had passed her beauty test. She slammed the table in fury and shouted that there was no way she could be interested in such a cruel, hypocritical man from the Orthodox sect. That poor table took the full hit. Even so, the monk simply told her to be more honest about her feelings. Furious, she stood up and told him to shut his mouth because she was leaving too. As she stormed out, she fumed that our guy was a jerk and swore she would punish him herself. She still couldn't believe he had looked right at her, the most beautiful of all women, and called her boring. But before leaving the cave, a sudden uneasy feeling stopped her. Shaking, she thought that from the very start he had always been different from every other man, and for some reason that made her feel sad too. Out loud, she wondered how that guy could dare make her cry when she didn't even understand her own feelings. In the end, she switched back to Ninya's usual face and told herself that at least he had seen her real one, and for now that was enough. She couldn't waste any more time. Back beside the Supreme Monk, a small laugh escaped him, pleased. To him, the thing speeding up Ninya's heart was simple. It was love. Elsewhere, in the main area of the Shaolin Temple, several people were carrying a large royal transport. Everyone there was stunned when they saw that Her Highness had arrived. The young empress stepped out, happy that the leader of the Yu clan had finally arrived. At last, she might get to meet our guy again. So what happens next? Will he finally meet the empress from his past life? And will Yu clan finally corner him and force the truth out of him? Those answers haven't come yet. Still, it's great to have our tough guy back. The hiatus didn't last that long for this series, and hopefully the others won't take forever either. This felt like a solid start to the season. It was calm, moved the story forward well, and explained things clearly without stuffing in too much at once. Honestly though, how is that outfit even hiding Yulia's figure? The author definitely knew what he was doing with her design. I was really happy to see those two meet again. You can tell our guy is starting to accept Yulia more. He doesn't just see her as some innocent, emotional man anymore. I'm really liking their chemistry, and I can't wait to see his reaction when he finds out it's Yulia, not Yulio. Please give us that scene soon. Putting Yulia aside for now, I still feel bad for Neja. I think our guy makes a great pair with Yulia, but seeing Neja cry like that really hurt. Alright, I get it. You already convinced me. Go ahead and write your harem if you want, just please let Neja be happy. I think I'm back to commenting too. The author got a little too excited at the start of this season. I'm watching you. After leaving the cave, our guy found Yulia waiting for him outside. She took his hand, said he took a while, and admitted she stayed there because she was worried. He told her everything was fine. Then Yulia pulled him into a hug and said that thanks to Master Kuririn's teaching, she'd made a small breakthrough in martial arts. This time, he really liked the wildflower scent coming from Yulia. But then that voice echoed through his mind again. Because of that, he pulled away, reminding himself that he was the sword's child. To shift the mood, he brought up the alliance between his sect and the Shaolin monk. On the way back, he added that Master Kuririn promised them 2 high-grade elixirs and 3 spirit pills. That made Yulia happy, and she admitted she'd been scared he got into trouble by staying behind. He said it wasn't like that. There had been a small misunderstanding with Kuririn, but it was already settled. Then she tugged his hand and said it was getting late, so they should head back to camp. The two hurried through the crowd, making their way to their rooms. Then, out of nowhere, a voice in his head called him the swimsuit Li of the Gongdong sect. He quickly turned around and wondered if it was some kind of sound transmission technique. Soon he sensed someone nearby. The message was clear. Her Highness the Princess had summoned him to the Hall of the Great Hero, and he needed to come at once. He thought this was unusual. Royalty did sometimes offer prayers for warriors, but had Her Majesty really come here to see him in person? Julia noticed and asked if something was wrong. As he started to leave, he said he had remembered something he left behind and asked her to go on ahead. She tried to say she'd come with him, but he was already too far away, telling her to just go rest. A moment later, he was out of her sight. Elsewhere, he arrived at the Hall of the Great Hero and stopped before its gates. Staring at the doors, he couldn't stop thinking that she was waiting on the other side. Then a voice from inside called for him to enter. As his hand touched the door, the Princess Empress filled his thoughts. Since childhood, they had shared their pain, played together, and grown close like family. Their bond was pure and sincere like father and daughter. Even though he had been a eunuch, the time they spent together was truly happy. Those days meant everything to him. Even back in the modern world, he never had a real family. So for the first time in his lonely life, he had someone by his side. With all that in mind, he slowly opened the gates. Then he walked toward the little princess he had longed to see. He bowed politely, gave his name, and introduced himself as a disciple of the Gongdong sect, greeting Her Highness. The princess looked at him with a shaken expression and asked if it was really him. Then she rushed forward, threw herself into his arms, and shouted his name. Crying so hard she could barely speak, she said she had missed him so much. He was stunned. He couldn't believe she had really used the great reincarnation technique or somehow turned back time, just to see him again. But he pushed those questions aside, hugged her back, and admitted he had missed her too. After they both calmed down, they sat and caught up. She explained that she had been helping him from the shadows for a while, hoping to ease his burden even a little. Unlike everyone else, the princess called him Noya, a title that meant something like wise master. She asked if he was doing well in his sect, if his body had recovered, and if he had truly gotten his manhood back. Then she bluntly asked if he had actually put it to use yet. He simply answered no, not yet, and not with anyone. That shocked the little princess. After everything he did to go back in time and get that back, why hadn't he done anything? This time though, he was thinking clearly. Even if he was desperate before, he was still a decent man. After waiting almost 60 years, what were 2 or 3 more? So he told her he still wasn't an adult yet, and what he wanted wasn't just something physical. It was a real relationship, a true bond between a man and a woman. Trying to explain himself, he added that a real relationship could only happen when two hearts were truly connected. She said she understood, and since those words came from him, she believed they had to be true. Changing the subject, he asked if he could ask her something, and she said yes. With a sad look, he asked why she had used the great reincarnation technique when one small mistake could have erased her completely. The princess looked away before answering. She remembered how, after he was gone, she waited and waited for him to return in a new body. But as the decades passed, a sudden disaster struck. The heavens collapsed and countless lives were lost. He asked if it was the work of the bloody demons. She replied that at the time she never even learned the cause. With pain in her voice, she said it happened without warning. All she could do was wait for death and hope to see him again one day. That was why she used the great technique. Her eyes filled with tears as she remembered it, saying it was a terrible destruction that never should have happened. He pulled her into his arm and comforted her in silence. She thought to herself how much she had missed that gentle embrace and how he was still the same as ever. To her, he was the one who accepted a humble princess born from a concubine, the one who cared for her like a father, a mother, a brother, and even a teacher. And now that she could finally hold him again, she realized it was impossible not to love him. Looking at him, she knew she couldn't confess that love now in this state. She simply couldn't. Confused, he called her attention and asked if something was wrong. She quickly brushed it off and said no. Even so, she kept thinking that one day she would become the most beautiful woman in the world, the queen who would rule the Jade Throne. After that, she would confess her love because to her, he was the most important person in the world, and not even death would separate them. At the end of their talk, as he left the hall, the princess said she would stay at Shaolin Temple until the event was over. He smiled innocently and said he would be joining the event too, and that he would train even harder to dedicate all his stories to her. Those words caught the little princess off guard, but as she held his hand, she thought that was exactly right. As they left together, the two who dared challenge heaven and earth were finally reunited. The little princess felt that this was the very reason she had come here. Later, before leaving, she told him she had a gift for him. She showed him a pill, and to his shock, it was a 10,000-year fire. Something. Staring at it in disbelief, he asked if he could really accept something so precious. She only smiled and said she would be waiting eagerly for his next achievements. With that, the next day finally arrived. Everyone there was stunned, unable to believe that the Sword Empress and her disciples had really appeared. Meanwhile, the Empress kept looking around for our guy, wanting to see him one more time, but he was nowhere to be found. Suddenly a shout and the thought that she needed to see him as soon as possible filled her mind. Sorbin, the little Empress at her side, noticed and asked if something was wrong. She replied that it was nothing and just told them to return to their room quickly. After saying that, she hurried out and left Sorbin behind, totally confused about what was going on. Blushing hard, the Empress wondered where that shameless voice in her head came from. Maybe it was her own heart, desperate to see our guy. Sorbin came over again and asked if something was wrong, saying she had been acting strange, but her mind was still stuck on him. She only wanted to see him, yet she couldn't understand the feeling squeezing her chest. It was that restless inner voice again, dying to see him and his handsome face, that only made her more flustered. What in the world was this feeling? She quickly scolded herself and tried to shut those emotions down, asking why she was acting like this. Clenching her fist, she reminded herself to stay dignified. After all, she was the leader of a martial sect. Even so, she couldn't get the image of him as a fine young man out of her head. And if he ever defeated her one day, maybe they really could marry. Pushing those thoughts aside, she suddenly noticed a disturbance ahead. The source of it was Nienka, which made everyone curious. They wondered why she was here, and whether she had come to cheer for someone in the event. Subrin recognized Nienka and walked over to her. With a faint smile, Nienka asked if this was the Sword Empress. Then she politely said it was an honor to meet her here. The Empress recognized Nienka at once, the courtesan who was always by her guy's side. Nienka stared straight at her. The Empress stared back, and almost at the same time, both of them thought the same thing. The other woman was way too pretty, and that was annoying. Stepping closer, the Empress asked if she was Neja, the most famous courtesan in the province, and what had brought her here. Neja said yes, and claimed she had only come to offer incense and prayers. Still, Neja couldn't stop thinking about how annoying this Sword Empress was, acting all proud after getting a public duel request from our guy. In her head, she swore she'd show her who his real love was. Cutting through that, the Empress asked if she had really come just to pray. Lifting her chin, Nienka admitted that of course not. Since her dear love would be joining the event, she had come to cheer for him too. The Sword Empress, clueless about her games, asked who this dear love was. Nienka, very skilled at this kind of teasing, simply repeated that yes, she meant her dear love. Unease spread through the Empress, and she asked what Nienka's relationship with our guy really was. Feeling like she had the upper hand, Nienka gave a sly little smile and said she didn't understand the question. Then she asked why the Empress was so curious. She quickly leaned in and whispered so only the Empress could hear that she was just a middle-aged Sword Empress, and there was no way she'd ever have a romance with our guy. Wasn't that right? Even while playing those dirty rivalry games, Nienka was sure the Empress couldn't deny it. After all, a public confession was just as bold as a public duel challenge. The Empress's face turned sad because without either one happening, No one was in a more awkward position than her. She clenched her fists and admitted to herself that it was true. Her bond with our guy was supposed to be nothing more than gratitude. But now, despite her high martial level, her title as Sword Empress and her place as a sect leader, all of it felt like a heavy weight that kept her from shouting to the world who she loved. Sobin noticed her master's unease. She remembered that ever since the sect exchange, her master's heart had been captured by his charm. Sobin also knew the reason her master stayed silent before Nyinsha. Her feelings were real. Even so, she couldn't forgive the fox in front of them for playing with her master's feelings. So she stepped forward, slapped her chest, and declared that she hated this situation too, because she was the one in love with Pitta Yan. Angry, she snapped that some little courtesan had no right to call him my love so casually, and asked if Nyinsha really cared that much about their relationship. That caught Nyinsha off guard, and she instantly lost her words. A commotion broke out as people gathered to watch the fight between the two women. Some of the bystanders started talking about it right away. Others said they had already heard rumors about Sobin and our guy that the two of them were involved. And maybe it was true after all. Nyinsha was shocked when she heard people say our guy had even challenged the Siamun clan because of Sobin. She immediately got upset, thinking those rumors had to be impossible. So she let out a small sigh and asked Sobin if declaring her love so openly didn't make her worry about the rumors that might spread. Sobin fired back that it was none of her business, then asked Nyinsha what her relationship with our guy was. Those words caught Nyinsha by surprise. Now she was the one feeling miserable. She wanted badly to say she and our guy were lovers, but if a false rumor spread because of that, she feared he would be deeply disappointed in her. Gripping her own arm, Nyinsha felt shaken. She thought Sobin and the Empress had tried to humiliate her, and when she struck back, it only backfired twice as hard. So she chose a tactical retreat, telling them they should end the conversation there because she was a very busy woman. As Nyinsha walked away, Sobin launched into a long speech. Even the Empress asked if Sobin hadn't gone too far against that woman, but Sobin just told her they should head back to their room. The Empress trembled as she thought about Sobin, her own disciple. This couldn't be true. Master and disciple loving the same man was unacceptable. It should never have happened. Meanwhile, beside our guide, Julia was still clinging to him and asking if he had found any valuable item. He said yes. Sitting at a nearby table, she thanked heaven, because while he had been away, she had met the Grand Master there, who had received spiritual elixirs along with the Alliance packages. She set them on the table and said that since they had been entrusted to him, he should handle giving them out. Holding the box, our guy gave a small laugh and said they should call everyone together for a meeting. Julia quickly agreed. The next day, she came to him and asked if he had called for her. Everyone gathered in the room, curious if they were about to be sent on some kind of mission. With some sweets in his hand, our guy told the old lady from Contango to take them and stay here. The sweets vanished from his hand in a flash, and she proudly said she knew exactly how these things worked. Once everyone was seated, our guy thanked them for coming. Then he explained that, together with the Alliance supplies, Master Kuern had given him spiritual pills, and he would hand one to each of them. He turned to Yulia first and said that since she had already reached the enlightenment stage, a summoning pill that could instantly heal serious injuries would suit her. She thanked him and accepted the pill. Next was the young lady from the Samun clan, Chelsea. He told her to take hers too, saying she had probably used many elixirs before, so a summoning pill should be enough for her. She grew slightly nervous and asked why he was giving such a precious item to her when she was only an outsider from another clan. He stopped her right there and threw the question back. What did she mean? An outsider? After a soft sigh, he said she was his personal assistant, and he was giving it to her because he was responsible for her too. Acting all tsundere, Chelsea muttered that he would regret giving her such a pill. Then he moved on to the next one and said she was up next. He handed her a pill and explained that her top priority was opening her meridians, so she should take this elixir. She politely thanked him for such a gift. Our guy gave her a quick wink and said that before taking it, she should call him, since she would need someone to help guide her energy. That left her a little red-faced, and she asked if she could take the elixir right now. Both he and Chelsea were surprised and asked if she really planned to take it immediately. Julia slammed her hands on the table and shouted that men and women had to behave properly, and that dual cultivation required. But before she could finish, the girl cut her off, stood up and said our guy was a man too. She said Chios and the old woman from the Tang clan were outsiders to the Gongnong sect, so she couldn't ask them for help. Gently holding his arm, she said that since he was her sect's senior and had even offered to help with the elixir, she would trust him with her energy flow. That sly look of hers said it all. Where did she learn that? She's definitely been spending too much time with Naina, and now she was asking him to come with her. A little flustered, she looked at the elixir and thought she would never have received something this precious on her own. Now she understood him better, and also how cruel Mirim could be. Warriors would kill without hesitation to get an elixir like this. Clenching her fists, she kept thinking about one thing. Even so, he had given this treasure to her. To her, that meant he trusted her, and she wanted to answer that trust with all her heart. Her chest tightened. She didn't want to be seen as just the new disciple from her clan anymore. She wanted him to see her as a woman, someone who could stand by his side, even as a lover. Gripping his arm tighter, she told herself she was old enough to marry, so it was time to act. Pulling him closer, she spoke in a sweet voice. He had promised to help her, so she wanted to trust herself to him completely. Then she asked if he was coming or not. At last, only one elixir was left in his hands, and he already knew who would get it. With that in mind, he told everyone the final elixir would go to Master Carvanhus. Since the pills had been handed out, he asked them all to return to their rooms and rest. Then he left with our girl while Julia stared after them. She let out a quiet sigh, thinking he and Lady Sungus were still the same as ever. She remembered when he gave her that holy water of Buddha from the cave without even stopping to think. Blushing at the memory, Julia thought he was still as kind as ever, always putting others before himself. And after seeing our girl go after what she wanted so firmly, Julia started thinking she could live for herself too. From now on, her face turned a little red as she thought that maybe Julia began to imagine herself in his arms, not as his sect senior, but as his lover, his wife, his woman. The elderly woman from the Tang clan noticed that Julia seemed restless, so she asked if Julia wanted some sweets. Handing her one of the candies he had given them, she said, "Sweet things help cheer you up when you're feeling down." Charles then called out to them and said she was leaving. Outside, she let out a long sigh and muttered that he had some nerve talking to her about responsibility. A jewel of the Selman clan like her, he'd need 1,000 years before lecturing her about respect. Putting that aside, she looked toward the window and wondered what was happening between him and our girl, now that they had gone off to cultivate the elixir together. Blushing a little, she wondered if maybe she could have gone too to help him somehow, since for some reason she felt a bit jealous of our girl. Somewhere else, he brought her to a training hall provided by the Shaolin Temple so they could work on the elixir. Curious, she asked if all she had to do was drink the elixir and lie down. That made him a little shy, and he asked if she really meant that, because just training her internal energy would be enough. She simply drank the elixir and told him to hurry. Then she took off her clothes without the slightest shame. He quickly covered his face, totally embarrassed by her boldness. People across Murim had once said she had the most beautiful body of all, and now he was seeing that it was true. Trying to tease him, she asked if her body was ugly. He shook his head like crazy and said no, she was beautiful. Then she lay down and said she was ready to begin, urging him to hurry. As he moved closer, he thought he should have stopped this before it went any further. But now that she was already lying there, he had no choice but to continue. What they were about to do was a cultivation method, basically something like energy therapy, using massage along the meridian lines. Looking at his palm, he remembered that in his past life he had been the right hand of the Empress of the Jade Palace. Thanks to the Imperial Library, he had learned key healing techniques, so he approached her, thinking he had already mastered this kind of healing massage too. Of course, it needed direct contact, touching the skin and pressing energy points. But even if he had risked his life to return to the past, that didn't mean he was the kind of guy who would take advantage of a moment like this. That went against everything he believed in. So like a monk clearing his mind, he pushed away all dirty thoughts and focused on the treatment. He gathered his inner energy at the tips of his fingers. Each press on her meridian points caught her off guard. Her breathing grew heavy. She could also feel the huge spiritual energy coming from him. He told her he was channeling his ki at the same time. Next, he would send a large flow of energy through the elixir and into her blocked meridians, and if it hurt, she had to endure it until the end. With both palms, he pressed down on her meridian points. The pain was so intense her eyes started to water. A powerful energy spread around both of them. Then he asked if she was ready to receive his inner energy. She gave a small nod, telling him to go ahead. A huge surge of energy rose up, slamming through the whole room and cracking the floor. In the end, something major was clearly happening there. Whatever it was, things had definitely gotten intense. After that very suspicious-looking massage, she said her body felt strange. He explained that her meridians had just opened, and the toxins in her body had been removed. Pulling her closer, he told her to breathe because he was going to wipe away her sweat. Our girl, who had clearly been learning too much from Nietzsche, asked if it was all over. He said not yet, she still hadn't absorbed much energy, so she lay back down and said they should finish it quickly. A few minutes later, after getting dressed, she thanked him for his meridian massage, and he said there was no need to thank him. It was nothing much. Then, catching her by surprise, he asked her to hold his hand so he could help her back to her room. Outside the training hall, as she held onto his arm, he told her he had cleared out most of the toxins in her body, but some were still left, so she needed to take a thorough bath once she got back. She quietly agreed. Meanwhile, she thought everything was fine now. After all, she had shown him just how amazing her body looked. Looking at him, she wondered if after all this, he finally saw her as a woman. She remembered the time he told her that she had to decide her own fate, and now that fate was clear in her heart. He was her present and her future, and she wanted to become his wife. That thought pushed her feelings even further. She remembered when the little princess puffed herself up and declared at the table that she was his lover, and that the two of them were in a relationship. That memory still annoyed her, and in her head she cursed the little empress as a shameless thief. She was angry at herself too, because in all her 62 years she had never been humiliated like that. Even so, she told herself it was fine, because in the end it would be her, the one who wins his heart and receives his true love. Clenching her fist, she wondered how Lady Sungus dared to wound the pride of the most beautiful woman in all of Murim. That was her, of course. This time, she was sure she would make him hers. Next, she used one of the best detection skills in the world, the kind no man could hide from. She moved at once. Elsewhere, both he and our girl were caught by surprise. Right then, Niena showed up and called out that this was the place. Niena stopped, stunned, wondering what those two were doing together. Harden was surprised too and immediately wondered what that fox wanted. Piton also froze for a second. He was sure Nidi's Tato Blek Ahaderview Trish Nauf, so he never thought she would come looking for him here. He let out a small sigh and reminded himself not to lower his guard. She was still Nidia's Tato, and that was exactly why he could never trust her completely. She was always unpredictable. So he told her it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and he didn't expect to run into her here. Ninja flashed a bright smile and said that once she heard where he was, she came as fast as she could because she wanted to see him. Then he introduced Heron, saying she was one of the Kung Dang sect's disciples. Heron politely introduced herself too, gave her name, and said she was close to him. Ninja introduced herself as well, gave her name, and said she was someone who knew him. Even while smiling, Ninja's pride was already soaring. In her head, no one could beat her beauty. But when she really looked at Heron, she was shaken. Heron had only recently joined the Kung Dang sect and barely knew martial arts, so how could she have such a beautiful body? That sweet smile only made it worse. She burned with jealousy. Heron was not only gorgeous but also 40 years younger. If Heron was around 22 like she seemed, then yeah, the age gap really was about 40 years. At least that was how it looked. For most of her life, Nentia had treated age like it was just a number. Now it was something that truly bothered her. What bothered her even more was Heron's figure. For the first time, Neja felt inferior to another woman. Heron grabbed Piton by the face and teased that she had heard plenty about Neja, the famous woman who was in love with her senpai. In her head, Neja instantly called Heron a cow. Still, she couldn't let that anger spill out. They were in Shaolin, one of the top orthodox schools, and no matter how capable she was, this was not a place to get careless. Then Neja turned to Heron and said she was pretty bold hugging a man like that inside Shaolin Temple. She never expected Heron to be so shameless. Heron just smiled and said there was nothing to be embarrassed about. That kind of thing was normal among disciples in her sect, and it didn't say anything bad about her or anyone else. That answer hit hard, and Neja started cursing Heron in her mind. Then she looked at Piton and thought he hadn't changed at all. Still calm, cold, and hard to read. Even so, she told herself, it didn't matter how pretty Heron was. In the end, Heron was nothing compared to her. That was when Piton stepped in and told them both to stop. He said he was glad they had met, but he couldn't understand why they were already arguing. What he didn't say was that he was exhausted and just wanted to get back to his room and rest. With another small sigh, he thought that no matter how many identities Neja used, she was always the same, and because of that he wouldn't be easily fooled. He casually said it had been a long time since they met, and he would have liked to invite her for tea, but he was busy, so she should leave. That threw her off, and she got visibly nervous, so he asked why she had come all the way to Shaolin Temple. He also reminded her that she had promised to watch over the city and the Gungdong sect while he was away. He never expected her to be the kind of person who didn't take promises seriously, which caught her completely off guard, especially when he said he was disappointed in her actions. Even as he said that, he knew she had basically been forced to come because of her meeting with Master Kuririn. He remembered the day she promised that while he was gone, she would stay behind and guard the Gungdong sect and its gates. He knew her true identity could go wherever she wanted, and he honestly didn't care about that. But Neja was different, so he had to stay firm and tell her she shouldn't be here. He sighed again, thinking she might have come just to keep an eye on him, because she still didn't trust him. Neja tried to speak to him, but before she could, he said he was sure she had her reasons for coming to Shaolin. That still didn't mean they needed to meet, and he urged Heron to hurry so they could leave. Sadness completely overflowed from Neja, to the point that tears started running down her face. She dropped to her knees and asked how he could do this to her. Elsewhere, Heron said goodbye to Piton and told him to wash up and cool off. He said okay, and told her to rest well too. A few seconds later, back in his room, he gently closed his eyes and started moving his inner energy. After checking the area around him, he confirmed no one else was nearby. Then he pulled that item from his pocket and told himself he could finally use the eternal flower Master Kuririn had given him. With that, he brought it to his mouth and finally swallowed it. A fierce wave of inner energy burst around him, and he felt a huge yang force burning inside his body. He sat on the floor and focused. Controlling the strong power inside that flower pill was, strangely enough, easy like drinking cold soup. Then a strange feeling spread through his whole body. A grin slowly appeared as he relaxed. In the end, he shouted that his giant warrior was ready for action. This was real vitality energy. Clenching his fists and laughing loudly, he declared that tomorrow he was going to beat up that guy chasing the little empress. At the same time, somewhere else, someone said the event would begin tomorrow, and that famous Piton would be taking part too, which made things much more interesting. That person was a woman named Guo Qian, a concubine of the Moyonggun family. She said she was dying to meet him, and wondered if the rumors were true that he really had a top-quality giant warrior. So what exactly is about to happen next? Honestly, I hate talking about how people look, especially since I'm no super handsome guy myself, but I've really been thinking here. Seriously, this manhwa keeps giving us one gorgeous brunette after another, and then suddenly it drops a character like this on me, with every possible anti-beauty vibe. Like, no, it's not that she's ugly. She's not ugly, she's more like conceptual, like modern art, like that banana taped to a wall. You'd need a lot of intelligence points to understand her style. That's all. Anyway, pretty much all the brunettes in this manhwa are ready to make their move now. So Ben is out here beating her chest and saying Pitten belongs to her. The Sword Empress is barely holding herself back from jumping him. Julia finally wants to take things all the way. And come on, you really shattered the image I had of Heron. Who let her keep hanging around in time like that? What kind of shameless mess is this? And poor Niao. This is already the second time she's cried over Piton. Somebody please help her out. It's just sadness on top of sadness for that girl. Anyway, let me bring up something that came to mind while I was narrating this video. It's about the little princess. She waited for him to return before using that great technique. If the reincarnation technique really is just turning back time, then that means in the future, when he was still a eunuch, he went back into his younger body from before losing that part of himself. And if he never returned to the Jade Palace before the little princess used the technique, then that can only mean one thing. I think you get where I'm going with this. Maybe Piton's future fate is death. I kept thinking about that. Or maybe I just misunderstood the reincarnation technique. To me, it looked like he only went back in time, since he still had his same body from before. But if he really did go back in time and the little princess had to do the same just to meet him because she couldn't find him in the future, then something definitely happened. What happened and what's about to happen, I have no idea. Could the protagonist's fate be using his giant warrior and then dying from it right after? Since you know, he already put that thing into play. Anyway, with a cold look and a lot of tension. With a cold look, our guy asked why she came to the Shaolin Temple. Those words were still stuck in Neja's mind. Shaking, she said it was the first time she had ever seen him that cold. Then she let out a small sigh and admitted her mind went blank. She didn't even know why she went to the monk and asked to stay there. The monk answered that the temple does not choose its guests. She could stay as long as she wanted, the choice to come or leave was hers. In the most Buddhist way possible, he said, Amanta she prayed to Buddha, and wished with all his heart for her desire to come true. Remembering that, Niang slammed her cup onto the table, feeling deeply humiliated in front of that bald monk. Already crying again, she thought all that shame happened because of our guy, that jerk. She remembered when he met her in her cousin disguise and reminded her that she had clearly promised to protect the city while he was gone. He never thought she would break that promise so easily, and that disappointed him. The memory made her anxious, but her feelings for him were still as strong as ever. So she curled up at the table and admitted that yes, she really had promised him, and he had trusted her with that duty. Even so, she was still the famous Red April, the #1 figure of the demonic faction, so worrying over a small group like the Gongdank sect felt almost ridiculous. Still, she thought sadly that she had not fully abandoned the city. She had left that guy from the valley there, the one who used to chase after our guy to handle things for her. Just imagining herself revealing her true identity made her picture his coldest reaction yet, asking if she had been lying to him this whole time. Even so, if this romance was ever going to move forward, she would have to tell him. Depressed, she thought he was already cold enough to cousin Manhwa. If he learned who she really was, he would never forgive her. But that sadness quickly passed. She hit the table and told herself it still was not time. First, she had to win his heart, make him love her so much he could not live without her arms. She stood up as a new idea lit up her mind. Everything became clear, even if she confessed her real identity. Once he fell for her, he would never be able to leave. Holding back her tears, Nan swore that until then, Red April would do whatever it took to win his heart. Meanwhile, beside our guy, Chelsea brought up the duel. Since he had gotten himself into this mess, he had to make sure he won. He asked if she understood, then he changed the subject and apologized to her. Chelsea said it was fine, since the invitation to the Phoenix and Dragon banquet had gone to him and Chelsea of the Seymour clan anyway. Joining hands with them, she said that since they were already together, she would go along as Julia's companion, and Julia thanked her for bringing them. Clapping to get everyone's attention, our guy told them to hurry. They first needed to meet the little empress. Elsewhere, at the Shambong market, Sobin wondered why they were taking so long. She was thinking about the coming duel. Thanks to our guy, she owed him a huge favor, so she felt she should stay close. Being near him was not exactly comfortable, but it was still much better than standing next to that weirdo from the Nangoon clan. Annoyed, she thought he was one of the most irritating people in all of Murim, and every time he saw her, he acted with zero dignity. Then she grew a little nervous, thinking that to stop the Nangoon weirdo's advances for good, she would have to act like she truly loved our guy. She was suddenly pulled from her thoughts when he himself called out to her. But one thing left the little empress confused. She could not understand why he looked so ridiculously good. That was all she could think while staring at him. But she quickly pushed that strange spell aside. Shaking her head hard, she told herself not to think about that. After a light cough, she said he was very late and told him to hurry to the banquet hall. He pointed out that he had brought company, Julia and Chelsea, and she nodded in understanding. Politely, she told the two girls it was nice to see them again. Julia answered that the pleasure was hers, and she was glad to see the little empress was well. Even so, the rivalry was intense. Yulia still remembered that the empress had once pretended to be our guy's lover, and she definitely did not like that. At the same time, Yulia thought sadly about her own condition. Even if she remained unable to have children, she could never become our guy's wife, and she knew she had no right to say anything to him or the women around him. Still, even if she was only his fellow disciple, she hated seeing the women around him always trying to fool him. Chelsea cut through the tension and told everyone not to stand in the street. They needed to keep moving. At the place where the banquet would be held, a young man checked the invitations of the three of them and asked them to go in, so they all entered. Inside, everyone was surprised by how huge the place was and how many people were already there. The tables were filled with top-quality food, expensive wine, and beautiful gold-covered tableware. Seeing all that, our guy commented that the Dragon and Phoenix banquet really did attract young talents from the great sects and clans all across Muram. From the look of it, the rumors were true. As they walked, people started whispering, "Wasn't that the hero of the Gongdong sect, Du Li?" The jealousy was obvious, especially with him standing beside the little empress and Chelsea, the sword-peak talent of the Xiaomu clan. All that talk about him caught our guy off guard. Then he got full of himself, thinking all this attention was perfect. If he beat the Nanglong weirdo today, he would rise like a star in Muram's social world. And speaking of the weirdo, he soon showed up and called out to our guy for arriving first. The two greeted each other politely, and everyone who knew about the duel immediately turned to watch. What really annoyed our guy was that even though everyone called that other man weird, they thought he was even stranger because of how he had acted in his past duels. The weirdo then approached Sobin. She held herself back as much as she could and answered that she had nothing to say to him. But the idiot still did not get the hint. She was making it painfully clear she hated him, yet he kept going, saying she would soon have plenty to say to him. Honestly, he did not even deserve to be called a beta. Then a man stepped up, drawing everyone's attention as he announced the duel between the heir of the Nangong clan and the heir of the Gangdong clan. At last, both men climbed onto the ring and faced each other, ready to fight. The weirdo declared that, just as agreed, they would compete here and now for the little empress's heart. That nonsense made her so angry she nearly jumped into the ring herself, asking if she was some kind of trophy and calling him an idiot. Seeing her boiling with rage, our guy said that for the little empress's sake, the hero of the Gangdong sect would win this duel today. He drew his sword with a faint smile and told the weirdo that as men they should accept the result with honor. The weirdo pulled out his own sword and answered that if he lost, he would gladly accept the outcome. A sudden gust swept across the ring as our guy declared that martial artists speak through their swords, and today he would break the Nangong clan's blade with the sword of the Gangdong sect. Right after that, the two clashed blades for the first time. The crowd cheered. After all, these were two rising talents of Murim trading fierce sword strikes. But the weirdo grew confused. This technique looked very different from what he had heard about the Gangdong sect. It was far too light. Lied Sungas swung his sword hard. The strike was strong enough to shove his opponent back. Caught off guard, the other guy stared at him and asked, "Was that really his full power?" Our guy just gave a small grin like, "If you want to believe that, sure." That answer set the weirdo off. Furious, he snapped, asking if he was being mocked. Licking his lips, our guy thought the bait had worked and treated him like the perfect stepping stone to get everyone's attention. Then our guy kept pressing in. Fueled by pure anger, the weirdo unleashed his Clear Sky Infinite Sword. Lied Sungas handled it well, realizing it was a top Nangong technique that packed an endless sky into one blade. He soon noticed the attack had no fixed shape, and its force was wrapping around his legs. A weaker fighter would have lost right there. But after facing those young monsters before, he had already passed the wall of transcendence. If he used his real strength, he could crush this Nangong heir who was still only at the peak realm. The problem was whether he should reveal that power now. He quickly made up his mind. He would win using only peak-level strength, just like the Nangong fighter, without showing everything. The bloody demon had been watching from the central plains for a while, so there was no reason to invite suspicion. With that settled, he rushed forward at full speed. Then he struck, driving his sword down with force. A chill ran through the other fighter. How had our guy broken free from Infinite Sky so fast? He became sure Lady Sungas had been holding back the whole time to test him. Refusing to accept it, he charged in and the two clashed blades again and again. But Lady Sungas's strikes kept getting heavier, forcing him back until he could barely fight back. Lady Sungas swung once more, sending the weirdo stumbling backward. Shaken, he wondered if he had really been pushed back that easily. How was this happening? Why was a Nangong talent struggling so badly? He had challenged Lady Sungas because he truly believed he could win. He thought our guy's fame had only reached the first class of Sword Marquise level. Still, he rushed in with everything he had, asking himself if Lady Sungas was really hiding his true realm. It felt impossible. He swung with all his strength, but our guy blocked it with ease. The impact was so fierce it even cut his face. Grinding his teeth, he realized that confirmed it. Our guy's achievements and strength had already gone far beyond his own, so he gathered his energy to push the blade away. He managed to knock Leblad of the Songas' sword downward. Knowing he had to use everything now, his pride would not let him lose here. That move made our guy whistle and praise him. Meanwhile, the weirdo poured all his energy into his blade, ready to bet it all. People around them said that crushing force was the imperial sword form. This was no longer a normal match. It had turned into a life-or-death duel. By now, the weirdo no longer cared about winning the little empress. All he wanted was to defeat the man in front of him. Our guy wondered what was wrong with him, and thanked heaven he had already absorbed the 10,000-year flaming lotus core. or this would be a lot harder. Then he moved in, thinking it was finally time to get serious and end this. The weirdo shouted, calling Lide Sungas older brother, and declared that the Nangung sword and its power could never be broken. Annoyed, our guy snapped back, asking why he was being called older brother when that guy was clearly older. Then he remembered what Yulia had told him. She had slightly changed some moves in their sex demon subduing sword art, while restoring the inner primordial unity. Thinking back to that recent meeting with Yulia, he remembered how shocked he was when he first heard the name of that Gongdong technique. Drawing out all his inner energy, he used the demon subduing technique, the Sword of the Nine Heavens. Surrounded by Kiwai swords, he charged straight at the weirdo with full force. The keyblades rushed at him and caught him off guard. They came heavy and non-stop, leaving him wondering what he was even facing. As he blocked, he questioned whether the Gongdong sect really had a technique like this. The clash of their inner energies shocked everyone watching. Neither side was leaving a single opening. Then another rain of key swords flew at the weirdo. He clenched his teeth and defended himself yet again. Glad he had escaped the shadow of the last sword, he told himself that now all he had to do was, but before he could finish that thought, he froze. Our guy had vanished right in front of him. Before he could react, Lide Sungas appeared behind him. All he could see then was the tip of our guy's sword, and with that, Lide Sungas declared his victory over the Nangung heir, who could only stand there in silence. Stunned, he realized our guy had used an opening while his attention was stuck on the key swords. With the crowd roaring around him, he admitted to himself that he had lost this duel. Some people said they never imagined the Gongdong sect's demon-subduing art could be this powerful. To them, this was a clear sign that the sect was returning to the Murim world. Watching the two of them, someone said the hero of the Gongdong sect, Lide Sungas, had finally cleared his bad name today. The weirdo stepped forward politely and said his martial arts had surpassed every rumor about him. Our guy answered just as politely, saying it had been a worthwhile match for both of them. Then, to the weirdo's shock, the belt on his clothes snapped. Before he knew it, he had fallen into Lide Sungas's terrible trap. His clothes opened up and left him embarrassingly exposed. The author even gave that moment an unnecessary close-up. Lide Sungas just stood there staring, totally stunned, thinking the guy was carrying a serious sword. Everyone there was left speechless by the size of the weirdo's sword. Chelsea said our guy was really something. Once again in the middle of a duel, he ended up cutting off his opponent's clothes. Some people wondered if he was obsessed with seeing what weirdos were packing. Others joked that he did this to both men and women, like it was his secret sword art, the stripping attack. Well, sorry man, that was basically our guy's reaction after seeing it. Cutting off the chaos, the weirdo yelled for everyone to shut up and listen. Still furious, he said his clothes falling apart and exposing him was entirely his own fault. It was just an accident during the duel. Then, way too cheerful for the moment, he added that he did not care at all if everyone had seen him exposed. After that, he grabbed our guy's hand and admitted defeat. Raising that hand high, he shouted that from this day on he was giving up on the little empress because his heart now belonged completely to the man called Linda Sunkas Rifitsedes. Everyone was stunned by that display. Even after being humiliated, the weirdo accepted his loss with honor. Because of that, people started clapping for him. He then told our guy it was a good match and thanked him for letting him witness the Gongdong sect's sword. Our guy politely agreed, saying it had been a great match, while thinking that even though he won the duel, he somehow lost the war. At the end, he went back to the girls. Julia congratulated him on the win, while Chelsea said his bad habit of cutting people's clothes had not improved at all. He only gave a gloomy little smile, thinking he had taken a brutal hit here. Chelsea then turned to the young lady and pointed out that, weird as the duel had been, that guy had accepted defeat and would keep his promise. She only looked away and muttered something, making our guy ask what kind of reaction that was, after he had tried so hard. Nervous and worried that he might have gotten badly hurt, she said he did not need to fight that hard. If he was going to get injured, she would rather keep dealing with that weirdo herself. That response left everyone confused. Blushing a little, she said this was all embarrassing. She had only wanted to escape the situation, but in the end, for her sake, she had just used our guy, using all the charm from his old ex-twink days back when he was the most feminine man in all of Murim. He basically said the charm was all his. He told her everything was fine. That charm attack hit our girl so hard her heart started racing. Then he touched her forehead and said that as a man he couldn't leave a woman in trouble. Of course he'd help, so she didn't need to worry so much. All of a sudden, Sabine stood up from the table and said she needed to step out for a moment. She also thanked him for everything he did today. Before he could even ask what was wrong, she ran off as fast as she could. So he asked Chelsea to follow her and see what was going on, but she just called him an idiot for not noticing the obvious. Completely lost, he wondered what the problem was this time. Then Julia gave his shoulder a light pat and said girls' hearts are hard to understand. Just then, someone walked over and congratulated him, calling him the hero of the Gongdan sect. Confused, he asked who the man was. The man apologized for not introducing himself sooner. He was Moyong Louis from the Moyong clan, and he'd heard our guy appreciated refined pleasures. With a very suspicious smile, he asked if our guy wanted to attend a gathering called Zhaogidan. Seeing that smile, our guy realized this was the eldest son of the Moyong clan. In his past life, this was the mastermind who secretly took control of the Orthodox Murim alliance during the Sword Empress incident at the Gongdong sect. He was also one of the people who moved aggressively to erase Julia from Morium for good. Thinking back, he remembered this coward stirred up 4 masters from Mount Hua, the Nangang clan, the Shangsang sect, and the Zhongshan sect, causing the ambush on Julia in his push to become the best under heaven. Even without knowing who he really was, Julia felt something bad coming from him. She warned our guy to be careful, but he said it was fine. He figured that if someone who would one day stand behind the Orthodox Morium alliance came to talk to him in person, then his duel must have left a strong impression. So he asked about the offer, and what kind of banquet this Xiao Gadan gathering really was. Still smiling, Moyong Yuj said only men with big ambition and refined taste were invited. Then, using telepathy so only our guy could hear, he added that a young man who had also stolen the heart of Gansu's top courtesan, Nanya, would find even sweeter delights waiting there. The words sweet delights instantly caught his attention. His face changed right away, and he thought the more he heard, the dirtier this gathering sounded. It was shocking to think something this big had happened in his past life without him knowing. Pushing that thought aside, he thanked the man and said he would attend the gathering. Then Moyong handed over the invitation, and explained that the Shao Giden meeting would take place right after the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. He also said a man had to come with a woman, making sure our guy remembered that. After giving him the invitation, that second weirdo left the area and our guy stayed behind. Julia asked if he was really okay with this. After a long sigh, he said yes, and then looked at her and asked if she could give him a little more of her time later, since there was something he wanted to discuss with her in private. Somewhere else, Sobin was calling Lita Sungus an idiot because he already knew she was using him for his own good, and he still stepped into her problem to help her. Anxious, she thought she'd only been a burden to him, and he didn't need to be so kind. Then she sat there nearly crying, wondering why he acted like he could solve all her problems. When he treated her like that, it only made her expect even more from him. Blushing hard, she thought he was also the only person her master had feelings for, and he had even proposed to her in public. So was this pounding in her chest just because he was a pervert teasing her master? At least that's what she tried to tell herself. Her thoughts were cut off when Chelsea called out and asked if she was okay. Sobin said Chelsea didn't have to come all this way looking for her, and Chelsea answered that our guy had sent her. Taking her hand, Chelsea asked her to come back. Sobin, still flustered, started wondering if he was really that worried about her. The two walked off hand in hand, and Sobin thought that whenever she thought about him, her heart felt strangely heavy. As she walked, she told herself she couldn't deny it anymore. Putting a hand to her chest, she admitted that today, and only today, Lita Songus Reforzadas had been really cool. In another spot, our guy was now sitting beside the weirdo from the Nangung clan. Then Chelsea suddenly showed up with Sobin and asked her to sit down and eat with them. The weirdo acted very polite and offered our guy a drink, but he replied that he didn't like alcohol, so the guy offered tea instead, and called him Big Brother. Using telepathy, our guy asked why he was calling him that. While handing him a cup of tea, the guy simply answered, "Because I want to." Changing the subject, our guy asked if he had also received an invitation to the Zhao Giden gathering. He said of course he had. As expected, a man with such refined taste would definitely be invited there. But before he could keep going, our guy suddenly told him not to go. Caught off guard, he asked why he'd say something so random. Lever answered that the choice was still his, believe it or not, but he had a bad feeling about that banquet. The weirdo touched his chin and said he understood, since staying away wasn't really that hard. Still, with a wink, he asked for something in return. Next time he held a banquet, the two of them should go together. Our guy agreed. Then he turned to Yulia and asked if he could speak with her in private. Curious, she asked if it was about the thing he wanted to discuss earlier, and he said yes. Later, while crossing a bridge, he thought about how the Shao Giden gathering required a man and a woman to attend together, and that gave him a pretty good idea of what kind of place it was. With a serious look, he decided he would take Yulia, and have her disguise herself as Miss Julia. Well, this was the so-called Shao Giden gathering. And yes, it was exactly what I thought. And the author really wasn't helping either. What even is this image, author? You're going way too far. Basically, it was a party where lust ran wild. The whole gathering had turned into a giant den of lust, soaked in every kind of aphrodisiac. Most important of all was the one used by Moyong Gri. That drug came from Madame Gri, the current concubine of the Moyong clan leader. And since she was clearly thirsty for our guy, it wasn't hard to guess what she wanted from him. Her giant warrior. And since the Hang San sect, the sect tied to the Sword Empress, had nearly collapsed because of the bloody demon, our guy couldn't ignore rumors about dangerous drugs like this spreading through Murim. That was what he had in mind. Because of that, he called Julia over and asked if she also found the invitation suspicious. She said yes, she'd been thinking the same thing. Then, catching her off guard, Lita Sunga leaned close to her ear and said he had a favor to ask. With a small smile, he brought up the Lady One Sword One laugh, and asked if that was her. Julia froze with her mouth open, wondering how he knew. For a second, she thought he had finally realized she was a woman. He explained that after she left on her journey, she'd hidden her identity by dressing up as a woman. That's when she realized he still hadn't figured out the truth. He was just stuck in a huge misunderstanding. Still, with no choice, she nervously went along with it and said he was right. She really was that woman called One Sword, One Laugh, using a secret identity just like he had once advised. Smiling lightly, Lee said she had done well, since that made things much easier and faster for him. Touching his chin, he said the Xiaogadan gathering was extremely suspicious, but refusing the invitation outright wouldn't be very polite. So he said he couldn't take his little sister to a place like that. Chelsea from the Sinburoi clan was out too. That left Julia as the only person he could ask, which caught her off guard. Her heart still raced, but one thought stayed with her. He needed her help. Her disguise as the dark-haired girl called One Sword, One Laugh was meant to help her travel safely, but it also gave her something she deeply wanted, even if only once, to live as a woman. And once that wish bloomed, her desire to stay by his side only grew stronger. So even though it was a lie built on another lie, she surprised him by agreeing to go disguised as Lady Julia. Later, with the others nearby, he told her he was heading to the banquet that was about to begin. Then he asked Lady Sobin to return safely. Still unable to look him in the eye, she said he didn't need to keep pretending they were a couple. After that, he hurried off, saying he'd see them later, while Chelsea told him to be careful. As the two girls quickly left, Julia realized she didn't have much time to get ready. Sometime later, in another place, he waited for Julia and thought she was taking a bit long. But that made sense. She had to avoid everyone's eyes while changing her look. Then a few young men nearby suddenly asked if that was the famous One Sword, One Laugh. He turned to look and could only stare with his mouth open. Julia had arrived, walking over with a bright, happy look as she called his name. With an unbelievably sweet smile, she apologized for being late. He was left completely speechless by how stunning Julia looked. Then he nearly panicked, begging his own body not to react right there, but his blood was already rushing, and he started freaking out, wondering what this meant. Was he really drawn to Julia while he was disguised as Julia? So what was going to happen from here? It really felt like this might finally be the moment he learns that Lady Julia isn't Julia at all. Could this really be it? Honestly, the author is going wild here. Meanwhile, Nanhua was still at Shaolin Temple, and everywhere she went, she drew attention. People kept looking her way and asked if she had come to offer incense and flowers for a young master, saying that kind of devotion was beautiful. She felt smug, thinking most men could sense a lady's beauty right away. But Nanhua still hadn't made a move on her, and that annoyed her. As she climbed the stairs, she thought she could no longer avoid him. She was the one who broke her promise to protect Gongdong District, so this time she would apologize properly. After entering the hall, she decided to pray for Nangdong's victory at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. She normally didn't enjoy things like this, but as his lover, she felt it was her duty. Then she was startled to hear that the silver heroine of the Hang San sect had arrived too. She turned around in shock, wondering if that was really possible. It was the Sword Empress herself, also there to offer flowers and incense. Nang greeted her, saying that as the leader of a great sect and the famed Sword Empress, she deserved respect. The other woman returned the courtesy, saying it had been a while since they met, then asked if Nang had come to offer incense and prayers too. With a sweet smile, Nanger said yes. She couldn't miss today for the sake of her beloved. The tension between them rose fast. Ninja then asked if the Sword Empress had come for the same reason, and what feelings she planned to put into her offering. She quickly answered that she was only praying for the meeting's success, then calmly asked if something about that bothered Ninja. Just like that, the rivalry in the prayer hall exploded as the two women locked eyes. The Empress had no intention of losing this time. In her head, Ninja called her a liar. It was obvious she came because of their man. Then Nayang removed her veil and said that answer was exactly what she'd expect from the head of a great sect. With a bright smile, she asked why the Empress didn't put her real feelings into the flowers too. That caught her off guard. She clenched her fists, feeling like Nina was belittling her feelings as if they were just shallow or accidental. Something flared up inside her, pushing their rivalry even further, and in her thoughts she apologized to God. Then her face turned serious. She said she'd stop with polite excuses and speak honestly. Nina needed to stop leading her benefactor down a path of temptation. Nina gave a light smile and said that made no sense. This had to be a misunderstanding, because what she felt was real. As she placed her flowers on the Buddhist altar, she added that calling a girl's love temptation was cruel, and besides, since the Sword Empress had no relationship with her beloved, she had no right to interfere. The Empress asked what Nina was trying to imply with that. With a faint smile, Nina replied that maybe the famous Sword Empress had truly fallen for a young man 30 years younger than her. She shot her a look so cold it basically said, "Get lost." That glare was so fierce it caught her completely off guard. Nini knew people from righteous sects valued honor and reputation as much as life itself. No matter how amazing she was, she could never admit in public that she loved our human. That was exactly what the insecure Sword Empress was thinking. She envied Nini's youth, since it let her openly devote herself to her benefactor. Even so, our human's smile wouldn't leave her mind, especially from the day he challenged her to a duel and asked for her hand in marriage. Back then, she barely knew how to react to words like that. The feelings she tried to hide had already sunk deep into her heart, and they only kept growing. She had at least admitted she felt something for him when she called him her benefactor out loud. So after all that, she thanked Nina for the concern. Even with those feelings, one thing could not be changed. Her benefactor had challenged her. Walking up to the altar, she said that just as she always had since entering the martial world, she would answer that duel. As she set down her offering, she declared she would do it without a trace of dishonesty. After saying that, she turned away and announced she was leaving. Then she walked out, leaving Nina behind. Poor Nina could act tough, but she was still insecure, and the Empress's words about falsehood hit harder than expected. Meanwhile, the Empress kept thinking about what Nina had said. Nina had asked if she truly had feelings for our human, a man over 30 years younger than her. Taking a deep breath, she admitted to herself that this was something she could never deny. Sometime later, on the busy streets of Dungumbong, we moved to the chief concubine of the Moyong clan, the beautiful Gukuryong. Someone entered her room and she asked if he had arrived yet. It was Moyong himself, the one who had gone to deliver an invitation to our human, and he said yes. As he sat beside her, she asked if the invitation had been given to Lady Songus. Again, he confirmed it had. She grabbed his shoulders, praised him, and said it was time for his reward. Then she pulled him into her chest. While that shameless scene went on, she thought about our human and wondered what sounds he would make after becoming her slave. Yeah, this is starting to feel like the demonetized part of this YouTube channel. Somewhere else in the same district, Julia arrived and apologized to our human for being late. He tried not to get distracted by her charm and told her he hadn't been waiting long. That made her smile, and she said she was really glad he hadn't waited too much. But her smile felt oddly dangerous, so he quickly told his giant warrior not to show itself right now. Putting that aside, he told her to hurry so they could get to the meeting. She took his hand and agreed. Soon they were welcomed by someone already waiting there. Our human introduced Julia as part of his group and said she was the famous sword lady. The young man said he had heard rumors about her, praised her beauty, and invited them inside. With a small smile, he explained that no weapons were allowed at the meeting, so they needed to leave them in a storage box. Our human found that very suspicious. This guy had come all this way just to ask him to give up his weapons. Still, he went along with it because he trusted both himself and Julia. As they walked in, the place was full of beautiful women. Julia felt a little out of place, seeing people act so openly. Catching our human off guard, she moved her arm in front of him, clearly uneasy in such a shameless place. He noticed how tense she was, and figured this had to be her first time somewhere like this. There was also a heavy smell in the air. Thanks to his past experience, his nose was sharp enough to pick out perfume, sweat, and something far worse. As that odor filled the whole place, he became sure they were burning aphrodisiacs. Even though Julia still looked uncomfortable, he realized this dirty little party had already begun. He had expected something like this, but seeing it for himself was still hard to believe. Julia kept acting like she wanted to protect him, but seeing her this nervous made it obvious she was the one who needed protection. The guy got their attention and said everything was prepared, women, drinks, and more, so they should enjoy themselves however they liked. Smiling, he added that if women weren't enough, there were other ways to have fun too. Our guy instantly thought, my sword man. Still, he played along, said he understood, and asked where Madame Goupil's was. The man replied that Madame was waiting at the top of the pavilion and told him to follow. Using his whisper technique, he told Julia that once he gave the signal, she should subdue Madame with full force. She gave a slight nod. Before coming here, he had carefully searched his memories about this meeting. Even in past cycles, almost no information about its later days had survived, not even in the castle's eastern department. Later, it was revealed that Mo Yonghui had organized everything and used aphrodisiacs on many women before being exposed as a parasite. Back then, their only goal was gaining an advantage, so they never dug deeper. But now, he couldn't ignore the possible involvement of the bloody cult. Their drug-making ability had grown fast, especially with the special substances created by Jianxi. Those drugs alone could now cover the money side of things, which meant the bloody cult's role could be hidden completely. If the bloody demons used Madame Gur to control Mo Yonghui, then the incident where he pushed the 4 top righteous masters to attack and kill Julia would fit perfectly. From what he learned in his past life, Madame Gur knew martial arts, but only for self-defense. She wasn't supposed to be an expert. Still, if she really was a secret agent of the bloody cult like he suspected, then she was probably hiding her true strength too. Then the guide suddenly said they had arrived. They stopped in front of a large gate, and the man told them to enjoy themselves. As they stepped through the doors, our guy called out, asking if anyone was there. The incense in the air was incredibly strong, and it felt like Neji Yang was rising inside his body. At last, they came face to face with the infamous Madame Guju, who welcomed them warmly. Smiling, she said it was a pleasure to meet our guy. He swallowed hard, thinking, so this is Madame Guju, and she was way uglier than he expected. Putting her looks aside, he said he had heard that Lady Songus didn't really enjoy alcohol. She handed him a cup and said that was why she had prepared tea in advance. He thought it looked like ordinary tea, and on the surface, everything seemed normal. But after checking the cup, he noticed the sediment looked like tea leaves with traces of aphrodisiacs mixed in, which was actually a relief. To remove a poison like this, he would need a special detox method, an antidote, or to neutralize it through yin-yang union. He glanced at Julia. In his past life, he had learned field detox methods as an agent of the Marcel Castle Department, but Julia was a different problem. They couldn't back out now to prepare, so he had no choice but to expel the impurities and absorb only the medicinal effect. As he drank the tea, he used his whisper technique to warn Julia that it was drugged and that she needed to fall back. Then he told Madame Gu that it was delicious. She commented that both he and Julia were very beautiful, a perfect pair of a man and a woman. He took another sip and thanked her for the compliment. Then she said she had heard he competed for the title of the finest master of heavenly pleasures, where elegance and feminine beauty both mattered. After finishing the tea, he replied that the beauty of clouds and rain marked both the beginning and the end of refined pleasure. Even he felt sick saying it, and this clearly wasn't a normal aphrodisiac. That was when Madame brought her chest fully into view. She said his words were exactly right, and from now on the three of them should enjoy every pleasure life had to offer. Yulia turned to get our guy's attention, still waiting for his signal, but saw his dazed face and drooping eyes like he was nearly unconscious. Worried, she hurried to him and tried to snap him out of it. Then Madame said the medicine was finally taking effect. Struggling to stay on his feet, our guy demanded to know what the hell was in that tea. The Mayor Cedric said she spent a long time thinking about what kind of drug would work best on him, but choosing just one was hard. With an ugly laugh, she said that was why she mixed in every medicine she had, along with water from the deep cave of Mount Bugaki, since it worked so well. Clenching his teeth, he realized that water came from Mount Bugaki, the same tainted water stained with bloody energy before the Empress purified it. A sick feeling spread through his whole body, and he understood it now. The bloody cult had mixed aphrodisiacs with blood-infused water and drinks for these twisted acts. This was far beyond a normal aphrodisiac. It was basically a narcotic. Thank God the Empress purified that water, because dealing with it later would have been a disaster. He asked the midriff if she planned to drug him and steal his chastity. Then he flipped the table and shouted that she was not just ugly, she was a predator too. Right after that, he called for Yulia. She rushed straight at Midriff. Go! Pulling back her fist, she thought this bitch really dared to mess with him. Her punch landed clean, and she swore she would never let this happen. The midriff only laughed and said Yulia was pretty strong. But before Yulia noticed, that cloth wrapped around her arm. In one quick move, she slammed Yulia hard into the ground. Letting out her energy, the midriff told them both to give up and just accept her pleasure. Yulia pushed herself back up, kneeling on the floor. Grinding her teeth, she shouted that power like this would not stop her. She yanked forward with all her strength, swearing she would make sure that ugly face was never seen again. Her fist crashed right into the middle of the woman's face. Even then, the midriff had just laughed. Before Yulia could react, the cloth caught her again, and the midriff yelled that she liked women too. Grinning wide, she said she loved this kind of fight and would personally teach Yulia the art of pleasure. Then she caught Yulia off guard and blew that midriff a breath right into her face. Yulia jumped back and struck toward her face, but suddenly dropped to her knees, wondering what the hell that was. The midriff burst out laughing and said Yulia had breathed in an aphrodisiac directly. If she did not share in her cloud pleasures, her Canian blood would explode and she would die. Swinging the cloth again, she shouted that she would make sure Yulia could not move either. But right then, our guy appeared behind her like Escanor reborn, and asked who decided that. He drove a punch straight into her face. The blow was so strong it sent her flying. Chewing those herbs, he said the one dying here and now would be her, the crazy midriff. She stared in shock and asked how he could still move when his keel should have been lost in sensation by now. Before coming here, he had gone to an apothecary on impulse and bought every antidote he could find. Thank God he did. Barely staying upright, he thought that as long as he forced out the drug and the impurities, he would not pass out. Then he reached into his pocket and said Madame Ivanka had been spreading illegal substances, acting like a predator, and disturbing the order of the martial world. Since she drugged him personally, he was perfect evidence. Next, he pulled out a whistle and declared that he would judge her crimes right here and now. He remembered the monk Kuririn giving it to him and saying that if he got involved in anything suspicious, he should just blow the whistle. The sharp sound instantly grabbed the whole district's attention. On nearby rooftops, people started moving after hearing it. One of them was Niana herself in her usual form, one of the main leaders of the Society of Heaven and Earth. Sometime earlier, during her meeting with the Empress, Niana kept calling the Empress shameless and swore she would tear her apart one day. Then someone came over, got her attention, and handed her a letter, saying the chief receiver had ordered that if they found her, they must deliver it. She was curious right away. A letter from the sacred monk had to mean something, maybe about the Society of Heaven and Earth. In it, he wrote that the trouble at the Sword Empress's cave in Holy Rangza had already been handled. Still, one thing worried him, and he wanted a favor. Shortly before the cave incident, 2 carts of water had been taken out under the excuse of medicinal use. The amount was small, but no one knew what problems water from Mount Bukak's cave might cause. So he asked Nikia to watch the taverns, since those banquets usually happened there, and that Bukaki water might be used for some reason. That letter made her furious, and she cursed all those filthy blood cult bastards. Now we return to the moment when our guy declared he would arrest Madame Gu, right here for predatory acts and dealing illegal drugs. Hearing that title caught her off guard, and she immediately grew furious at the idea of being judged. Suddenly she screamed at the top of her lungs and released all her inner energy. Then she charged at him, yelling for him to try it if he could. Our guy called out to Yulia and told her to hold on and give him an opening. He dodged her attack and Yulia blocked the next one, creating the gap he needed to move in and land a heavy strike, hard enough to make her cough blood. Moving as fast as she could, Yulia closed in and he hit cleanly, then followed with a kick right into her center. After that, our guy used his acupuncture strikes to shut down her movement. In disbelief, she asked how this was possible. She had heard rumors about his martial level, but never knew it was this high. Right in front of them, she collapsed to the floor. Breathing hard behind him, Yulia heard him say he left her alive so they could question her with the Society of Heaven and Earth and bring out the truth. But Yulia could barely even hear him through her ragged breathing. When he saw her drop to her knees, he got worried. He rushed over, grabbed her shoulder, and asked if she was okay. She had clearly taken that aphrodisiac breath head on, and no matter how strong Yulia was, enduring that was too much. He told her to hang on. They had to neutralize the aphrodisiac right away. She could not pass out too, and with her face burning red, she said her whole body felt on fire. Seeing how badly she trembled, he realized her ki was way too unstable. It was amazing she had lasted this long. So he gave her the medicine and told her to take it for now. It was an antidote he had prepared just in case. All of a sudden, Yulia shoved him hard to the ground. He had no idea how to react and called out to her. In a sweet, hazy voice, she called him her dear junior, her precious disciple. Then she slowly started taking off her clothes, saying he had nowhere to run now. Redder than ever, he begged her to wait. But before he could finish, she stripped fast and ordered him to stay still. And just like that, Julia left nothing covered. Yep, this was the demonetization moment. That was when something suddenly caught our guy's attention. He looked at Julia and realized there was nothing there. Only then did it hit him, and he wondered if Julia was actually a woman. For the love of God, man, finally notice. Completely flushed, he told himself that after all the time spent beside Julia, the thought that she might not be a man had crossed his mind many times. But since he had never seen any sign of menstruation, he pushed the idea away. Then one thought flashed through his head. He once wondered what exactly he felt for Julia. Disgust? Betrayal? No, none of it felt bad. So what was it? At first, he really did not like Julia much. Anyone would think Julia was just an insanely handsome man, and his popularity with women was ridiculous too. So our guy figured he would get in the way of his 10-year dream to become a womanizing hero. But being the junior disciple of the strongest man in the world was vital to that plan. So he decided to treat Julia only like a business partner. That had definitely been the plan from the start, but her warm way of treating him, and those emotion-filled eyes she always looked at him with, kept catching him off guard. Every time they walked side by side, he could not help noticing the smell of wildflowers coming from her. Even with all that in his head, he told himself to get a grip. Both of them were out of their minds right now because of the aphrodisiac, so he covered her up and begged her to calm down. They needed to force the drug out of her body as fast as possible. But Julia, still half gone, wondered why she wanted to do this here and now with him and why she needed to have him right this second. Seeing how flustered he was, Julia thought he was still just a clueless fool. Before he even realized it, she moved in close. Then she kissed him without warning. Caught off guard, he still gave in and kissed her back hard. After that long kiss, Julia looked straight into his eyes and said she felt something lower down. Right then, someone else arrived. It was Nina, who had come worried about our guy and called out to ask if he was there. Instead, she walked right into that shameless scene, Julia on top of him, and demanded to know what was going on. She was completely stunned, wondering what in the world she was looking at. Behind her, Tang also called for Julia and asked if she was okay. Again, shock hit the room, but there was no time for that. Tang knew the most dangerous person there right now was Nina and how she might react, so she shouted at the top of her lungs, asking what kind of disgrace this was. Our guy tried to calm her down, saying this was urgent and they needed to examine Julia's body right away. But before he could finish, Julia lightly grabbed his chin and asked him to get rid of her aphrodisiac right now. Then she kissed him again. Seriously, Julia was way more aggressive than usual. He had no idea how to respond to these sudden attacks, so he begged her to stop and calm down. Julia then turned and looked in one direction, staring at Nanya as she thought that if this woman hadn't barged in, they could have gone all the way. Seeing how angry Nanya was, her emotions trembling and breathing, Julia realized she was deeply in love with him too. That made her wonder how a seductress from the demonic faction could desire him, especially when she could never become his wife. With pure rivalry in her eyes, Julia seemed to decide that even if she couldn't be his wife, being his lover would still be more than enough. Nanya, on the other hand, thought she never should have come and wondered why she was acting like this. Still, she couldn't ignore the signal whistle. If something happened to him, it would become her problem too, that's why she came. And of course, she told herself she didn't resent him at all. The real problem was the other person. Julia, who in that moment looked to her like the lady of one sword and one smile, every bit as beautiful. That only made her madder, because this woman dared to seduce her man, and to Nanya that was unforgivable. So she yelled, calling Julia a shameless, filthy woman with no decency at all. Julia just gave a small, wicked smile and repeated, "Decency?" Watching her act like that, he realized Julia was driving out the aphrodisiac with her own inner energy, and he was shocked she could do it alone without ever being taught. Julia suddenly stood up and said she had never even been called filthy or shameless. So was Nanya talking about her? Ninja fired back that even if she belonged to the demonic faction, she still had standards. Letting out her energy, she demanded to know how someone from the righteous path could try to devour a man so vulgarly. Her inner force rushed toward Julia. At once, Julia narrowed her eyes, and just as Ninja's energy was about to hit, she sensed the storm of feelings pouring out of Ninja. That energy made Julia realize this was a Yombu Siwang technique, an extremely refined martial art. As if she suddenly understood everything, she raised her hand and thought she could fill in the missing pieces with this. Clenching her fist, she realized she could finally understand her own technique too. Ninja was left stunned when Julia brushed away her inner energy with one small move. Once she calmed down and shook off the aphrodisiac, Julia thanked Ninja, saying that because of her she had caught a glimpse of enlightenment. Of course, Ninja wasn't letting that slide. She called Julia a crazy bitch and asked how she dared read her technique, especially since Ninja had only used enough power to threaten her. Yet Julia erased it in an instant. Clicking her tongue, Ninja thought Julia had the level of a born genius, someone others could never reach in a lifetime. She kept looking at Julia as she got dressed, forced to admit the skill of the lady of one sword and one smile. Once she saw Julia was free of the drug, Ninja calmed a little, though she still couldn't stop thinking that at this rate, Julia might one day reach her level. Then Ninja snapped that she had never meant to teach her anything, and if Julia was really at that level, she should be at least over 30, so why was she throwing herself at a young boy like him who was still underage? Julia turned that right back on her and said she was wrong. She still had a long time before turning 30. That left Ninja stunned, wondering how that could be. She still wasn't even 30, and had already reached this level? It almost felt like a joke from fate. After Ninja had mocked the Empress as old, Julia was nearly doing the same to her. Furious, Ninja shouted that it was impossible, and accused her of lying to her face. Julia just smiled and said if she doubted it, she could ask Tang, who was standing right there. Ninja immediately turned to her and demanded the truth, and Tang hesitated awkwardly. Fidgeting with her fingers, she admitted that Julia was telling the truth. She had reached this level well before turning 30. That left Nitra as speechless. Until now, she believed no beauty in the world could stand beside her until she met Julia. Touching her head, she tried to understand the bitter feeling rising inside her. How could this be? She was the most beautiful woman under heaven and earth, the strongest of the demonic faction, the youngest lord of the unorthodox path, and yet a wave of insecurity hit her so hard that she started wondering if she felt inferior to Julia. Nitra was born the daughter of a fallen empress, and fought her whole life to rise from nothing. She climbed to the top of the demonic faction and gained power, strength, and wealth, everything. So after winning it all, being shaken by a mere girl younger than her was something she could hardly accept. Then Julia introduced herself properly, saying she was a noble virgin of the orthodox path, Lady Jin, the lady of one sword and one smile, heir of the Gongdong sect, and someone recommended by a great elder as this young master's future partner. Partner? Who do you think you are to call yourself my handsome man's partner? Nitra shot back furiously. While the two argued like jealous cats, our guy could only think that both were martial arts masters, yet right now they were acting like little kids. As he got up, he thought Julia was clearly trying to provoke Nitra, but claiming to be his partner was still a pretty bold lie. So he told them both to stop. They could settle that nonsense later. For now, the real priority was dealing with this whole mess. Tang agreed. What mattered most was the illegal drug being spread in Diongbong, right at Shaolin's doorstep. Seeing what Majera Gucci had been doing, she said this was urgent. They needed to seize the drug as evidence and report it to the Marine Alliance. Our guy gave a small sigh and thought it was lucky. Tang was also a member of the Heaven and Earth Association. Like Julia and Nitra, she was a master too, so she could definitely fight. The Heaven and Earth Association was supposedly only helping hunt down the bloody cult, but when you looked at their combined strength with the orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic paths including Nitra, it was honestly impressive. Even so, Nitra still complained that calling herself his partner was too much, and she wanted Julia to understand that very clearly. Right away, Julia jumped in. Our guy greeted them calmly, glad they had matched their stories first, then explained that Lady Jin Julia had joined his sect. As for being his partner, that was just the aphrodisiac talking. He placed a hand on his chest and turned on the charm. Then he apologized for the shock, telling Nitra it was all just a misunderstanding. Nitra instantly forgave him, completely melting on the spot. After that, he told the auntie from Koltong to arrest Madame Iggy and collect the illegal drugs as evidence, and she agreed. She walked up to Madame Iggy, who was awake now, and brought up the aphrodisiacs and the mind-confusing incense she had used. Calling her aunt, the woman from Koltong said she was deeply disappointed. She never thought Madame Iggy would become a lackey of the bloody cult. Madame Iggy shot back that she was not working with the bloody cult. According to her, she had only lent them a place to meet. But the Koltong auntie could tell she was lying, and struck her with needles. Madame Iggy coughed out that nasty aphrodisiac breath and screamed that it wasn't true. Then, in seconds, her body rapidly aged. Panicking, she cried that this couldn't be happening. The Koltong auntie coldly explained that bloodshot eyes were a clear mark of the bloody cult's forbidden arts, and asked if she still planned to keep making excuses. Those red eyes were proof enough. Madame Iggy finally admitted it, then shamelessly said everything she did was meant to bring pleasure to the world. Everyone was stunned as she yelled that no one had been forced to attend the banquet. She kept ranting that this was the real face of all those righteous sect hypocrites. Our guy answered that she twisted human desire with dirty methods, turned people into lust-crazed monsters, and still dared to talk about virtue. Nothing could be more hypocritical than that. Picking up the bottle on the ground, he addressed Madame Iggy and said she was wrong. It's normal for young people to like each other and grow close, but once you use filthy tricks, it becomes something else. He clenched his fist and crushed the bottle in his hand, saying that if two hearts aren't in sync, physical pleasure means nothing, and that was why Madame Iggy had lost. Sometime later, people from the association came to take Madame Iggy away. The auntie from Kantak explained that once the association stepped in to gather proof and report to the Murim Alliance, the Mu Yang family would also be watched. Since Madame Iggy was involved, other leaders were likely mixed up in this too. If the bloody cult's role was confirmed, the Alliance would share information with the association. As for the young talents set to join the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, they would lose that right if their involvement was proven. Hearing that, the Murim Alliance side could barely hide its smile. If this was true, there would be fewer rivals at the Dragon and Phoenix assembly. While those two women lit up the whole street with their presence, he thought this was exactly why living on the right path was a good thing. Elsewhere, a hooded figure said Madame Iggy had failed, and with that, the plan to corrupt the martial world by addicting the next generation had fallen apart. Looking off in one direction, the figure said the bloody cult's next plan had to succeed no matter what. Those words were spoken as snow fell outside. In another place, amid the cold, someone remarked that ever since the Gongdong sect recovered the demon subjugation sword technique, their growth had been amazing. No one expected them to become strong enough to save the Hangsan sect during a crisis. It made him wonder if they had truly matured that much. The man in front of him replied that restoring that sword art should have been nearly impossible. Yet Julia, the main disciple of the Gongdong sect, did it, and she also possessed the heavenly martial body. That caught the man's attention, and he asked what he thought. The other man brought up Julia again, and asked whether this bearer of the heavenly martial body might be able to entertain him. The man being addressed was none other than the heavenly demon, the peak of 100,000 demons, the supreme master of the demonic path, and an absolute being who split the world into three. He was also the one who killed the previous heavenly demon and took the throne. In short, this was a genius among geniuses. Breaking into a cold sweat, that same man thought about how, after reaching the mystical realm at just 30, the heavenly demon had become almost completely indifferent. But now, a human had appeared who might have sparked his interest. Then, to the man's surprise, a piece of paper dropped in front of him. The genius of geniuses told him to deliver his message and say that this lord was waiting for them. Back with our group, the auntie from Glanton said goodbye to the two of them, while standing beside Nema. As they walked down the street, our guy asked Yulia how she was feeling, whether her body was okay. She said she had forced out the aphrodisiac with her keys somehow, so he didn't need to worry. A little embarrassed, he scratched his head and tried to bring up what happened earlier. Yulia quickly said it was only because of the aphrodisiac, not because she wanted to do that. Of course, what came to his mind was the passionate kiss they shared. He couldn't stop thinking about it, so he awkwardly asked whether he should start calling Julia senior sister from now on, instead of senior brother. Looking away a little, still flustered, he said he wouldn't keep dwelling on the rest. Julia, now bright and cheerful, changed the subject and said she had just completed her technique. Curious, he asked if she had finished it right then. She said that Warrior's martial level had been incredibly high, and that inspired her final insight. After hearing the explanation, he clapped and said that was amazing, and that he would memorize the technique later too. He was truly happy. The technique Yulia restored no longer needed either solar ki or lunar ki, which made it much easier to understand. Watching how happy she looked, he wondered if this was the meaning of having a heavenly martial body, or simply the natural talent of a grandmaster. Then, Yulia suddenly apologized for hiding the fact that she was a woman all this time, and he told her it was fine, not a big deal. A little red-faced, he admitted he had been confused when the truth came out. It was a shock to learn the information he had been given was wrong, but to rebuild the Gongdong sect, hiding her gender must have helped. That was the conclusion he reached. Then he asked whether Julia planned to tell the others in her sect, and she replied that Master Kavanja already knew. She added that she couldn't tell Lady Seymour because she was an outsider, but aside from that she would tell their junior sister. As they climbed the stairs behind their junior sister, Julia kept thinking that she was still a barren woman, so she could never be his wife. Still, that didn't stop her from dreaming of becoming his lover, and sharing more sweet kisses, maybe even more. Getting a little carried away, Julia scolded herself, then decided that for now, even this was enough. She was happy just to stay by his side. Sometime later, in another place, Nana said she wasn't going to stay in Shaolin just to clean up the mess made by those idiots from the orthodox path, and swore that one day she'd tear that old monk apart. Sitting down in a rage, she understood that stopping the bloody cult was important, at least in theory, but her heart still refused to accept it so easily. What mattered most to Nana now wasn't the bloody cult. It was winning Lady Sungus's heart once and for all. And of course, Julia was on her mind too. Since meeting that girl, her whole world had been turned upside down. Just then, someone knocked on her door. A faint smile appeared on her face as she asked if she had arrived. The visitor was, of course, a powerful woman. She said it had been a while since they last met, and found it strange that Manhwa had called her so late at night. Nanhwa said she would get straight to the point. Raising her hand and sounding as convincing as possible, she asked whether the Sword Empress would join forces with her. The Empress crossed her arms, thinking it was absurd. Nanhwa had mocked her age all this time, and now she was asking for an alliance. So she told Nanhwa that more than anyone, she should know just how ridiculous that request sounded. While making tea, Nanhwa said that earlier as she passed through Thamgong County, she happened to see our guy with the beautiful wandering sword master. She told the Sword Empress that Yulia's beauty could even rival Juxao's original look, a kind of beauty that could bring down nations. Then Nanhwa shocked her by adding that Lady Jin, really Julia, said the young master, our guy leader Sungas had chosen her as his future wife. Seeing the Empress hesitate, Nanhwa told her not to take her word for it. Go see for herself, then come back. A second later, the Empress was gone. She raced across the rooftops of Shaolin Temple, refusing to believe it. She had felt something special between herself and our guy, and thought he felt it too. Landing on a nearby tree, she tried to tell herself this had to be a misunderstanding. Then she noticed something. In the distance, she saw our guy walking beside Julia, and they were heading toward their rooms. Julia noticed it too. She spotted a figure far away, then realized it was the Sword Empress. Julia hadn't expected to see her here. The Empress stared in shock. This was really Julia, the unique sword wanderer, someone at the peak of transcendence, and also a master of the flower realm. With a small smile, Julia politely asked to introduce herself. She said she would soon be visiting the Gongdong sect, and that her name was Lady Jin, her disguised name. The Empress coldly called it shameful. A master of her level lying about her age and throwing herself at our guy with fake flattery. Julia just brushed back her hair and fired back that the Empress's imagination was too narrow. She said she was only a young woman in the prime of life, not even 30 yet. Then she wrapped herself around our guy's arm, looked at the Empress, and said only someone of her level was worthy to be this sturdy young master's wife. The Empress replied in disbelief. Yulia had reached that level before even turning 30. Not even 30. A sudden panic ran through her. To her it was impossible that this girl dared wag her tail at her benefactor. Before going inside, Nolia told the Sword Empress she hoped they would meet again someday. Meanwhile, the Great Empress trembled, thinking that now she had seen it with her own eyes. She finally understood why Nanhwa had come to find her. Back beside Nanhwa, something pulled her attention. The Sword Empress stepped through the door, giving off pure rival energy. As Nanhwa served tea, she asked how it went. Nervous and a little embarrassed, the Empress brought up Nanhwa's earlier offer and said she would accept the alliance. Back with our two companions, as they returned home, Julia walked with a faint smile, thinking to herself, victory. Her hand moved to her chest as she thought only she could protect our human, that the role was hers alone and always would be. At last, Leader Sungas knocked on a door and asked if anyone was there. Our girl opened it and asked if he needed something. He apologized for coming so late at night. Outside, she said he had come back very late and asked how the meeting went. He answered that something happened there, but thanks to Yulia, everything worked out. Then he pointed somewhere and told her to look. Ahead of them stood Yulia under the moonlight. A little shy, Yulia spoke clearly. She said she was her older brother, or rather older sister, from the Gongdong sect, and asked if she recognized her. Our girl couldn't believe what she was seeing. Confused, she wondered if the man she knew was really Yulia. Yulia came forward and apologized, explaining that she had pretended to be a man all this time to rebuild her sect. Stopping right in front of her, Yulia looked into her eyes and said she couldn't keep hiding the truth anymore, so she came personally to reveal her secret. Now she finally understood why Yulia had always seemed so obsessed whenever it came to our guy. That was the reason. But then another thought hit her, leaving her wide-eyed. Maybe this was actually a good thing. She moved toward Julia and said that even though she was a little nervous, Julia had carried this huge secret for so long, and she was grateful she chose to tell her. Blushing slightly, she put a hand to her chest and said Julia was more than an older brother to her, much more, and didn't need to feel guilty. Those words moved Julia. She had come here ready to be judged. Instead, she rushed forward and hugged her tightly, thanking her from the bottom of her heart. She thought that even if Yulia had become a serious rival for Leader Sungas's heart, she was still family, and that would never change. Love alone wouldn't make her give up her family. Resting in Yulia's arms, she smiled in relief and thought that the two of them would become our humans partners together. The next day, at the Phoenix and Dragon convention, people were talking about rising stars who had been caught in a scandal involving aphrodisiacs and illegal goods. Everyone looked toward Leader Sungas, saying they still didn't know how, but he had played a major part in catching those criminals. His opponent burst out laughing and announced that he was from the Northern Peng family. Then he caught everyone off guard by asking the judge if this was really okay, since our guy was so tiny. He was so skinny he looked like a training sword. That instantly made our guy mad, and he snapped, asking who he was calling skinny. To prove his point, he pulled open his shirt and showed off his ridiculous build. With a slight grin, he called out to the Peng clan guy and said it was nice to meet him. Before the fight could begin, someone drew both their attention. The princess was arriving. The crowd stared in shock, wondering if the princess had really come to watch the odd hero of the Gongdong sect. There she was, the little princess walking calmly down the red carpet. A moment later, she sat on the throne as the huge man beside her greeted her. He He welcomed her politely, glad she cared about martial arts too. He was the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, the Sword Emperor Li Dongli. With a gentle smile, the little princess replied that it was the imperial family's duty to care for every citizen. Our guy thought this was an event meant for important guests like the princess and even the alliance leader. Seeing the princess smile, he told himself that since she came all this way, he had to do his best, and he believed he wouldn't lose to anyone. He smiled back. Since she came here to cheer for him, he would show her how much he had grown. His growth. Once the match began, the Pen Clan fighter rushed straight at our guy and shouted for him not to lose focus. Swinging hard, he told our guy to show the demon-subduing sword that had beaten the Nangun clan brute. Our guy jumped back and dodged the attack. Then he gave a light yawn and said his sword was only drawn for people worthy of understanding it. That enraged the Pen Clan fighter, who demanded he say it again. Even the people watching were stunned by our guy's arrogance. Chelsea shook in panic, wondering what that idiot was doing. Beside her, Julia said it was fine. At his current strength, he would definitely win. Beside her, Julia said it was fine. At his current strength, he would definitely win. Meanwhile, the Sword Empress was freaking out inside while cheering for our guy. She took his line about only drawing his sword for the disgusting and strong as a sign he meant her. Beside the little Empress, something caught her eye. She looked toward the three women there, especially the Sword Empress, the same woman our guy once told all of Marim he wanted as his concubine. But what stood out most was Julia, who in her past life had been the Sword Saint. Now she was completely different from before. Thinking it over, she told herself that after the old minister died, our guy's timeline had pushed the martial world into a strange state. And when she had tried to speak with Julia in that past life, Julia's expression had never been as bright as it was now. Back then, Julia didn't care about anyone else's feelings or thoughts. The look in her eyes made it clear that without the Gongdong sect's teachings, she could have turned into a monster, an assassin star that threatened all of Mirim. Then she looked back at our guy and his match, and with just one glance, the little princess figured out what took our guy nearly 70 chapters to notice. Julia, the Sword Saint in her past life, had actually been a man, and meeting him had changed her completely. Still, she pushed those thoughts aside. Watching him release his inner energy, she told herself none of that mattered right now. She just wanted to enjoy the fight he was about to put on. The guy from the Pen Clan rushed in, demanding to know how he dared challenge the Pen Clan's blade. He closed in on our guy and raised his sword. Then he swung hard, but Lady Sunga stopped it easily with his bare hand. He focused his inner energy into his fingertips and gripped the blade tight. The Pen Clan fighter started shaking as he pushed harder, wondering what the hell was going on. This time, our guy thought about the key skill he'd been training lately, the nerve finger technique. Catching his opponent off guard, he moved in fast and struck. The man swung wildly again, but Lee dodged with ease once more and in one quick move drove a kick right into his chin. The blow was strong enough to send him flying and bouncing across the ground. He crashed hard into the wall. From above, the duel was clear to see. The Pen Clan fighter had already been thrown out of the ring, and Lead Sungus of the Gongdang sect was declared the winner. As the Pen Clan guy was carried away, someone stepped forward, called out to Lide Sungas, and praised his martial arts. With a quiet smile, the young man introduced himself as Shen Bakshan of the Huangshan sect, holder of the title Empty Dragon Sword. Looking at the beaten fighter, he said Lide Sungas only draws his sword for those who truly understand it, and that performance had been impressive. After hearing that, Kuprin answered politely and said he hoped Shen Bakshan would do his best in his own match too. The other man just gave a light smile. Then he went to his sword, glanced over, and told himself that today would be the last day he carried the title of Empty Sword Dragon. With a big grin, he drew his blade and declared he was ready for the duel. He even laughed. Still smiling with total confidence, sword in hand, he believed that starting today, the one who would truly be called the Sword Dragon would be him, Lide Sungas. So what happens next? Will our guy beat the man in front of him without much trouble, or will this one be a real challenge? And will the Alliance, the Empress, and the Master of those dangerous curves ever win our guy's heart? Those answers still haven't come yet. Honestly, I don't even know what to say here. To be real, I expected Julia's reveal to our guy to hit much harder, but it didn't really go that way. Instead, it leaned into what this story has been building from the start, full of lust-driven actions. Even so, I like this mini-arc in the Pleasure House. I don't see Mishiragua as some amazing villain, but she works really well as an antagonist in her role. There's also something the manhwa leaves between the lines, and I saved it for now instead of bringing it up earlier. It makes it pretty clear that Mishiragua is a predator. She drugged her victims, then turned them into her slaves. At the end of the day, this manhwa was about our guy chasing his little game. Sure, but that doesn't stop it from touching on heavy topics and showing what this world is really like. So far, the best villains are the blood cult and the so-called demonic cult that Nina belongs to. They stand against the righteous martial world, but what I liked is that the manhwa makes it clear there isn't one pure right side. Some of the sickest crimes were happening right under the righteous sect's noses, even near one of the most important monks in the world. Sure, Minjiragu did have ties to the blood cult, and they're still the biggest enemy here, the true main villain. But the people who call themselves the most just, the great protectors, and all that talk still allowed something like this to happen right in front of them. You could say they didn't know. But once the manhwa showed even that brute from the Nangang clan taking part in those gatherings, it became obvious that plenty of people from high ranks to smaller sects were invited and had some idea of what was going on. They were blinded by desire, dragged around by lust, and ignored what was happening right under their noses. And don't forget, our protagonist still looks underage. That didn't stop Major Egg from wanting him. If anything, it made her want him more. It's a small detail, but it's there, and to me it also shows the author's point. These sects aren't purely good or purely evil. There's one more thing, and this part is just my own reading. A similarity between our guy and Mejiragu. Yeah, I know. On the surface, comparing our guy to a predator sounds crazy, but both of them are driven in a way by lust. What separates them is their ethics and morals. I see people in the comments criticizing our guy because he had chances to make a move, especially with Nainsha, but didn't. But think about it like this. If he really used everything he knew from his past life to trick innocent people around him, he'd be no different from Mejiragu. She throws away her morals just to satisfy her own desires. From the start, the manhwa makes it clear that our guy wants something shared with a woman. A real connection, not just messing around. Up to this point, it feels like the story is moving toward a harem plot, and honestly, I'm hoping it turns into a well-written polygamous romance. All the women so far may focus on our guy, think about him and act because of him. But even then, they still feel like different women with their own personalities, not just objects for the protagonist. They each have their own reasons for finding him attractive and admirable, and to me, the ones clearly falling for him did so in a natural way. Aranha's feelings for him didn't feel forced. The Empress's feelings didn't feel forced either. Every romance in the manhwa has been built pretty naturally, and even though he talks about wanting to play his little game, his actions still draw people in. That's why he ended up being called the eccentric hero. As for Yulia, that romance has been there from the very start, back when our guy was still Yulio. The two of them slowly realized their feelings for each other in a very natural way. Our guy held himself back because he thought Yulia was a man, while Yulia held back because of her secret. At least to me, the manhwa makes it clear that whether Yulia had been a man or a woman, the protagonist would still have been drawn to her. Their bond was built well enough that the feeling would have been there either way. So in my view, their relationship was handled really well. Even with all the complications in the end, whether Jolia was a man or a woman, one of them was always going to fall for the other. So yeah, this manhwa may look vulgar on the surface, but it's much more critical than it seems. I get the feeling it doesn't want to go too deep or become overly serious. It just wants to tell the story of a guy trying to chase his desires while the world builds itself around that. Everyone went wild for the big fight that was about to begin. From the crowd, Yulia shouted for him not to get nervous. Even as she yelled that, she remembered Shenbaxin, the guy our hero was facing now from the first time she entered Murim. She recalled the day he came up in surprise and asked if she was the divine hero of the Gungdong sect. He was a strange one. Out of nowhere, he grabbed her hand, said he was happy to meet her, called it fate, and insisted they should duel. But Julia wasn't weak at all. She beat that annoying guy. And that day, she also understood why our hero had asked her to travel through Murim under a fake identity, so she wouldn't have to deal with irritating people like him. Back in the present, while everyone cheered for him, she never doubted that Piton could beat the sword dragon. Beside them, the two raised their swords toward each other. MC looked at the man in front of him and thought he knew exactly how this life would end, all because of memories from his past life. Shenbaxia was the pillar of the Huanshan sect, and the martial world had huge hopes for his future. Even so, he never became the greatest swordsman because of Julia, who made him feel completely outclassed. In the end, his life was ruined along with a conspiracy. He attacked Julia, only to suffer a crushing defeat that shattered his spirit. After that, he destroyed his own Dantian, hid in a cave full of regret, and stayed there until he died. Now, facing that once promising warrior, Piton wondered if this fate could be changed. Shenbaxia brought up his last match and his nerve point finger technique. He admitted it was amazing, then added that the last disciple from his sect he fought, Yulia, beat him with ease. The protagonist gave a small smile. That fight must have happened during Yulia's journey through Murim, and compared to her, he still had a long way to go. Then, as polite as ever and smiling wide, Baxia shouted that this humble warrior wished to witness MC's sword for himself. Piton answered right away that he'd gladly do it, ready to grant the wish of the noble warrior standing before him, eager for a real sword clash. Baxia moved first, releasing his inner energy and declaring it was the power he had trained so hard to build, the Amicia flower sword of the Huanshan sect. With that, he rushed straight at him. The protagonist answered by releasing his own energy. He could tell Huanshan's technique mixed with quick movement, and to someone skilled like him, it was a very sharp feint. Their swords met in a short exchange, and both of their energies shook the whole ring. Pipin pulled back, raised his sword, and decided it was time to end this duel. Energy flowed from his hand and wrapped around the blade. Then he unleashed a slash of pure force that tore through everything ahead of him. The blast was so strong it covered the entire ring. Everyone watching was left speechless. Through the dust, the short guy called it the revived final move of the sword art of immunity subjugation. But the nearly naked Baxia didn't care at all. If anything, he looked happy, saying that attack had almost caught him. The crowd went wild, shouting that this was the kind of fight they expected from the eccentric hero of the Golgadong sect. Pittman could only think, oh no, not this again. Meanwhile, the short lunatic just burst out laughing. He laughed louder and louder, looking completely unhinged, yelling that this match was truly fun and made him happy. He was so strange that even MC got creeped out, thinking whoever gave this man the title Sword Dragon had to be crazy too. This guy wasn't missing one screw, he was missing the whole machine. Still laughing weirdly, the man suddenly asked himself who he was. At this point, it really looked like he was having an identity crisis. Then he answered himself. He was the greatest prodigy of every generation, the one who carried his sect by his very existence. But after losing in a single strike to that mysterious person, he devoted himself to understanding the blow Julia used on him. For a long time he kept at it. He gave up drinking, romance, and even turned down an invitation to a pleasure house, all to perfect his technique. And now in front of him stood the disciple of the one who beat him, the person who lit the fire that pushed him to improve. As he let out more energy, he said meeting someone who could defeat him again was incredible. And even if he was naked in front of everyone, none of that mattered. Grinning from ear to ear, he raised his sword and declared he was freeing himself from the limits of clothing forced on him by the world, becoming one with his body and blade. Then he charged at Pittman, swinging both swords and launching his attack. He blocked, but the man's sword pressure was intense. He still couldn't figure out what this lunatic had realized during the fight. There was also the sword energy itself. It had stepped into something close to the absolute realm, and even a tiny mistake could throw his ki off balance. Facing the naked swordsman, the protagonist told himself he had no choice now. He could only use moves meant to cut flesh and break bones. With a clean swing, he forced the short man back, but the duel was far from over. And once again the man rushed in with fierce attacks. His energy was so wild that before Pittman could react, the rest of his clothes were blown to dust. The crowd lost its mind as everything went fully off the rails. MC just stood there trying not to care. He told himself that if both of them were naked now, then it was better to be the idiot who won than the idiot who lost. So determined to be king of the idiots, he released all his inner energy, even knowing this move was too much for his current level. Yulia recognized it at once. It was the circulating blood art, and it was already boosting Pitten's yin-yang energy. With that, he rushed the man and shouted for him to get ready. Power poured out from his sword, and he struck with everything he had. A huge explosion burst out, and dust filled the entire ring. When the dust finally settled, only one person was still standing inside the ring, while the other lay unconscious outside it. It was announced that the short naked fighter had been thrown out of the ring, giving Pitts the win. Right after that, Julia came over, got his attention, and told him he fought really well. But first came the cute part. She handed him clothes and told him to get dressed. The crowd kept talking, saying he had just defeated the famous warrior known as the Sword Dragon, so he deserved a new title just as grand. To his surprise and Yulia's quiet laughter in the back, they called him the eccentric dragon. That completely crushed his hopes since he came here to erase that weird reputation through these duels. Too bad it only got worse. Nearby, the little princess kept thinking how amazing Pitton was, and to her it was obvious he would win. Then the young man beside her shouted that the little princess would later meet the winner of this duel, so he should get ready and wait. Both the protagonist and Julia politely bowed and said they were deeply grateful for the Emperor's grace. MC thought that even if the duel had been pretty embarrassing, he still won, and that victory was for her as well, for the little princess and the promise he had made to Her Majesty. Sometime after the match, the short man came over himself to congratulate Pitton on his victory. With a bright smile, he said he had given him an insight that helped him reach a new realm. Since that was such a huge favor, he wanted to call him brother from now on. A little bothered, the protagonist told him to do whatever he wanted, while wondering why grown men kept wanting to call him brother. Setting that aside, the short man thanked him as politely as he could. Then Pitton brought up the Kingston meeting. With strength like his, the young master of the Morong clan must have tried to recruit him too, right? Scratching his head, the man said that about that. After explaining that once Julia defeated him, he focused only on his training and duel, refusing drinking, women, and everything else. MC couldn't help saying that was seriously impressive. The short man tapped his chest and said he had been training every minute instead of wasting time on wine, because that was the guidance he had received. He raised a hand and said if they got another chance to talk, they would. At the same time, he thought Shen Baxia, just like Ningung, had changed his fate, and this time for the better. Before leaving, the short man said he hoped they would meet again and fight like they did today. That instantly brought back Piton's awful memories from the duel, and he thought, absolutely not, I never want to fight this guy again. After the short man left, someone else knocked on his door and asked if he was ready. Scratching his head, the protagonist said it was about time for him to go too. Elsewhere, he was escorted by a whole group of people. As he walked, he kept thinking about Shuangting, the place where the host who managed Fen County worked. He looked around and thought it felt strange. This was his first time in a place like this since being reborn. As he passed through the doors, someone announced his arrival to the little princess. From inside, she quickly told him to come in. With a bright smile, she said she had been waiting for him. He politely knelt and greeted Her Royal Highness. Nervous, she hurried over and told her old minister not to be so formal. Since it was just the two of them, he could relax. He gave a small smile and agreed. The little princess beamed, saying she had always wanted to see him and hug him, tell him she always thought about him and ask what she should do. He answered that no matter what others said, This humble servant was still a loyal subject of Her Majesty. He embraced her like a father would comfort a daughter, saying he had won the Dragon and Phoenix convention for her and hoped she would accept it. Still cheerful, she brought up his duel. She had watched it and asked if he had grown lazy in his martial arts and training. Back then, his old self had been much more composed. Embarrassed by the whole thing, he answered as politely as he could, saying he was deeply ashamed she had seen such an improper side of him. She only understood about half of what he said. Panicking, the little princess quickly said she had never thought badly of him. After all, he was her only family. That made him think. In both the modern world and the martial world, Her Majesty really was his only family. After everything they had gone through in his past life, it made sense she felt that way. Breaking his thoughts, the little princess said there was something she wanted to ask. She got right to it. Was Julia actually a woman? And more than that, was this world now completely different from the one they once knew? He thought she was incredibly sharp, since she had been reborn too. She might have figured all of this out on her own. As the little princess who controlled the Eastern factory, she likely had plenty of proof already, and had probably confirmed that Julia was a woman. So he admitted her guess was right. Julia was hiding her identity because of unavoidable reasons. She replied that was what she expected. Even so, she kept thinking that in her past life, that monster Julia had not lost her humanity because of his influence. But now, as someone close to him, she could not feel at ease. She hugged him tightly and thanked him for answering honestly. He told her she did not need to worry about Julia. Happily, she told herself she would not worry. To her, he was everything. The reason she was still alive, holding him close. She thought feelings as simple as love could not explain what she felt for him. That was why she would never give him up to anyone. Around him were beautiful women like Niaina, even the Sword Empress herself, and those two pretty girls in his sect. But to her, they were nothing special. There was even that tomboy whose name she forgot. But Julia was completely different from all the others. She thought Julia not only had unmatched beauty, but was always by his side. That made her the real rival. Then he got her attention and said he also had something he wanted to ask. He brought up the meeting at the pleasure house, where Julia's secret had been exposed, and where the blood sect had used the banquet to spread evil drugs. He added that in his past life he had never imagined something so dark was happening right under Shaolin Temple's nose. Because of that, he asked the little princess to look into it, and wondered if no one had managed to stop the blood demon in her previous life either. She looked away and began talking about her former life. Long after his death, she said that period had seemed peaceful. But looking back, that peace only lasted because he had gathered many elixirs during his life, slowing the blood demon's recovery. But by the time she understood the truth, she was already in the middle of a terrifying battlefield. Clenching her fists, she said that after hearing him, she now understood why they had been defeated so easily. On the verge of tears, she said their past life had been rotting from the inside the whole time. Hearing her speak, he said that if they wanted to avoid the same disaster, they had to strengthen the imperial family and move fast. Taking her hand, he added that if the palace ever needed his help, she only had to ask. Those words caught the little princess off guard. She grew emotional, thinking that this was exactly the kind of person he was. Holding his hand back, she thought he was the only one who truly cared about her, the only one she wanted to trust completely. Still, she told herself that growing stronger and managing her own family was something she had to do on her own, so she calmly said it was fine. She could handle it herself. He simply answered that he understood. Then she changed the subject. Reaching into her sleeve, she said that since he had given her the victory at the Dragon and Phoenix convention, she should reward him too. He thought the 10,000-year fire carp he had already received was more than enough, but he was still curious about what she would give him. Then a strong glow from a container caught him by surprise. It was a ring with a huge diamond set in it. Flustered, she explained that she had personally ordered the pair to be made. She wanted to give one to him and wear the matching one herself. Litsungus froze, unsure how to react. A diamond ring like this was far too grand as a reward for just one convention. Still, he could not reject the princess's kindness. He said it was an extremely valuable gift, and that he would treasure it, even if he did not understand why she had chosen this ring. But a present Her Majesty had prepared for him herself was not something he could refuse. At last, she said she would deal with the palace matters right away, and asked him to wait a little longer. She would support him fully. He gently patted her head and told her that was fine. Before he could leave, she grabbed his hand and said that even if they were apart, her heart would always stay with him. He answered yes, but those words shook him deeply. With a soft smile, she told him to always wear the ring and think of her whenever he could. Those words made him a little sad because she clearly did not want to part from him either. Remembering their past life and everything they had shared, he knew it was only natural that this new separation hurt her. So catching her by surprise, he pulled her into a tight embrace and told her he would always think of her every moment of his life. Happy, she said that until the day she took back her throne, she wanted him to wait for her. Later, once he was outside, he thought that wearing this gift on his hand all the time would be troublesome, so he needed to find a safe place to keep it. Then sudden shouting caught him off guard. It was the old lady from the Tang clan yelling at an elderly man, demanding to know who he was calling sister, and saying he had no right to stop her from doing what she wanted. Our guy could only wonder what was going on. Both he and Yulia seemed glad he had shown up. He quietly stepped closer and asked what was happening. She answered that the girl from the Tang clan had apparently just fallen for him. The old man nearly cried, saying traveling the world was fine, but why settle in Dongpai of all places? Wouldn't her own home be better? She shouted back that he was already being annoying. Then, to his surprise, she threw a pile of books at him and told him to take them. Confused, the old man called her big sister and asked what those were. With a quick wink, she said they were the medical and poison arts she had studied all this time. If he stopped bothering her, he could have them. Then, just to make the old man feel even worse, she hugged our guy tightly and said she did not care about anything else. Now she just wanted to stay by her big brother's side. Lady Sunga wanted no part of this mess, and only asked what the hell she was doing. The old man was almost crying with rage, calling him a weird dragon and demanding to know how he dared to fool his sister. More than anything, Lady Sunga thought he had stepped into real trouble. If this kept up, the whole Tang family might come after him with poison needles. Before anything else, the old man let out a long sigh and introduced himself. He said people knew him as the Poison Master and the head of the Tang family. With a hard stare, he said he would let this slide once, but if our guy ever touched his sister or made her shed even one tear, his whole life would turn into hell. Our guy quickly said he understood, sweating like crazy. Then, changing the subject, the old man said he had other business to discuss. He explained that he had a reward for him, along with some advice, and told him to head right away to the Martial Arts Alliance in Dianfang County. That completely caught the leader of Sungas off guard. He couldn't stop thinking about the leader of the Martial Alliance, the Sword Emperor, Dong Li. With a single blade, he rose from the lowest ranks of wandering martial artists, built himself up alone, and reached the transcendent realm. Just the thought of meeting someone that famous in Dianfang felt like a huge honor. Before leaving for Dianfang to meet Dong Li, Julia told him to be careful. She and the others would be waiting for him. With a small smile, he told them everything would be fine. Some time later, he arrived at the Great Martial Alliance castle. There, Dong Li, the Sword Emperor himself, said it was a pleasure to meet him. Our guy politely answered that it was a great honor to meet both the Martial Alliance leader and the Sword Emperor. Dong Li invited him to sit so they could talk. As he poured tea, he said he hadn't expected this, defeating the Sword Dragon and then winning the Dragon Phoenix Assembly too. Laughing, he called him the rising star of a fading sect, and asked if the whole world wasn't making a fuss over the weird dragon. Now, while drinking his tea, our guy tried not to get mad and asked who had given him that weird dragon nickname. Without hesitation, Dong Li grinned and said it fit him perfectly. Our guy argued that Sword Dragon sounded way better than Weird Dragon, but Dong Li just asked why he wanted that title so badly. He answered at once, eyes full of resolve, because he was a swordsman too. Those words hit the Sword Emperor. Then he shouted loud enough for everyone nearby to hear that the boy was right. If the winner wanted a different title, there wasn't much he could say. That made our guy happy. He thought he was finally getting rid of that strange nickname, but it wasn't that simple. The Sword Emperor said he would only change it if our guy could endure one of his blade strikes. Only then would the title be changed. Our guy bowed and accepted, saying he would gladly receive his guidance. Then the Emperor set a small box on the table and told him not to be so tense. When he looked inside, our guy realized it was a high-grade rejuvenation pill. He didn't really need it, but thought it could still be useful as backup medicine. The Emperor said that since he had already given him his reward, they should move on and asked him to stand. Soon, our guy was surprised to find them entering an arena, while the Emperor said only a few people were allowed inside. Once inside, the two stood facing each other, each with a blade in hand. The Emperor raised his sword and reminded him of the deal. If he could withstand one strike, his title would change from Weird Warrior to Sword Dragon. Our guy lifted his sword too and told himself this was it, the moment to take the challenge and change his title. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and said he would lower his internal energy to match his level, so he shouldn't complain later. Then he rushed forward at incredible speed and shouted for him to show his strength. With one swift move, he sent sharp blade energy flying at him. Li was stunned. The attack was so precise he couldn't tell which moves were feints and which would really kill him. Still, as he focused himself, he thought he had an idea. As the blade energy closed in, he realized he knew exactly how to tell the real strike from the fake ones. So he readied his sword while the energy wrapped around him. In the next instant, the sound of blades crashing rang through the arena. A huge explosion followed. The Sword Emperor calmly watched the aftermath. Then something caught his eye. Li of Sungos was still standing. He had endured a strike from the leader of the Murim Alliance, the Sword Emperor himself. Even so, the damage was clear enough that he coughed up blood. As he sheathed his sword, the Emperor said that even the previous Sword Dragon, young Bashin, hadn't endured one of his blade attacks. Barely staying on his feet, our guy still talked big, asking how he could be called the Sword Dragon if he couldn't take a strike like that. That bold answer made the Emperor burst out laughing. He declared that he had passed and that the young disciple of the Gongdong sect, Li of Sungus, was now the Sword Dragon. Our guy politely thanked Gong Li. Too bad it wasn't exactly perfect. The Emperor said he could change the official martial title, but he couldn't control what people would keep calling him. So Weird Dragon would probably still stick. Changing topics, Gong Li pulled out a document and said he had some information to show him if he wanted to see it. Looking through the papers, he saw they were about those pleasure houses, and that the information had already been sent to His Majesty. But then he noticed something unexpected. A letter from the Heavenly Demon had been sent to the sect, and its contents said, to recover the martial arts stolen from Dong Pai. He was to come to Tian Mountain and compete against the rising stars of the demonic cult. Even so, our guy felt excited. This was a direct invitation from the demonic cult. In short, it was time for him to head to Tianhua, and that also meant it was finally time to meet that beautiful girl from the demonic cult. Seriously, the girls just keep piling up in this story. As the strong wind blew, he thought about it. He already knew the demonic cult had the Gongdong sect's unique skills. Closing his eyes, he reminded himself that after the war 50 years ago, the Gongdong sect declined, and during that time the demonic cult stole some of its martial arts. He also remembered that same struggle from his past life, when people fought to recover those techniques. Back then, after Julia became the main master of the righteous path, she faced the heavenly demon. During that clash, she recovered her sex skills and became a legend in the righteous marine world. Still, he pointed out that the demonic cult's condition was a match between its rising stars. That meant he had to join the Heavenly Demon Martial Festival. Gong Li said not only his sect, but also the Murim Alliance, and the Evil Path had received similar letters. Then he asked what he planned to do, and our guy answered that if the enemy dared send a letter like this, they should be made to pay for it. And as for the current Heavenly Demon, Neja in her true form and Moharu Kuririzada's Damasa were the three masters who split the martial world. He entered the transformation realm in his teens and reached the Xuan realm in his 30s. He lived a lonely, boring life because he couldn't understand other people, the curse of being the strongest. Because of that loneliness, he wanted only one thing, an equal who could truly fight him. And in his past life, someone who could stand against the heavenly demon's power had appeared. That person was Julia. It was said that on that day, Julia dealt massive damage to the demonic cult with her overwhelming strength. In a private duel, the Gongdong sect's secret martial arts manual was recovered. With the manual in her hands, she left. The heavenly demon let it happen because he believed Julia could grow into an even stronger opponent for him later. Knowing that, he told the Sword Emperor there was no need to worry about the demonic cult's letter. Clenching his fists, he declared that as long as Julia's safety could be assured, the two of them were ready to represent both the sect and the righteous martial world. He answered with total confidence that there was nothing to worry about. The leader of the Murim Alliance, the Sword Emperor himself, said they would also support the Gongdong sect with even more resources. Somewhere else, our tomboy girl asked why she had been called there. The smiling brunette asked if she wasn't the black evil dragon. Our tomboy realized she was standing before Sixu Yu, the most beautiful brunette in all of Murim, from the Evil Alliance. After getting a good look at the woman before her, Nadia thought her beauty was almost overwhelming. With her pride on full display, Nadia smirked and said this was exactly how people should react when they saw her. Not like Julia, at least in her opinion. Then she showed the letter sent by the demonic cult. It said the heavenly demon wanted to choose the rising stars of both the righteous and evil sides, and that the black dragon of the evil faction would represent them at the assembly. So she told her to get ready and gather information on the demonic cult too. That caught our tomboy completely off guard, especially when she heard that Piton, from the Gongdong sect, would be there. Just hearing his name made her tense up, and a faint blush rose on her cheeks. She remembered losing to him in a clash between good and evil, and since he left the province, she hadn't seen him again, even if she wanted to. Still, the burning feeling in her chest bothered her, and she kept telling herself it was just deep hatred for him. But as she stared at the letter, she knew it was more than anger. Simple rage wouldn't make her heart pound like this. Nana asked if she was willing to go. In her heart, the answer was yes. She wanted to see him again, and figure out what she really felt. So driven by that wish, she agreed to join the assembly arranged by the demonic cult and the heavenly demon. Nana let out a small sigh, thinking it was a shame she was no longer one of the rising stars. Time catches everyone. Even so, she smiled to herself and wondered how Piton would react when he met her version from 20 years earlier. She was dying to know. Meanwhile, the curious monk asked MC if he planned to attend the assembly, and MC said nothing was settled yet. The monk remarked that the heavenly demon would probably accept the safety terms. Those security conditions mattered. Piton gave a small smile and said it didn't matter much to him either way. Sooner or later, he would have to go there. Then to his surprise, the monk placed a book on the table and told him to take it. Curious, he picked it up and asked what it was. As he flipped through it, the monk said it was nothing special, just the fall of the sacred king and other Shaolin martial arts he had personally compiled. But there was nothing trivial about it. The contents were incredible. He explained that this martial art had been created to fight the blood demon and his followers, making it perfect as a defensive technique. The protagonist immediately realized the book had been written specifically to counter the blood cult's martial arts. Then the monk asked if he still remembered the war between the righteous and demonic factions that began 50 years ago. Piton said yes. The monk then shocked him by saying someone else had truly been behind it all. Back then, the demonic cult had only been a puppet controlled by the blood cult. The heavenly demon of that era had been executed by the monk himself, because he practiced blood-based techniques. Piton asked if the blood cult was the real cause of the war between the righteous factions, and the monk confirmed it. Getting straight to the point, MC asked if the current heavenly demon was also being controlled by that cult. The answer came quickly. No, quite the opposite. The current heavenly demon had driven every blood cult remnant out of the demonic cult by force, He was a powerful man who rose from a third-rate demon and killed the former heavenly demon himself. Remembering the face of that blood cult master, he started to understand why they had tried so hard to control the righteous factions through the Morong sex pleasure feast. Their grip on the demonic cult had weakened because the current heavenly demon was simply too strong. Cutting off his thoughts, the monk told him to take one more thing. He handed the protagonist an ornament, and the protagonist could feel a strange aura from it. The monk said that if he ever faced an emergency, he should crush it at once. No matter where he was, the Society of Heaven and Earth would come help him. With firm eyes and clenched fists, MC said he understood. At last, the monk asked him one more thing. He told Pitan to be careful on this journey. Even if the blood cult had been cast out of the demonic cult, he still needed to stay alert. The image of the heavenly demon lingered in his mind. In quiet prayer, the monk reminded him that caution is the best guide when you walk into enemy territory by choice. Some days later, after traveling for a while, they finally reached the gates of the Gongdong sect. The aunt from the Tang clan was thrilled to be standing at the famous mountain where Julia lived. When they entered the house, their master was already there, waiting for them. Everyone greeted him politely and said they had returned. The old master answered with a warm smile. He welcomed him, grabbed his shoulders and said he had heard he won the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Then he turned to Julia and the others, saying they must be tired from the long trip and should rest for the day. He also called out to the Tang clan aunt, saying he had heard she had helped Julia a lot, so she should rest too. That made her shout at him to stop treating her like some old veteran. She was still a young lady. A few minutes later, in another place, the master said he had received news through a message. He had heard about Piton's fight, including how far the duel had gone. The protagonist replied that it had just been an accident during the match and he was sorry for making him worry. The master waved it off, saying he didn't mind at all. Clothes getting torn in a duel was normal, and a win was still a win. Then he changed the subject and said there was something else he wanted to discuss. That sudden shift caught MC off guard. With sadness in his eyes, the master said the letter mentioned that Yulia had told Piton the truth about her real gender and that he blamed himself for making her live disguised as a man. He stayed silent and only looked at him. He thought about how in his past life Yulia had lived as a man until the day she died for the sake of her sect. Even then, the protagonist had never truly understood what was in her heart. In his past life, she had always seemed like an empty shell without emotion, without identity. Changing the topic, MC asked the master to accept something. He handed it over and explained that this was the restored 9 swords of demonic subjugation, the art Julia had recovered. He also reminded him that Julia was the Gongdong sect's top disciple, raised by him personally. Memories of little Julia seemed to pass through his mind. It was clear how deeply this simple master cared for his disciple, and how much guilt he might carry to the grave for forcing such a young girl to hide who she was. In the end, he gave a faint smile and thought Piton had truly grown. This time, he placed a pill on the table and asked him to accept it. It was a rejuvenation pill given to him by the divine monk. The master asked how he could possibly accept something so precious, but the protagonist said he had already taken one after winning the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly, and the other disciples had received spirit pills too, so there was no need to worry. The master accepted the gift and thanked him with an honest smile. Right then, someone came rushing in, calling for the master and saying new information had arrived. Piton recognized the voice immediately. It was that simple beggar from the beggar's sect. MC asked why he had come, and the beggar said it was because the heavenly demon had accepted the proposal. In his own name, he had guaranteed the safety of the rising stars from the righteous and demonic paths who would travel to his territory. That surprised him. The answer had come almost overnight. The messenger also said that Wei, our tomboy, and the demonic cult's second disciple, the white-faced demon Huifang Yuan, were already on their way to Gansu province to meet Piton on. The name white-faced demon crossed the protagonist's mind, and he wondered what kind of person he was. He quickly put it together and realized it was Natina again, just using another disguise. Kevin Hax asked what was wrong. He said it was nothing, just tired from having to deal with Natina one more time. Stroking his beard, Kevin Hax said this was a special case, so they should go meet them in person. A few days passed, and Lidsung was back to his daily training. He thought about how his master reached the absolute realm after taking that pill, but he had other problems to handle now. The second disciple of the Northern Darkness, known as White Mask, Huifeng Yuan. She was actually Natina again, using a third identity to move around the Moram world. Just thinking about facing her again gave him a headache. Then White showed up, called out to him, and asked if he was training. He looked at her and said it had been a long time since they last met. Then he caught her off guard by asking if she had already forgotten their deal. They agreed she would always call him Big Brother. That made her nervous right away, and she started stammering. Beside her, Huifeng teased her, asking why her face was so red and if she was feeling shy. White quickly denied it. Then Huifeng jumped in and asked if she could call him Big Brother too. Lidzong just stared at her, wondering if this was really how a 60-year-old was supposed to act. He could barely process it. Whatever it was, it felt ridiculous. Then someone suddenly called out to him. It was Wei. She looked away and awkwardly called him Big Brother, asking if he was happy now. A proud smile spread across his face. Before she could react, he gently patted her head. Then he praised her, saying she did well, and that he was glad she finally called him the right way. Wei nearly froze on the spot from embarrassment. Before anything else could happen, he said he heard she was also going to the demonic cult and asked if the person beside her was White Mask, the second disciple of the Dark Lord. Wei happily said yes, he was completely right. Hui Feng rushed closer, eyes shining, and said she had admired him ever since his fight with Wei. That reaction surprised him. He had no idea what she was talking about or who she was acting like this for. Then she flashed him a sly smile. She looked right at him with a confused expression, while secretly thinking her rising star disguise had worked perfectly. She was already moving ahead with her plan. The next second, she threw herself into his arms and declared that she had decided to become his wife. With a pleading look, she asked if he would accept her as his woman. A brief silence filled the room. Weish was completely stunned, wondering what was happening and how this girl could act without any shame at all. Seeing how happy Hui Feng looked, it was obvious to anyone that she was deeply in love with him. That made Wei quietly wonder if this was what real feminine charm looked like, and because of that, her confidence took another hit. At last, he pushed Hui Feng away and told her to stop, but she grabbed his arm and kept going, insisting that everything she said was true. She said people praised his twin sword dance and his fierce, sharp swordsmanship. With that grand image around him, she was fascinated by him and said that was exactly why she liked him so much. After hearing all that, the only thing on his mind was how annoyingly high her voice was, and it irritated him so much he started cursing her in his head. Still, he held it in and simply walked away, leaving a stunned Wei behind. Later, the three of them were seated together in the Gongdong sect. Wei asked if this was the reception room, saying it had changed a lot since her last visit. The woman beside her slammed down her teacup and said the Gongdong sect had grown far more than she expected. To him, it was surprising to see her defend her clan so strongly. Then he said the date for the trip to the demonic cult had been decided. They would rest for a week first, then leave. Hai Feng happily said that was wonderful, since it meant she could spend a whole week beside the man she adored. Chelsea looked confused and asked how that made any sense. They had just met, so how could Hui Feng be saying things like that? Chelsea's strong reaction surprised everyone. He admitted it was true they had only just met, so he asked Hui Feng not to say things like that again, which left her pouting. But she ignored that and boldly confessed that she was completely in love with him, and after meeting him today, those feelings had only grown stronger, like love at first sight. Beside them, Wei could only stare and think this girl had no shame at all. Still, seeing someone confess so openly caught her attention, a person who could speak her feelings that honestly seemed beautiful to her, and that thought made Wei feel even sadder. Since childhood, to become the Black Dragon's strong warrior, she had lived almost like a man and never cared much about her feminine side. That way of thinking started to change little by little after she met him. Before coming here, she had stood in front of a mirror and put lipstick on for the first time, thinking about the man who awakened that side of her while so many beautiful women were already around him. When she first met Ryu Feng, it hit her hard. Seeing someone her age act so feminine made her think Ryu Feng was truly charming, with a smile like a princess from a fairy tale. Now, with all of that in her heart, Wei grew anxious at the thought of what would happen if he ever fell for her. Even though she knew it felt impossible, the thought still made her chest tighten more and more. So she gathered her courage and finally spoke. Catching Ryu Feng off guard, she said none of that talk mattered and asked if they had any instructions for the trip to the demonic cult. Ryu Feng was clearly annoyed at being shut down by Wei, but he stepped in and said Wei was right. They should focus on what really mattered. With his support, Wei asked if everyone heard him and said personal feelings should be put aside for now, while Ryu Feng looked even more upset. Right then, Cavan Hax arrived and thanked them all for waiting. But the moment he entered and noticed the strange mood in the room, he had no idea what had happened. He could only wonder why the atmosphere felt so tense. Putting that awkward clash aside, it was finally time for the journey. This was the land beyond the Great Wall, the western regions ruled by the demonic cult. Julia and our human went as representatives of the righteous path, while Wei and Ryu Feng represented the darker factions. Traveling through the snow, they thought about how they were now heading to Xinjiang to attend the martial festival led by the Heavenly Demon. Even though the aunt from the Suikotan clan was a doctor, her cultivation had reached the transformation realm, so she would still be a big help. Then, to his surprise, Julia stepped in front of him and said Xinjiang was getting close. Before long, someone appeared right in front of them. It was a young man asking if they were the guests from the righteous and evil paths. They remembered hearing about a nameless master from the transformation realm who supported the demonic cult. That man was here now. His name was Jiamu, one of the 5 demons. Just as Julia had said, he introduced himself as Jiamu and explained that the heavenly demon had ordered him to escort them to Xinjiang. Julia simply answered with a blunt, "All right." That caught Jiamu's attention. He said she might be on the right path, but her aura was impressive enough to stand beside 3 other rising stars, and that praise made Xinjiang's name stand out even more. Right then, he briefly locked eyes with our guy. Then he pointed at him and asked if he was the odd dragon who won the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. He shot back, "No, I'm not some weird dragon. I'm the sword dragon." That short exchange broke the tension. The man burst out laughing and said his behavior really was strange enough to fit that name. He then brought up the perverted demon from his cult, saying that after hearing so much about our guy, his weird reputation had clearly spread far and wide. Hearing perverted demon made him wonder why a peerless master like that would care so much about him. Before he could finish thinking, Julia stepped in front and shouted that she wouldn't let him insult our guy. Julia said he'd love to draw his sword and fight her right away, but this wasn't the place. Before anyone could react, a huge snowstorm stole everyone's attention. Then the great castle of the demonic cult appeared before them. From inside, a voice ordered all demons to bow before the heavenly demon. Everyone greeted the supreme. The young man announced that the rising stars of both the righteous and evil paths had arrived at the heavenly demon's hall. The leader of the demonic cult, face unreadable, told them all to enter, and just like that, the gates opened. Now they stood before the heavenly demon, the one said to be the strongest in all of Manhwa. His gaze swept across the group. He looked at our guy, then at Wei, and then at Ryu Feng. The moment he recognized her, he wondered what the hell Neon was doing here. Seeing that confident smile on her face, he wondered if she'd lost her mind. What's about to happen next? Will the heavenly demon go after Neon for disguising herself as a younger woman just to stay beside our guy? Or will he ignore her completely after seeing Julia's talent and decide to train her into a worthy opponent? We still don't have those answers, but on this YouTube channel, we'll find out soon enough. Honestly, I'm tired of seeing tomboy characters made insecure just because they aren't feminine enough. Why not write someone who knows she has a feminine side, knows she has a more masculine side too, and is happy with both? It would be way better if Wei's insecurity was only about not knowing how to handle her feelings, instead of, oh no, I'm too manly, so of course he won't like me. Seriously, I'm worn out by that trope. That's a shame, because this character had huge potential, a real standout tomboy. Anyway, let me talk a bit about these last 5 chapters. They mostly felt like build-up to finally reaching the demonic cult. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens here. We already got a hint of what might happen with our guy because of that perverted demon. So now I'm curious about how this meeting will go. But what I'm most excited for is a clash between Yulia and the heavenly demon. If it actually happens, the manhwa makes it very clear that the heavenly demon is way stronger than Yulia. But in this timeline, which I'll just call our guy's timeline since his past life is already so different, Yulia is gaining abilities much earlier than she was supposed to. So maybe she can at least entertain the heavenly demon a little, or maybe even draw a drop of his blood. That's why I'm really looking forward to that fight. I already talked about my frustration with our tomboy here, but I think this arc will finally be hers. She hasn't been developed as much as the others, and this feels like the part that will finally build her up. Like I said, I don't hate this kind of tomboy character arc. I'm just tired of seeing the same feminine insecurity story over and over. Still, I hope the author handles it well this time. It could also make a great contrast with Yulia, who was truly forced to change her gender role, and Wei, who wasn't forced to, but still ended up acting like the opposite gender. I really hope the story connects them somehow, because in a Muram world ruled by men, those two have a lot in common, and probably share many of the same pains and feelings. So I really want to see them interact. And since the manhwa already makes it clear this is becoming a harem story, if Wei is going to be part of it, I at least hope Yulia accepts her first, because she's someone who understands that same kind of pain. That shared hurt could really matter between them. In the last chapter, the heavenly demon met Noni while she was using her young martial artist disguise. He stared at her sly face and asked what the hell she was doing there. She answered through telepathy, saying that if even he couldn't sense her cultivation, he should be very disappointed in himself. The heavenly demon called her an old woman and asked if she wasn't already around 70, saying she shouldn't be acting like this. That made Nina furious. He even joked that maybe her age was finally damaging her brain. Enraged, she called him a brat who couldn't even grow a beard yet, and said he was already over 40 himself. So age meant nothing here. It definitely does. But anyway, pressing a hand to her chest, she said that if he really cared, they could talk about it later. But putting that aside, the heavenly demon wasn't interested in her. He wanted Julia, even if he didn't know her full truth yet. A small smile appeared on his face, which caught Julia off guard and left her confused. From what everyone could tell, the heavenly demon had already gone beyond the transcendent realm, far past all expectations. Our guy thought the same thing. His aura was terrifying. In his past life, this man had been beyond dangerous, and when he noticed the heavenly demon's interest in Yulia, he moved to get her attention. But before he could do anything, the heavenly demon unleashed his inner energy and filled the whole hall. Before anyone there could react, they were overwhelmed by that crushing force. Nina asked if he had forgotten his promise to the Martial Alliance, to guarantee everyone's safety here. He replied that this was only a test, no one would be hurt, and told her to stay out of it. Then he looked at Yulia and thought her eyes carried an emptiness born from extraordinary talent. He liked that expression, calling both her and those eyes monstrous. They exchanged a brief look, and Yulia realized this was his test. Facing that pressure, she wondered if this was the peak of demonic arts, a power above all others, one that could even defy the heavens and break the laws of the world. Even so, she stepped forward. Our guy tried to call out, telling her this was only the heavenly demon testing them. Julia just looked at him, gave a faint smile, and thought she wanted to protect him. Then she took another step and told herself it was her duty to surpass the heavenly demon, so she couldn't stand still. Lady Songha was already furious, and he stepped forward too, rushing toward Julia. Angry, he wondered why everyone who met Julia always wanted to test her. Looking at her face, he thought, what do these people even think she is? A test subject? Catching her off guard, he grabbed her arm and got her attention. Confused, she asked what was wrong. With a faint smile despite the strain on his face, he answered that he couldn't just stand still either, so the heavenly demon wouldn't notice. He used telepathy to tell Julia they would do this together. They shared a quick glance, and both of them smiled. Holding tightly to each other, they began to balance their inner energies. Lady Songha coughed up blood but didn't care. He told Julia to leave it to him and stay by his side, and that's what they did. Both channeled their inner energy together to counter the heavenly demon's killing intent in the hall. The clash of inner power unfolded in front of the three of them. The demon laughed, thinking that even if it was only for a moment, they had boosted their power by combining their energies. Looking at Lady Songha, he admits that at first he thought he was just an ordinary guy, but he never expected him to surpass his current realm. In the end, Julia and Lady Songha managed to wipe out the celestial demon's killing intent from the hall. Then he turned to our guy and said he clearly wasn't just some rising star from the righteous path. He answered no, he was a rising star and the number one at that. He also belonged to the righteous path and was known as the Sword Dragon. That answer seemed to please the celestial demon. Lady Songha let out a quiet breath, thinking that demon's gaze was beyond anything normal. Even with memories of a past life, he still had barely seen the true depth of this world. The celestial demon was surprised because he couldn't read our man's mind. So he released his inner energy again and called Lady Songhae a crafty hero. Nina cursed under her breath and asked what the hell he was doing. If he kept this up, something bad was definitely going to happen. Because of that, she stepped forward too. Before anyone noticed, she jumped into our guy's arms and cried out that she had been so scared. Everyone there was left speechless watching Neja act like that. Then she called the celestial demon Yang Yu Kang and asked if he had really gone crazy. Narrowing her eyes, she told him to pull back his aura if he kept testing them like this. She'd take it as a challenge to her too. The celestial demon called our man Pihail and asked who he was to be protected so fiercely by her. A little shy, she said, this was Lady Songhae, the big deal of them all, and her man too. That was the exact face the celestial demon made after hearing Neja say that. She gave him a quick wink and told him that was exactly right, so he should stop asking so many questions. Then he rubbed his head and told them the celestial demon's martial festival for the number one rising star had happened half a month ago, so of course they were exhausted. With that, he tossed some items toward them and told everyone to return to their homes and stay safe inside their sects. He was giving each of them a kind of emblem. Pointing it out, he said no one would block their way if they showed that jade token he had granted them. Sometime later, the four of them were walking through the halls of the celestial demon sect. Our guy touched his head and said that meeting had finally ended, and Neja replied that it was a relief, everything turned out fine. He let go of her arm and asked if the dorm was the one ahead. Then he told Neja and her younger sister to go rest since the trip there had been long and they had to be tired. The tomboy, all flustered, asked if he had just called her younger sister, if he meant her. He answered, who else would he mean? Because of that, Neja called out to him and asked why he didn't think of her as a little sister too. But before she could finish, someone kept tugging on her shirt. It was the tomboy doing the pulling, while our guy told them both to head to their dorm and get some rest. Catching Julia off guard, he reached his hand out to her. With an awkward smile, he told them to go on ahead. A little later, Julia said it had really been an exhausting day, and he answered that they had seen some incredible things too. At last, they reached the door of the dorm where they would be staying. Just as Lady Songhae was about to say Julia's name and bring something up, she suddenly slammed him and pinned him against the wall. He turned a little red, confused by her sudden move. Then Julia told him that tonight would be the day they strengthened the bond between them. He froze, completely stunned, wondering what she meant by strengthening their bond. Trying to hide his embarrassment, he asked what kind of bond she was talking about, and what exactly she wanted to do. Julia leaned close and started to tell him what she wanted to do with him, here and now. But before she could finish, someone showed up and interrupted them. Our guy suddenly shoved Julia away and shouted as loud as he could. The newcomer then told him that the lust demon wanted to see him. Hearing that title, he thought the lust demon had to be one of the 5 demons, a master of the celestial demon sect. Still, he couldn't figure out why that person wanted to meet him so badly. He looked at Julia, who was blushing from being interrupted, and thought she had definitely been planning something with him, so he should apologize later. Turning to her, he said someone was calling for him, so he had to step out for a while. With red cheeks, she used telepathy to ask if he would come back to sleep in the dorm tonight, and warned him not to do anything weird, even if she wasn't there watching. He simply told her not to worry, to trust him, and wait until he came back. That made her break into a bright smile. As she said goodbye, she told him that when he returned, they would strengthen their bond, while our guy kept wondering what that even meant. Soon he arrived at a huge building. Staring in shock, he thought about how the 5 demons were transcendental masters, second only to the celestial demon, and all of them lived in this fortress-like place. A while later, he walked down a corridor lit in red. Our guy tried his best not to look at everything happening around him. As he walked, he remembered that the lust demon's palace of joy ruled the 7 demonic sects of the cult, and was one of the 7 great demonic sects. The lust filling that corridor was overwhelming enough to make the lust demon seem like some kind of Dionysus. At last he reached the doors, and the young man with him said the lust demon was in the pool of wine and flesh right now. Then they entered the place. Our guy could only stare, thinking this was beyond words, and that an absurd amount of money must have been spent on it all. Suddenly someone used telepathy and told him to come quickly. He calmly crossed the bridge in front of him. Then he finally reached the dark-haired beauty resting in a chair, waiting for him. Stunned, he wondered if this was really one of the 5 demons. Looking at her smile, he questioned whether the lust demon was actually a woman. Even though the lust demon now had a perfect female body, she hadn't originally been born a woman. The lust demon had once been a man, one of the most famous rising stars of the Palace of Joy. For a long time, he had been the strongest among the rising stars, with top-class techniques. Before even turning 30, he had already enjoyed every pleasure a man could want in this world. But in the end, the lust demon grew bored. To taste every pleasure under heaven, he combined the incomplete manual of generation with the unique arts of the Palace of Joy. In the end, he created the heaven transformation art, turned himself into a woman, and was finally reborn. Our guy trembled, thinking that during that process, he hadn't just castrated himself, he had also used the world's only spiritual cure, the yin-yang rejuvenating immortal fruit. The person before him had gone far beyond the word lunatic. In the end, he sat at the table and thanked her for inviting him. With a soft smile, she replied that it was a pleasure to meet him. Our guy could only answer with a stiff little smile. He already knew who she was, though. In his past life, he had secretly gone to the lust demon for advice, because he wanted to restore his little buddy. Back then, the lust demon sadly told him it couldn't be restored. He had even lost a second brother himself, and there was no way to bring it back, so he stayed isolated for the rest of his life. Back in the present, she said the drink was a humble specialty of the demonic cult called Lu Yan Fei, but before she could finish pouring, our guy apologized and said he didn't drink alcohol, which made her ask why. Raising a finger, he cheerfully answered that alcohol drained all his energy. She let out a playful laugh and said that made sense, and he apologized for being rude. Then she asked if he would prefer tea instead. She handed him a cup and urged him to drink it while it was still good. Looking at the cup, he thought it was a 30-year fermented tea, a rare old brew. Still, he wondered if, like before, she had mixed some kind of aphrodisiac into it. Even with that doubt, he drank the tea while the lust demon watched him with an amused smile. He said the tea was excellent, and she replied that she had made it herself and was glad he liked it. But he quickly got to the point and asked why she wanted to see him so badly. She stared at him and said a sword dragon like him had already made waves across the Central Plains. Even as a mere disciple, she had been keeping up with news about him. With a teasing smile, she brought up the rumors how he charmed countless girls from the righteous sects and supposedly spent every night with a different woman. Then she leaned closer and added that he had won over the proudest courtesan in the province, and even the sword queen, the beauty everyone praised above all others. He just wished she would look him in the eye instead of making things so overwhelming. She said she simply wanted to see for herself what kind of man had captured so many women. He answered that he never thought she'd believe those rumors. He hadn't spent even one night with any woman. She gave him a light wink and told him not to be so humble. In the demonic cult, he didn't need to hide behind a mask or act so fake. He ignored that and simply asked how she felt after meeting him in person. The lust demon licked her lips. Then she swept all the dishes off the table. Before he could react, she was already right in front of him, lunging his way. Next, she grabbed his chin and lifted his face. He froze in shock, wondering what was about to happen. Biting her lips, she looked at him with open hunger. If someone like that showed up in front of me, he quickly pushed her hand away. Then he looked straight at her with a serious face and said he wanted nothing to do with her. Confused, she asked why. She was sure she was more than attractive enough. All he could think was that this was not the day, place, or moment to lose his virginity. He put a hand to his chest and said he wanted someone who could share joy with him, both in body and in heart. In the end, pleasure alone was empty. Those words caught the lust demon completely off guard. Before he could even process it, she burst into loud laughter that filled the whole room. Touching her head, she said this was really interesting. Once she sat back down, she admitted she never expected him to be this kind of person, and that surprised even someone who had lived fully by the path of lust. Pin asked if he had passed her test. Spreading her hands, she said he had impressed her so much that she now wanted to become his sworn sister, because she truly liked what he said. Then she reached out, called MC by name, and asked what he thought. Would he become her sworn brother, or not? Stunned, he replied that he followed the righteous path while she walked the demonic one. So how could they possibly do that? She answered that even if their paths were different, nothing in this world could break the bond between them. Peyton could tell those words showed how firm her will was, so he told her that if she revealed the incantation for the heaven transformation art, he might consider her offer. She asked if he meant the technique that changed her body into a woman's. She folded her hands under her chin and with a small smile, said that if her dear little brother was asking, she could do that. But she added one condition. If he told her why he needed that martial art, then she would hand it over. Julia's face flashed through his mind, and he wondered if maybe she was a woman who couldn't bear children, with a sad look crossing his face. He wasn't sure if that was true, but he thought this technique might be a clue to help Julia. Keeping that to himself, he answered that he needed the technique to understand women. With that, the two raised their cups in a toast. She said that even if Piton and she weren't born on the same day or in the same year, from this moment on they would value and support each other like real siblings. He drank his tea, sealing their new bond. The only bad part was that the tea was insanely bitter, but that was a small detail. At last she told him that in 8 days the Grand Duchess would host the heavenly demonic banquet, inviting rising stars from both the righteous and demonic sides. When he heard Grand Duchess, the image of a beautiful dark-haired woman came to mind. He wondered if it was Bai Woliang, the daughter of the heavenly demon, who was really inviting them. Elsewhere, inside the heavenly demon's chambers, he remembered Julia's face and thought she might be a monster like him. Still, from what he had seen, she had some humanity left, enough to accept the people around her. That was what he felt from Piton too. From the look they shared, the two seemed to support each other. Thinking it over, he decided he might find answers to all these questions if he kept watching him more closely. Right then, someone arrived and said he was thinking in a way that didn't suit him. That person was Nina herself, and the heavenly demon asked why she had come. After a long explanation, she said that man had started moving in secret. Then she brought up the demonic sect that during the Righteous War had been controlled by the bloody cult. She said she was the Earth Spirit and Lord of Heaven of the Heaven and Earth Society, and asked if her investigation into the bloody cult's movements really bothered him that much. He replied that he himself had crushed the bloody cult long ago during the war. Whatever ties the demonic cult once had with it had been cut down by his own sword, and the moles left behind were nothing but tiny pests. She asked what he would think if one of those tiny pests turned out to be one of the 5 demons of the demonic sect. That made him laugh as he released his inner energy, saying he would almost welcome rebellion if it brought some fresh life into his boring existence. Nao only sighed and said all great masters were strange, and the heavenly demon before her was no different. Catching her off guard, he asked if she had just compared herself to him, then called her an old woman again and said she was getting playful at her age. He remembered how earlier she had protected Piton, and that image still lingered in his mind. It didn't seem like a planned move at all. As he walked toward her, he asked if it was really possible. Was she, as a woman, truly in love with that young warrior? Naya turned red, hit his chest, and demanded to know what he meant. The whole idea was absurd. He calmly told her that anyone could see how deeply she had fallen for him. That only made Naya furious. She refused to accept it and couldn't believe the heavenly demon would say something like that. Her mind flashed back to the first time she met Penem with her real face. Then came all the careless little things she had always done around him while disguised as Nayan, and now even hiding herself as a rising star just to stay by his side. She was a girl abandoned by her mother, surrounded by terrible people who always tried to use her. So she chose to wear a mask and curse the world back because she believed she had suffered the worst curse of all beauty. All of that made one thing clear. Even when the heavenly demon confronted her directly, believing she could truly love someone, now felt as impossible as flying into the sky like a bird. Still, she firmly told the heavenly demon that Piton was also a member of the Heaven and Earth Society, and that when she said she loved him, it was only a smokescreen to protect him. The heavenly demon merely thought she didn't understand her own heart. He looked at her as she struggled with herself and wondered who had made her this confused. Was this what people called emotion? Ever since childhood, the heavenly demon had almost never felt emotions. Not even his 7 wives or his children had ever stirred any feeling in him. The only thing that had ever moved him was his own interest. Naima waved it off and tried to joke, asking if he understood now and would stop making ridiculous guesses about her loving Piton. But before she could finish, he said her excuse was painfully clumsy. Naima exploded in anger and shouted that it was not an excuse. Still furious, she yelled that she had no hidden feelings for the protagonist. Then the heavenly demon suddenly expanded his own inner energy too. With a blank face, he asked if she truly believed that. No matter what she said, he could read her heartbeat from her face, and it was racing harder than anything he had seen so far. He pointed out that a grandmaster like her had boldly disguised herself as a rising star just to follow a young warrior she admired so much. Those words left her flustered and unable to answer. Then the heavenly demon said he was curious what could make a great master like her admire someone that much, if this irrational thing was what people called emotion. Staring at her while his energy poured out, he asked if these were truly her real feelings. Nana wondered what was wrong with him now, because in this state she had no chance of beating him. Then she remembered the monk's advice that she should be more honest with herself. But that felt impossible, because she was always the one who got hurt in the end. Nervous, she told herself that was why she wore masks. So what went wrong? The heavenly demon said her reaction had already exposed the truth she wanted to hide. Then he shocked her by saying that even at over 60, she was still a beginner at life and not truly grown yet. She remembered the first time she met our human, back when she was still hiding behind a mask. His actions, his face, his smile, and that strange mix of emptiness and feeling she couldn't understand as she watched him walk away. She was too ashamed to call out and ask him to wait, so she spread rumors just to make him notice her. And now she had put on another mask just to stay by his side. At last, she understood why she had done all of it. The image became clear, the man reaching out his hand to her, the first one who saw more than her cursed beauty, the beauty people called the greatest in the world. He was the first to treat her like a person, not an object. Finally, she accepted it. From that very first moment, Olira's Sungas was the one she had fallen for. Facing the heavenly demon, she released her inner energy too, and admitted she just hadn't wanted to face it until now. Then catching even him off guard, she shouted that yes, it was true. Showing her real face, she pounded her chest, and with tears in her eyes cried out that she loved our human. Even if she tried to deny it, that was the truth. So what was wrong with that? Right after her confession, a short silence filled the place. Then the heavenly demon burst out laughing, saying she had finally spoken straight from her heart. This time she snapped back, asking why he would even ask something so pointless. What would he gain from knowing whether she liked Lady Sungas or not? He only said he'd keep her love a secret, which annoyed her even more. Why was he dodging the question? He told her that if she didn't want Lady Sungas to find out, she had better control herself. She fired back that he lacked basic emotions, had never known real love, and still dared to lecture her. Looking right at him, she said she felt sorry for his wives and daughters. The heavenly demon narrowed his eyes and asked, was she mocking him? Then he asked if love was really that important. She laughed and answered that the very thing he had always searched for, interest itself, was tied to that. So what did he think it was? With her arms crossed and a sly look, she asked if he still believed life was nothing but martial arts. After that sarcastic jab from Ninla, he stayed silent. In the end, she left, telling him to forget the whole talk. Discussing human feelings with him was like reading holy words to a cow. Useless. A little later, after Ninla was gone, he sat on his throne and sank into silence. In his mind, he saw the smile of a little girl calling him father. He remembered his daughter happily handing him a flower crown with a bright smile, but back then, he had said nothing. Instead, he walked past her without a single word. He left her there, never even trying to understand why she came or what that flower crown meant. Thinking back on it now, he realized Niana's words made sense. He saw how lonely his choices had been, and wondered if the fun he had chased for so long and the emptiness he always felt was really some kind of emotion. Back in her room, Nanda thought this was all the heavenly demon's fault for making her act on her feelings. Changing her look, she admitted that because of him, she could finally see her own heart clearly. With a faint smile, she told herself she would now pour all those feelings toward our human. At last, she returned to her room. Our clumsy cutie asked where she had been. Nanda asked if she'd been waiting there the whole time. She said no, that wasn't it. She had gotten that invitation. Nanda jumped with joy because it was an invitation to the demonic banquet, which was finally starting. But just then, the shy little girl nervously pressed her fingers together and asked for a favor. She had always seen our human surrounded by women, and it worried her. They were all beautiful, charming, and confident. Unlike them, she saw herself as just a sweaty little tomboy. So what kind of man would like someone like that? She tugged on Nanda's clothes and said she wanted to go to the banquet too, but dressed more like a lady, as pretty as her. That completely caught Nanda off guard. Still, she said it was fine on one condition. The girl quickly asked what that condition was. Nanda thought that now that she had admitted her love for our human, she should be the one to become his main wife. Closing her eyes, she told herself that as the main wife, it would be her duty to manage her husband's concubines. That was why, as she looked at our cute tomboy, she declared that from now on, every possible concubine of our human would be under her control. With that in mind, she pulled the girl's hand close and said with a bright smile that she needed to stay by her side, no matter what happened. A little confused, the girl answered that shouldn't be a problem. After that, Nanda grabbed her hand and said they needed to go to her room right away. Meanwhile, our human returned to his dorm. As soon as he got there, Yulia jumped on him. She said he had finally come back. Catching him off guard, she started acting like a jealous wife, saying she couldn't smell any woman on him, but she could smell alcohol. Pouting, she asked if he'd been drinking with that luxurious demon, while he just wondered what kind of face she was making. After sniffing his own clothes, he explained that he and the luxurious demon had been talking by an artificial pool with wine and meat, so that was probably the smell. Yulia then asked what happened after he met that demon, and why the demon was interested in him in the first place. Hearing her worry like that reminded him Yulia was a woman, and seeing her care so much stirred strange feelings in him, so he gently pushed her back a little, and said that he and the luxurious demon had become sworn siblings, leaving Julia even more confused. He explained that he first refused the offer, but the demon insisted so much that he couldn't avoid it. Julia asked if he didn't already have a sworn sibling, then nervously wondered if the luxurious demon was better than her. Confused by how she was acting, our guy quickly said of course not, she was obviously better. Happy to hear that, she hugged him tightly again and said she liked him even more now. Still, she hated how strongly he smelled like alcohol. Then she suddenly said she was going to bathe him and scrub away every bit of that smell. Startled, he asked what she meant by bathing him, and she explained that she'd heard water here was precious. She had worried they might not get to bathe, but luckily there was a bathhouse nearby. With a sweet smile and a hand on her chest, she added that between sworn siblings, a bath like that was nothing. It would only make their bond stronger. Lixo Disunga was left speechless, wondering if she had forgotten she was a woman. Suddenly, a powerful inner energy filled the area. It caught Julia off guard, and she quickly stepped in front of our guy, released her own energy and said something was definitely wrong. Then they came face to face with the heavenly demon, floating above them under the moonlight. He told Julia not to be so wary of him. She asked why he had come looking for them so late at night, while he told her to suppress her inner energy. At last, he landed on the ground in front of them. Standing before the two, he said there was something he wanted to ask. So what happens from here on? Could the heavenly demon end up falling for Julia too? Now that Nanja is in love with our guy, and now that Nanja has realized just how deeply she's in love, will she start acting like the queen of our guy's harem? For now, those questions are still unanswered here on this YouTube channel. And honestly, this part might have gone by a little fast, but now we finally understand almost everything about Nanja as a character. What she went through, how she lived, and the choices that made her act this way, and even where her hatred of men came from up to this point. She used that hatred of men as a way to get closer to our guy. She wore a mask inside and out, fooling everyone including herself into thinking she didn't really like him. But that's not exactly news. Everyone already knew Nanja felt that way. Still, watching her realize it, accept it, and understand herself was really beautiful. I just hope she gets even more development, because all of this led to her finally seeing she was in love. We also got a bit of her past, like how her mother abandoned her. That helped explain why she was always hiding behind other identities and disguises. Even so, I want to know more about her. What drove her, how hard she trained, and why she wanted strength so badly. We already have some idea why she needed to become stronger, since she ran into people who tried to mess with her. Another character I think is finally about to get attention, and honestly I've been waiting for it, is someone I think the next chapters will develop more. That would be our dear tomboy girl here. Sadly, it looks like the kind of development I expected. A girl who always lived like a tomboy now starting to care more about her feminine side. At this point, all I want is a real talk between her and our guy, with him telling her she doesn't need to change and should just be herself. If you think about it, he's accepted her as she is from the very start. Her insecurities were never something he pushed on her, at least from the few times the two of them have met. I'm also curious about the heavenly demon's daughter, though honestly I don't expect her to join our guy's harem. There are already too many girls. What I really want is for the author to build up her father-daughter relationship with the heavenly demon. I want him to finally understand what Nanja was trying to tell him, that explaining emotions to him was like reading sacred text to a cow. I want him to grasp what being a father means and get closer to his daughter. That's the growth I want from him. As for her, I hope she doesn't forgive him too easily. After everything she's been through, she's built up a hard shell. She shouldn't just accept her father. She's as emotionless as he is, so let him work for it. That's what I want from her. And I want the heavenly demon chasing after his daughter, basically begging her to forgive him. Because honestly, nothing is better than seeing an insanely powerful character get turned into a fool by his own family, by his wife, his daughters, his kids. Just let him be a real dad. Everyone knows people are most vulnerable around family, and I want this man to value the family he already has. The guy has 7 wives for crying out loud. Come on, man. Sorry, I got a little heated. Anyway, I'm really curious about where this talk with Yulia is going. And speaking of Yulia, easy there, girl. She's not holding back at all. She looks ready to pin our guy to the wall and go for it right there. She is seriously thirsty. To Yulia, our guy has basically become a piece of meat. This whole journey started with him just trying to survive, and now he's stuck with the hungriest hunter of them all. Yulia knows exactly what she wants. The heavenly demon went straight to Yulia and our shorts-wearing guy because he had something to ask him. Confused, our guy wondered what this scary man wanted. Getting right to it, the heavenly demon said he had taught the demon of lust about the joy of the heart and filled her emptiness, so he wanted to know if he could teach him too. Our guy stayed cold, cursed the demon of lust in his head, and wondered what in the world she had told the heavenly demon. Meanwhile, the demon simply waited in silence for an answer. A few hours earlier, right after meeting our guy, she had been thinking about his words and this so-called joy of the heart, a view she had never considered before. While she was lost in thought, demonic energy filled the area. A portal suddenly opened in front of her. It was the heavenly demon himself, coming in person to ask if her talk with our guy was over. She quickly dropped to her knees and greeted him respectfully. Then, worried, she asked what brought him there. With his arms crossed, he said he had heard she mastered the 5 desires and 7 human emotions. With an empty look, he brought up love, emotion, and feelings, then asked if she could teach him about them. To his surprise, the demon of lust said there was someone who understood that far better than she did. She meant our guy, telling him that her sworn brother, the weird dragon Piton, had the answer he wanted. He asked if she had really formed a brotherhood with him, and she said yes. She explained that she had enjoyed every pleasure imaginable, yet never knew how to deal with the emptiness left in her chest after it was over. But after meeting our guy, she realized that unless she understood her own heart, she could never become the true demon of lust, and she owed that insight to her little sworn brother. Touching her chest with a sincere smile, she told the heavenly demon that if he truly wanted to know the joy of the heart and the happiness of knowing himself, he should seek him out. And now we're here. After guessing what he wanted, our guy asks if he came in the middle of the night to learn about this joy of the heart. The heavenly demon says yes and bluntly asks what that joy really is. As he's served tea, our guy explains that there are different kinds of pleasure. There's an old saying, it's better to be a hungry human than a full pig, and better to be an unhappy philosopher than a satisfied fool. Raising a finger, he says, simple physical pleasure is only animal-level pleasure. No matter how much you enjoy the body alone, that by itself won't fill the emptiness inside you. The reason is simple, we're human beings. The heavenly demon admits he gave himself over to physical pleasure and slept with women, but never felt any true inspiration from it. Our guy says that's because those were only physical relationships. The joy between man and woman should be a means, not the final goal. When a man and woman share their hearts and use that closeness to confirm their love, that becomes the highest pleasure, one that satisfies both mind and body. The heavenly demon asks if that means he should truly love his wives, and our guy answers yes without hesitation. He adds that a man who can't take care of his own home, who neglects his wives and children, has no business trying to bring peace to the world or reach the highest realm when there's no peace in his own house. Thinking deeply, the heavenly demon mutters about cultivating himself and managing his family first. Seeing that, our guy figures this must be hard for him to grasp, since back Miru Yang, the heavenly demon, was an orphan. It makes sense that he never learned how to give or receive love. In his past life, the reason the first princess, the heavenly demon's daughter, Baek Janha, fell apart was her father's coldness. She worked incredibly hard and rose to young leader of the demonic cult just to be acknowledged, yet still never got the love she wanted from him. In the end, that neglect drove her into starting a civil war. It became a tragic story. She died by the very hands of the father, whose attention she had always wanted. Even though the heavenly demon stepped in afterward, the damage inside the sect was so severe they had to shut all their gates. At this point, it's clear to our guy that those filthy leeches were pulling strings behind the scenes, since they were always watching the demonic sect. Clenching his fists, he thinks that until the demonic cult is dealt with, closing the gates would be dangerous. One way or another, right here and now, he has to teach the heavenly demon about love. After thinking it over, he calls for his attention. Raising a hand, he says that if this is too hard to understand, he can show him a much easier path. Then he leans in and whispers a long plan into the heavenly demon's ear. After hearing it, the heavenly demon bursts out laughing and calls our guy an insolent madman. Our guy says he's serious and asks him to at least hear him out. Before leaving, the heavenly demon says they'll meet again after the heavenly demon festival, and hopes that next meeting is just as interesting as this one. Somewhere else, the first princess was training her martial arts. She told herself it still wasn't enough. With a hard look in her eyes, she kept training, knowing she was still far behind her father. As she put away her sword, she wondered why she still couldn't break into the transcendent realm. Clenching her fists, she thought about how she had inherited her mother's secret sword demon clan arts, one of the 7 great demonic sects, yet she was still stuck at this level. Then she remembered her father's face. No emotion, no disappointment, not even any hope for her. She could never forget it. His words still echoed in her mind. Is that all you have? She never knew how to answer that, or even how to feel about it. Furious, she wondered what she had to do to finally earn her father's attention. She bit down so hard her gums bled, thinking he had invited Julia here because only someone like her could satisfy him. While she was lost in those thoughts, the heavenly demon himself was nearby. He quietly wondered if she was still drifting without ever truly growing. Then he pulled out the scroll from his pocket and looked at it. He recalled our guy asking him to try this heart training by paying more attention to his oldest daughter. And now, watching her train, he remembered those words that her talent, which seemed lacking, might bloom with a little praise and some attention. Yulia was stunned when her father appeared behind her and called her name. She turned around, hardly believing he was really there. A second later, she quickly dropped to her knees and greeted the heavenly demon. He told her to stand, then tossed the scroll her way. Holding it, she wondered if this was the unique secret art her father had perfected, the demonic desolation art that shattered the heavens. She asked if he was really giving it to her, and he said she could do whatever she wanted with it since it was useless to him now. Looking down at the scroll, she couldn't understand why he was doing this now. Then doubt turned into emotion, and her eyes began to water as she wondered if he was actually trying to help her. Seeing that reaction, he called out to her. He remembered what the leader of Sungas had said, that if he guided his daughter and won her over, real fatherly love might come naturally after that. Now he saw the girl in front of him wiping away tears over one small act and thought maybe that was how his own heart would finally feel fulfilled too. Closing his eyes, he told her this wasn't something she needed to thank him for. Then he turned to leave, saying he would appear at tomorrow's heavenly demon banquet, so she should make sure she was ready too. With tear-swollen eyes, Shang smiled in pure relief, thanked him, and called the heavenly demon her father. A few seconds later, as he walked back to his room, he remembered the smiling leader of Sungas telling him there was no way the great heavenly demon couldn't bring out his own daughter's talent. And after seeing her smile and hearing that heartfelt thanks, the heavenly demon showed a faint smile, thinking our human had dared to provoke him and had a lot more guts than he first seemed. At last, the day of the heavenly demon martial arts festival arrived. As they headed to the event, our guy told Julia it was like a dragon and phoenix gathering, a tournament to decide the top rising star of the demonic path, though it worked a little differently. Unlike orthodox faction events which use normal tournament brackets, the demonic festival throws people into the demonic realm and makes them survive on their own. It tests survival skills along with martial strength, basically a battle royale. Yulia jumped with excitement and said she'd protect them inside the demonic realm. Soon he arrived at the huge pagoda where the banquet would be held. He was also thinking about Shang, the young beauty of the demonic cult, who would be there too. And of course, our guy was already eager to see her. A little later, the two of them walked through the venue. Lee couldn't stop cold sweating from walking right through enemy territory like this. Surrounded by all those people, he figured they'd start trouble just from making eye contact. Still, pushing that aside, he ended up thinking this place was actually pretty great. He even thought that if someone picked a fight, he could use it as the perfect excuse for a duel. And if he kept winning, his fame would rise, and that would attract even more beautiful women to him. Then someone suddenly called out and caught him off guard. It was Nia, of course, and she leaped straight into his arms. With puffed cheeks and a sweet voice, she said she had missed him so much. Meanwhile, he stood there wondering what in the world Nia was doing. Then he told them too many people were staring, so they needed to step back a little. Our tomboy beauty was here too, and she called out to him. Looking very different from usual, she asked if he thought she seemed different today. That caught his attention. Seeing how nervous she was, he guessed she had put on a little makeup. Right then, all the men around them started cheering, saying our guy was surrounded by beauties. They'd heard he changed women every night, and now it looked like the rumors were true. He could only stand there embarrassed by all of it, so he pushed the two girls away a little and wondered why people were saying so much nonsense about him when he was supposed to be a rising star. That was when the demon of lust showed up too, asking if he had already stolen the hearts of those two lovely girls from the demonic path. She grabbed his arm and said now this was real skill. No wonder he was her little brother. Annoyed, he said it was all a misunderstanding, while the demon of lust burst out laughing. As quickly as she came, she left again, saying they'd meet later. Everyone nearby was shocked that he had even formed a sibling bond with the demon of lust. Because of that, they started calling him the leader of Sungas with steel underwear, saying it made sense that he was such a shameless dragon, and they were starting to admire him too. He smiled on the outside, but inside he was totally confused. He wanted to start a fight with these people, yet they were all admiring him instead. Then the beauty among beauties of the demonic clan, Shioroha, stepped up to him and said he seemed to be having a great time. Everyone around them was stunned to see the demon princess. Within seconds, they all dropped to their knees and gave their grand greetings to the young leader of the demonic cult. She raised her hand and said she had expected something from a rising star who made a name for himself in the Orthodox faction. But after what she had seen, he was nothing but a shameless creep. Pointing straight at him, she asked if he had finally thrown away that fake Orthodox mask. And this was exactly what he had been hoping for, a chance to be challenged. Striking a pose, he asked who she was calling shameless, and whether this was really how the young leader of the demonic cult welcomed a guest. With a small smile, she said he was pretty confident, and in his mind, everything was going perfectly. With Shiroha right in front of him, he thought this would lead straight to a duel and help make his name. But then, out of nowhere, Naina shouted at the top of her lungs for him to stop. Catching Shiroha off guard, Naina called her auntie and asked who she thought she was. Grabbing our guy's arm with the tomboy beauty joining her rescue, the two girls demanded to know why Shiroha kept picking on him. A brief silence fell over the whole place, but the biggest surprise was Shiroha's reaction. Furious, she demanded to know who Naina was calling auntie. Naina, clearly knowing exactly how to make people mad, stuck out her tongue and said that insulting our guy was the same as insulting her. Then she pulled out a sword from her chest, pointing it at Shiroha. She said that if needed, she'd step in herself and deal with this little princess of the demonic cult. Not backing down at all, Shiroha drew her sword too, and declared that today she would teach them the greatness of her sect. Nansha just mocked her, saying it was all talk, and just like that, both of them were ready to throw down. But before anything could happen, the heavenly demon arrived and ordered them both to stop. They froze and looked toward the heavenly demon standing there. Like a wave crashing down, every head bowed at once, and everyone shouted together, wishing long life to the heavenly demon, ruler of the divine sect that commanded the heavens. He walked over to Nansha and reminded her this banquet was meant for the factions to meet, not to be ruined by arguing. Using telepathy, he asked if she had lost her mind. If this kept up, blood would be spilled. Sulking, Nansha shot back, asking if he was finally acting like a father after all this time. Still, she dropped the issue for now and formally bowed to the heavenly demon too. Yulia watched them closely and wondered if they were talking through telepathy. Meanwhile, Shiroha looked clearly uneasy in front of him, her voice shaking. She called him father. He replied that Lied Sungus was a master so skilled that even the demon of lust had recognized him. Then he walked past her and said someone from his sect had to prove themselves through martial arts, never through words. Anyone could talk big, and words meant nothing. But hearing this from her father, the one whose approval she had always wanted, made her whole spirit bloom. Moved to tears, she slammed her head to the ground and answered loudly, "Yes, sir, father." A bright smile spread across her face, happy that her own father had given her that advice. After that, she stood up, called out to our guy, and officially challenged him to a duel. With firm eyes, she declared that her sword would expose his hypocrisy. He simply said that was fine and accepted. Then he put on a shameless grin, picturing every curve of Shangha and thinking it wouldn't be bad at all if she became one of his concubines too. A little later, we moved to the heavenly demon's chambers. Naoring was still on his mind. Even as the master of a mystical realm, she had no problem jumping into a fight with his daughter, who was 50 years younger. Then, out of nowhere, the cup in his hand cracked. Looks like Dad's getting worked up now. Seeing the Queen of Hell, Niking, provoked Songha so hard stirred something inside him. He clenched his fists and wondered if this was what lied Sungas had meant about him. Was this an emotion? Back in the demon cult arena, the two stood face to face. The duel was announced. The young heavenly demon princess against the strange dragon of the orthodox faction. The crowd still wasn't sure who would win. Songha seemed like the clear favorite, but our human couldn't be underestimated. They all remembered the dragon and phoenix gathering, where he had released sword intent, even if imperfectly. He glanced at the crowd and could tell the judging had already started. Then he looked at the girl in front of him and figured duels must be normal in the demon cult. I'm betting 50 cents. Songha ends this fight with no clothes left. Honestly, author, you don't even surprise me anymore. Catching him off guard, she told him to draw his sword. Pointing her blade at him, she vowed to face him by the laws of the divine cult. He drew his sword and casually answered, "All right." Full of swagger, the sword dragon and top genius of the orthodox faction said he'd let her make the first move. But before he could finish, Songha was already right in front of him. Narrowing her eyes, she said he'd regret those arrogant words. Their blades collided, and both of their inner energies burst outward. Cold sweat ran down his back. He expected her to be at a transcendent level, but her martial art felt different. Even the Imperial Palace had records of the heavenly demon cult's philosophies, and what he knew about Princess Songha was this. She had inherited martial arts from her mother, who came from the demonic sword sect, so he thought she would use the 1,000 demonic swords technique. But the strike she had just used carried none of that demonic sword energy. That made him wonder, had she learned the martial arts of the heaven-destroying demon emperor? And if that was true, he poured out all his inner energy and decided to settle this with the mixed origin unified chi technique. A fierce sword clash followed, shocking everyone in the stands. The waves of inner energy left the whole audience speechless. Both Songhas and Lied Sungas were showing unbelievable control over martial arts. Smiling, he thought about how in his past life the heavenly demon had never taught his martial arts to anyone. As he knocked Songha back with a swing, he wondered if that man had really followed his advice. Songha stared in shock at his level of skill. Then our guy rushed at her again. Another brutal sword exchange broke out between them. She tried to find an opening by attacking from behind, but he quickly jumped back and blocked it cleanly. Swinging hard, she wondered if he was trying to shut down her sword technique. The two kept a careful distance between them. Then Lied Sungas focused all his inner energy into one point, pushed himself so hard he coughed up blood, and decided to end it all in one strike. Both Julia and Niking were stunned, thinking that for a moment he had reached that realm. He shouted that the duel was already over. Then he swung with all his strength, sending countless phantom blades at Songha. Certain of herself, she yelled that she would repel it easily. But before she could react, her sword was cut in half. A huge blast erupted where she stood. The impact sent her flying away. She twisted in mid-air and landed on her feet. Meanwhile, our human closed in from the front. To the shock of everyone in the demon cult, his sword stopped right before the princess, the young leader of the cult. With her on her knees before him, he asked if there was anything else he still needed to prove. The young Han narrowed her eyes and stared at him. He asked what that look meant. Was she upset because she had lost to a so-called hypocrite from the righteous faction? A crushing silence filled the arena. As he wondered why things had gotten so weird, she asked why her clothes were still intact. Yep, author, you got me again. That question completely confused him. Furious, she demanded to know why her outfit was still untouched. Wasn't he the weird dragon? Lied Fungus? He was still trying to process that when she asked if he was saying he hadn't even used his full power on her. Angry now, he shouted, asking what the hell she meant. He had absolutely gone all out, but before he could finish, the whole crowd yelled that he was a liar. Everyone knew his tricks by now. In every big duel, his opponent's clothes somehow got destroyed, either to humiliate men or turn women into his concubines. So with Songha's clothes still untouched, the crowd took it as proof that he hadn't fought seriously and had held back. He was stunned. His ridiculous reputation had really spread everywhere. Shang Hul then said he had gone easy on her because her father was watching and she would take that as an insult. Before he could answer, she clenched her fists and swore she would never forget today's humiliation. Shouting at the top of her lungs, she declared that during the Heavenly Demon Martial Arts Tournament, she would make him use his full strength against her. Then she raised her fists and cried out with everyone else, "The strong survive, the weak perish, and no weak person lives by the mercy of the strong." That speech fired everyone up. Even though she lost, she showed the spirit worthy of a divine demon. After hearing all that, he could only wonder how absurd this whole scene was. In the end, he looked at the girl and said she could challenge him as many times as she wanted. He'd accept every time. And so, the big duel between the evil faction and the righteous faction ended with our human winning. The heavenly demon applauded them both and said they had put on an excellent duel while pushing past their limits. He added that coming to this banquet had been worth it because of the two of them. Then he surprised his daughter too by saying she had especially caught his attention. He told her she had done very well, and in such a short time she had raised the heaven-destroying demon emperor's arts to this level. The only problem was that her sword hadn't kept up with her growth, and that was why she lost. Then he turned his back, said he was looking forward to the martial arts tournament, and left. This time, standing beside our human, she answered her father with the happiest yes. Meanwhile, Julia went full suspect mode, thinking this whole thing was getting dangerous. Lost in thought, she told herself that at this rate, even Princess Xiongha might start falling for our human too. Next to the tomboy girl, Nian said he had been amazing. Julia kept silently analyzing everything, with her eyes fixed on Naina. That insane inner energy was hard to ignore, and Julia thought it was way too suspicious for someone like her to just appear out of nowhere. And Nae had openly used telepathy with the heavenly demon, and even now she stood in front of him without the slightest fear. That made Julia wonder. This mysterious girl was clearly hiding her real strength, but who was she really? While she kept staring at Aniha, Julia narrowed her eyes and thought that maybe she could not become our human's wife. But as a disciple of his sect, she still could not accept this. She could not just stand by while someone like Aniha, hiding her identity, got close to him. With that decided, she moved in. Until Anaina noticed her. With her usual playful laugh, Anai asked what brought her here. Getting straight to it, Julia put on a serious look and said she wanted to talk with her alone somewhere quiet. Soon, the two of them were in a place away from everyone else. Anai asked what was so important that Julia had brought her somewhere this isolated. Then Julia asked if she was really who she claimed to be. Lifting her chin proudly, Anai answered that of course she was, the disciple of Master Bake Mao Jung-un. Julia closed her eyes and told her to stop lying. She caught Anaya off guard by saying that no mere specialist would be secretly talking with the heavenly demon like that. Anaya looked at Julia and seriously wondered if she had noticed that brief exchange, and if so, what kind of talent let her do that. Even so, she answered that there was a saying about hiding 30% of your true strength, and she had only followed that wisdom. Julia asked if that was really all she had to say, but even then she could not accept a suspicious woman like Anaya pretending to be in love with our human. The tension between them shot up fast, and Julia made it clear she would not just watch Anaina wag her tail at him. Anaina let out a long sigh and wondered if Julia was really challenging her, because if she was, then she had something to say too. When Anaina started digging into Julia's background, she began to doubt the level Julia had truly reached. In public, Julia was known as someone at the peak of the transcendent realm, but after she left for the martial world, her trail suddenly vanished. Then a beautiful, mysterious swordswoman called One-Armed Sword appeared, and her name spread across the martial world, and Naina kept digging until she reached the real truth. With a teasing little laugh, she told Julia not to speak so lightly about her feelings. Stepping closer, Naina said that being our human senior gave Julia no right to judge her heart. She moved in even closer with a small smile and pointed out that she was not the only one hiding her true identity. Julia was caught off guard when Naina brought up the name One-Armed Sword, the Wandering Sword Beauty. Julia lowered her head and thought this was only to be expected. Looking at the dark-haired beauty before her, she admitted to herself that Anaina had seen through her secret and really was a master of a very high level. Anaina went on, saying that hiding your real identity while getting close to a young warrior like the King of Sungas, wasn't that the same thing Julia herself was doing? She pressed harder and said that if our human ever found out Julia had been lying to him this whole time, Anaina was shocked when Julia apologized before she could even finish. Julia placed a hand on her chest, smiled softly in the breeze, and said our human already knew she was a woman. Even a ninja could not believe those words coming from Julia. Before she could reply, Julia released her energy, revealing her true identity in real form. She remembered the moment she had told our human the truth, and how he simply accepted her. With a proud face and slightly red cheeks, Julia said that was why, no matter what Aninia's real identity was, she would not hesitate. Aninia's jaw practically hit the floor at Julia's words. A huge headache hit Aninia as she thought this had to be a lie. It made no sense that the leader of Sungus, who hated deception, knew about Julia and let it slide. Julia walked past her and said that whatever Aninia's real identity was, if she would not reveal her true motives, then she should stay away from our human. With that firm warning and a steady look, Julia left her behind. Aninia stayed silent. Then furious, eyes blazing and teeth clenched, she swore to herself that if Julia thought she could say all that and walk away so easily, she was wrong. Aninia would never give up. Meanwhile, beside our guy and surrounded by the crowd, he thought the banquet was over. But where had everyone gone? That was when Julia came over and called out to him. He walked to her and asked where she had been, telling her to be more careful in the demonic cult. Julia apologized and said she had some things to discuss with Aninia. He was surprised to hear Aninia's name come from Julia. Looking a little bothered, she said it was only a guess, but Aninia seemed to be hiding her true identity. He realized Julia had noticed it too. He told her she was right and said that with the Heavenly Demons martial arts tournament about to begin, they should stay alert for now. Julia was happy to hear that. Then she hugged him tightly and shouted that she knew it. The instincts of the leader of Sungas were always right. He just stood there awkwardly, thinking this was really strange. Then with a sweet smile and a warm voice, Julia asked if they could head back to their rooms soon. Elsewhere, inside a certain pagoda-like building, a mysterious person appeared holding a torch. He walked up to an altar and lit all the candles. Suddenly, a ghostly being appeared. A spirit of flames rose before that mysterious figure. The old spirit called him Shang Mei and said it had been a long time since they last met. Shang Mei addressed him as Lord Demon Jianshi and reported that, as ordered, he had secretly repaired the mechanisms of the heavenly demon's tomb in the demonic realm. Showing a skull, he added that those immature brats would never notice it, much less get through that place. Jianshi's spirit said he had done well. Then he explained that the little demon empress sleeping in the heavenly demon's tomb was nearly done maturing, and soon the strongest Jianshi of all would be born, one even the current heavenly demon king would struggle to defeat. Shang Mei asked if he would keep his promise and make him a heavenly demon. Jianshi's spirit replied that, as vice leader of the blood cult and earthly representative of the Sorprendente, he swore by his own name. Narrowing his eyes, he said that if Shang Ma kept his promise and joined the blood cult, then he too would be made a heavenly demon. Hearing that promise, Shang Mage broke into a wide grin. At last, the day of the demonic martial arts tournament arrived. In the middle of the huge crowd, Julia was surprised by how many people were there, and he told her to take it easy. Once again, Nenya stood beside our lovely tomboy, and using telepathy, our dear Nenya asked him if he was not going to look at her today either. He only coughed awkwardly at the question sent into his head. Then she walked off, telling him to hurry up, while he just ignored her. Our lovely tomboy had clearly come prepared, so she felt a little disappointed when she got no praise at all. Ever since Julia learned about Nenya and warned him too, he had been avoiding her the whole time, but that tug-of-war was about to end today. Then he was caught off guard when the demon princess herself arrived. He went to greet her, but she ignored him and walked right past. He stood there making a face, thinking, well, maybe it was normal for her not to greet him first. Still, what mattered most was the man beside her, the son of Shang Mei. Shang Mei was a veteran who had fought for the demonic cult for years, and during the joint bloodbath incident, he led the front line against them. In other words, he was a true enemy of the demonic sect. In his past life, after the heavenly demon lost his duel to Julia, Shang Mage sent his son Make Dawan to investigate and spark a civil war inside the demonic cult. The note from the divine monk, our dear Kurorisidas Damasa Veladado, had said that one of the 5 demons was a traitor and had joined hands with the demonic cult. If Shang Mage attacked Gong Dong instead of Kong Lung to wipe out the martial line of the sword emperor blade that Julia carried, then our human had reason to suspect that among the 5 demons, the traitor might be Shang Mage himself. After all those thoughts, he called Julia over and told her to be careful. Quietly, with slightly red cheeks, she nodded. Then she took his hand, smiled sweetly, and said she would be careful. As he told himself to stay sharp, he thought that unless the blood demon was an idiot, he must have sealed away the sword emperor's supreme techniques, meaning both he and our girl Julia were in danger. If this is the Valley of 10,000 Demons, wrapped in demonic fog that can even fool top masters, then from the blood cult side, 2 geniuses from the Orthodox faction would be easy targets for assassination. Narrowing his eyes, he thought that at last he might see the faces of the blood cult executives. Then the heavenly demon announced that everyone had gathered, and he would now explain the rules of the tournament. Tea was served to the crowd through telekinesis. As every contestant received a cup, they were told the goal was simple: be the first to pass through the 5 demonic gates at the exit of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. This trial would test both their martial arts and their ability to survive. With that, he raised his hand and ordered them to prove their strength inside the valley's fog. After the heavenly demon's speech, everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. He realized the drink was wine mixed with a sleeping drug. Still, he drank it right away, thinking the real test had finally begun. A moment later, our human woke up, passed out inside a cave. As drops of water hit his face, he slowly opened his eyes. After getting up and checking his surroundings, he figured this really was the Valley of 10,000 Demons. As expected, they had scattered the young talents at random. Covering his nose, he thought about the demonic energy filling the air. Without internal energy, even breathing would be hard. He quickly focused his internal energy, remembering the sacred wheel king energy taught by the divine monk. It was an anti-demonic technique, perfect for pushing back the fog around him. Right after that, he started running as fast as he could. He figured Julia with her flower realm and Nienwith, with the body of the Queen of Hell, could probably handle themselves. So the first person he really needed to worry about was our tomboy. Catching Wei off guard, he showed up before her. Then he asked if this was where she was. Confused, she asked why he was there. He answered that he came to find her, of course. A little flustered, she said they were competitors now, and she couldn't just stay beside an enemy. He called her an idiot and asked what she thought would happen if she wandered alone through the Valley of 10,000 Demons. She asked if he was really that worried. Then why had he been avoiding her? He said he wasn't avoiding her. He was avoiding Niang. That caught her off guard. And he explained that there was something suspicious about that girl. Then he raised his hand with a grin and suggested they go find the 5 demonic gates first. Those words left her cheeks slightly red. Sometime later, the 2 of them were cutting down every demon in the area. They fought well together and clearly had the upper hand. Wei called out to him. Monsters were coming from behind him. With one swing of his sword, he wiped them out in just a few seconds. Looking at the demon corpses, he wondered what mattered more, finding the 5 gates first or going to meet Yulia now. Then a strange energy caught his attention, and he wondered what it was. Ahead of them was a power slowly eating away at his anti-demonic energy. He started thinking this might be one of the 5 gates. He called Wei over and said he sensed something suspicious in that direction. Maybe one of the gates. Did she want to check it out? She said they would have to deal with those traps sooner or later anyway, so yes, she would go with him. Sometime later, they stopped in front of a wall of roots, and Wei said it looked like a dead end. She asked if he was sure something was here, and he said they'd know once they looked closer. He struck and cut through the roots in front of them, and before our tomboy could even react, a stairway appeared. The tomb of the heavenly demon. She asked if this really was the heavenly demon's tomb. He said that explained why the demonic energy felt so unusual. Who would have thought they'd find this so soon? After seeing the sign, he thought this was way too suspicious. In a place this suspicious but risky or not, he couldn't pass up the chance. He told her no one could ignore a place like this, so he was going in to check. Then he asked what she would do. That took her completely by surprise. She remembered earlier and thought he had only come to her because he believed she was weaker. Normally, that would have offended her enough to start a fight on the spot, so why wasn't she upset at all by his concern? Before she could finish that thought and before our human noticed, she grabbed his face with both hands. Somewhere else, after cutting down every demon around her, Yulia thought the demonic energy was getting too heavy. She needed to find our human right away. Earlier, she had left her scent on him so she could track him. But now worried, she told herself that scent had vanished, like he had been swallowed by the earth, and the thought was driving her mad with anxiety. As she moved through the area, something passed by her. She noticed at once and thought someone was here, and in the demon realm, that meant an enemy. In one fast move, her sword clashed with the other person's. Before anyone could harm our human, she would strike first. That person was Nianxia, who asked if they had ended up meeting again. The force of their blades sent both of them back, and then they landed lightly on the ground. Annoyed, Julia clicked her tongue. With a furious stare, she said it had been a while since she last saw her. But what really bothered her wasn't Nianxia. It was our human. She was supposed to be protecting him, so where had he gone? Nianxia noticed Julia wasn't acting normal. Being separated from our human had clearly made her more anxious and aggressive, so provoking her now would be a bad idea. That caught Julia's attention. Before Julia could react, Nianxia grabbed her hand and suggested they look for our human together, since she was searching for him too. All the anxiety Julia had been carrying suddenly faded. As Nianxia kept talking, Julia felt her mind becoming clearer just by meeting someone else. And after seeing Nianxia's bright eyes, she decided that if she couldn't find any trace of our human, then keeping an eye on Nianxia was her best option. So she accepted the proposal and agreed to stay by her side. Meanwhile, our human beside our tomboy said the cave looked man-made. But why would there be a tomb in the middle of the demon realm? Then Wei suddenly told him to look that way. Standing before a lake, she said the path ended here, but there was no sign of any tomb. As she wondered what was going on, he held an arm out in front of her and said appearances could be deceiving. Focusing energy into his eyes, he remembered that the sacred wheel technique from the divine monk and the demonic energy of this tomb were natural opposites. He sent his internal energy toward the lake, saying that whatever was hidden there, he would force it to react. That sudden burst of power shocked Wei beside him. Confused, she told him to wait and asked what the heck that was. Before either of them could react, a giant demonic serpent burst out from the lake. Li said it looked like the real tomb of the heavenly demon was beneath this lake. The serpent hurled a swarm of snakes at them. Both of them jumped high to dodge the attack, but Wiki landed badly and twisted her ankle. As the snakes rushed at her, she realized she wasn't used to heights and had gotten thrown off during the attack. But before anything could happen to her, our human rushed in like a prince to save his princess. He asked if she was okay, and she was so flustered she could barely answer, only mumbling. Seeing her like that, he told her to pull herself together and get out of his arms fast. Using brute force, she fixed her twisted ankle. Then she took off the scarf around her neck and the hairpin in her hair. Throwing those ornaments aside, she took a deep breath and said that stuff never suited her anyway. Then she took a fighting stance with the demonic serpent in front of her, and charged straight at it without hesitation. Her strike split apart the snakes in front of her, and she shouted to our human that they should finish this quickly. He answered that now this was the beautiful Wei Sorian, the tomboy he knew. Now fully in sync, the two prepared to bring down the giant serpent. A fierce battle spread across the serpent's massive body. The serpent lunged at our human with huge bites, but at that exact moment, Wei came in from behind it. She yelled for the cursed snake not to forget about her. With one strike, she split the serpent's fangs in half. Right after that, she called out to our human, as he gathered his energy. With his attack ready, he raised his sword and shouted at the top of his lungs. Then he used the demon-subduing art and split the serpent in half. At the end, our guy stood face to face with the serpent's fallen body. Wiping sweat from his face, he asked Weibi if she was okay, but her eyes were fixed on the hairpin in front of her. The sadness on her face was impossible to miss. He asked what happened, and whether that accessory meant a lot to her. While putting away her sword, she said no, and told him to hurry. If this wasn't one of the 5 demonic gates, they were just wasting time. Catching her off guard, our guy grabbed her by the waist and told her to hold on tight. As she asked what the hell he was doing, he jumped straight toward the lake ahead. Deep below, they passed through a hidden gate. Inside a bubble of air, they could feel a huge power rising from the bottom of the lake. Soon they reached the place below. He looked around and said it was a stone chamber, maybe the real tomb of the heavenly demon. Then he looked at Wake and asked what was wrong, teasing her for having weak legs. Before she could react, he picked her up in his arms. Now she really was being treated like a princess. Flustered, she yelled at him to put her down. Her wet clothes were stuck to her body, and she was beyond embarrassed. He asked if she wanted to stay there forever, and she blurted out that she didn't want him seeing her in such a rough, manly way. Covering her mouth, she nervously admitted she was raised like a boy. She always felt messy, unfeminine, even ugly. And around him, that only made her more ashamed. Deep down, she feared he didn't see her as a woman at all. That caught him off guard, so he asked how she could be so sure of that. That was when something suddenly grabbed her attention. Startling him, she muttered that something down there was reacting. Our guy realized his body was giving him away, and his little problem was making itself known to the tomboy beauty. Unable to deal with this anymore, she just buried her face even deeper into the ground, her cheeks red as a tomato, and screamed that he was a pervert. Well, now she had proof he did see her as a woman. So what's going to happen next? Is our guy finally going to admit he really loves tomboys? And will our girl stop doubting herself and accept who she is because she's great as she is? Tomboys really are the best. Still, we don't have those answers yet. We'll have to wait and see. Honestly, that tension between Nina and our girl Julia was really good. In a way, the two of them are pretty similar. Nina has a lot more reason to distrust everyone and hide herself like that. She's carrying a whole pile of trauma, so it makes sense why she's so guarded. That's why it felt natural for her to think Julia was just like her. Both of them shared the same fear, that our guy would stop trusting them once he learned their secret. That's why Nina came at Julia right away, assuming she still hadn't told him anything. I really loved Julia opening up and saying, "No, I did tell him. I accepted who I am. And the best part is he accepted me too." That was beautiful. I just hope Julia's honesty gave Nena the push she needs to reveal who she really is too, even if he already figured it out long ago. Anyway, I also really wanted to talk about his idea of pleasure, the pleasure of the heart. Honestly, I think it's beautiful and real, and it shows a lot of respect from him. It's respectful to himself and to the women he may be with in the future. I've seen a lot of people saying our guy still hasn't put his giant warrior to work. And sure, it's not like he lacked chances, but if he only acted on desire, he wouldn't be much different from the demon of lust. Sooner or later, he'd face the same emptiness she felt before meeting him. And that same emptiness is what the heavenly demon feels too. That's what this whole arc keeps circling around. It's a serious theme, and I actually like this side of him. Yeah, it can be annoying watching him ignore all these beautiful women chasing him, but that's his belief. That's his truth. It's even why he risked his life to go back in time to smell the scent of the woman he loves, even if, yeah, there are already more than 5 women around him. Another thing I wanted to mention is this idea of honoring yourself. The story didn't go super deep into it, but I liked how it showed that the emptiness we carry inside can turn into deep sadness and make us lose care for the people around us. That kind of emptiness can break us and hurt the people close to us too. The heavenly demon always believed he was cold and had no feelings, but like Lidl Sunga said before, he was an orphan who never learned how to understand or deal with his emotions. It wasn't that he felt nothing, he just didn't understand what he was feeling. Now that he's starting to care more about his daughter, he's slowly beginning to get it. Little by little, he'll start recognizing those feelings. I thought that was really beautiful too. I'm also enjoying Seunggo's character growth a lot here. She's an arrogant princess, but she's strong and fully confident in that strength. To be honest, I really like that kind of character. And the contrast between them is great. One thinks he has no feelings because he can't understand them, while the other feels everything intensely and knows exactly what she wants, her father's attention and recognition. Our guy basically ended up being the heavenly demon's therapist. Like, just give your daughter a little attention, and you might finally understand what it means to be a father. I'm really enjoying their dynamic, and I want the heavenly demon to turn into that super jealous girl dad who wants to kill our guy for getting close to his daughter. Last chapter, our guy had another one of those weird energy moments, with his giant warrior trying to say hello to our lovely tomboy again. And well, things got awkward fast. After a while, once she understood his strange condition, she asked if it was a side effect of his inner energy. He said yes. Usually as his level rises, those sudden reactions happen less. This time was just random, and it hadn't happened in a long while. Then shyly he admitted there was another reason too. Their lovely tomboy looked really beautiful, all soaked like that. She started to short-circuit a little, wondering if he was really talking about her, if he truly thought she was beautiful, or if he was mistaken. Looking at him, she told herself she couldn't give in. If she did, she'd be heartsick for the rest of her life, and when this ended, she didn't even know when she'd see him again. Trying to act tough, she said his sweet words were pointless. In the end, all men cared about were women's bodies, and he was no different from the rest. But before she could keep going, our guy proudly placed a hand on his chest and declared that he became her brother because he wanted her by his side. Then he added, with total sincerity, that wanting her by his side meant he would take responsibility for her too. Soras didn't even know how to respond to that. She remembered the first time they met and thought to herself that Lid Sunga really had changed her world. Still, this warrior she admired wasn't someone who would love only her. She would never be the only one in his heart, and there would always be many women around him. Seeing her lost in thought, our guy asked what was wrong. This time hiding a small smile, she answered that if he really meant to take responsibility, then he better do it properly. Not long after, they finally reached what looked like the end of the cave. He picked up a stone and said there could be traps, so they had to test it first. Then he threw the rock as hard as he could. Before it even hit the strange wall, countless arrows shot out. Catching one, our guy said it was exactly what he expected. Looking at the tip, he noticed the arrows were still new. They hadn't rusted, and the poison was still there. Then he stared at the wall and wondered who was maintaining a hidden chamber in such a suspicious place. Next, he told Sora to step back because he was going to open the wall himself. He knelt down, placed a hand on the ground, and channeled his inner energy. The mechanisms inside that wall, along with all the traps, were destroyed. Then, almost like magic, the wall opened, and Sora's asked if that was a stone coffin. Meanwhile, Liedzunas looked at it and realized the coffin was absorbing the demonic energy around it. Without hesitating, he reached for his sword. Then he slashed at the stone coffin. The lid split cleanly in two. To his shock, a little girl came out of the coffin. With innocent eyes, she asked if he was her daddy. That left him completely stunned. He couldn't believe it. He didn't even have a wife yet, and now he was suddenly being called a father. Then, out of nowhere, a huge wave of demonic energy burst from the girl. Sora warned him right away. Something very dangerous was about to happen. He wondered if the girl might be a heavenly demon, but from which generation? Seeing her step out of the coffin, he couldn't even tell if she was truly alive or not. There wasn't a single funeral item in the chamber, even though this should have been a tomb. The entrance had also been sealed with blood markings and traps, so he stared at the girl and thought maybe those scum from the bloody cult had stolen the body of a heavenly demon to turn her into a Jiangshi, a Chinese vampire. If she was the last woman to become a heavenly demon before the current one, then she could only be the white-handed demon queen. Beggar Hai. She belonged to the Crescent Moon Demonic Palace, the only one of the 7 great demonic sects that accepted only women. She took the demon throne after mastering the top techniques of free win, the Sunflower Manual, and the Divine Crystal Palm of Ice. Now that someone like that stood in front of him, he knew the danger. When a person with powerful martial arts is revived as a Jiangshi, they become much stronger than they were in life. If he slipped up here, he could die. That crushing demonic pressure scared him. But before he could react, the little girl wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him tightly. Still wearing that innocent look, she called him daddy, and said his eyes looked weird. As he crouched down to talk to her, Sora guessed the girl had mistaken him for her father, which explained why she was acting like this. He grabbed her wrist and found a real pulse, making him wonder if she had awakened from some kind of suspended state. Then another thought hit him. He'd heard the white-handed demon queen was killed by the heavenly demon from 2 generations ago, so how could this even be possible? That heavenly demon from 2 generations back was later killed by the divine monk, and he had been a servant of the bloody demon. Because of that, a new idea came to mind. Maybe he defeated her without killing her, under the bloody demon's orders, so she could be turned into the ultimate weapon, a Jiangshi, a Chinese vampire. Even so, this was also good news. By pure luck, he had ruined the bloody cult's plan. Then the girl caught him off guard again, by asking where her mommy was. She quickly turned towards Sora, who had been standing off to the side, and then a bright smile spread across her face as she ran over, jumped into her arms, and called her mommy. Sora had no idea how to respond and asked what was going on, while the girl told her to hurry and hug daddy too. Then she asked if Sora had fought with him, if the two of them had argued or something. That was when he jumped in and quickly said no, they hadn't fought at all. They got along great. Sora asked what he was doing, and through telepathy, he replied that he didn't really understand why a heavenly demon from 3 generations ago had ended up like this either. Then he asked her, even if she felt awkward, to act as the girl's mom for now. For the little Chinese vampire's sake, Sora shyly agreed, stammering that yes, she and daddy got along really well and weren't fighting. The girl started jumping with joy, happy that daddy and mommy were getting along. He told them they needed to hurry and get out of there first. Meanwhile, somewhere else, inside the bloody cult's hideout, someone shouted a loud welcome for the rebirth of the bloody demon. This was a demon lord, the vice leader of the bloody cult, and also a Jiangshi. From the rivers of blood, a person rose before him. It was the bloody cult elder himself. Clenching his fists, he said the heavenly energy had changed, and he could no longer see the future. That shocked the vice lord, who wondered if the Supreme One's future sight, gained after reaching the realm of life and death, had stopped working. The blood elder cut in and said he had called him there because of the heavenly demon Jiangshi, asking if she had been lost. That heavenly demon Jiangshi was the very same girl our 2 leads had accidentally adopted. The vice demon lord replied that after they captured the white-handed demon queen, the link to her vessel, which had been unstable for the last 50 years, had just been cut off. Then he slammed his head to the ground, yelling that it was all his fault, and begging the blood elder to punish him. The elder was furious. He couldn't understand how the future had entered such unknown ground, how Huyang's infinite blade had gained a successor, and how he now had no choice but to worry about these new variables. Turning his back, he told the Vice Demon Lord he would not punish him and ordered him to fix this as fast as possible. Back in that sea of blood, he thought that if the Vice Demon Lord Jiangshi failed, then maybe it was time to use the backup plan early. A smile appeared on his face as he reminded himself that he still had time and power. With Peden on his mind, the bloody cult elder swore he would make that arrogant successor of the Sword Emperor kneel before him. Meanwhile, somewhere else, we see the beautiful Sword Empress beside her loyal companion. They had finally reached the gates of the Gongdong sect. Once they arrived, the Empress confirmed it. They were finally here. Inside, she happily thought about how she had come to visit her in-laws as a surprise before her husband arrived. Since this was all meant as a welcome for him, she figured he would forgive her. While she was lost in that thought, her companion called out that the Sword Empress and the Little Empress had arrived and asked if anyone was there. The gates opened and two people came out to greet them. One of them was their dear younger friend, now grown into a beautiful woman, welcoming them warmly. Then she invited both of them inside. At that moment, the woman from the Sukutang clan jokingly asked if she was really planning to call her big sister. The Sword Empress gave a soft laugh and did exactly that, which instantly made her happy. Inside the Gongdang sect, they were amazed by how much everything had changed since their last visit. The Sword Empress blushed a little just thinking about him. Looking around, she felt the Gongdong sect seemed strangely empty without her beloved there, and she wondered if he was really safe in a dangerous place like the demonic cult. Then we cut to the little Jingshi's surprised face. Outside the dungeon, she called them Daddy and Mommy, and said the water in front of them looked like a sea. Pitten admitted he still couldn't get used to being called Daddy, and Sora said she felt the same about being called Mommy, though honestly it wasn't that bad. Hearing that, he perked up and asked if she actually liked being called Mommy. A little embarrassed, she said there was no stopping the nickname now. Still, she had always wanted a younger little sister. Her innocent answer caught him off guard, and he realized she really did have an unexpected side. Meanwhile, the little girl looked at her reflection in the water and said there was no path there. Then she asked what they were going to do. Gently patting her head, he called her his sweet daughter, and asked if she wanted to play a diving game with Daddy and Mommy. She lit up right away and said yes. He still wasn't sure what was supposed to be so fun about things like that. Then all three of them jumped into the water and dove down to the bottom. When they came back up outside, the little girl shouted that diving was super fun. Then something suddenly caught her attention. She looked over and said there was a giant snake nearby. To the shock of the two brand new parents, she ran straight toward it as fast as she could, yelling that she was going to make a new friend. Sora, already slipping into full mom mode, shouted that it was too dangerous. Just as the little girl reached out to touch the monster, a huge blast of demonic energy suddenly filled the whole area. The little girl was thrown backward. Luckily, Sora rushed over and asked if she was okay. But the girl pulled away and told Sora not to touch her. How dare she lay a hand on her? Watching them, our guy noticed her way of speaking had changed. He wondered if taking in the monster's demonic energy had briefly brought back her memories. Even with that rough reaction, our clumsy beauty hugged her tight and gently said it was okay. Now that it was over, and just like that, the little girl, totally different from a moment ago, melted into her arms. Seeing that gave our guy chills. He then realized the little demon queen was the test subject for a heavenly demon Jiangshi. The blood cult had been raising, and they had basically stolen her right under their noses. If the bloody demon already knows, then the blood cult's elite were probably sent here to take this Jiangshi back. According to the Celestial Association, the blood cult's ranks go like this. Above the normal members are the expert beasts, who range up to the peak transcendence realm. Those beasts answer to the apostles, masters of the Huangyayong realm, and above them is the vice leader, another Huangyayong master. If an apostle shows up, they might still manage somehow, but anything above that is far beyond what he and Sora can handle. Clenching his fists, he told himself he had to reach a higher level now, high enough to endure until Celestial Association reinforcements arrived. As he walked toward the monster, Sora was caught off guard and asked what he was about to do. He explained that this child was the heavenly demon Jiangshi. The blood cult had been creating the demon queen from 3 generations ago, the White Hand's demon queen Bakir Jiek. Stunned, Sora asked if that legendary master really was this child. He said yes, then cut open the monster's belly and added that there was no way the blood cult hadn't noticed that Jiangshi vanished during the process, so they had to get ready right away. Holding up the core in his hand, he told Sora to stand guard. Sora set the little girl down nearby while our guy started drawing in all that energy. Looking at the core, he thought about how his current level was still only the transcendence stage. If he couldn't break past it now, they would all be wiped out once someone at the vice leader's level arrived. Glancing at Sora, he decided that instead of dying without doing anything, he would carve out their way to survive right now. With that resolve, he took in the core, and as he focused, he remembered that Gongdong's internal arts are trained through reverse blood flow. Because of that, his aura now looked close to demonic arts. If these were the sect's highest techniques, then maybe he could turn demonic energy into internal energy too. That thought lasted only a moment before sharp pain tore through his whole body. Right in front of him, Sora warned that this was dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he'd suffer a K deviation. He answered that he was still holding on. At that exact moment, the girl woke up. She saw our guy surrounded by clashing internal energy. She ran straight toward him, calling for Papa, and Sora quickly warned her not to come closer because it was dangerous. Looking at her, he thought she had finally awakened and wondered if the demonic energy in the core was drawing her in. Then she slipped free from Sora's arms. Before Sora could react, she sprinted toward our guy, crying out for her papa. Sora shouted no as loudly as she could, while our guy, deep in meditation, was caught off guard. Before he could respond, the little girl leaped at him, screaming at the top of her lungs. Then a huge blast of internal energy erupted. Sora cried out in panic. Meanwhile, somewhere else, that same Janshi vice leader was cursing the lust demon non-stop, wondering who had broken into the heavenly demon's tomb security. The original plan was to finish the Janshi's heart, then lure Baek Shun-ha, the current heavenly demon's daughter, into the blood cult. That was why he was so nervous. Now, if things had gone as planned, a civil war inside the demon cult would have started soon enough. He remembered the bloody elder saying he wouldn't interfere and would leave everything to him, but if he failed, he'd have to ask that cursed Blood Tears demon lord for help. And in the end, that guy would steal all the credit. He clenched his fists in rage. Then through that sphere he saw our guy and called him a brat who dared steal what was his, so now he wanted to kill him. Elsewhere, in a hidden room, another figure stood before a wall covered in maps. He was thinking about Madame Gru and that failure who would have thought even a heavenly demon Janshi could be stolen. Then catching him by surprise, someone suddenly appeared behind him wrapped in heavy energy. It was the bloody demon himself. The hooded figure revealed that he was the Blood Tears demon, the Supreme One's representative. Fixing his hair, the Blood Tears demon said that, in case the demon lord of Anshir failed, the Supreme One had ordered him to head to the demon cult. He then told the man that once the demon lord of Anshir failed to recover the heavenly demon's Janshi, they would attack the cult. Then he noticed all the maps pinned to the wall. A smile spread across his face as he told himself it was time to return to his beloved demon cult. In his mind was the heavenly demon himself, Baek Muriong, and the Blood Tears demon swore he would repay that past humiliation twice over. Back beside our guy, the little Anshir girl was still jumping toward him. Sora rushed after her, shouting no as loud as she could. Looking at the two of them, she realized they had both lost consciousness and wondered what she was supposed to do now. Then a massive wave of demonic energy suddenly surged toward them, catching her off guard. It slammed right into her, and before she could react, she was thrown away. Cold sweat running down her face, she blamed herself for all of this. Still, she tried with all her strength to reach our guy. Dragging herself forward, she looked at him and told herself she should have been more careful. She finally reached them, pulled both of them close, and held them in her lap. Both our guy and the little Anshir girl were unconscious, with no sign of waking up. Suddenly, we find him in an empty space. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling faint pain all through his body. Looking around that huge void, he wondered where the hell he was. Was this his own mind? He also noticed a barrier around him, and wondered why he had ended up here. Just a moment ago, he had been trying to absorb the demonic energy of the Blackhorn Blood Serpent using the reverse Azura blood art before blacking out. Even with all that struggle, he knew very well that doing this could easily cause a key deviation. Still, his real question was how he ended up in a place like this. Then, to his surprise, someone told him not to worry about his physical body. It was the little Anshiki girl standing in front of him, saying he still hadn't fallen to key deviation. Caught off guard, our guy asked if she was the White Hands Demon Queen. Placing a hand on her chest, she said yes. She was the heavenly demon, the White Hands Demon Queen, the great Bakurijaki. Seeing how confident she acted, he figured that after taking in the Blackhorn Blood Serpent's energy, the White Hands Demon Queen had regained some of her strength. But as he touched his chin, he told himself it still made no sense that she had also recovered her sanity. So when her childlike mind crashed into his earlier, their demonic energies must have resonated and created this space. Bakurijaki said he was pretty sharp. He told her to get to the point and asked why she had come to him. Bakurijaki gave a faint smile, and before he could react, a huge cold energy flooded the whole place. Spreading her hands, she explained that his body still hadn't suffered key deviation, but in the real world, if he couldn't endure the demonic energy, it was only a matter of time. Pointing at him, she said, that was exactly why she had a proposal. The great heavenly demon, the White Hands Demon Queen, offered to help him open the path to becoming a master like her. In exchange, he had to remove the restriction placed on her physical body. After making her offer, she shook her head and said she wanted to end that pathetic behavior from before. Our guy replied that she was the one who pushed him to the edge of key deviation, and now she wanted his help by dangling her teachings in front of him. Then he caught her off guard by saying she was wrong about one thing. With a big grin and a hand on his chest, he said that now he was her master. Those words left Bakiari stunned, asking what. He answered that if she was the one begging, then her attitude should match who she was begging to. Then he tells her he can reach the realm of Hongyongyong without her help. With energy swirling around him and a sure smile on his face, he says that in this mind world, he's far more than a simple transcendent master. That sudden burst of inner energy spreads through the whole place, catching her off guard. Struggling to see clearly, she asks what this power is. Meanwhile, our human gathers all his inner energy and clenches his fists. Then, with his cold heart technique, a giant ice tree rises behind him. Staring with her mouth open, Bakiari realizes he's no ordinary brat. He agrees with that himself. Inside his mind world, he can freely use the power he had as a eunuch. That freezing energy wraps around Baikiari's body. He steps up to her and asks, "So now what?" Still smiling with total confidence, he asks, "Who's really in control here?" The white-handed demon queen can't understand how a man with such a huge body can use a technique only women and eunuchs should be able to control. She starts cursing him out, but he just says he's her master now, so she should be calling him daddy. Seeing her lose it, he asks if she still doesn't get what's happening, that she's about to become his servant. He asks if she really thought the bloody cult would kidnap her without a way to control her. Closing his eyes, he says her childlike regression was no accident. To control a celestial demon like her, the bloody cult planted a restraint on her, a mark of obedience, that activates when she opens her eyes and sees her caretaker. While she tries to take that in, he thinks that if the white-handed demon queen fully regained her sanity, she could easily break the cult's restraint. But from his point of view, bringing someone at her level under control would be a huge advantage. Baikiari finally says, "I surrender," and he thinks the worst part is that, because of the restraint, she really likes calling him father. So with her completely embarrassed, she calls him daddy, and he teases her by asking what she just said. That makes her snap, shouting that she's asking if he'll really remove her restraint if she calls him daddy. Then the icy restraint around her suddenly shatters. He answers without hesitation. They have a deal now. Hand on his chest, he tells her he needs to reach the realm of Hangyong right now. Confused, she asks why someone with a mind world this strong still wants more power, and he says his sterile self still lacks enlightenment. He also explains that he ended up bringing her along by accident, and he can already feel pursuers coming soon. So getting straight to the point and acting way more polite than before, he asks her to teach him. That leaves her staring in shock, blurting out, "What?" Then she stands up all confident and laughing, asking, "Is that all, my daddy? If that's all you need, there's nothing I can't do." Grinning from ear to ear, she proudly tells him to trust his daughter. After the celestial demon queen says that, a short silence fills the mind space. She raises her hand, gathers energy, and asks him what he thinks about starting with a duel. As he reaches for his sword, he thinks this is the divine ice palm of the Ice Palace, one of the best coal-based cultivation arts on the same level as the Imperial Palace's Sunflower Manual. Drawing his sword, he figures she chose the lesser demonic art because it suits a duel with him better than the celestial demon's divine art. Baikiari says that even with his powerful mind world, trying to reach that realm again is still crazy. Looking at him while letting out her inner energy, she admits this father of hers really isn't normal. Confidently, he calls the celestial demon his daughter and tells her to begin the duel. Baikiari closes her eyes as she uses her palm technique. Before he can react, she vanishes from in front of him, and in an instant she's already right beside him. A fierce clash breaks out between them. She says he's not bad at all, but still not enough, as her pressure keeps building. Her movements grow even faster, pushing him harder and leaving him with less room to breathe. Breaking into a cold sweat, he realizes the Sunflower Manual is reacting to his inner energy, all while she keeps rushing straight at him. Breathing hard, he tells himself he doesn't want to use that awful martial art from his crazy former self. Just before she lands her strike, he knocks her hand away with a swing of his sword. She says she expected that, his senses are sharp. Bringing both hands together, she says that using only her right hand won't be enough. Before he knows it, a massive ice spike forms above her head. At first, he thinks her mental domain is filling the whole place, and if this is her peak, fighting her will be tough. With a serious look, she presses her hands together and all those ice shards come flying at him. He swings his sword as fast as he can to block the barrage. Even while defending, he tries to close the distance between them. That's the moment he pushes off the ground, pouring all his inner energy into the tip of his sword. He charges in with a loud shout, and she watches him come the same way. But nothing happens. She stops his attack with just 2 fingertips. Total humiliation. Holding his sword in place, she tells him he can't do that. As icy power floods his body, she says he can't ruin this while his daughter is working so hard to help him. Before he can react, his entire sword turns to ice. Seeing that, he realizes that if he doesn't sort out his understanding now, he'll lose his chance to reach new enlightenment. Closing his eyes as the cold spreads over his whole body, he tells himself that to enter a new realm through the Gongdong sex martial arts, he has to return to the core of the art itself. For Manhwa, that core is the plum blossom. For the Wudong clan, it's Taiji. For the demonic cult, it's the inversion of heaven. So what is the true foundation of the Gongdong sect? The Sword Emperor once said that reaching the highest stage of its divine art would let him understand the path. But until now, he had never trained those mantras. Opening his eyes, he tells himself that this divine art is the supreme technique of the Gongdong sect leader. Since he never wanted a position like that, he stayed away from this art even if it meant risking his life. But now everything is different. As he's being overwhelmed, he decides the core principle is supreme virility. That sudden shift catches her off guard, and she notices his flow of inner energy has changed. Focused, he thinks that if the Gongdong sect's arts are built on reversing yin and yang, then maybe external forces can be reversed too. Watching this, she admits it's impressive. This isn't just changing force, it's turning it around, however he wants. Yin and yang, black and white, front and back, left and right, and at last he understands the power of opposites. Yes, this is it. The energy pumping from his heart spreads through his whole body to the tips of his feet. The ice around him cracks apart, and he finally understands what that energy is. Then he opens his eyes. At once, the entire mind world around them shatters like glass hitting the floor. She can't believe what she's seeing right in front of her. He only smiles. With one light swing of his sword, he sends her flying back and thanks her. She crashes to the ground hard, like a dropped sack. He clenches his fists and smiles, happy that he reached this realm for the second time. A moment later, he slowly opens his eyes. Right away, he sees Sarah weakened by the demonic energy surrounding both of them. Grabbing her shoulder, he wonders if she was really trying to pull them out of the mind world. Seeing how bad she looks, he thinks that touching demonic energy puts a person at risk of key deviation. Before he can finish the thought, Sarah coughs up blood. Seeing her like that, he wonders why she pushed herself so far. Her energy channels are wildly unstable, and taking in that much demonic energy must have been agonizing. Half-conscious, Sarah opened her eyes and asked if he was awake, not caring about her own condition at all. As she slowly faded, she told him she had stayed by his side the whole time. Her shoulders dropped, and with her last bit of strength, she apologized before passing out. He quickly laid her on the ground, thinking he couldn't just leave her like this. Then he removed all her clothes. While sending his inner energy into her, he told himself he couldn't live with a debt this big, so he had to keep her from losing everything here. Somewhere else, inside a chamber lined with coffins, one of them opened, revealing the figure inside. Then that vampire-like zombie opened its eyes. As he flexed his hands, he said it had been a long time since he used the skull control technique. He was the zombie demon lord, a blood Janshi. The next day, somewhere near the demonic cult, that same Janshi told a young man that someone had stolen the heavenly demon Janshi's corpse. It was a warning for the one behind the civil unrest in the cult, using the demon princess, our little girl, as the center of the plan. He was shocked his great scheme had fallen apart. Grinding his teeth, he thought that without her, he could never become the heavenly demon, and that disaster could not be allowed. The Janshi got his attention and said that considering his work managing the heavenly demon's tomb and making a secret path even the current heavenly demon didn't know about, he wouldn't blame him. Raising a hand wrapped in bloody energy, he said he would handle the fallout himself, and ordered the man to open the way to the tomb right now. The young man simply nodded and said yes. Meanwhile, our guy was trying to steady Sarah's inner energy. Seeing her rough breathing, he thought she had passed out after failing to endure the demonic energy shock while trying to pull him away from the white demonic hands queen in the mental world. What worried him most was that one mistake now could make her suffer Kia deviation instantly. For a martial artist, Kia deviation is worse than death. It destroys years of cultivation and can leave them crippled for life. He hurried to relax her body by stimulating her pressure points with acupuncture. Watching the spasms, he realized she thankfully didn't seem to have internal injuries. If he had to sum up their relationship so far, it had mostly been the two of them fighting. By his own words, he had only forced Sarah to call him brother. Beyond that, they barely had any real bond. Still, seeing her like this, he wondered why she had gone so far for him, why she risked her life for his sake. Turning her onto her stomach, he told himself those questions didn't matter right now. Paying back what he owed her did. He placed both palms on her and began pouring in his inner energy. As he treated her, Sarah groaned in pain, her whole body twitching. The sound of her moans woke the little girl. Still sleepy, she sat up, called for her father and mother, and asked what they were doing. Trying not to alarm her, he said her mother had fainted but would wake up soon. Pointing at Sarah, the little girl said that was weird, because her mommy wasn't asleep. That completely caught him off guard, and he stared at her in confusion. Then he looked over and saw Sarah lying there in total silence, clearly pretending. He told her that if she wasn't sleeping, she should have said something earlier. Cut to Sarah, now fully dressed, asking if he had no shame at all. The three of them were sitting by a campfire while she complained that he had stripped a lady and massaged her. He answered that he had no choice if he wanted to treat her injuries. This time, the little girl called for her mommy and asked if she was feeling better. Now, to distract them both, he told them to eat first. He showed them meat made from a demonic snake. Just looking at it, Sarah nervously admitted she had never eaten anything like that before. He casually explained that once the skin and bones were removed, it was basically just normal snake meat, and since she was hurt, she needed food to recover. She picked up a piece, still unsure if she should really try it. Gathering her courage, she took a bite, and to her surprise, it was incredibly tasty. Smiling, she said it was delicious, and the little girl agreed because she loved her daddy's cooking. Then Sarah asked what he planned to do about the Heavenly Demon Martial Arts Festival. Without hesitation, he said he should give it up. Looking at the little girl beside him, he figured that since they had taken her, the people chasing her were probably already on their way, and Sarah wouldn't be able to survive against the enemies coming for the Heavenly Demon Janshi, the little girl on her own. With all that in mind, he said winning the cult's festival no longer mattered, especially since he owed Sarah a debt. With a small smile, she said she hadn't really done that much. But before she could finish, he pressed a hand to his chest and said that didn't change the fact that she had risked her life for him. Those words left her flustered. Then, in a gentle voice, he raised his hand and told her that because of how he felt, he wanted to take responsibility for everything. Caught off guard, she quickly hid her face against her knees and said this was way too much. The little girl suddenly shouted, asking if Daddy had made Mommy cry, and saying she didn't want them to separate. That was when a huge explosion erupted from the water. Jumping back, he asked what the hell was going on. Sweating cold, he realized they had finally arrived. At once he told Sarah to take the little girl and run as far away as possible. Confused, she asked what was happening, and he said the people after the little girl were here. They must have checked the tomb and realized she wasn't there. Sarah asked how that was possible since no one else had entered, and he guessed there was probably a secret passage. Before he could finish, a second explosion shook the place. Then that being rose from the water, surrounded by terrifying blood energy. It was the same Janshi from before, smiling wickedly as he said, "So this is where they were." With one snap of his fingers, the whole area changed. Startled, our guy stepped back and thought this was insane. The old monster had evaporated all that water in seconds. Staring at him, he realized this was an incredibly powerful master. He quickly grabbed the talisman given to him by the monk. Then he slammed it into the ground with all his strength, splitting it in two. A huge golden light burst out around him. He told Sarah he would buy time and ordered her to follow that light. Even though she was worried, she nodded and ran off at once with the little girl in her arms, leaving him behind. He reached for his sword and called out to the old monster. Drawing the blade, he shouted that if the monster wanted the little girl, he'd have to step over his corpse first. The old monster only laughed. Then he pointed at him, gathered that bloody energy, and roared that he was far too arrogant. Elsewhere, Yulia was with Niena. Yulia asked if she had found any trace of our guy. Niena said no, and asked if Yulia had found anything. She hadn't. Yulia was getting more and more anxious. There wasn't even a hint of the 10,000-mile tracking sense she had secretly placed on him, and she had no idea what happened or where he had gone. She was also worried about Ninja, because the girl beside her looked just as desperate. Her chest tightened with worry as she told herself it was her duty to protect him. She remembered the promise she made that even if the whole world turned its back on him, she would always stay by his side. Like someone deeply in love and scared for him, she thought she was nothing but a useless stone in his shoe, and the only thing she could offer him was her strength. Then, out of nowhere, an earthquake ripped through the area. At that exact moment, they came face to face with several monsters rushing straight at them. But the strangest part was that none of those creatures attacked them. They just ran past. Even Nina froze, confused, wondering what was going on. Then a bright golden light appeared at the top of the cave. Nina recognized that glow right away. She remembered what Monk Kuririn had told her before. If she wanted to follow our guy into the demonic cult, there was something urgent she needed to know. Back in his true form, he explained that he had given our human an amulet filled with his inner energy. He also said that if our human was ever in real danger, he would break the amulet, and it would reveal his exact location. And now, seeing that golden light, Nea instantly pictured him, and recalled the monk's words. As a member of the Celestial Association, the moment she saw that light, she had to rush over and protect him. Her first thought was simple. Lady Sungus was in danger. So she took off at once, climbing toward the light and leaving Yulia behind. Julia called after her in confusion, asking what was happening. But Nea no longer cared about anything else, not even her disguise. Nothing mattered more than our human. With her real face and her true feelings laid bare, she ran to her beloved, swearing she would protect him. Meanwhile, our human was locked in a fierce clash with that red monster. Even while staying calm, he thought the guy was unbelievably ugly. As for skill, he was at least on the level of his past life self, or maybe even higher. Swinging his sword with all his strength, he reminded himself that all he had to do now was buy time. That was his only choice. Mr. Ugly admitted our human was excellent with a sword. Then he shouted his own name while gathering bloody energy into his hand. With that power, he charged straight at our human. But just before the blow landed, he quickly jumped back. After gaining a little distance, our human asked if the monster knew him. Ugly answered that of course he did. He called him the Orthodox faction prodigy, making waves across the world. A total playboy who drags beautiful dark-haired girls into his bed night after night. Then he brought up the weird warrior who fought completely naked at the end of the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, pointing right at him. He declared that this was none other than Lady Sungas himself, the so-called strange dragon. That alone told him his fame had spread even to the filthy blood cult. Annoyed, he snapped, asking who the hell this strange dragon was. The ugly bastard shot back that it was obviously him. Who else could it be? Our human let out a long sigh, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. Then he yelled that he was no womanizer. He was the official winner of the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, recognized by the Murin Alliance leader, and a pride of the Orthodox faction. He pointed his sword at the ugly old freak and asked if becoming a mummy had rotted what little brain he had left. The hideous old monster burst out laughing, asking how he dared speak to him like that. No one had ever talked to him that way before. Even so, our human was sweating coldly. It had already been a while since he broke the amulet, and he had no clue where his backup was. The old freak said he would reward that boldness by letting him hear this old man's honored name. He should take it as a privilege and remember it well. Sticking out his tongue, he introduced himself as Demon Lord Jiang Shi. Then he lunged forward, roaring that he was the vice leader of the blood cult, and would silence him for good. Our human sword crashed against Jiang Shi's demonic hands, and the force of both energies shook the area. Sweating again, he realized the blood cult's vice leader really was what he first thought, a master among masters. Jiang Shu's strike knocked our human's sword aside. Right after that, our human rushed in as fast as he could with a loud shout. He swung his blade again while Jiang Shu leaped back. Both sides were going all out. Our human with his full strength, Jiang Shu with all his energy. As far as he knew, the blood cult was built in ranks, from the blood demon to the vice leader and then the rest below. Anyone at vice leader level should be a master of the yin and yang realm. But as the fight went on, he started thinking the current demon lord Jiang Shi felt short of that title. He kept blocking every hand strike and intercepting all of Jiang Shi's attacks. While they traded blows, he told himself the claw technique was strong but it had no soul. That left only one possibility. Catching the vice leader off guard, our human suddenly asked if this body wasn't his real one. Jiang Shu flinched and jumped back in surprise. That was the opening our human needed, and he rushed in at once. He poured all his inner energy into the tip of his sword and unleashed a storm of slashes at that zombie vampire. The zombie vampire cursed him non-stop. Then, catching Lady Sungas off guard, a wave of energy spread around him. The ugly old monster pointed at him and said he deserved praise for reaching the Hangye Young realm at such a young age. As he gathered a huge amount of power, he shouted that this very talent was the reason our human would die today. Lady Sungas broke into a cold sweat. Looking at that thing, he realized this was the martial art that transforms a Jiang Shu's body, giving it toughness and life force like an invincible diamond body. He wondered if this was the demonic bone art. He stepped back and muttered that this martial art was horrifying. At that moment, the ugly old freak charged him, yelling that he would tear his mouth apart first. Lady Sungas straightened his stance. Before the monster could touch him, his sword pierced straight through its chest. Then he followed with one more slash and split the ugly old freak in two. Even while being cut down, the monster kept cursing him, calling him an arrogant brat. At the same time, Nina was rushing over as fast as she could. While our human fought a battle of endurance, she desperately begged him in her heart to hold on until she arrived.